You, struck by lightning, unexpectedly time-traveled and ended up as a beggar. And it even comes with a prestige system. Not only can you gain swag points by pretending to be cool, you can even directly exchange for peak cultivation power. What right does a beggar like me have to show off? Fortunately, the system rewarded me with 1000 prestige points and a 9th-Grade Grandmaster trial card right off the bat. In the blink of an eye, you transformed from a gaunt beggar into an elegant nobleman. However, the moment you stepped out of the broken temple, I saw a young girl in blue being besieged by 3 burly men. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to boost the pretentiousness factor? But on second thought, there's only one experience card available at the moment. Is it worth wasting it on these worthless scum? No, we can't do a losing business. Once you made up your mind, you decisively decided to slip away. Who knew that just as you took a step, your body instantly froze? The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up in an instant. So you maintained that bent-over, sneaky posture. Turning his head around extremely slowly, bit by bit, a green-robed old man was staring intently at you. The gaze was filled with inquiry, scrutiny, and impatience. For a moment, their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. There's only one thought left in your mind: I'm screwed. Caught red-handed while sneaking away, this position is utterly embarrassing. But who exactly are you, Muge? In a past life, he was the man who played countless short dramas as dragon kings, war gods, and reclusive masters on major short video platforms. His acting skills are absolutely on point. The persona of the ultimate show-off must not crumble. The next moment, you roar furiously in your heart. Instantly activated the acting emperor mode. I could see the muscles in your face almost cramping up from embarrassment. In a mere 10,000th of a second, she completed an epic shift from the panic of being caught sneaking around to the aloofness of looking down on mere ants. Then, you slowly straightened your back. As if that slight bend just now was merely to admire a unique wildflower by the roadside. Expressionless face. It's that kind of the most profound emptiness. The gaze was calm and unruffled, like an ancient well with unfathomable depths. You even lightly brushed off the dust that had gathered on the hem of your clothes when you crouched down, with movements as graceful as if polishing a rare treasure. Seeing this, the elderly man in the green robe, her brows instantly knitted together in a deep frown. Strange, there isn't the slightest trace of cultivation fluctuations on this child. The way he walks is still so sleazy. How dare you look at me with such disregard for all living beings? At this thought, the green-robed elder's gaze instantly turned icy cold. A faint, almost imperceptible killing intent began to spread. Though you appear as steady as an old dog on the surface, but my heart was racing like crazy. A blessing is not a curse, and a curse cannot be avoided. Failed to show off before even succeeding. This isn't your style. The thought of that shiny golden Grandmaster experience card instantly boosted your confidence. What's there to fear? I've still got the nuclear option. Ninth-Grade Kingdom's top-tier combat power. Afraid of a few small fries like you? I wanted to leave earlier because it didn't seem worth it. Now you're forcing me to take action. Then don't blame me for going all out with the show-off. Perfect timing to test out this trial card's effects on them. By the way, let's see how much coolness points we can rack up. In the blink of an eye, you've built up your mental fortitude and optimized the pretentiousness strategy. The expression on his face grew even more vividly indifferent. The next moment, you slightly raised your chin, gazing into the distance, as if admiring a peculiarly shaped cloud drifting across the sky, completely ignoring the battlefield filled with killing intent ahead. Then, with your hands behind your back, you took a step forward. In an extremely leisurely manner, you walked toward the center of the chaotic fight, where blades gleamed and murderous aura thickened. Your pace was calm and unhurried, as if the uneven mountain path beneath my feet were nothing at all, but a red carpet-lined star-studded avenue. Your goal is very clear: traverse this battlefield, continue to Chingstone Town. Whether it's the stunning beauty working hard, or the fierce-looking strong man, or even that dangerous aura emanating from the old man in the blue robe, they all seem non-existent in your field of vision. Come on, bring it on. The little voice inside your head is screaming madly. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'm going all out right now. The sun remains scorching, shining on you, reflecting a gentle sheen. With your hands behind your back, you stroll leisurely, like a hermit who has strayed into the bustling city center. Step by step, he marched into the eye of the storm. The green-robed elder at the edge of the battlefield furrowed his brows even deeper. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost palpable. The 3 burly men surrounding the woman. The movement also noticeably slowed down for a moment. His eyes revealed both confusion and wariness. The besieged stunning beauty took advantage of the gap. She glanced at you in astonishment with those large, dewy, beautiful eyes. His eyes were filled with suspicion that this person's brain had been fried by the sun. The wind blows through the woods, swirling up a few fallen leaves, spiraling down to land at your feet. Stepped over by you again without a second thought. The scene fell into an eerie, intense silence. All that remains is your unhurried footsteps. Maintain your composure and manage your expressions. I am the master. I am the Grandmaster. They are all just air. You keep brainwashing yourself relentlessly. feeling the increasingly piercing gazes from behind, especially that old man in the blue robe. It feels like burning 2 holes right through your back. System, oh system, you pray devoutly in your heart. Make sure the style points add up impressively later. I'm counting on this wave to recoup the investment for this experience card. Your steps are neither hurried nor slow, walking on the small path covered with gravel and dust, making a faint rustling sound. This voice sounded exceptionally clear amidst the clashing of swords and the woman's rapid panting, even a bit harsh. The gaze of the old man in the blue robe had shifted from its initial iciness to a naked killing intent. He sneered inwardly, "You reckless fool." In his eyes, you were nothing but a complete madman, daring to intrude upon his hunting grounds with such an almost insulting demeanor. Go and crush that annoying bug. The green-robed elder's voice was hoarse, with an unquestionable command. A burly man with a scar on his face heard this. A menacing glint flashed in his eyes. He grinned viciously and said, "Hee hee. Don't worry, elder. I'll make sure he regrets ever being born." After saying this, the scarred man abruptly pulled back from the fight. The demon-head broadsword in his hand whistled through the air. With a mountain-splitting force, it came crashing down straight toward your head. Infused with the power of a 5th-rank martial artist, the blade's edge arrived before the strike even landed. The sharp, fierce wind is already making the stray hairs on your forehead flutter backward. Your skin tingles slightly from the sting. It's coming, they're really going to chop. Alarm bells blare in your mind. Adrenaline instantly surged to its peak. The goosebumps under the skin instantly stood up all over. Experience card, activate for me. The blade was less than 3 inches from the crown of your head. You let out a hysterical roar in your consciousness. Right after that, an immense surge of terrifying energy instantly flooded your body. You feel as if your soul and body have been utterly torn apart and shattered. Then it instantly reassembled. In the next second, the entire world transformed before your eyes. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. The flow of energy and life force within a radius of several hundred meters are all clearly reflected in the lake of your heart. And you feel like the ruler of this entire world. The embodiment of rules. It is an existence that reigns supreme over all things. An aura of disdain for the world and condescension toward all living beings naturally arose. Is this the power of a 9th-rank Grandmaster? Then you raise your right hand. With utmost casualness, as if brushing away a speck of dust, she gave a light flick. An invisible yet terrifying pressure, so immense it could crush mountains, precisely landed on the scarred burly man. To the outside world, it seemed like only a moment had passed. To all present, the mysterious youth faced the blade without so much as a flicker of his eyelids, merely raising his hand with utter nonchalance. Then, boom! The fierce 5th-rank expert, sword and all, was struck as though by an invisible giant palm spanning the entire sky. No resistance. No scream. Not even a moment. 1 second he was a living, menacing demon, the next, he exploded into a thick, blinding, blood-red mist reeking of intense gore. The energy released as flesh, bone, and marrow were compressed to their absolute limit and then instantly released sent shockwaves rippling through the air, visible to the naked eye. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Time seemed to freeze solid. The 2 remaining men attacking the woman froze completely, their eyes bulging as if about to pop from their sockets. Their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow their own fists, their expressions like they'd seen a ghost, no, a god. Fear, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly coiled around their hearts, stopping their very breath. The old man in the blue robe, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, feigning profoundness, was now anything but composed. His wrinkled face contorted in utter shock and terror. His cloudy old eyes fixed on the lingering blood mist before darting back to Lin Feng, who still stood with hands behind his back, his stride unbroken. His body shook violently, beyond his control. He was a 6th-rank expert. He sensed even more keenly than his 3 subordinates just how terrifying the power unleashed in that instant had been. It was a force utterly beyond his comprehension, one that made his very soul tremble. Ninth rank? Impossible. How could Ninth-Grade Kingdom possibly have such a young 9th-rank Grandmaster? His mind went blank, filled only with endless terror and utter absurdity. The woman under attack felt it most directly and profoundly. She was closest. She watched with her own eyes as that vicious 5th-rank expert, who had driven her into a life-threatening predicament, vanished in an instant when the mysterious youth raised his hand. Like a bug crushed by an invisible giant foot, he was gone. Not even a trace remained. The sudden, earth-shattering terror that descended upon her was suffocating. Her internal energy froze instantly, nearly forcing her to her knees. It was an absolute crushing of life itself. Her eyes, once filled with battle-fueled fury and urgency, now held only boundless terror, bewilderment, and a near religious fervor bordering on worship. He raised his hand, and then, that man, vanished? The woman's mind buzzed with chaos. What technique is this? Words becoming law? Killing with thought? A 9th-rank Grandmaster? No. I've seen 9th-rank Grandmasters before, but none were this effortless, this terrifying. The scene before her utterly shattered her understanding of martial arts. She even felt that the martial arts she had cultivated and once prided herself on were nothing but child's play in front of this mysterious youth. Who is he? Chapter 7, Departing after the task, concealing merit and fame. A blood mist, thick with the pungent stench of blood, slowly dissipated. Lin Feng, against this bloody backdrop, walked with unwavering composure. He even frowned slightly, as if slightly displeased by the blood-soaked air, as if he had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. He raised his right hand, the one that had just crushed a 5th-rank martial artist, and casually brushed the sleeve of his robe. It was as though he had merely swept away a speck of insignificant dust. The motion was elegant, natural, imbued with an indifference and sense of entitlement ingrained to the bone. Noisy. The 2 words floated lightly from Lin Feng's lips. His voice was soft, tinged with a lazy indifference, as if dismissing an annoying fly. Yet to the remaining 2 burly men and the green-robed elder, those 2 words sounded no different than the Grim Reaper's summons. Run! The green-robed elder finally regained a shred of sanity from his utter terror, letting out a shrill, distorted scream. To hell with the mission. To hell with the dignity of a 6th-rank expert. All he wanted now was to get as far away from this demonic presence as possible. His 6th-rank true chi erupted violently within him. His toes dug into the ground, and like a startled rabbit, his entire body shot backward in a desperate dash for escape. The other 2 burly men were utterly petrified. How could they dare linger even a moment? Almost the moment the old man shouted, they mustered every ounce of strength and fled for their lives in different directions. They cursed their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Lin Feng watched their backs as they scattered like stray dogs, his gaze utterly unruffled, maintaining that same detached expression as if observing ants moving their nest. He didn't even turn around. With utter nonchalance, he simply flicked his finger toward the direction they fled. The motion was as light as flicking dew off a flower petal. Whoosh! 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 3 faint whistles, barely audible, pierced the air. 3-finger winds, condensed to the extreme, nearly invisible and colorless, seemed to leap across space, instantly catching up to the 3 desperate figures fleeing for their lives. Pop! 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 3 soft pops, like balloons bursting, echoed through the air. The frantically fleeing green-robed elder and 2 5th-rank burly men stiffened abruptly, their forward momentum halted dead in its tracks. Simultaneously, finger-sized, transparent holes appeared on their foreheads. No blood spurted forth, for the wounds were instantly cauterized and sealed by the intensely condensed force. Only a wisp of faint, bluish smoke curled upward from the orifices. 3 lifeless bodies, frozen in mid-stride as if paused, crashed forward. They fell stiffly to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The entire world fell utterly silent. The afternoon sun remained blindingly bright. In the mountain forest, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard and the woman's own heartbeat, pounding wildly, impossible to suppress. Thump! 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 Like the beating of a drum. She stood frozen in place, staring at the 3 formidable foes who had been killed in an instant, then shifting her gaze to the mysterious youth who still stood with his hands behind his back. He looked as though he had merely crushed a few ants with a casual flick of his fingers, not even a wrinkle in the hem of his robe. He just snapped his fingers, and 3 masters just died? The woman felt her entire worldview shatter. This surpassed every notion she had of power. It was nothing short of divine intervention. Effortless. Poetic. Indifferent. This is the true essence of a peerless master. Her pride and reserve were crushed into dust before this absolute power, leaving only profound awe and an indescribable reverence and yearning. Lin Feng finally halted his steps. He shifted slightly to the side, his gaze finally settling on the woman. His gaze was serene and still, deep as an abyss, as if it could see through all things in the world, yet devoid of any emotional ripple. There was no triumph after rescuing a damsel in distress, nor any awe at her breathtaking beauty. It was as if he were observing a particularly unique tree by the roadside. Under that gaze, the woman's heart seemed to skip a beat. An indescribable tension instantly gripped her. She felt utterly exposed beneath that gaze, as if all her secrets and thoughts had been laid bare. Instinctively, she straightened her back, trying to maintain some composure, but her trembling fingers and rapid breathing betrayed the turmoil within. Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as she hastily bowed low, her posture extremely humble, her tone reaching the height of respect, tinged even with a hint of fear. She dared not use titles like young master or young hero, instead addressing him with the most respectful term, senior. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He first lifted his head slightly, glancing at the blinding sun in the sky, as if confirming the time. Truthfully, he was calming the excitement surging within him, the sheer intensity of the experience card, and frantically calculating the value of his earlier show of bravado. Then, with perfect naturalness, he lowered his gaze once more, his eyes lingering briefly on the woman on her torn sleeve and slightly disheveled appearance. This single glance made the woman's pretty face flush slightly. She tugged awkwardly at her torn sleeve, feeling her appearance was truly unsightly before this esteemed senior master. Finally, Lin Feng spoke, his voice as unremarkable as ever. It was nothing more than a simple gesture. Not worth mentioning. He paused, as if weighing his words, then added with the utmost naturalness, his tone as matter of fact as stating a simple truth. Though I did disturb your peace. But. The woman nearly choked on her own spit. A trifling matter? Nothing to mention? Disturbed your peace? Master. You just effortlessly took down 4 experts, each at least 5th grade, one of them even 6th grade. You call that a trifling matter? You call that disturbing your peace? What exactly counts as a major incident then? Conquering a nation? This level of cool, it was utterly effortless, like hearing thunder in the silence. A chill shot up the woman's spine from her soles to her crown, not fear, but utter reverence for that absolute power and transcendent composure. The adoration in her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng was so intense it seemed tangible. This was a true reclusive master. He regarded the strong as mere ants and treated kindness as fleeting clouds. She felt her martial spirit undergo an unprecedented shock in baptism. This junior is Xiao Qingyue, from the Southern Wind Kingdom. Your kindness, senior, I shall never forget. May I ask your honorable name? Qingyue will surely. Xiao Qingyue, overcome with emotion, sought to express her gratitude and desire for friendship, nearly revealing her true identity. Yet, the words caught in her throat for to mention worldly status before this senior felt like an insult. Lin Feng merely gave her a faint glance, his gaze seeming to say, "Name? Does it matter?" He did not answer Xiao Qingyue's question, nor did he glance at her again, as if their exchange had already concluded. He folded his arms behind his back once more, his gaze drifting toward Qingshi town. His voice was flat and emotionless, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps explaining to the air. Onward. With that, he began walking again, continuing along the path toward Qingshi town at a steady, unhurried pace. The sunlight stretched his shadow long behind him. And so, under Xiao Qingyue's gaze, a complex mix of profound admiration, awe, curiosity, and a hint of disappointment, he grew steadily smaller in the distance. He did not look back, nor did he pause, as if the earth-shattering instant kill moments ago had truly been nothing more than casually brushing away a few specks of dust. His back was straight, his stride composed, his sleeves swaying gently in the breeze, shimmering with an enigmatic glow in the sunlight. With deeds done, he swept his robe and departed, hiding his achievements and fame deep within. Style points? Lin Feng walked on, feeling the system interface's notification chime. Ding. Detecting intense emotional fluctuations. Extreme fear from Li Guohai, plus 1,200 coolness points. Incredulity from Xiang Dazhuan, plus 1,150 style points. From Zhao Taizhu, liver-shattering terror faith collapse, plus 2,500 style points. Intense shock from Xiao Qingyue, plus 800 style points. From Xiao Qingyue, utter awe, plus 1,500 prestige points. From Xiao Qingyue, utter adoration, plus 500 coolness points. From Xiao Qingyue's feeling of inferiority, plus 700 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Total points gained from this single event, 1,200 plus 1,150 plus 2,500 plus 800 plus 1,500 plus 500 plus 700 is equal to 8,350 prestige points. Current prestige reserves are sufficient. Host, keep up the good work and maintain your peerless master's aura. What? Only 8,000 something? Hey. I took down 4 masters in seconds. One was even a 6th rank. And there was a beauty watching. Are you kidding me? Did you skimp on my swag points? Chapter 8, A Debt of Life, Repaid by Becoming a Slave. Ding. Host's first attempt at showing off detected as successful. Rewarding host with a grade 9 Grandmaster experience card 1. The system's icy voice unexpectedly carried a hint of human-like exasperation, reminiscent of Tang Sanzang chanting the spell. Clearly, it was thoroughly annoyed by Lin Feng's stinginess. Lin Feng's ears perked up instantly. He shut up faster than flipping a page, his expression shifting like a chameleon. A wild grin spread across his face as joy blossomed in his heart. Humph. Now we're talking. You're finally getting the picture, system. He basked in the glow of the trial card radiating max security within his system space, clutching it like a warm heating pad. In this perilous world where martial artists were commonplace and blades flashed at the slightest provocation, this card was his lifeline. Earlier, to save that beauty, though it was mostly for showing off and testing the system's capabilities, he'd reluctantly used an experience card. Afterward, he'd regretted it bitterly, his guts churning with remorse. Now, it was back in his hands. His sense of security instantly skyrocketed from running naked to shopping at the market wearing body armor. Yet after the euphoria faded, Lin Feng's barren yet fiercely self-preserving mind began racing. Stay calm. I'm a man destined to be the ultimate badass. This card is my lifeline, not a bargaining chip at street stalls. Think about it, if some random punk challenges me next time, I can't just unleash my ultimate move, right? Using a Grandmaster experience card for a basic attack? That'd be pure extravagance. And once it's gone for good. That stingy bastard Tonzi? Expecting him to give me another one? That's like hoping a sow will climb a tree. Right now, I'm just a total noob. Any martial arts novice who has done 2 days of calisthenics could beat me to a pulp. Just as he was deep in contemplation over the critical strategic question of how to elegantly and economically show off, a clear, slightly urgent female voice rang out from behind him. Senior. Wait. Lin Feng jolted upright, instantly switching gears. The beggar-like aura that had just been calculating whether his next meal would be instant noodles with sausage or egg vanished without a trace. His body paused slightly before turning with fluid, elegant grace. Hands clasped behind his back, chin lifted slightly, he gazed indifferently toward the source of the voice, none other than Xiao Qingyue, the beauty he had casually saved. A mountain breeze swept past, fluttering his sleeves. His mind automatically added ethereal special effects, and an aura of a master's solitude as pure as snow naturally emanated from him. His thin lips parted, his voice cold and devoid of any earthly warmth. What is it? Yet his inner thoughts were a frenzy of commentary. Here it comes. The classic beauty repaying a debt of gratitude scene. Will she offer herself? Or present divine weapons and secret manuals? He. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Qingyue knelt before him without hesitation, her posture utterly respectful. She lifted her exquisitely beautiful yet stubborn face, her eyes brimming with admiration and a desperate, all-or-nothing plea. Senior, for saving my life, even if I were to shatter my body into 1,000 pieces, it would not begin to repay your kindness. I know my talents are dull and unremarkable. I dare not hope to become your disciple and learn from your teachings. I only beg for your mercy, allow me to serve you as a slave or maid, attending to your every need, bringing tea and water, making your bed and folding your clothes, without a single word of complaint. Lin Feng? Outwardly, he remained utterly unruffled, as if he'd just heard the weather's nice today. But inside, a tidal wave of shock crashed through him, like 10,000 wild horses galloping over his mind. Holy! She is going all out? Servant? Girl, have you been watching too many period dramas? What era is this where people still pull this kind of stunt? Wait. This script is off. Shouldn't she be shyly saying, I have nothing to repay you with, so I offer myself? How did we skip straight to the indenture contract? Is my handsome face only good enough for an employer? Let us analyze this calmly. Someone this beautiful and refined willingly becoming a slave? Something fishy is definitely going on. This is clearly a hot potato. She must be in deep trouble. Huge trouble. Who'd give up their freedom otherwise? I only have this one trial pass, use it up and I'm done for. What if she has tangled with a peak 9th rank old monster or worse? I'd be throwing my head to the wolves. Trying to show off only to get screwed over, that be a real joke. Lin Feng's inner monologue raced, yet his expression remained as impassive as a statue. He fell silent for a moment. The brief stillness felt like a mountain of pressure, causing beads of sweat to form on Xiao Qingyue's forehead as she knelt before him. Finally, he spoke, his voice even colder than before, tinged with an all-knowing indifference. Why do you wish to become my slave? He looked down at Xiao Qingyue, his gaze sharp as a blade, seeming to pierce through her very soul. You'd best speak truthfully. What I detest most in this life are false words and those with ulterior motives. Inner monologue, hurry up. Hurry up. Let me see just how deep this pit is. Xiao Qingyue's delicate frame trembled. That gaze felt like solid ice piercing her marrow, sending shivers through her entire body. The elder truly sees through everything. How could her petty schemes possibly escape his notice? Daring not withhold a single detail, she buried her head even lower, her voice trembling faintly with sorrow. Elder, I admit my error. Qingyue should never have harbored thoughts of exploiting you. She drew a deep breath and spoke swiftly, her tone resolute. This junior, Xiao Qingyue, is of the Xiao family from Nanfeng Kingdom. A month ago, several premier martial arts clans in Nanfeng suffered complete annihilation. My Xiao family was among them. The perpetrators were ruthless, suspected to be from the imperial court. The assassins pursuing me earlier were agents of the imperial court killers from the Bloodshed Tower. Having narrowly escaped with my life, I now have no one left. My enemies are powerful, and in this vast world, there is nowhere for me to hide. That you, senior, have come to my aid today is truly divine providence. I ask for nothing more than to follow in your footsteps, to find a corner where I may survive. I dare not dream of you avenging my family. If you will not cast me aside, Qingyue swears a solemn oath, in this life and this world, I shall obey your every command, never wavering in my loyalty. She spoke in one breath, her body trembling slightly with both excitement and fear as she awaited the final verdict. Life or death, hope or despair, all rested on the whim of this unfathomable elder before her. Lin Feng's heart jolted violently at these words. He never imagined that Xiao Qingyue's family had also suffered a horrific massacre. Even more coincidentally, it had all happened just a month ago. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Could it be the same group that wiped out his entire clan and Xiao Qingyue's family? Truthfully, Lin Feng harbored little hatred toward those individuals. What he wanted to understand more was why they would target so many families in succession with such ruthless cruelty. Lin Feng asked calmly, do you know why they annihilated these families? Xiao Qingyue replied respectfully, Senior, this junior truly does not know. She paused before continuing, however, Junior has discovered that these annihilated families share one common trait. That is, without exception, every family that performed outstandingly in the last martial arts championship has been wiped out. Chapter 9. This was a huge win. Martial arts championship. This keyword exploded like thunder in his mind. The pitiful fragments of memory within his original body were instantly activated. Martial arts tournament? The Lin family did send representatives to participate, didn't they? Though my original status was so low I couldn't even afford to watch, I vaguely recall overhearing whispers about it. The massacre specifically targeted families who performed well in the tournament? This was far more complicated than he'd imagined. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After all, he'd been a distant branch of the family before, barely known even within his own clan, let alone outsiders. His gaze swept over Xiao Qingyue, kneeling on the ground with a stubborn yet despairing look in her eyes. Her face was undeniably beautiful. In his previous life, she would have been a top-tier beauty. As for her strength, if she could evade the Bloodshed Tower's pursuit, she was likely far more capable than this complete novice. Wait. A sudden flash of insight struck Lin Feng, like discovering a bottle of ice-cold soda in the desert. She's strong. Though her power is limited, she should be able to handle some minor trash, right? What's my biggest problem right now? I'm too weak. Any random cat or dog could pin me down and grind me into dust. A 9th grade experience card is a nuclear weapon. I can't just use it carelessly. What if I had a capable girl by my side? Someone dedicated to cleaning up the trash, not worthy of wasting my experience card on. Whoa! Brilliant! Lin Feng nearly cracked a smile. That'd be like getting a free high-level bodyguard plus enforcer. Sure, this bodyguard comes with a few complications, but high risk means high reward. Am I, Lin the king of bitching, one to shy away from trouble? And what is Tonzi's system called? The cool factor exchange system. What is cool factor? It's swagger. It's presence. It's being unfathomable. When a big shot goes out, how could it be right without attendants fawning over him, fetching and carrying? That'd be so uncool. At this thought, Lin Feng felt his mind suddenly clear, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. This wasn't a hassle, it was like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. It was the perfect tool to boost his swagger. But his swagger couldn't be compromised. He, Lin Feng, was a 9th rank big shot limited edition trial card. How could he possibly seem eager to take on a servant? That would be so cheap. It had to be reluctantly, out of pity, giving you a chance. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with shifting emotions, his inner monologue rich enough to fill 80 episodes of a soap opera, before finally settling into a deep, serene calm. He gave a slight nod, his gaze resting on Xiao Qingyue with an indifference akin to surveying lowly ants. Rise. His voice was not loud, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Xiao Qingyue's heart leapt with joy, yet she dared not fully relax. She obeyed, rising to her feet and standing respectfully with hands clasped at her sides, her posture submissive. Lin Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering without wind. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if contemplating some cosmic truth. After a long moment, he spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of, well, an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible hint of disdain. I have never been fond of being entangled in mundane affairs. He frowned slightly, as if taking in a servant were some immense burden. And I dislike trouble. Xiao Qingyue's heart instantly leapt to her throat. However, Lin Feng shifted his tone, his voice growing more ethereal. Considering your tragic background and your faint inclination toward the Tao, our meeting today may be a thread of karmic connection. He paused, as if weighing some momentous decision, before finally sighing lightly, his words dripping with condescension. Very well. Since you insist on following me, so be it. Do not speak of becoming a slave or servant again. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, his expression clearly stating, such lowly status is beneath my dignity. I practice in seclusion and require no attendance. You shall become a nominal disciple traveling with me. Registered disciple. Lin Feng silently applauded himself. Doesn't he that elevate my status? Far superior to slave or maid. It carries the aura of a true master. And since it's registered, I can always forget about it. Flexible. Perfect. Xiao Qingyue froze at first, then overwhelming joy surged through her. A registered disciple. This was infinitely higher than being a slave. The senior truly possessed noble character and a compassionate heart. Thank you, senior. No, thank you, master, for giving me a second chance. Disciple Xiao Qingyue will diligently fulfill her duties and never trouble you. She was so overcome she started to kneel and kowtow again. Stop. Lin Feng quickly halted her, inwardly groaning, stop kneeling. Stop kneeling. If you keep this up, you'll shorten my lifespan. Outwardly, he remained calm and composed. This one dislikes such formalities. As for titles, just call me master. Master? That's way too much pressure. What if my secret gets out? After all, I can't teach her anything. Master was better. It sounded refined and kept a respectful distance. Yes, sir. Xiao Qingyue immediately corrected herself, her eyes brimming with admiration. Lin Feng nodded approvingly, striving to maintain his air of superiority. I intend to journey to Qingshi town. Do you have any belongings to pack? Master, this disciple possesses nothing but my own body. I am willing to follow you wherever you go, Xiao Qingyue replied respectfully. Nothing to your name? Perfect. Saves on moving expenses. Lin Feng mentally calculated his cost-saving strategy. Then let's go. He took the lead, striding toward Qingshi town. His pace was deliberate, aiming for an air of leisurely composure. Xiao Qingyue immediately followed close behind, half a step behind Lin Feng, her posture utterly respectful. Gazing at the master's tall, solitary figure ahead, she felt a profound sense of security wash over her, even dulling the bitterness of her vengeance. While Lin Feng appeared calm and composed on the surface, his mind was flooded with a barrage of thoughts. Bro! See that? That's swag. That's what swag looks like. Got a free bodyguard and upgraded to a named disciple. Ding! Xiao Qingyue has developed admiration for the host. Prestige plus 500. Whoa! A great start. 500 points. Lin Feng hadn't expected Xiao Qingyue to actually grant him swag points. He'd assumed each person granted a fixed amount. He stole a glance at Xiao Qingyue behind him. Wow! The girl was following him step by step, her eyes sparkling brightly. That adoring gaze was stickier than candied hawthorn, clinging firmly to his back. Ding! Xiao Qingyue continues to be deeply moved by the host's unfathomable aura. Style points plus 100. Holy! Another 100? Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. What is going on? Continuous power generation? Or am I walking around with a perpetual coolness generator attached? His mind raced. Got it. This girl is basically a mobile emotional power bank. As long as she still thinks I'm awesome, still finds me mysterious and unfathomable, and keeps getting all emotional over me, she'll keep feeding me swag points every few days? Holy crap! Lin Feng screamed inwardly like a groundhog. This isn't just taking on a nominal disciple, it's like finding a treasure trove. One that spits out gold coins automatically. Gaining experience just by walking? This is way more efficient than helping 800 grandmas cross the street. In that instant, Xiao Qingyue seemed to radiate light. Not the glow of beauty, but a golden, sacred radiance symbolizing prestige points. Bloodshed Tower pursuers? Trouble following her? Before this perpetual prestige power bank, those were mere clouds. High risk? The return on investment was skyrocketing through the heavens. Bloody hell, this is a steal. Lin Feng nearly jumped on the spot with excitement. Thankfully, years of cultivating his cool demeanor forced him to steady his steps, even walking with added composure. Brother Tongzi. Did you see that? That's what wisdom looks like. That's vision. That's investment acumen. Bringing her along is hands down the smartest decision I've made since crossing over. No contest. His inner calculations rattled like a machine. This girl is now my core asset. A strategic resource. Must protect her carefully. The key? Prestige. Absolutely can't slip up. If she ever discovers her idolized master is just a paper tiger that crumbles at the slightest touch, the steady stream of benefits will dry up instantly. The losses would be catastrophic. With that realization, Lin Feng immediately imposed a triple mental lockdown on himself. Stay composed. I'm a master. A big shot. A holder of a grade 9 experience card. Walk with a swagger. Keep your gaze deep and mysterious. Speak with an air of profundity. In short, this aura of prestige, it must be welded solid. He even found Xiao Qingyue's footsteps, following him step by step, suddenly melodious, as if accompanied by a BGM. Ding prestige plus 100, ding prestige plus 100. He. Lin Feng let out a villainous chuckle inside, though outwardly he remained calm and composed. This move is a win-win. She gets security and hope for revenge, while I get a sustainable source of fleecing. Ahem, a devoted disciple who honors her master. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He could already envision the days ahead. He'd do nothing but maintain his air of superiority, while Xiao Qingyue, that adorable little thing, would voluntarily and endlessly contribute precious coolness points. Chapter 10. The cheap apprentice has such an overactive imagination. Lin Feng strolled toward Qingshi town with hands behind his back, his stride carrying the air of each step a world, each tread a universe. To Xiao Qingyue's eyes, that silhouette was the perfect embodiment of the great way has no form, the sage has no shape. Ding! Xiao Qingyue continues to marvel at the host's unfathomable aura. Style points plus 100. Here it comes. Another 100. Lin Feng's heart rejoiced. This was even better than picking up money he was getting paid just for walking. He strained to keep his face composed, maintaining that detached, world-weary expression, but the corners of his mouth still curled upward by 0.01 millimeters. Xiao Qingyue trailed half a step behind, holding her breath, her mind flooded with mental comments. Master's every step embodies martial truth. Those seemingly casual strides align with the cosmic constellations. He must be tempering his martial spirit through this very walk. Ding! Xiao Qingyue's deep mental projection of the host's profound footwork grants plus 150 prestige points. Holy! Mind-filling actually earns me points? This girl has a talent. Lin Feng nearly stumbled, quickly regaining his balance as inner ecstasy surged. This is a total win. Guess I'll walk even more erratically from now on, preferably with some S-curves to fuel her imagination. Clearing his throat, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and solidify his image as a highly accomplished mentor. His voice, neither loud nor soft, carried an ethereal quality, as if drifting down from the heavens. "Qingyue. Your disciple is here." Xiao Qingyue snapped to attention, responding with reverence. Her back straightened instantly, her eyes burning bright with anticipation, ready to receive sacred teachings. "Do you know?" Lin Feng drew out his words, his gaze fixed on a strangely shaped cloud in the distance. "What is most crucial in the path of martial arts? Here it comes. The master is about to impart wisdom." Xiao Qingyue's palms grew sweaty with excitement as her mind raced, desperately trying to keep pace with the sage's thoughts. "This disciple is dull-witted. Please enlighten me, master. Is it innate talent? Resources? Or an unwavering resolve?" Lin Feng shook his head slowly, his sleeves fluttering gently as he turned. His tone carried a hint of that all men are drunk, but I alone am sober sigh. "Nay, nay. Bone structure is but a foundation, true chi a flowing river, willpower a sharp blade. These are all outward manifestations, the pursuits of martial men." He deliberately used the term warrior, tinged with an imperceptible detachment, as if he had long transcended such concerns. Xiao Qingyue's heart jolted. How could the master dismiss the very foundation's constitution, true chi, willpower that ordinary people dream of attaining as mere external manifestations? What, then, was the true core? She felt she had touched upon a higher realm of martial understanding, her breath growing quieter. Indeed, Lin Feng's voice rang out like clashing metal, carrying an unquestionable penetrating force. To ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, the most crucial element is that indestructible spirit nurtured within the tiniest space. Spirit? Xiao Qingyue murmured the word. It wasn't entirely absent from martial arts texts, but it was often vaguely defined or conflated with mental willpower. For the master to single it out must hold profound meaning. She sensed a door never before opened, revealing a sliver of a crack before her eyes. Lin Feng stood with hands behind his back, his gaze seemingly fixed on the source of the martial arts river. He continued in that tone of expounding supreme truths. This divine essence is neither mental power nor willpower. It arises from pure intent, stands upon flawless conviction, and manifests in every gesture and movement, that momentum resonating with heaven and earth. He paused deliberately, allowing the concept of momentum familiar to martial artists yet equally profound to sink into Xiao Qingyue's mind. Xiao Qingyue was utterly lost in a whirlpool of awestruck confusion. What was this divine essence? How did one cultivate it? When did momentum truly materialize? What did it feel like when divine essence and momentum merged? Each concept loomed like a towering mountain, crushing her breath yet exerting a deadly allure. She felt her entire martial understanding from the past decade plus had been utterly overturned. With just a few words, the master had pointed her toward a supreme path she'd never even heard of. This was far beyond the vision of an ordinary grandmaster. Ding! Xiao Qingyue successfully misinterpreted the host's true meaning and elevated it through her own understanding, developing profound admiration for the host's wisdom. Prestige plus 300. 300? Lin Feng's heart raced. This comprehension. This imagination. Genius. Absolute top-tier talent. Those things were purely knowledge scraps he'd accumulated from reading novels and binge-watching scripts in his past life. He didn't even understand the deep meaning within them himself. Frankly, it was just a bunch of fancy packaged nonsense literature gift packs. If Xiao Qingyue could actually grasp it, that would be a miracle. And if she couldn't? Well, that wouldn't be his fault. Who could blame him for her lack of insight? She'd just end up crouched in a corner, drawing circles, questioning her existence, muttering to herself about whether she was missing a screw. Sure enough, Lin Feng stole a glance over. Xiao Qingyue was still there, her brow furrowed, her little face scrunched up like she was solving some cosmic math puzzle. She was muttering to herself, trying to decipher his earlier gibberish. Lin Feng's heart swelled with glee. He quickly summoned his system panel with a mental command. Cool factor, 14562. Holy! It's already 14,000? Lin Feng nearly lost control of his facial expressions. I'm a 10,000 yuan household now? A 10,000 yuan household in a fantasy world. This sudden wealth is way too unexpected. He did the math in his head. How long had he even been bound to this crappy system? From penniless to overnight millionaire, all because he casually saved Xiao Qingyue's life? Thinking back now, this was absolutely the most investment-savvy move he'd made since his transmigration. Hands down. Total jackpot. Lin Feng shook his head, suppressing the glee of a nouveau riche, his eyes darting slyly toward the cultivation experience zone in the system. 10,000 points of prestige, not a single point more or less, was exactly enough to redeem a Grade 1 cultivation permanent edition. As for all the other flashy stuff? Not on the table for now. Why? Because tucked away in his pocket was his ultimate trump card, the Grade 9 Grandmaster experience card. That was nuclear weapon level firepower. Plus, he had this Grade 5 bodyguard beside him, temporarily lacking in brains but packing serious muscle. With this setup, he could walk all over this godforsaken backwater. Of course, one shouldn't speak too soon. If sheer bad luck struck and 10 or 8 ninth-rank grandmasters suddenly descended to hunt him, the village boss, well, he'd probably have to type GG with tears in his eyes. But seriously, ninth-rank grandmasters? What kind of rare species are those? In this godforsaken backwater town, third-rank martial artists are a dime a dozen. Anyone above third rank? That's headline news in the local martial arts world. Take Xiao Qingyue, for instance. If that unlucky kid hadn't run into those bloodthirsty assassins from the Bloodshed Tower who flouted martial ethics, with her formidable 5th rank prowess, she could have walked all over this territory, no, driven a tank over it. Chapter 11, A Penny Can Stump a Hero. The midday sun, like an overactive child, baked the cobblestone streets of Qingshi town until they were scorching hot, almost enough to fry an egg. The air carried a complex, alluring blend sweat, livestock, dust, and the lingering smoke of food aromas battling in the air. Candied hawthorn on a stick sweet enough to rot your teeth. Fresh baked meat buns. Thin crust, generous filling, 18 folds, one bite and you'll be hooked. Ancient family recipe for bone-setting wine. Rub it on and you'll be strong enough to fight a tiger. Drink it and you'll be mighty enough to subdue a dragon. Passers-by, don't miss out. The street teemed with people, shoulder to shoulder, bustling threefold more than the morning rush hour subway Lin Feng had endured in his past life. Shops lined both sides, vendor shouts rising and falling in waves like an unconducted folk symphony, deafening yet pulsing with a strange, vibrant energy. Lin Feng strained to maintain his reclusive sage expression, keeping his gaze fixed straight ahead as he walked steadily beside Xiao Qingyue. His stride was deliberate, as if the bustling world around him with all its earthly clamor and mundane smoke were nothing but fleeting clouds, scarcely worth a glance. Inside, his mind was flooded with a barrage of thoughts. Holy crap! This is way more lively than any period drama. That candy sculptor's skills are insane. That dragon looks like it's about to take flight. No, I can't look. A sage wouldn't be interested in candy sculptures. Holy crap, that meat bun aroma is overwhelming. It's practically crawling up my nostrils, making my stomach's little gluttons revolt en masse. Hold it together. I'm a sage. Sages live on air and dew, untouched by worldly delights. Yeah, right. TSK, that guy hawking bone-setting wine. His sales pitch is more aggressive than a pyramid scheme. Claims it can subdue dragons? More like it'll send you straight to the afterlife. He forced his gaze to fixate on the ground 3 feet ahead, refusing to glance left or right. Why? Style. This was crucial to his core KPI, his style quotient. It was the hard currency that would secure Lin Feng's place in this fantasy world and propel him to the pinnacle of life. Just imagine Xiao Qingyue's clear eyes, filled with utter adoration. If she saw him gawking around like a country bumpkin fresh off the train, drooling over sugar sculptures and sniffing steamed buns, wouldn't the carefully cultivated image of a master crumble instantly? Collapse? Who would then keep providing that delightful ding-ding of prestige points? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents, but cutting off their prestige points? That's nothing short of a capital offense. Just as Lin Feng summoned every ounce of willpower to suppress the surging country bumpkin spirit within him, a more intense, more sophisticated blend of aromas struck deep into his soul. It was the savory aroma of rendered fat, the richness of meat, the crisp freshness of wine, and the symphony of spices exploding and melding together at high heat. The source came from an imposing restaurant nearby, 3 stories high with upturned eaves, vermilion lacquered doors, and a gilded plaque hanging above the entrance. 3 bold, flowing characters were inscribed upon it: Drunken Immortals Retreat. Wow, even the name radiated a confidence that suggested eating here will send you to heaven. Lin Feng's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled down his throat, a subtle yet undeniable movement. Though he'd earlier popped a system-issued satiety pill that truly stifled hunger, that thing was merely an energy bar. It satisfied hunger but not cravings. It couldn't comprehend the ultimate craving for deliciousness in every aspect from a soul hailing from a culinary powerhouse. Right now, his taste buds felt like they were staging a collective strike, his soul screaming, "We want meat. We want alcohol. We want to feel the joy of carbs." Yet, an extremely harsh and embarrassing reality hit him like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. He, Lin Feng, a renowned master, was as broke as a church mouse. Not a single penny to his name. Not even a copper coin to scrape together. Ask Xiao Qingyue to foot the bill? That seemed like the only option. But what if this cheap disciple lacked the tact to offer? Was he, a master, supposed to actually say, "My child, your teacher is a bit strapped for cash"? This meal. The image was too vivid. Just imagining it sent a wave of shame surging through Lin Feng. He suddenly remembered the 4 unlucky souls he'd dealt with in the small grove outside town. Monsters of that caliber were elite foes in the game. How could they not have anything of value on them? He dared not hope for martial arts manuals or divine weapons, but surely they had some silver notes or gold leaves? But the tragic truth was he hadn't looted them. A tidal wave of regret washed over him. Freshly transported here, he hadn't gotten the hang of things yet. His mind was filled with nothing but showing off, completely forgetting the first rule of survival in a fantasy world: murder and arson bring riches, looting corpses is the norm. My vision was too narrow. Way too narrow, he berated himself bitterly. Does showing off conflict with looting corpses? Not at all. A true master doesn't sweat the small stuff. Loot is just part of the journey, right? What a noble excuse. Ultimately, it was that damn experience-based thinking that killed him. In his past life as a law-abiding goody two-shoes, he'd never done anything as technical as looting corpses. Lin Feng silently vowed, next time this situation arises, no matter if the opponent is human or ghost, strong or weak, loot. Must loot. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, getting it is profit. This is a matter of survival, the most crucial thing. Standing at the entrance of Drunken Immortal Inn, his footsteps halted involuntarily. His gaze seemed to pierce the bustling scene inside, yet internally, a fierce battle raged. Go in? No money. Stay out? My stomach's rebelling. Hint at Xiao Qingyue? What if she's thick as a brick? Just as Lin Feng's inner monologue reached the tragic climax of visage bending for 5 bushels of rice, Xiao Qingyue, who had followed quietly all along, spoke up at the most opportune and considerate moment. Her voice was crisp, tinged with just the right amount of respect. Sir, it's nearly noon. You've traveled far. Would you like to go in for some wine and food and rest a while? Lin Feng felt his heart blossom instantly. That voice now sounded more melodious than the system's notification chime. His mind went wild with approval. Spot on. Absolutely spot on. Comrade Xiao Qingyue, your ideological awareness is top-notch. The organization has high hopes for you. You've got potential. That keen insight, that thoughtful consideration, no wonder you come from a distinguished family. You truly understand human relations. Looks like lunch is sorted. But joy aside, he couldn't let his guard down. Lin Feng maintained his outwardly calm demeanor, merely nodding slightly and uttering a deliberate, deep-voiced But then a crucial question struck him. Did Xiao Qingyue, that young lady, even have money? She'd just been chased and fled in disarray. What if she was just as broke as he was? If they went in for a feast only to get stuck washing dishes because they couldn't pay the bill? The mere thought of that scenario made Lin Feng cringe. It would be an epic fail, worthy of being etched into his personal black history. To prevent this horrifying possibility, Lin Feng decided a financial risk assessment was necessary. Chapter 12, here it comes, the classic experience-packed delivery segment. Maintaining his air of inscrutability, he casually tilted his head and glanced at Xiao Qingyue out of the corner of his eye, his tone flat. Qingyue. Your disciple is here. Xiao Qingyue immediately bowed slightly. Do you happen to have any silver on you? Lin Feng tried to make the question sound like a sage inquiring about mundane matters, not fretting over freeloading. He even mentally added his own dramatic flair. I must be testing my disciple's ability to handle mundane affairs. Yes, that's it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue's face showed not the slightest embarrassment, but instead a confident smile, tinged with a hint of pride. She tapped lightly on an exquisitely crafted pouch at her waist, her voice clear and assured. Master, rest assured. Though I fled home abruptly due to unforeseen circumstances, I brought along some gold and silver for emergencies. A meal here will pose no trouble whatsoever. Phew. Lin Feng felt the weight on his chest finally settle back into his stomach. His mind roared, excellent. Absolutely excellent. Prepared for any contingency, planning ahead. Comrade Xiao Qingyue, your organizational skills and discipline are exceptional. It seems the quality education of aristocratic offspring truly makes a difference. Your master is deeply gratified. His last lingering concern vanished like smoke. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his posture straighter than the doorposts of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, chin slightly raised, he resumed his air of a sage looking down upon the mortal world. He uttered a single word, his voice calm. Good. That single word seemed to flip a switch. The sharp-eyed waiter nearby had long noticed the 2 distinguished guests at the entrance. Especially the young gentleman in flowing white robes with a stern countenance, clearly no ordinary man. And the ethereally beautiful maiden beside him showed him such reverence. The waiter immediately plastered on a smile of utmost enthusiasm, bending at the waist nearly 90 degrees. Good heavens! Honored guests! What an honor to have you here. Please, come in, come in. Are you stopping for a meal or staying the night? We have elegant rooms upstairs, quiet and bright, guaranteed to satisfy. Lin Feng nodded stiffly, not even sparing the waiter a glance, as if the man were invisible. He shifted slightly to the side, gesturing to Xiao Qingyue with unmistakable intent, lead the way. Pay the bill. Xiao Qingyue understood immediately and calmly addressed the waiter. Find us a quiet private room. Bring us some of your signature dishes and drinks. Right away. Esteemed guests, please follow me upstairs. Private room number 3 is still available. It boasts the finest view. The waiter gave a loud, booming bow, leading the way with exaggerated bows and a voice so resonant it seemed to echo throughout the entire tavern. Private room number 3, esteemed guests, first-class banquet service awaits. The shout drew the attention of many diners in the main hall. Some were curious, some inquisitive, and others envious. Lin Feng basked in this universal attention, relishing the spotlight brought by his special treatment. A quiet thrill filled his heart. This feels right. Is my cool factor already on the rise? Ding. Admiration from Drunken Immortal in Patron A prestige +5. Ding. Envy from Drunken Immortal in Diners B, style points +3. Ding. Awe from the waiter, style points plus 10. A series of crisp notification sounds rang out in his mind, like small firecrackers exploding, filling Lin Feng with delight. Not bad. I haven't even started showing off yet, and I've already earned this much? He quickly scanned the system panel. Wow, his swagger points had skyrocketed by several thousand. Sure enough, when you're handsome and charismatic, you're the center of attention wherever you go. Add to that this stunning apprentice radiating her own aura, my swagger points are climbing through the roof. Led by the waiter, whose attentiveness bordered on obsequiousness, the pair ascended the wooden staircase with a steady clatter to the second floor. The Tianzi No. 3 private room indeed offered a sweeping view. Pushing open the carved wooden window, the bustling street scene below and the shimmering lake surface in the distance were laid out before them. Honored guests, please take a seat. I'll bring your dishes immediately. Our drunken immortals ate treasure delicate duck, emerald jade soup, and abundant stew are truly unmatched. Shall I also warm a pot of our finest drunken immortal brew for you both? The waiter deftly wiped the already gleaming tabletop while rattling off the menu with a torrent of words, his eyes darting repeatedly toward the pouch at Xiao Qingyue's waist, its bulging contents radiating a reassuring sense of wealth. Lin Feng plopped down in the head seat with a flourish, putting on airs. Without lifting an eyelid, he merely snorted a hum through his nose as his consent. Inside, however, his mind raced. This doesn't sound cheap. But no worries, Comrade Qingyue's got my back. This meal must be eaten with the grace of a true master. Xiao Qingyue stood quietly at his side, slightly behind him. Her posture was elegant, her gaze calmly sweeping over the private room's furnishings, seemingly untroubled by the feast to come. Soon, exquisitely presented cold dishes and the fragrant drunken immortal brew arrived first. The waiter carefully poured Lin Feng a full cup. The amber-colored liquor swirled in the white jade cup, its fragrance filling the air. Lin Feng lifted the cup with graceful composure, bringing it to his nose for a light sniff, adopting the full posture of a connoisseur. Just as he was about to craft a few pretentious critical remarks, something like "this wine is passable, yet it lacks a touch of refinement, missing 3 parts of the essence of heaven and earth," to put on airs. Suddenly, a considerable commotion erupted outside the private room. It sounded like someone was clamoring to force their way upstairs, accompanied by the anxious protests of the waiter. "Hey! Sir! There are distinguished guests upstairs. You can't just barge in, sir." A voice, clearly drunk and brimming with arrogance, cut through the noise with piercing clarity. Distinguished guests? Ha! In this Qingshi town, is there anyone more distinguished than this third young master Lu? I'll see who's occupying my usual spot, the No. 3 heavenly room. Get out of the way. The private room door slammed open with a loud bang. A young nobleman, dressed in luxurious brocade robes, reeking of alcohol, and with an arrogant, haughty expression, stormed in, accompanied by several burly men who looked like his servants. His gaze swept over Lin Feng and Xiao Qingyue like a searchlight. Lin Feng's inner voice rubbed its hands with glee. Here it comes. The classic experience-boosting moment. This is the perfect chance to show off. Though he was currently just a powerless weakling, he had Xiao Qingyue standing beside him, a genuine 5th-rank bodyguard. At the very least, he still had that 9th-rank Grandmaster trial card in his pocket, a treasure comparable to nuclear weapons. Though it was a last resort treasure to be used only when absolutely necessary, using it to swat these buzzing flies would be too degrading. Judging by this trashy display, Comrade Qingyue should handle them easily, right? Lin Feng swiftly assessed the strength disparity between friend and foe, his confidence skyrocketing. Stay calm. I just need to keep sitting here like a sage, exuding that air of superiority. This swagger points will come rolling in, right? As the thought flashed through his mind, the gold-brocaded young master who had barged in, third young master Lu, already swept the room with his drunken, lust-clouded eyes, utterly shameless. When his gaze landed on Xiao Qingyue, his eyes suddenly lit up. The arrogance on his face was instantly replaced by astonishment and greed. Chapter 13. This old 6th system has me completely baffled. Whoa! Lu Sanshao let out a strange cry, his tongue slightly twisted. Pointing at Xiao Qingyue, he grinned at the servants behind him. Look! I told you my luck was good today. What kind of celestial beauty descended from the heavens? She's far more radiant than the top courtesan at Honglu. Ha. He stumbled forward, reaching out to touch Xiao Qingyue's face. Little beauty, what's the point of hanging around this pretty boy? Have a drink with me, and I promise you. Before he could finish, a sharp, piercing scream erupted. Lin Feng didn't even catch how Xiao Qingyue had struck. Only a blurred afterimage flashed before his eyes, faster than lightning. Immediately after came a dull thud, accompanied by the faint crack of shattering bone. Lu Sanshao's outstretched claw twisted at an unnatural angle. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball struck by a battering ram, crashing through the carved wooden door of the private room with a loud clatter. He rolled down the second-floor hallway like a broken sack, clutching his arm and wailing like a slaughtered pig. It all happened too fast. The faces of the once menacing servants froze in mid-grin, their eyes bulging wide as if they'd seen a ghost. Before they could react, their master had already been sent flying. The entire second floor, along with the startled diners below who peered up in alarm, fell into an instant, deathly silence. Only Lu Sanshao's wretched, off-key wails echoed through the air. Where was Lin Feng? He sat as still as a mountain, not even blinking an eyelid. It was as if what had just flown out before his eyes wasn't a living person, but merely a noisy fly casually swatted away. He even maintained the posture he'd adopted moments earlier, poised to savor his wine. The cup of drunken immortal brew still held steady between his slender, jade-like fingers. Despite the tremendous commotion, the amber liquid within stirred only the faintest ripple before settling back into perfect stillness. Slowly, he raised the cup to his lips and took a light sip. The motion flowed like water, elegant and composed to the utmost degree. Only now did he seem disturbed by the clamor outside, his sharp, sword-like brows furrowing slightly. His expression carried a perfectly measured, aloof displeasure, the displeasure of one whose refined enjoyment had been interrupted. Without so much as a glance at the wailing, writhing Lu Sanshao outside the door, his gaze swept indifferently over the frozen servants. His voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. Noisy. 2 words, spoken lightly, yet they struck like 2 invisible sledgehammers, smashing hard into the hearts of those servants. The servants were utterly terrified. This young master in white hadn't lifted a finger the entire time. He'd merely furrowed his brow and uttered 2 words, yet the invisible pressure made them feel as if they couldn't breathe. Coupled with the memory of their master's bizarre and gruesome fate moments ago, this was a terrifying presence they absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. The men scrambled out, frantically hoisting the still screaming third young Master Lu, and fled down the stairs in a panic, not daring to utter a single threatening word. Only after the group vanished from the stairwell did the deathly quiet restaurant erupt with a buzz of suppressed murmurs. Lin Feng set down his wine cup as if nothing had happened. Xiao Qingyue had silently returned to her spot slightly behind him, her posture as graceful and composed as ever. Not a speck of dust touched her skirt, as if the person who had just crippled that spoiled brat's arm in an instant wasn't her. She merely bowed her head slightly and said respectfully, "Sir, I apologize for disturbing your peace." Lin Feng responded with a barely audible, lazy hum from deep within his nostrils. He couldn't even be bothered to utter a simple "well done" or "good work." As if all this were simply expected, utterly insignificant. Ding! Ultimate awe and reverence from all patrons of Drunken Immortal Inn. Prestige plus 999. Ding! Adoration from the waitstaff, style points plus 88. Ding! Host remained as steady as a mountain throughout, effortlessly vanquishing formidable foes with casual banter. Masterfully embodying the demeanor of a sage, achieving the accomplishment immovable as a mountain, unparalleled style. Bonus style points plus 500. A barrage of system notifications flooded Lin Feng's mind, their rapid succession nearly overlapping. The sheer thrill of his stats skyrocketing nearly made him crack a smile. Phew! Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling so exhilarated he could barely stand. Perfect. This was a huge win. Comrade Qingyue, you rock. He quickly shifted his attention to the system panel in his mind. Holy crap! The number in the style points column had skyrocketed like it was on a rocket, soaring past 50,000. Lin Feng's mental abacus began clicking furiously. Over 50,000. Locked it in. This should cover upgrading to 2nd grade cultivation, right? Sweet. Thank goodness I didn't exchange for the 1st grade cultivation earlier. Otherwise, upgrading to 2nd grade now would cost another full 50,000. That'd be a straight 10,000 loss. Like throwing away a 1st grade gift pack for nothing. Wait, let me crunch the numbers. 10,000 for 1st grade, 50,000 for 2nd grade, that's 60,000 total. But now I'm getting 2nd grade for 50,000. Whoa! That means I just got 1st grade for free. This deal is a steal. Is the system finally acting human? At this thought, Lin Feng's penny-pinching mind sprang into action again, his eyes darting around eagerly. Hey? What if I hold off a bit longer, save up until I have enough prestige points to directly exchange for a Ninth-Rank Grandmaster? That would be like ascending to heaven in one step, right here on the spot. Just as the grand blueprint for his exploiting glitches to get rich scheme began to take shape in his mind. Ding! A crisp, coldly mechanical notification sounded, like a bucket of ice water in the dead of winter, dousing Lin Feng's blazing speculative profiteering heart with icy precision. Detected host harboring unhealthy thoughts of malicious hoarding and exploiting bugs to skip levels. Emergency system rule revision protocol activated. ZZZZZZ. Rules being revised. Revision complete. New rules as follows. Cultivation exchange zone critical update notice. Unlock mechanism change, hosts must progress steadily, one step at a time. You must first successfully exchange and reach your current cultivation realm, e.g., 1st grade, before unlocking exchange eligibility for the next realm, 2nd grade. Lin Feng. He felt the little abacus clicking away in his mind instantly crushed to dust by this cold, hard rule update announcement. His heart, which had been floating on a cloud just moments ago, smacked back down onto the cold, hard floor of reality. Damn it, all for nothing. This system really is a total jerk. Chapter 14, Martial God's True Form Special Effects. Step by step? Fine, you win. Lin Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. Then let's play by the rules. 1st grade cultivation, huh? Redeem. Ding. Consume 10,000 points of swagger to exchange for 1st grade cultivation. Initiating fusion. Fusing. 1%. 10%. A faint yet supremely pure energy surged instantly through Lin Feng's entire body. The sensation was utterly bizarre, like parched, cracked earth suddenly nourished by a clear spring. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer and dance, emitting a faint hum. A sense of power. An unprecedented, tangible feeling of strength began to grow and circulate within him. His senses seemed to sharpen. He could even clearly hear the suppressed gasp of a customer downstairs. But a problem arose. The hairs on Lin Feng's entire body stood on end the instant the fusion began. Not from pain, but from sheer panic. If this fusion succeeded and revealed the aura of a first-rank martial artist, wouldn't the image of an unparalleled master he'd painstakingly cultivated crumble to dust on the spot? Outwardly, he remained as steady as an old dog, his fingers holding the cup, not even trembling once, all thanks to Oscar-worthy willpower. But cold sweat poured down his back in an instant. All his attention was riveted on suppressing this newly awakened power, like a rookie holding a nuclear button, terrified of pressing the wrong one. 50%, 70%, 90%, 100%. First-rank cultivation merged successful. Congratulations, host, you have officially crossed the threshold into the martial arts realm. The fusion process was faster than he could have imagined, completed in the span of a few breaths. The warm current fully integrated into his body, settling as if it had always belonged there. It felt like drinking a cup of warm water, except for the renewed vitality and energy coursing through his body. There was no outward sign of change. Ha! Lin Feng exhaled a long, silent sigh of relief in his mind. His taut nerves instantly relaxed, and he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The system had a shred of conscience, leaving him a way out. The fusion process was understated, luxurious, and profound, no flashy gimmicks. He quietly sensed the faint true chi circulating within him, a profound sense of stability welling up inside him like never before. Finally, no longer a paper tiger incapable of lifting a finger. At least now, if any misguided thug dared to pounce again, he could kick them into a state of complete helplessness. Lin Feng seemed to have just finished savoring a fine wine, setting the empty cup down with elegant grace. The white jade base touched the tabletop, emitting a faint, pleasant ding. Only then did he finally lift his eyelids, his gaze calm and unruffled as it swept over the shattered fragments of the ornate wooden door outside and the few heads peeking cautiously down the corridor, heads that quickly retreated at the slightest flick of his glance. Xingyue. His voice remained unreadable, devoid of emotion, as if he were instructing someone on a trivial matter. Sir. Xiao Xingyue responded immediately, bowing her head slightly. This place is a bit noisy, Lin Feng remarked indifferently, his tone tinged with displeasure at being disturbed during his secluded cultivation. Find us a quieter spot. Yes. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyue turned and addressed the shop assistant outside the door, who was already pale with fright, wishing he could shrink into the wall. Prepare the finest guest room available, the quietest one. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an icy authority that brooked no argument. The waiter dared not delay, bowing and scraping like a jack-in-the-box. Yes, yes, yes. Miss, rest assured. Room number 1 has been vacant all along, absolutely quiet. I'll show you the way. Right this instant. Lin Feng rose slowly. His pace was unhurried, almost leisurely, yet each step carried an invisible rhythm. His robes fluttered without touching the dust, an air of authority that made every hidden gaze instinctively hold its breath. He paid no heed to the mess on the floor or the onlookers outside the door, as if they were mere roadside dust. Guided by the waiter's trembling lead and protected by Xiao Xingyue, who followed half a step behind, he walked straight toward the highest floor of the inn, toward the deepest chamber, room number 1 heaven. The door closed softly, sealing out all the clamor of the outside world. Inside room number 1. The moment the door closed, half of Lin Feng's air of detached superiority crumbled. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, cracked his stiff neck, and muttered under his breath, pretending to be cool, is exhausting work. He immediately summoned the system interface. Notably, after advancing to a first-rank martial artist, the interface had changed. No longer confined to just 2 exchange zones, it now displayed Lin Feng's name and cultivation level at the bottom. Host, Lin Feng. Cultivation level, first-rank martial artist 0, 50,000 points required to advance to second rank. Coolness points, 40,123. Items, none. Skills, none. Lin Feng paused in confusion for only a moment before shifting his gaze to the cultivation level section. First rank. Finally, first rank. It cost me 10,000 points, but it was worth it. Now I've got the real deal. Well, first grade counts as the real deal, right? At least I feel a little more confident now. Checking his remaining prestige points, 40,123. Still 10,000 points short of second grade. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Gotta keep pushing forward, keep stirring things up. Keep maintaining my aura of a master to earn more prestige points. His gaze swept over the newly unlocked items in the system shop. Mighty Bull Strength, 1,000 points basic internal cultivation. Breath Concealment Technique, 3,000 points hides cultivation level. Breeze Blade, 5,000 points low-grade weapon. Martial God's true form effect, 10,000 points generates a golden phantom behind the user, no damage bonus. Wild bull strength? Sounds like a load of crap. Doesn't suit my noble aura. Pass. Lin Feng inwardly sneered. Breath concealment technique is decent. 3,000 points. Needed now, but seems like a bad deal? Hold off for now. The breeze blade? Low-grade common tier? That's practically a fire poker. Taking it out to chop would be embarrassing. His gaze finally locked onto the golden option, true form of the martial god special effect, 10,000 points generates a golden phantom behind the user, no damage bonus. Whoa! Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, not from the price, but because the description hit his sweet spot dead on. Golden phantom? Appears behind you? This is a god tier skill made for pure showmanship, right? The absolute pinnacle of visual flair. Countless scenes flashed through his mind, drinking alone under the moon, a golden aura radiating behind him, the phantom towering to the heavens. Enemies approaching, the phantom glaring with fury, subduing foes without a fight. Pointing at the mountains and rivers, the phantom nodding in sync, coolness levels breaking through the atmosphere. This thing was practically a walking on the boss certification badge. Sure, it couldn't swat a mosquito, but it could knock out the knees of onlookers. I want it. Must have it. Lin Feng's inner calculations rattled like a machine. Sure, it's just for show, but it's intimidating. And only 10,000 points. That's a killer return on investment. If that girl Qingyue saw this shadow, wouldn't she drop to her knees and sing conquered on the spot? With that thought, Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He commanded mentally, system, redeem, martial god's true form special effect. Ding. 10,000 prestige points consumed. Exchange successful. Obtained one-time consumable, martial god's true form effect, for 1 minute. One time? Lin Feng nearly lost his composure. 10,000 points for just 1 minute? System, are you running a luxury boutique? Is this effect made of gold? Is the phantom itself gold? This is outrageous. He watched his prestige points plummet to 30,123 with a wincing pain, feeling his heart bleed. But then he thought, forget it. You gotta spend money to make money. 1 minute is enough. Pull it out at the crucial moment and it'll be an absolute game changer. Gotta find the perfect moment when all eyes are on me to unleash it. Aim to recoup the cost and make a killing in one go. Chapter 15, Questioning My Identity as a Master? Dawn had barely begun to gild the window panes when Lin Feng was violently jolted from his sweet dreams by a noise like a building being demolished. Holy? Earthquake? Lin Feng jolted awake, nearly performing a free fall off the bed. His heart danced wildly in his chest, pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through his throat any second. Outside, a cacophony of clanging swords, muffled explosions of energy, and the groaning of walls straining under the strain filled the air, making his head buzz. Straining his ears, he caught a voice drifting up from below through the window. How dare you harm my son? You little bastard, today I'll make you pay with your blood. A furious, distinctly aged male voice boomed like a broken gong, piercing through the air with brutal force. Immediately after, a cold, angry female voice retorted, "Humph. Your son made a lewd advance in broad daylight. Severing his arm was mercy. You old fool failed to discipline him, yet dare come here looking for trouble? You're all cut from the same cloth." That voice. Lin Feng knew it all too well. Xiao Qingyue? Lin Feng scrambled to his feet, peering through the window crack. Sure enough, dust swirled on the street as two figures battled fiercely. That graceful figure could be none other than Xiao Qingyue, the registered disciple he had just accepted yesterday. Her opponent was a burly middle-aged man clad in brocade robes, his face a mass of fleshy bulges, clearly no pushover. His strikes were vicious, each blow deadly. His aura was 100 times more formidable than that useless playboy whose arm Xiao Qingyue had crippled yesterday. Damn it! First the kid, now the old man? This plot twist is way too cliché. Lin Feng inwardly railed. This old sidekick clearly isn't someone to be trifled with. Can Sister Qingyue handle him? He watched the battle unfold with bated breath. Xiao Qingyue's swordplay was exquisite and her movements agile, but her opponent possessed overwhelming strength, seasoned experience, and clearly superior cultivation. Xiao Qingyue gradually found herself at a disadvantage, facing several hair-raising moments that made Lin Feng's palms sweat. A surge of unnamed rage shot through him. Damn it! How dare you lay a finger on my disciple? Even if she was only a registered disciple, she still bore the seal of his master's certification. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. Attacking his disciple was like slapping him in the face, tarnishing his reputation as a master, and cutting off his source of prestige. Unacceptable. Absolutely intolerable. Though, his true strength was probably on par with the old fool's servants. But he had his cheat code. He drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of his acting cells. Then, a look appeared on his face, 3 parts indifference, 3 parts laziness, 3 parts irritation at being woken up, plus 91 parts of that baffling confidence that screamed, "I'm the greatest under the heavens." He smoothed his clothes before slowly pushing open the door. Descending the stairs, Lin Feng moved with the steadiness of a mountain. After all, a master's entrance demands the art of slowness, the slower, the more stylish. Finally, he strolled downstairs. The cool morning air, mingled with dust and a faint scent of blood, washed over him. Sir! Xiao Qingyue caught sight of Lin Feng out of the corner of her eye. Like a drowning person clutching a lifeline, she cried out in a mix of surprise and delight. Though she'd been driven to exhaustion by that 6th rank expert, her hair disheveled and sweat glistening on her skin, the moment she saw Lin Feng, her eyes blazed with intense radiance. In her heart, Master was her anchor. A 9th rank Grandmaster. This vicious old brute before her wasn't even worth a jumping grasshopper in Master's presence. Master's intervention would surely be thunderous and overwhelming, reducing the opponent to dust. Her sense of security instantly skyrocketed. The burly man in brocade robes grappling with Xiao Qingyue was none other than the father of yesterday's unlucky playboy Lu Mang, known as the iron-armed grey ape. Hearing Xiao Qingyue's address of Master, filled with dependence and reverence, Lu Mang's heart skipped a beat. His offensive momentum instinctively slowed by half. Master? Lu Mang's bell-like leopard eyes instantly locked onto Lin Feng. Who could command such reverence from a 5th-rank martial artist even in this life-or-death moment? Could this be an ordinary figure? Had he finally met his match? Hadn't his dead son claimed this was just some martial arts-trained girl and a backgroundless fool? Out of caution, Lu Mang swept his 6th-rank martial artist's spiritual energy toward Lin Feng. It was an instinctive method to probe one's cultivation level. Yet the information his psychic energy brought back nearly made Lu Mang believe he'd gone mad from his cultivation, hallucinating. First rank? The fleshy lines on Lu Mang's face froze, his expression a spectacular mix of shock, absurdity, and a hint of anger at being mocked. Has this little brat lost his mind? Calling a 1st-rank martial artist sir and acting like he's met the Messiah? Is he playing games with me? He mentally scanned Lin Feng at least 3 times. The results were crystal clear: mediocre chi and blood, feeble internal energy, weak meridians, a textbook 1st-grade martial artist in the early stages. The kind you'd find lying on the street, ignored by passers-by. Lu Mang felt like a total pushover. That momentary hesitation and caution had been an outright insult to his iron-armed ape reputation. A surge of rage, fueled by feeling toyed with, shot straight to the top of his head. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mang's rage turned to laughter, his howl echoing like a night howl, making the ears of the surrounding onlookers buzz. You little brat. Is this the backup you called? A worthless 1st-grade beginner? Are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my coffin money? He pointed at Lin Feng, laughing so hard he doubled over, his voice dripping with undisguised contempt and scorn. You little brat, have you even grown all your hair yet? Thinking you can come out here and play the big shot? If you know what's good for you, crawl back into your mother's womb and suckle. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you and your disciple on a trip together. At least you'll have company on the road to the underworld. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mang's roar instantly drew every pair of eyes in the room to Lin Feng, who had just stepped forward and was preparing to strike a pose. Their gazes brimmed with curiosity, scrutiny, pity, and unabashed schadenfreude. But 1st rank? I thought he was supposed to be formidable? He looks pretty handsome, like a scholar, but this is way too weak, isn't it? Oh no. This girl's so foolish. She actually got tricked by that pretty boy? That pretty boy's gonna get beaten to a pulp. TSK, what a waste of that handsome face. This is gonna be a show. Look how pale that kid's face is. The buzzing chatter swirled around him like a swarm of flies. Sympathetic, mocking, regretful, and schadenfreude-filled stares felt tangible, stinging Lin Feng's face like fire. He felt his mask of superiority cracking and shattering. Xiao Qingyue grew frantic, her willow brows furrowing angrily as she snapped at Lu Mang. You old fool. How dare you be disrespectful to my master? His cultivation pierces heaven and earth. How could an ant like you hope to fathom it? Your son brought this upon himself. Dare you be insolent again, and my master will annihilate both your body and spirit. She firmly believed in Lin Feng's 9th-grade cultivation, convinced it was either deliberately concealed by the master or that Lu Mang, the fool, simply couldn't sense that boundless, oceanic realm. Lu Mang's laughter nearly brought tears to his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Heaven-piercing cultivation? Annihilation of body and soul? You little brat, did that pretty boy feed you some love potion? Him? I could crush him 800 times with a single finger. Chapter 16, The True Form of the Martial God. Open. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, his expression outwardly serene and detached, as if the surrounding uproar had nothing to do with him. But inside, his inner voice was screaming wildly. Damn it! This isn't how the script was written. My first impression just hit negative infinity. Does this old fart have X-ray vision? How did he spot me so accurately? He felt like he could crush his molars. What a disastrous start. Instead of boosting his cool factor, he'd become the biggest joke in the room. This was a million miles away from the script he'd envisioned. The sage arrives, and all bow in awe. No way. I have to turn this around immediately, right now. If I let this old fart keep mocking me, how can I possibly maintain my mystique? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as resolve hardened within him. The 9th grade experience card. Though it would hurt to part with it, this was a matter of life and death. A matter of saving his cool. Just as he prepared to grit his teeth and activate that precious ninth-grade Grandmaster trial card, a desperate gamble to change his fate through deep-pocketed intervention, his gaze swept over Lu Mang's arrogant, smug face, radiating "I'm the undisputed king," and the surrounding crowd's gawking stares. A surge of dark fury flared within him. Wait! A flash of inspiration struck Lin Feng. Smashing him with my ultimate move might feel satisfying, but the prestige payoff would be underwhelming. The crowd would just think, oh, he really is powerful. It'd be shocking, but lacking in drama. Not pretentious enough. A more devious, more outrageous, and far more stylish plan took shape in his mind like a devil's whisper. Ha! A barely perceptible, devilishly mischievous curve tugged at Lin Feng's lips. Old fart, you think you're so tough? You think I'm a worthless piece of trash? Fine. Today I'll show you what special effects domination really means. First, I'll give you a visual feast that'll scare the out of you. When you're trembling in fear, begging for mercy on your knees, I'll graciously consider whether to crush you with a single finger. That way, the contrast is stark, the drama is intense, the onlooker's eyes will pop out loud and clear, and my cool factor. Ha ha ha, wouldn't it go through the roof? Thinking of that delightful ding 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 sound, Lin Feng suddenly felt less pain over that experience card. This is called investment. The bigger the initial outlay, the higher the payoff later. Resolved, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze abruptly shifting. Gone was the forced composure. In its place was, how to describe it? A gaze that viewed ants with pity, a detached indifference like a deity from the heavens surveying dust below. His voice was flat, bordering on cold, yet strangely overpowering the surrounding clamor. Ants shaking a tree, dogs barking at the sun. These 8 words rang clearly in the ears of every person present. Lu Mang's laughter abruptly halted, like a rooster whose throat had been clamped shut. He stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. This brat, how dare he? The onlookers fell instantly silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Had the kid lost his mind from fear? Or was he throwing caution to the wind, indulging in verbal defiance before his death? Xiao Qingyue's eyes lit up, the master is about to make his move. In that eerie silence, Lin Feng moved. He slowly raised his right hand, his movements fluid and effortless. System, activate the true form of the martial god effect. Lin Feng screamed frantically in his mind. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, no whirlwind sweeping across the land, and certainly no tangible soul pressure or chi shockwave. Yet, the instant Lin Feng raised his hand, an indescribable, supremely exalted aura forged purely through visual and spiritual perception descended like a mirage. A dazzling, sacred, and suffocatingly majestic golden radiance erupted without warning, exploding outward from Lin Feng as its center. This light carried no warmth, no energy fluctuations, it was pure optical illusion. Yet it shone as brightly as if a miniature sun had been transplanted onto this dilapidated street. It scattered the shadows, illuminating every stunned face, making all filth seem exposed under its gaze. A colossal, towering phantom as lifelike as the most advanced holographic projection slowly coalesced behind him. The phantom wore ancient, majestic armor of an unprecedented design. Its features remained indistinct, save for a pair of eyes, vague reflections that seemed to contain the birth and death of the cosmos, the rotation of starry rivers gazing down indifferently. The phantom held an unimaginably massive light sword, its blade flowing with light effects radiating the primordial aura of chaos at its dawn. All of this was merely a trick of light and shadow, a deception of the senses. No spatial distortion, no tangible pressure. Yet it appeared so real. So overwhelming. That form, that presence, that primordial vastness, as if from ancient chaos, it assaulted the retinas and cognitive limits of every witness. Whoa! Dead silence fell over the entire arena. Only the sound of countless gasps filled the air. Lu Mang, standing closest, had his sneer and mockery frozen solid on his face the instant the golden light erupted. He felt as if his heart had been seized by an invisible, monstrous hand named fear. Though there was no tangible mental assault, the sheer visual impact was utterly terrifying. Those indifferent divine eyes gazing at him made him feel as insignificant as a grain of sand tossed in a raging storm. His true chi still circulated within him, but his will was utterly shattered in that instant by the overwhelming divine aura of that phantom. It was a visual assault on the very level of existence. The primal terror a mouse feels upon seeing a dragon's projection. Impossible. Impossible. An illusion. What? What the hell is this? Lu Mang let out a shriek unlike any human voice, filled with utter terror and incomprehensible dread. His cherished 6th-rank cultivation seemed laughably insignificant and utterly insignificant before this miraculous spectacle. He desperately tried to convince himself it was fake, but the light was too blinding, the phantom too real, the aura too overwhelming. Thud. Under the immense mental shock triggered purely by visual shock and inner terror, Lu Mang's legs gave way. Unable to support his body any longer, he crashed heavily onto the hard bluestone pavement. The sound of his kneecaps shattering was clearly audible. He lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, trembling like a withered leaf in the wind. He desperately tried to lift his head, to see the godlike apparition clearly, to muster the courage to resist. But he found even the strength to move a finger drained away by boundless terror. All notions of avenging his son, of honor and dignity, dissolved into the most laughable illusion. He felt a sudden warmth between his legs, a foul stench spreading. The onlookers around him had long since lost all capacity for thought in the face of this miracle beyond comprehension. Though no tangible force compelled them to kneel, the sheer visual shock coupled with witnessing even Lu Mang, the sixth-rank iron-armed grey ape, instantly collapse to his knees and wet himself left them utterly unable to stand. Thud. 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 Like toppling dominoes, the crowd's legs gave way. They knelt involuntarily, some even prostrating themselves face down on the ground. Their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind, their faces as pale as paper. The gaze they cast upon Lin Feng, bathed in golden light, brimmed with boundless terror and an extreme, almost blind devotion. Many began uncontrollably kowtowing, murmuring incoherent prayers beneath their breath. All the mockery, pity, and ridicule of moments past now dissolved into profound dread at their own blindness. The entire world seemed to shrink to nothing but Lin Feng, standing with his hands behind his back within that boundless golden light, and the figure behind him a shadow of a martial god that appeared capable of suppressing heaven and earth. Though Xiao Qingyue had mentally prepared herself, witnessing this true form of the martial god up close far grander and more sacred than yesterday's vision still sent shockwaves through her soul. Her fair face flushed crimson with overwhelming emotion. Without hesitation, she knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her sword. The gaze she cast upon Lin Feng was filled with unparalleled fervor and reverence, Master's divine might. Such a miracle transcends mortal means. She completely mistook this special effect for the manifestation of the Master's transcendent cultivation. In her eyes, the Master didn't even need to use his aura to intimidate others, merely revealing his illusory form was enough to send petty villains fleeing in terror. Chapter 17, The System Alert Exploded. The colossal illusory form of the martial god stood like a backdrop, its shifting light and shadow radiating an aura so overwhelming it seemed to spill off the screen. Just as the entire crowd fell deathly silent, filled only with the sound of chattering teeth and suppressed sobs. Lin Feng's mind exploded. Not energy exploding, but the system alert tone exploding. That exquisite, celestial ding-ding sound instantly merged into a continuous roar, like a cauldron of boiling oil. Ding! Extreme fear and collapse of faith from iron-armed ape Lu Mang. Style points plus 9,888. Ding! From Xiao Qingyue deep fanatical devotion and absolute loyalty. Prestige plus 5,200. Ding! Soul-shaking adoration from random dude Zheng San. Coolness factor plus 233. Ding! From passersby Beely sees bone-crushing worship, coolness factor plus 198. Ding! Soul-shaking awe from bystander Wang the pockmarked cool factor plus 155. Ding! From old candy stick vendor, mind-blowing cognitive dissonance. Coolness factor plus 177. Ding! From flower crazy girl Tsuehua, fervent blind devotion. Coolness factor plus 288. Ding! Overwhelming awe from old Wang next door, cool factor plus 166. Ding! 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 Over 999 plus frantic notification sounds omitted here, the number wildly fluctuating between 50 and 300 like an electronic counter for New Year's firecrackers. Lin Feng felt his head buzzing not from the shock, but from being pelted senseless by this torrential downpour of ding-dings. The sensation was more thrilling than watching a lottery machine jam and spew out balls like crazy when someone hits the 5 million jackpot. Holy! Holy! The little voice inside Lin Feng wasn't just roaring, it was rolling around in ecstasy, doing a Thomas full twist followed by a triple backflip on the spot. I'm rich! I'm rich! This is a total jackpot! Staring at the numbers on his system panel skyrocketing like a rocket, the earlier pang of regret vanished instantly, replaced by wild elation, inflated pride, and an urge to trigger the special effects again right then and there. Old man Lu Mang, you're a gem! What a divine assist! This 9,888? Worth it! Totally worth it! Lin Feng laughed inwardly. And Qingyue's 5,200. This girl's imagination is top tier. I love it. The more, the better. The relentless ding-ding of notifications continued, like the most delightful background music. Lin Feng felt every pore in his body rejoicing, every cell singing, we common folk are truly happy today. He fought the urge to burst into 3 loud laughs, his gaze growing even more compassionate as he looked down at Lu Mang, who was shaking like someone in the late stages of Parkinson's. At this moment, where was even a shred of the iron-armed ape's former might? He lay sprawled on the green stone slab, drenched in an unknown liquid, looking like a drowned chicken. His eyes were unfocused, his lips trembling. He couldn't form a single coherent sentence, only emitting unconscious ha sounds, as if he might pass out at any second. The surrounding crowd was in utter disarray. Some prostrated themselves, others trembled uncontrollably. Many, overcome by terror, began to babble incoherently. Divine Grandfather, spare my life. I'm blind to your greatness. Please withdraw your divine power. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Divine being, have mercy. Mommy. I want to go home. The scene descended into utter chaos, yet it was also filled with absurdly comedic elements. Those who had previously mocked Lin Feng now wished they could gouge out their own eyes and trample them into dust so you'd go blind. Lin Feng reveled in this moment of universal adoration, accompanied by the endless, melodious symphony of ding-ding echoing in his mind. Just then, the minute was up. The colossal, sky-piercing shadow of the martial god vanished silently like a phantom. The boundless golden light that had filled the sky receded like a retreating tide, instantly fading away. The street returned to its previous gloom, leaving only a trail of destruction and a group of quails still cowering on the ground, too terrified to rise. The light effects faded, but the bone-chilling terror and awe lingered long after. Lin Feng remained as calm as ever, as if the earth-shattering miracle had nothing to do with him. His gaze settled calmly on the limp figure of Lu Mang, his voice flat and unruffled, yet it made every heart skip a beat. Now you know what it means to be ignorant of your place? Lu Mang jolted violently, as if struck by lightning, finally regaining a shred of his senses. He struggled to lift his head, but his shattered knees and overwhelming terror left him writhing on the ground like a maggot. Tears and snot streamed down his face as his voice cracked hoarsely. I know, grandfather. Ancestor. Spare me. Spare this dog's life. I was blind. My mind was clouded with stupidity. Please let me off like a fart. Revenge was the last thing on his mind now. All he wanted was to escape the street alive. The farther away, the better. Lin Feng laughed inwardly, ha. So satisfying. What a contrast. What drama. What style points. Perfect. Though he desperately wanted to kill Lu Mang, doing so would cost him a 9th-rank Grandmaster experience card, a loss far outweighing any gain. After all, the man was already scared out of his wits. What point would there be in killing him now? He gave a slight nod, his tone condescending as he said flatly, "Get lost. If I see you again, I'll destroy you body and soul." Thank you, Divine Grandfather, for sparing my life. Thank you, Divine Grandfather. Lu Mang felt as if he'd been granted a royal pardon. Drawing on strength from somewhere, he actually dragged his crippled lower body with both hands like a stray dog, scrambling and crawling in utter disarray toward the end of the street. He left behind a trail of wet, foul-smelling filth. The onlookers, witnessing Lu Mang's fate, fell silent as though struck by fear. They ducked their heads even lower, terrified that the immortal grandfather might take a sudden dislike to them and order them to scram as well, or worse, destroy both body and soul. Only then did Lin Feng turn his gaze to Xiao Qingyue, who remained kneeling on one knee. His tone softened ever so slightly. "Qingyue, rise. A few clowns have disrupted our enjoyment." Xiao Qingyue rose to her feet, her face flushed with emotion. "Yes, master. Your divine might leaves me in awe." The admiration in her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng was palpable. "This place is filthy. Let's go," Lin Feng said indifferently. Without a glance at the trembling background characters still cowering on the ground, he turned and walked away. His pace was unhurried, yet each step seemed to tread upon the very hearts of those present. Only after Lin Feng and Xiao Qingyue vanished at the street's end did the cowering figures dare lift their heads cautiously. They exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the relief of narrowly escaping death and endless terror. Holy crap, we survived. Then they must be gods, right? Of course. Who else could cast such a colossal shadow? Even Lu Mang was scared out of his wits. From now on, if we see that guy, we'll run as far away as we can. No, better yet, let's never see him again. Quick, help me up. My legs won't hold me. My sugar-coated hawthorn. Never mind, at least I'm alive. The street was left with only the relieved chatter of survivors and the lingering stench of urine. Chapter 18, A Million Points of Style. Lin Feng and his companion walked down the deserted street. Why empty? Need I ask? Within hundreds of meters, not a soul remained, not even a rat had stayed behind. That towering true form of the martial god coupled with the boundless golden light package had delivered spectacular results. It was essentially a deep psychological spa treatment for the entire street's residents, complete with a sphincter pressure test. The results? Just look at this deserted city perfect score. Any figure spotted in the distance, upon catching sight of Lin Feng's signature utterly ordinary sage vibe, would bolt like they'd seen a ghost. They'd dart around corners faster than rabbits, wishing their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. As for Lin Feng, he couldn't care less about these mundane looks of reverence. His entire attention was now utterly consumed by the dazzling, jingling system interface in his mind. Wow. This true form of the martial god effect is absolutely worth every penny. Lin Feng was so pleased with himself, his mouth stretched wide enough to reach his ears. Only the composure honed from playing sages in his past life kept him from instantly breaking into a Dragon King's crooked grin. But that incessant ding. Background noise? While it initially sounded like heavenly music and the gospel of wealth, its sheer intensity and relentless persistence were unbearable. It felt like some brats setting off 100 firecrackers right next to your ear during New Year's. After a while, Lin Feng felt like his brain was about to turn into tofu pudding from this wealth symphony. His head was buzzing and throbbing. Damn it! System! Lin Feng roared inwardly. Can you turn off this ding-ding noise? It's too loud. Seriously disrupting my deep thoughts about life. Ding! Host request received. System notification sound switched to silent mode. The world instantly fell silent. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling as if his very soul had been purified. Without that irritating ding-ding, only the numbers silently and steadily climbed upward. This feeling was even more satisfying. It was like watching the balance in a back-end account silently grow, keeping achievements and fame hidden. Ah, now we're talking. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, his focus returning to that tempting string of numbers 1,468,255. Still climbing. Slowly, but steadily. The aftershocks of that earlier miracle were clearly still rippling out. Those who'd been too weak to run or were peeking from home were probably still contributing their lingering knee-shredding adoration and soul-shattering awe. After admiring his bountiful spoils, Lin Feng directed his thoughts toward the perpetually grayed-out section deep within the system, the Advanced Exchange Zone. Previously penniless, he could only drool over the trinkets in the basic and intermediate tiers. Now, with over 1 million credits in hand, it was time to see what the high-tier big treasures had to offer. Sure enough, the unlock button for the Advanced Exchange Zone lit up, displaying its price tag, unlock fee, 100,000 prestige points. 100,000? That's peanuts. Lin Feng was now a millionaire, brimming with confidence. With a flick of his thoughts, he commanded, open it for me. Ding! 100,000 prestige points consumed. Premium Exchange Zone unlocked. Congratulations, host, on entering the strongest resource repository. Even with sound muted, the text notifications remained. In an instant, the system interface in Lin Feng's mind seemed to illuminate a new dimension. Golden light shimmered, an aura of treasure filled the air, and rows of never-before-seen treasures, their names alone enough to make one's mouth water, were displayed. Advanced Exchange Zone. Xiantian Gong, 300,000 prestige points. Scorching Heaven Art, 500,000 prestige points. Shadow Escape Art, 680,000 prestige points. Star-Slaying Sword, 98,000 prestige points. Lin Feng was dazzled by the array, his mouth watering. However, he didn't rush to redeem them. Instead, he turned his attention to the Cultivation Experience Zone. This area was divided into two sections. Permanent Cultivation Experience Card. This section remains shrouded in gray mist, with bold red text beside it, requires the host to genuinely attain the corresponding cultivation realm to unlock and redeem. The meaning was clear: want permanent power at a certain grade? Cultivate yourself to that level first. The system doesn't sell permanent shortcuts. 1 minute limited time cultivation experience card. This section was much more welcoming. Lin Feng was thrilled to discover that the cultivation experience cards could be redeemed directly. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Lin Feng nearly slapped his thigh in excitement, but managed to restrain himself. After all, a master must maintain composure. This damn system finally did something decent. That's more like it. If I had to reach that cultivation level myself to redeem the card, how could I possibly play the part of a master? As a lowly first-grade novice, I could only redeem a second-grade experience card. What good would that do? I'd still get smacked to death by a real powerhouse. But now, as long as my aura is strong enough, I can buy a minute of ninth-grade experience. He quickly checked the prestige points required for the cultivation experience card. 3rd grade, 10,000. 4th grade, 20,000. 5th grade, 50,000. 6th grade, 100,000. 7th grade, 200,000. 8th grade, 500,000. 9th grade, 1 million. Holy, a 9th-grade Grandmaster experience card costs 1 million per card. Lin Feng recalled how he'd once spent 1 million to kill a few weaklings of 5th and 6th grades. Thinking about it now, he felt he'd gotten ripped off big time. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, in that situation, if he hadn't used it, he wouldn't have survived either. Besides, the system later gave him another 9th-grade Grandmaster trial card. Looks like I can't just throw this grade 9 Grandmaster trial card around carelessly. After all, using it would mean spending 1 million to redeem it. He only had a little over 1 million left on him now. If he redeemed another one, he wouldn't have much left. Anyway, he still had one left, which was sufficient to handle most situations. The immediate priority now was to elevate his own cultivation. Only then could he better pull off his cool act and accumulate swagger points. Only with sufficient reserves could he feel at ease. With that thought, Lin Feng stopped agonizing over it. He now sought a quiet place to cultivate and see how far 1 million credits could elevate his cultivation. However, 1 million could only buy a 1-minute trial of the 9th-rank Grandmaster experience card. Judging by that, the permanent version of 9th-rank Grandmaster would be even more expensive. He then summoned Xiao Qingyue and checked into the city's most imposing establishment, that star-plucking tower, whose name alone commanded respect, its entrance guarded by stone lions with gold-trimmed manes. They justified it by saying the location was serene, abundant with stellar energy, and ideal for contemplating the way of heaven. The proprietor had clearly witnessed the miraculous feats Lin Feng had displayed earlier. Without hesitation, he presented the premier suite. It boasted the best views, the largest space, and even thunder couldn't be heard, perfectly meeting Lin Feng's requirements for seclusion. Upon entering the room, Lin Feng waved his sleeve and said indifferently to Xiao Qingyue, "I have a sudden insight and require quiet contemplation. Wait in the outer chamber. Do not disturb me unless urgent." His tone was flat, as if he were merely taking a nap. Xiao Qingyue respectfully acknowledged his request, yet her heart sank with awe. The master had just displayed such earth-shaking prowess, and now he had gained new insights? This cultivation speed was truly terrifying. She silently retreated to the outer chamber, determined to even suppress her breathing, fearful of disturbing the elder's minor enlightenment. Inner chamber. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the luxurious, plush couch draped in the fur of some unknown demon beast, finally shedding the mask of a sage who remained unshaken even as a mountain collapsed before him. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, his face instantly shifting into the excited expression of a nouveau riche counting cash. Come on, little brother system. Let me see what kind of splash over 100 million can make. Chapter 19, Cultivation Skyrockets. Lin Feng's consciousness eagerly entered the system panel, specifically the permanent version of the cultivation experience zone. The scene before him resembled a skill tree from a video game. Most areas were shrouded in a gray mist signifying inadequate qualifications, with only the two lowest nodes clearly visible. The lowest one was marked First Grade Martial Artist, with a small checkmark beside it indicating already owned. Lin Feng curled his lips. Tisk, starting as a noob. Those days are best forgotten. His gaze shifted upward to the node right above, first rank, now glowing with a soft, alluring white light, second rank martial artist. The unlock price was clearly labeled beside it, 50,000 prestige points. With a flick of his thoughts, he swiped it away as decisively as a wealthy person scanning a QR code. Ding! 50,000 prestige points consumed. Permanent, second rank martial artist, cultivation unlocked. In an instant, a warm current surged forth not from external sources, but directly from the depths of every cell in Lin Feng's body. This gentle yet powerful warmth spread through him like immersing oneself in a perfectly heated hot spring on a winter day, instantly enveloping his entire being. Lin Feng nearly moaned in pleasure, quickly biting his lip to maintain his dignified demeanor. He could distinctly feel the first-grade inner force, which had previously circulated sluggishly within him like a narrow country lane, rapidly widening and solidifying under the wash of this warmth. A faint tingling and swelling sensation coursed through his meridians, proof of power growing wildly. The warmth finally converged at his dantian, settling steadily. An unprecedented fullness welled up within him, as if a miniature energy core had been added to his body, endlessly supplying power. Clenching his fist, his knuckles cracked with a crisp snap. The surge of power was undeniable. Awesome! Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. This money was well spent. More invigorating than 10 bowls of nourishing soup. System buddy, crank up that fusion rate, max it out. On the system interface, a virtual progress bar began filling rapidly in sync with Lin Feng's intent. Integration progress, 1%. 25%. 50%. 99%. 100%. Integration complete. Congratulations, host. You have permanently attained second-grade martial artist cultivation. As the bar reached full capacity, the warm sensation stabilized completely, blending seamlessly with his body. Not a trace of foreignness remained. Lin Feng felt his entire body grow significantly more solid and resilient. Got it. Second grade achieved. Lin Feng felt invigorated, his posture straightening visibly. He eagerly looked upward. Sure enough. As the second rank node lit up, the gray mist shrouding the third rank martial artist node dissipated instantly, like morning mist scattered by sunlight. The third-grade martial artist node now glowed with an even brighter white light, its unlock price clearly marked beside it, 100,000 prestige points. 100,000? Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Though it stung a little, glancing at the over 1.4 million prestige points remaining on his panel, his confidence surged back. Petty cash. If second grade was this satisfying, third grade must be off the charts. Buy. Keep buying. The path of spending never ends. Ding. 100,000 prestige points consumed. Permanent, third-grade martial artist, cultivation level acquired. This time, the sensation was entirely different. If second grade was a warm spring current, third grade was a scorching tidal wave. This energy surged with overwhelming force, like molten iron violently flooding into Lin Feng's meridians. Gah! Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, his body tensing involuntarily as beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Damn it! System buddy, are you sure this is an upgrade and not torture? This heat, even teppanyaki wouldn't be this brutal. He felt every meridian in his body being brutally widened and forged by this scorching energy, emitting a hissing sound audible only to him, as if his very flesh and blood were being tempered. An intense, throbbing pain surged through him, several times more intense than during the second grade. Yet amidst this unbearable agony, there was an indescribable exhilaration, the ultimate thrill of power surging to its limits under extreme pressure. Like that satisfying, aching clarity after pushing yourself to exhaustion in the gym. The heat wave finally settled into his dantian. Unlike the gentle, compact core of the second rank, the third rank's energy core was denser, hotter, spun faster, and contained a more surging power. Lin Feng felt his senses sharpen slightly, able to hear Xiao Qingyue's deliberately slowed, almost inaudible breathing outside. Huff, huff. This tingling sensation is intense. Lin Feng panted, wiping sweat from his brow, yet his face wore a satisfied smile of conquest. System, fuse. Hurry up. Don't make me suffer for nothing. Fusion process initiated. Current progress, 10%. Host meridian resilience insufficient, fusion speed reduced. Detecting energy shockwave. Optimizing fusion path. 40%. 70%. 99%. 100%. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have permanently attained third-grade martial artist cultivation. The fusion process was slightly slower than when ascending to second grade and a bit more rocky. The prompt text included extra descriptions like optimizing and impact, clearly indicating that third-grade power demanded higher physical requirements from Lin Feng's body. But ultimately, that overwhelming heat was tamed, transforming into a stable, blazing core within his dantian. Yes. Third grade, conquered. Lin Feng felt the power surging within him, multiplied several times over, his confidence soaring. Next. Let's see what the fourth grade costs. His gaze shifted upward. True to expectations, the fourth grade martial artist node lit up, radiating golden light that instantly signaled its superiority over the third grade. The price tag beside it was equally superior, 200,000 prestige points. 200,000? Lin Feng's eyelid twitched. Watching his prestige points instantly shrink to just over 120,000 on the interface, he felt a genuine stinging pain for the first time. This price hike is faster than real estate. Just now it was 100k, now it's doubled? System, are you jacking up the price just because you see I've got money? Though he grumbled outwardly, having experienced the painful yet exhilarating leap to grade 3, the allure of grade 4 was simply too great. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and stamped his foot mentally. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. You can't become a man above men without sacrificing prestige points. Buy it. I'm going all in today. Ding. Consume 200,000 prestige points. Redeemed permanent, 4th grade martial artist, cultivation. This time, there was no wave of heat, no warm current. Instead, an icy, crystalline chill like 10,000 years of frozen glacier surged through his body in an instant. Arg. Lin Feng nearly leapt off the soft couch, every hair on his body standing on end as his teeth began chattering uncontrollably. Cold, 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 cold. System, what the hell are you doing? 3rd grade was fire torture, 4th grade is freezing? This is ice and fire dual torment. Trying to kill me off to inherit my prestige points? This chill seemed to ignore physical defenses, seeping directly into the marrow of his bones. Lin Feng felt his blood flow slow instantly, his thoughts nearly frozen solid. Yet strangely, within this extreme chill, his meridians, bones, and even cells underwent an unprecedented tempering and purification. The meridians that had expanded under the 3rd grade scorching heat were now forcibly compressed and solidified by this frigid air, becoming as resilient as tempered steel. The fiery energy core within his dantian, once at the 3rd grade level, seemed plunged into an icy abyss. It instantly solidified and compressed, shrinking in volume yet exploding in density, and contained energy at a geometric rate. This was a painful metamorphosis from quantitative change to qualitative transformation. Lin Feng felt like a piece of iron repeatedly forged, painstakingly shaped through the extreme tempering of ice and fire. The agony surpassed that of the 3rd rank, yet the subsequent sensation of being reborn, a profound lightness and transparency, sent shivers of ecstasy through his very soul. Fusion progress initiated. Fusion progress, 5%. 15%. 80%. 99%. 100%. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have permanently attained 4th grade martial artist cultivation. When the 100% notification flashed, Lin Feng felt like he'd just crawled out of an Arctic ice cave, exhausted yet exhilarated, utterly drained. Huff, puff. 4th grade. I'm a 4th grade badass now. Lin Feng collapsed onto the soft couch, gasping for breath. Glancing at the mere 100,000 or so prestige points left on his interface, he felt it was money well spent, but damn, it hurt. His gaze trembled toward his next target, 5th grade martial artist. As expected, the node lit up, blindingly golden. The price was equally blinding, 500,000 prestige points. F50, 500,000? Lin Feng's voice cracked, his heart aching. That last 200,000 nearly killed me. Now you want 500,000? System. Are you playing some kind of escalating price game? Or do you think my money grows on trees? Staring at the remaining prestige points on his interface, he was torn. 500,000. That was nearly half his total assets. After buying this, he'd only have a little over 50,000 left. Buy? Or not? Lin Feng's inner conflict raged. Buy. From 4th grade to 5th grade, that's bound to be a huge leap in cultivation. Maybe I could even project my chi and hurt people from a distance. Just think how cool that would be. The ultimate show-off tool. Don't buy it. It's too expensive. I need to save the remaining 50-something thousand for emergencies. If I run into some asshole, I'll need to use my prestige points to exchange for experience cards to save my ass. But I'm already at 4th grade, stuck right at the threshold of 5th grade. This limbo state is like being constipated, utterly miserable. But money's always tight when you need it. Prestige points are harder to earn than eating. After wrestling with himself for a full 3 minutes, Lin Feng finally gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and cursed, "Damn it. The bold get fed, the timid starve. If I don't splurge 500k, I'll never catch up to the grandmasters. Buy it. Worst case, I'll just show off more often later. System. Redeem it for me. 5th rank martial artist. Ding. Consumed 500,000 coolness points. Redeemed permanent, 5th rank martial artist, cultivation. This time, there was no ice, no fire. A colossal, weighty force as steady as the earth itself, as towering as mountains, descended from the void without warning, crushing down upon Lin Feng's soul and body. Thud. Lin Feng felt as if an invisible giant hand had slammed him into the ground. Not a physical impact, but a crushing sensation at the very core of his being. He couldn't even utter a groan as his consciousness was instantly obliterated by this irresistible, overwhelming force. His body felt as heavy as if filled with lead and mercury, every cell screaming in agony as this force forcibly reshaped and elevated him. This isn't pain, it's a suffocating sensation of being forcibly elevated to a heightened sense of existence. As if an ant living on a two-dimensional plane were suddenly plucked into three-dimensional space, witnessing the vastness of the world while simultaneously feeling its own insignificance and an unbearable weight. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Feng felt as though he were drifting, falling, and being reshaped within an endless void. After an unknown duration, the crushing weight receded like a retreating tide. Fusion progress initiated. Congratulations, host, on permanently attaining 5th grade cultivation. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. He looked down at his hands. His skin seemed more translucent and radiant, his bone density felt multiplied several times over. His body felt light as a feather, yet contained explosive power. Chapter 20, The Unlucky Third Young Master Lu. Lu Manor. In stark contrast to the lingering shock on the streets outside, Lu Sanxiao's courtyard was bathed in an idyllic springtime glow. He was surrounded by two scantily clad, voluptuous courtesans. One fed him peeled crystal grapes, while the other gently kneaded his shoulders with delicate fingers. Lu Sanxiao squinted his eyes, reveling in the soft, fragrant embrace, his face twisted into a sick, vengeful grin. The faces of Lin Feng and Xiao Qingyue seemed to flash before his eyes once more. Malice filled his thoughts. Humph. Dare provoke this young master? Father will personally see to it that you two dogs beg for death. By now, father might even be returning with that boy's severed head. As for that little had. Lost in his triumphant thoughts, he couldn't resist giving the plump breast on his left a hard squeeze, eliciting a pained, coquettish cry. But third young master Lu only roared with laughter, pulling her tighter against him. Scream! Scream louder! Once this young master has dealt with that pair of dogs, there'll be plenty of time for you two to scream your hearts out. Ha 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 ha! Just then. Crash! The courtyard gate was violently kicked open by a force of extreme ferocity. The heavy solid wood door groaned under the strain, the bolt snapped clean off, and the door slammed against the walls on either side, sending a cloud of dust flying. The deafening noise and sudden blast of cold wind instantly shattered the courtyard's sensual atmosphere. The music abruptly ceased. Two courtesans, their faces drained of color, shrieked and huddled together in fear. Young Master Lu San also jolted awake, sitting bolt upright on the soft couch. Just as he was about to curse out loud, wondering which blind fool dared to ruin his fun, his gaze fell upon the figure being held by the servants at the doorway. All words stuck in his throat. Father. Father? Lu Sanxiao's voice trembled with utter shock and disbelief. Standing at the doorway was none other than his father, Lu Mang. But where was the slightest trace of the iron-armed gray ape's formidable presence now? His hair was disheveled, caked with dust and grass clippings. His usually imposing square face now bore an air of utter exhaustion. But what made Lu San's mind explode with a deafening buzz was the smell emanating from Lu Mang. An overpowering, undeniable stench of urine mingled with the scent of dust assaulted his senses. And then there were Lu Mang's eyes. What kind of fire burned within them? It wasn't rage, it was madness, a desire to destroy everything and go down with it. It was a hell forged from humiliation, fear, and a torrent of hatred. Young Master Lu San had never seen his father so utterly defeated, so, like a cornered, dying beast. The father he remembered was always the formidable, intimidating powerhouse no one dared provoke. Father! What happened to you? Lu Sanxiao cried out in shock, his voice cracking as he instinctively lunged forward. He was utterly bewildered. Hadn't his father gone to deal with that adulterous pair? How could things have turned out like this? Could there be another master-level expert accompanying that adulterous pair? Lu Mang's bloodshot eyes, bulging almost out of their sockets, were fixed intently on Lu Sanxiao's face. He saw the lingering lecherous grin and look of pleasure on his son's face, the two disheveled courtesans beside him, and recalled the hellish humiliation he'd just endured. Especially that cold, sticky shame between his legs, like the most vicious catalyst. "You ungrateful son!" A roar like a wounded tiger, filled with overwhelming hatred, erupted from Lu Mang's chest. The sound was so piercing and terrifying it made the entire courtyard buzz. Even the two servants supporting him flinched in fright, nearly letting go. Lu Mang erupted with terrifying strength from somewhere, violently ripping free from the servant's grasp. Like a demon crawling from hell, reeking of blood and urine, he lunged like a madman toward the third young master Lu, sprawled on the soft couch. "Father! Father, don't get so worked up." Third young master Lu was terrified out of his wits. He finally realized something was terribly wrong. His father looked like he was about to tear him apart alive. "You nearly killed me, you bastard." Lu Mang's roar was hoarse and strained, filled with boundless venom. His uninjured arm, once famed for crushing steel, bulged with fury, veins throbbing like coiled dragons. With a whistling wind, he swung it in a wide arc, slamming it down with all his might against Lu Sanxiao's face, frozen in terror and confusion. Smack! A sharp, piercing crack that made teeth ache. This single blow channeled every ounce of Lu Mang's humiliation, terror, rage, and pent-up fury. Its force far exceeded anything he'd ever unleashed before. Lu Sanxiao couldn't even manage a complete syllable before his entire body flew off the soft couch as if struck by a charging wild bull. Blood spurted from his mouth, mingled with several pearly white teeth, tracing a harrowing arc through the air. His body slammed into the carved screen behind him. With a sharp crack, the precious rosewood screen shattered, sending splinters flying everywhere. Lu Sanxiao landed like a discarded sack amidst the debris. Half his face visibly swelled, turned purple, and contorted within seconds, transforming into a dark purple, puffy dumpling. His lips split open, blood gushing freely. A constant ringing filled his ears, stars danced before his eyes, and he was utterly dazed. "Ah!" The two maids screamed piercingly, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. They scrambled and rolled, desperately trying to hide in the corner. "Get the hell out of here!" Lu Mang, like a predator ready to strike, swept his bloodshot eyes over them. The madness and murderous intent in his gaze silenced them instantly. They scrambled and crawled, screaming in terror as they fled the courtyard. Lu Mang didn't even glance at them. His entire focus was fixed on his son, who lay collapsed in the pile of broken wood like a dead dog. "You little bastard! Wretched creature!" Lu Mang loomed over Lu Sanxiao, his gaze fixed on his son's disfigured face and eyes filled with terror and despair. Far from extinguishing the inferno within him, the sight only fueled its rage. He raised his foot and stomped down hard on Lu Sanxiao's uninjured cheek. "This is what you get for causing trouble." Thud! The sole of his shoe struck the flesh with a dull thud. "For not having eyes in your head." Thud! Another kick landed squarely on Lu Sanxiao's chest. "You're going to make me pay for this trouble." Thud! 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 Lu Mang had completely lost his mind. He fought like the lowest street thug, stomping on a pile of disgusting garbage as he kicked and stomped furiously at Lu Sanxiao, who was curled up on the ground. Every kick was delivered with all his strength, accompanied by a hysterical roar. "I'll make you ask. Ask if that kid is dead. Do you know your father nearly died? He died." At first, Lu Sanxiao could still manage a few faint, pain moans and pleas. "Father, please, stop. I was wrong. Ah, spare me." But as the blows rained down relentlessly, his pleas soon turned into indistinct whimpers. Finally, only the dull thuds of his body being struck and the faint cracks of bones snapping remained. Curled up like a dried shrimp, his hands futilely shielding his face, blood poured incessantly from his mouth, nose, and ears, staining the ground and splintered wood red. His expensive brocade robe lay trampled to shreds, soaked in blood, dust, and the shameful imprint left by his father's boot soles, a mark of his father's own disgrace. Outside the courtyard, the steward, guards, and more servants who had rushed to the sound gathered at the doorway, each pale as ghosts, frozen in terror. Listening to the muffled thuds of blows landing, the master's demonic roars, and the young master's increasingly faint cries, while catching the faint, nauseating stench wafting through the air, not a single soul dared to step inside to intervene. The steward tried several times to steel himself and enter, only to be driven back each time by Lu Mang's palpable, murderous rage so intense it felt tangible even through the courtyard wall. "Master, what has come over him?" "Young master." A guard asked the steward, his voice trembling. The steward shook his head, his face drained of color, lips trembling so violently he couldn't utter a word. He knew only this: the master's state upon returning was 10,000 times more terrifying than having one's tendons severed and martial arts crippled. It was a collapse and madness seeping from the depths of his very soul. This time, the young master would likely not escape his fate. The beating in the courtyard raged on for a full quarter of an hour. Lu Mang finally grew weary from the beating. Leaning on a nearby table that hadn't collapsed, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. Sweat mingled with grime on his face, dripping steadily downward. On the ground, young Master Lu San lay utterly still, like a pool of genuine mud. Blood covered his entire body. Countless bones lay shattered within him. His face was so swollen it was unrecognizable as human. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated that a faint breath of life still lingered within him. Lu Meng gasped for air, staring down at his son's mangled form. The madness in his eyes faded slightly, replaced by an abyssal weariness and an even deeper venom. Slowly, he raised his blood-dripping right hand, pointing it at Lu Sanshao on the ground. His voice was hoarse, like the grinding of a wheel. "Rebellious son, you hear me, listen carefully." Each word seemed to drain him of strength, accompanied by heavy gasps. "From this day forward, get your ass to the ancestral hall in the back courtyard and kneel there. Without my command, dare to step outside. I'll break your dog legs and throw you to the dogs." And Lu Meng's gaze swept over the servants frozen in fear by the doorway. His voice suddenly rose, brimming with unquestionable ferocity. "What happened in this mansion today? If anyone dares leak a single word, I'll wipe out their entire family." Those final 4 words cut through the air like a bitter wind from the underworld, sending a chill through every bone in their bodies. They shuddered in unison, hastily bowing their heads and stammering their agreement. Lu Meng cast another glance at the blood-stained gourd on the floor. His eyes held no trace of fatherly affection, only boundless disgust and resentment. He said no more, staggering unsteadily toward his bedchamber. His hunched, battered figure bore no trace of the mighty iron-armed ape, only a defeated man whose spine and dignity had been utterly shattered. Only then did the steward snap out of his daze. He urgently summoned several bold guards. Quickly carry the young master to the side chamber. Gently. Go fetch the finest physician. Hurry." Chaos erupted instantly in the courtyard. Chapter 21, Lu Meng discovers the clues. Lu Meng collapsed onto the ground, his entire being seeming to age several years in an instant. The scene from moments ago replayed relentlessly in his mind. Something's wrong. Lu Meng's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. That phantom, that golden light, that resplendent divine might, it was indeed terrifying beyond measure, enough to shake the soul. But, it seemed devoid of any tangible power? Lu Meng strained to recall every detail, the blinding light, the suffocating grandeur of the phantom, the overwhelming might that seemed capable of crushing the heavens themselves. Yet, space hadn't warped. The air hadn't roared. The ground bore no traces of being crushed by colossal force. Even beyond the immense visual and mental shock, his internal organs felt no tremors from a true chi impact. On a soul level, aside from fear, there seemed no sensation of being genuinely attacked or torn apart. Compare that to the little bastard he fought earlier, those fierce sword chi, that was the real deal, power sharp enough to cleave the earth. Could it be? A thought so absurd and utterly humiliating it made him cringe surfaced, that was just some kind of illusion? A light trick? The moment this thought surfaced, it spread like poison ivy, growing wildly. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. That light, though bright, held no warmth. That shadowy figure, though vast, carried no tangible pressure. That gaze, though cold, contained no devastating mental assault. Everything felt like a meticulously planned, grand-scale deception. Ah! Lu Meng let out a primal, suppressed howl like a wounded wolf, veins bulging like dragons on his forehead. A tidal wave of humiliation and rage at being toyed with instantly engulfed him. He had been scared out of his wits by a mere illusion, kneeling in public and losing all dignity. He had even taken it out on his son, beating him senseless and destroying his authority within the household. Damn it! Damn it all! Damn them all! He pounded the hard floor with his fists, oblivious to the blood oozing from his cracked knuckles. The humiliation seethed like boiling magma, scorching his very insides. He yearned to storm out immediately, tear that brat and that little limb from limb, and wash away this utter disgrace with the most brutal methods. Yet, the moment this thought arose, it was instantly extinguished by a chill deeper than bone marrow. Those eyes, those cold, piercing eyes that seemed to see through every trace of his soul's baseness and fear, reappeared vividly before him. Even if it was merely an illusion, the fact that such a vivid, colossal illusion could be conjured, one powerful enough to shatter the resolve of a 6th-rank expert in an instant, was itself an unimaginably terrifying feat, a depth of cunning beyond comprehension. The fact that the opponent could strike him down into hell precisely at his most arrogant and triumphant moment, using such a method. That level of cunning, that level of control, was terrifying upon reflection. Moreover, that little brat was a genuine 5th-rank expert. The sword intent she displayed yesterday was no illusion. Her fanatical adoration for that boy and her address of him as master. Could that boy truly be some hidden, world-defying powerhouse? Was this illusion merely a casual punishment he doled out? What if behind that illusion truly lay a power beyond his comprehension? What if he went looking for trouble again, and next time the other party unleashed not a terrifying illusion, but a divine power capable of crushing him utterly? Fear, like a cold serpent, coiled around Lu Meng's heart once more, tighter and colder than before. The newly kindled flames of vengeance were utterly extinguished, leaving only choking black smoke and bone-piercing chill. He dared not gamble. He truly dared not gamble. Huff, huff. Lu Meng gasped for breath, his eyes filled with struggle and venom, only to be overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness and dread. He was like a tiger stripped of its fangs and claws, brimming with hatred yet stripped of the courage to pounce on its prey. I can't go. I can't go back. He muttered hoarsely. This humiliation. I can't swallow it, but my life matters more. His gaze swept slowly across the bedroom like a venomous snake hunting in the dark. Finally, it settled on the massive desk against the wall, crafted from a single piece of dark wood. In one corner sat an exquisite rosewood box, a letter case his wife, Wang Zaixiao, had brought from the capital. Inside lay specially made stationery and sealing wax bearing the Wang family's emblem. The Chao family. The Chao family of the capital. A final glimmer of ruthlessness and hope flared in Lu Mang's cloudy eyes. How could he have forgotten his greatest asset? His wife, Xiao Manling, was the legitimate daughter of the Chao family, one of the foremost aristocratic clans in the capital of Nanfeng Kingdom. The Chao family had deep roots in the imperial court, wielded immense power, and boasted countless skilled warriors within their ranks. They were far beyond comparison to him, a mere local tyrant of the small town of Qingshi. Xiao Qiao. Yes. Xiao Qiao. Lu Mang clung to this last lifeline, struggling forward despite the excruciating pain in his knees. He practically crawled to the writing desk. His trembling hands opened the rosewood box, retrieving the snow wave paper subtly patterned with faint cloud designs and exuding the elegant scent of ink, along with the crimson gold wax seal engraved with the intricate Xiao family crest. Unfolding the paper, Lu Mang took a deep breath, striving to steady his pounding heart and quell the churning hatred within him. He lifted the brush, dipping it deeply into the ink. The tip hovered over the paper, trembling slightly. Ink dripped, spreading into a small stain on the snow-white surface, a reflection of his own tarnished state of mind. After writing the opening lines, Lu Mang paused, a complex flicker passing through his eyes. He and Xiao Manling had met by chance. Back then, she had been poisoned and needed to have intercourse with a man to counteract the toxin. Lu Mang happened to seize that opportunity. Their marital bond was exceedingly thin. But now, he had to awaken her spousal affection. Gritting his teeth, he began to write. His handwriting was distorted by anger and weakness, yet every stroke carried a searing hatred. He exaggerated the wicked deeds of Lin Feng and the other man, attributing all the injuries suffered by third young master Lu to them. After finishing the last character, Lu Mang seemed to have exhausted every ounce of strength in his body. He slumped back against the chair, gasping for breath. His eyes flickered with a cold, vindictive gleam as he stared at the blood-stained paper, its carefully crafted accusations dripping with manipulation. He carefully picked up the crimson gold wax seal, warmed it over the candle flame, then pressed it firmly onto the envelope seal. A clear, intricate seal bearing the character Chao imbued with ancient authority was imprinted upon the deep crimson wax. Someone! Lu Mang bellowed with all his strength, his voice hoarse yet carrying an unquestionable command. A trusted guard entered the room trembling, head bowed, avoiding Lu Mang's disheveled appearance and the pungent odor filling the chamber. Deliver this letter by the swiftest falcon, at the highest priority, to the Chao residence in the capital. Present it personally to Lady Xiao Manling. No mistakes. Lu Mang thrust the sealed missive forward, his gaze as poisoned as a dagger. Remember, this letter is a matter of life and death. Should there be the slightest mishap en route, bring your head. Yes, sir. The guard took the letter, which felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, his hands trembling at the lingering warmth of the sealing wax and the terrifying madness in his master's eyes. He bowed deeply and hurried out, practically running to make arrangements. The door closed once more. Inside the bedroom, only Lu Mang's heavy breathing and the crackling of the flickering candle remained. Slumped in his chair, he stared at the dancing flames, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Humiliation, fear, resentment, anticipation, a tangled web of emotions swirled within him. He dared not face Lin Feng and Xiao Qingyue again, but he had successfully directed the flames of vengeance toward a far more powerful entity. The Wang family of the capital. As long as Xiao Qiao arrives with the Wang family's elite. Lin Feng. Xiao Qingyue. No matter how bizarre you are, no matter how skilled you are at manipulating light, shadow, and human hearts, before absolute power, you are nothing but worthless trash. Then, I'll make you kneel at my feet and lick the urine stains clean off my boots. I'll make you taste the agony worse than death. A twisted, ferocious grin spread across Lu Mang's face, as if he already saw his enemies wailing and begging for mercy under the Wang family's crushing might. That smile, reflected in the candlelight, looked eerily sinister. He pinned all his hopes and twisted hatred upon that secret letter flying toward the capital. Chapter 22, The System's Search Function. The next morning. Ah, so good. Lin Feng's roar was so powerful it made the window paper vibrate. Fortunately, the soundproofing in this star-plucking tower room was excellent. Otherwise, if anyone outside had heard him, his image as a reclusive master would have crumbled instantly. He felt like a cicada nymph fresh out of its shell, radiating renewed vigor. Reaching the 5th rank in one go yesterday had been more effective than any tonic. All his aching muscles, cramped legs, and post-all-nighter fatigue had vanished without a trace. He felt like he could smash a mountain with a single punch. Of course, it was just a feeling. The only flaw in this perfect picture was the slight twinge of regret in his heart. With a thought, a translucent, high-tech virtual panel materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. Name, Lin Feng. Cultivation level, 5th rank martial artist. Cool factor 632, 675. Ha! 63,000 already? Yesterday's grand spectacle with the true form of the martial god sure packs a lasting punch. Before he could savor the moment, the system's text prompts flooded in, mostly single-digit prestige points trickling in. What's more, the time span was ridiculously long, only a few points trickled in every 10 minutes or so. Unfortunately, though, that afterglow lingered, causing those who had been stunned to subconsciously and sporadically contribute style points. This trickle was utterly insignificant compared to yesterday's tidal wave. It was like sprinkling salt into the ocean, better than nothing, but utterly futile. Ugh. Lin Feng sighed heavily, his face utterly devoid of joy. These people's threshold has been raised way too high. He knew full well that in their minds, even a fart from Lin Feng carried divine aura. To pull off another major stunt here, shock their fragile little hearts, and squeeze out another wave of coolness points? Impossible. Harder than climbing to the heavens. They'd just take it for granted. Never again would they react like yesterday, eyes bulging like copper bells, jaws dropping to their ankles, erupting in thunderous gasps of astonishment. This place is no longer safe. Lin Feng slapped his thigh, making a brilliant decision. People thrive when they move, trees die when transplanted, even showing off needs a new map. Graduation from the newbie village is complete. It's time to conquer the big city. With that thought, Lin Feng leaped out of bed like a carp. He turned to the blurry bronze mirror in his room and began adjusting his appearance. His hair was meticulously combed, his robes immaculate, his gaze deep and distant, a faint, world-weary smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was striking poses before the mirror, trying to permanently etch that mysterious sage aura onto his face. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a clear, pleasant female voice tinged with obvious respect. "Sir, are you awake?" It was Xiao Qingyue. Lin Feng struck a pose befitting a sage. In a voice that seemed to float down from the heavens, lazy yet magnetic, he replied indifferently, "Awake. Come in." No sooner had the words left his lips than the door slid open gently. Xiao Qingyue entered carrying a tray. She wore her signature pale yellow outfit again today, but her complexion had visibly improved. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng was nothing short of reverent and adoring, as if he were not a man but a moving, glowing, breathing mountain of miracles. Lin Feng's gaze was instantly drawn to the oil paper wrapped package on the tray, radiating a deadly allure. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the pungent fragrance of scallions and ginger, along with the distinctive wheat scent from the high-temperature baked wrapper. Like an invisible hand, it precisely seized his stomach and began madly tickling it. A faint rumble to his ears, thunderous, was stifled by Lin Feng's iron will. His expression remained utterly composed, even carrying a hint of detached indifference toward mundane matters. Yet inwardly, he admired Xiao Qingyue immensely. This cheap apprentice is too good. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy, or buns when you're hungry. Just for this kind of foresight, her promotion from nominal disciple to full disciple is just around the corner. Xiao Qingyue presented the steamed buns with both hands, her voice soft as feathers. "Master, you exerted yourself greatly yesterday. Qingyue has prepared some breakfast for you. It is humble fare, but I hope you will not look down upon it." In her mind, beings as ethereal as immortals surely subsisted on dew and flower petals. These mundane meat buns? They're practically an insult to the master. But she really had no idea what else to prepare. Lin Feng's inner monologue, disdain? Not a chance. All I want right now is to hug this bun and devour it. He gave a slight nod outwardly, gracefully accepting the bun and began eating it with deliberate slowness. Lin Feng chewed with extreme slowness and grace, savoring each bite as if contemplating the ultimate truths of the universe. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if he were consuming not mere dumplings, but fragments of the cosmic laws themselves. Only after several buns had passed his lips did Lin Feng finally feel full. He cleared his throat, striving to regain that sense of transcendence. "Our business here is done. We should depart." Xiao Qingyue heard this without surprise. A master of such stature would never linger long in a remote backwater like Qingshi town. "Master, where shall we go?" she asked respectfully. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing upward at the rafters at a 45-degree angle, feigning deep contemplation. Truthfully, only one thought occupied his mind: crowded. A place to show off. He pondered for a moment before speaking in a tone that suggested he'd just decided the fate of the world. "We shall head to Sangzhou City." Reason? No need for reasons. A master acts as he pleases. Truthfully, the reason was simple. Sangzhou City was the nearest major metropolis, bustling, crowded, and densely populated. It was a natural, fertile coolness factor field. If he could unleash another true form of the martial god plus max edition right in the heart of Sangzhou City. Wouldn't his cool factor skyrocket like a rocket, shooting up whoosh, whoosh, whoosh? Just thinking about it was pure bliss. The only thing gnawing at his gut was that yesterday's mind-blowing true form of the martial god effect vanished the moment he redeemed it. Lin Feng recalled how the system had boasted extravagantly when he first bound it, promising to exchange for anything and everything. But what was the result? Every time he opened the exchange list, it felt like walking into a $2 store at the village entrance, just the same old junk over and over. This wasn't exchanging everything. It was pure, unadulterated bull. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Lin Feng decided to confront the system. He focused his mind into the system space and began calling out to the void. System! System! Show yourself! Stop playing dead! Come out and explain yourself! Ding! A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed deep within his mind. Host, what is it you desire? What do I want? I'm here to have a serious talk with you. When we first bound, didn't you guarantee with your chest pounded that with enough swag points I could exchange for anything? And what do I get? This exchange zone is cleaner than my face. Just a handful of useless junk that's completely worthless to me right now. How am I supposed to show off stylishly? How am I supposed to earn style points sustainably? This is false advertising. I'm filing a complaint. The system fell silent for 3 seconds before its cold electronic voice resumed, tinged with an eerie, matter-of-fact calm. The item database is excessively vast, containing quadrillions of entries. Displaying all would cause your consciousness to instantly collapse from information overload, resulting in brain death. Therefore, only recommended items matching your current cultivation level, environment, and remaining swag points are displayed by default. Lin Feng froze. Huh? This kind of thing exists? So it's actually for my own good? System, yes. This system prioritizes the host's safety and optimal experience above all else. Lin Feng, then why didn't you make that clear earlier? System, host, you never inquired. The electronic voice carried an air of righteous indignation, as if saying, I'm not taking the blame for this. Lin Feng nearly choked on his own blood. Ing. He took a deep breath mentally, trying to tell himself, don't get into arguments with an AI, especially one that seems this unintelligent. Fine. It's my fault. I, Lin Feng, am ignorant and narrow-minded. Now then, esteemed, all-powerful, safety-conscious system lord, I, Lin Feng, formally request your guidance. How can I search for the exchange items I truly desire? The system's electronic voice seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of satisfaction. Host may utilize keyword search functionality. Please clearly describe the type, effect, or name of the item you wish to exchange. Why didn't you say so sooner? Lin Feng felt a sudden clarity, as if a new world had opened before him. He immediately grew excited. System. Search for me. Lin Feng's mind brimmed with desire. Keyword, special effects. I want those auto-triggering, persistent, flashy, and undeniably otherworldly special effects exchange items. Preferably stackable, upgradable, and bright enough to blind titanium alloy eyes. Price, let's not worry about that yet. Just show me. Chapter 23, Ethereal Aura. Ding. Searching for items related to keyword special effects. Search complete. Items matching host's description are as follows. In an instant, the virtual panel before Lin Feng's eyes refreshed. Gone were the meager, basic items instead, a dense, sprawling list of bizarre names and icons filled the screen, dazzling him so much his mouth watered. Stardust surround, 50,000 prestige points. Automatically fine stardust particles around the wearer, creating an ethereal, dreamlike aura. Passive effect. Aura of spiritual radiance, 80,000 style points. A gentle halo emanates from behind the head, radiating sacred solemnity. Passive effect. Lotus steps, 100,000 style points. As you walk, illusory lotus flowers automatically form beneath your feet, radiating brilliance with each step. Active ability. Trail of light, 120,000 style points. Leaves fleeting light trails behind during rapid movement, utterly dazzling. Passive effect. Celestial aura, 150,000 prestige points. Visible white mist continuously emanates from the body, resembling a fallen immortal descending to the mortal realm. Passive effect intensity adjustable. Divine melody, 200,000 style points. Emits an ethereal, mystical sound during movement, captivating all who hear it. Passive effect. Note, all effects above deal no damage and are purely cosmetic. Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement as if countless points of coolness were beckoning him. But upon seeing the price, his previously burning heart instantly cooled by half. Whoa! 500,000 for a non-damage effect? You're robbing me, system. Lin Feng inwardly screamed. My entire fortune of 630,000 might look substantial, but it can't withstand this kind of spending. Ding. All effects recommended by this system are permanently effective. Permanent? Hearing this, Lin Feng's mood eased slightly. He quickly calculated, permanent is great. Ultimate moves like True Form of the Martial God make a big splash, but they cost 10,000 per use and disappear afterward, way too inefficient. What I need now is a passive effect that flows steadily, lets me show off non-stop, and requires zero extra effort. That's the sustainable way to go. His gaze scanned the list, finally settling on Aura of Immortality. This is it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Divine Aura. Just the name screams high-end, classy, and sophisticated. Plus, it's passive and constantly active. Picture this, I just stand there, not even needing to speak or move, with my own Divine Aura entrance theme playing. That level of swagger, that atmosphere, it'll max out instantly. The suckers in Sangzhou City will bow down in awe, madly contributing shock points, right? Best of all, it was only 150,000 credits. Well within his budget. System. Redeem this divine aura. Set it to passive activation. Concentration, start at medium level, nothing too over the top that scares people, but definitely noticeable. Lin Feng made his decision decisively. Ding. Item exchanged, ethereal aura passive effect. Style points consumed, 150,000. Effect activated. Host may mentally adjust concentration at any time. An indescribably cool aura instantly surged from the depths of Lin Feng's limbs and bones. It wasn't tangible energy, but rather the embodiment of a presence. A faint, hazy mist like the vapor rising from the finest jade began to drift around him, barely perceptible, especially at his shoulders, hair tips, and the edges of his robes. Pure and gentle, this mist carried an otherworldly ethereality, making him appear even more transcendent and detached from the mundane, as if he had just stepped out of a mist-shrouded immortal mountain. It worked! Lin Feng's heart surged with wild joy. The effect was even better than he'd imagined. Those 150,000 credits were well spent. He instinctively glanced at the system panel. Cool factor 4A2, 675. Whoa, still stings a bit. Lin Feng's lips twitched imperceptibly. But it's an investment. All for greater returns in the future. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in what seemed like an instant to the outside world. Xiao Qingyue stood respectfully at his side, hands clasped, awaiting her master's instructions. She sensed that after he took the steamed bun, his aura seemed to shift in some indescribable way, becoming even more unfathomable. She dared not look up, keeping her eyes lowered. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement, standing with hands clasped behind his back as he gazed upward at the ceiling beam at a 45-degree angle. At that moment, a faint, ethereal aura swirled around him, lending his posture an extraordinary sense of artistic conception. Sangzhou City, Lin Feng spoke again, his voice retaining its lazy magnetism, yet now infused with a new aura, each syllable seeming to carry a lingering trace of celestial energy. There's no time to waste. We depart immediately. Yes, sir. Xiao Qingyue responded promptly. She lifted her head, and when her gaze met the faint, ethereal white mist surrounding Lin Feng, her pupils suddenly contracted. What was that? The soft light of dawn filtered through the paper window, gently bathing Lin Feng. Xiao Qingyue clearly saw that the master's already towering, otherworldly figure was now enveloped in a layer of flowing, pure white energy like a sheer veil. This energy was neither water vapor nor an outward projection of inner strength. It carried an indescribable tranquility and loftiness that pierced deep into the soul. Divine aura? Xiao Qingyue's breath caught in her throat. Her heart felt as though it had been clenched by an invisible hand. Yesterday's awe-inspiring manifestation of the heaven-defying martial god was indeed staggering, but it felt more like earth-shattering divine might. Yet now, this silent, mist-like aura enveloping him, it was so tangible, so persistently manifesting before her eyes. This was unmistakably the aura of immortals. The very phenomenon said to belong only to those legendary land immortals who feasted on dawnlight and drank dew, untouched by worldly dust. The master was actually emitting divine aura at all times? Even walking and eating came with a divine aura backdrop? This realization exploded like thunder in Xiao Qingyue's mind. Her understanding of the term master had been utterly redefined. Yesterday's shock paled in comparison to this unceasing display of divine aura before her eyes. Thud! Xiao Qingyue's legs gave way, and she found herself kneeling once more, her forehead pressed firmly against the ground. Her voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement and profound reverence. Master, your divine presence is peerless. Qingyue. Qingyue, to serve by your side is truly a blessing earned through 100 lifetimes of cultivation. She was so overcome with emotion she could barely form coherent words. Ding! Extreme shock plus admiration from Xiao Qingyue. Prestige plus 999. Ding! From Xiao Qingyue, deepening faith. Prestige plus 50. Plus 50. Plus 50. A series of melodious system notifications echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Holy! It worked this fast? This passive effect is way too powerful. Lin Feng's heart was bursting with joy. The slight pang of regret he'd felt moments ago vanished instantly, swept away by the surging tide of prestige points. He looked down at Xiao Qingyue, trembling with excitement as she knelt on the ground, forcing himself to maintain a calm expression. Rise! Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if the divine aura surrounding him were but a trivial matter. Such outward appearances need not concern you. Prepare yourself, we depart at once. Yes. Yes, master. Xiao Qingyue scrambled to her feet, moving with utmost caution, as if afraid to disturb the sacred aura surrounding her master. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng was no longer mere admiration, it was more like a devotee looking up at a deity walking among mortals. Lin Feng felt a quiet satisfaction, yet outwardly remained composed as he led the way toward the door. As he moved, the faint mist of divine aura flowed behind him, leaving behind fleeting, dreamlike trails. Chapter 24, The Illusory Celestial Robe. The two emerged from the star-plucking tower, one ahead, the other behind. The bustling energy and vitality of Qingshi town greeted them at dawn. The sun shone brightly, bathing the cobblestone streets and steaming up the lingering moisture from last night's rain. The cries of breakfast vendors, the clatter of carts and horses, and the chatter of passers-by mingled together, painting a vivid tableau of the bustling marketplace. Yet, when Lin Feng's figure appeared at the doorway, bathed in the morning light and enveloped in a visible, pure white mist that was neither smoke nor fog, time seemed to pause. The farmers carrying vegetable baskets closest to him, the housewives haggling with vendors, and the idlers slurping noodles by the roadside. Their gazes were all drawn to this strange sight. First came confusion, then shock. Quick, look! It's the guy from yesterday. A sharp-eyed man gasped sharply, nearly dropping his tobacco pipe. Pointing at Lin Feng, his voice cracked with terror. Good heavens! White smoke is rising from his body. The old man selling tofu pudding beside him trembled, his ladle clattering into the bucket. What white smoke? Are you blind? That's clearly divine aura. A pedantic scholar who looked like he'd studied a few books trembled with excitement, his beard quivering as he pointed at the luminous halo flowing around Lin Feng. His voice shook as he corrected, ancient texts say when immortals descend to the mortal realm, ascending amidst clouds, auspicious chi must follow them. This is auspicious chi. Divine aura. He truly is a living immortal. Yesterday's colossal, city-dominating illusion of the true form of the martial god had already etched Lin Feng's identity as an immortal into the hearts of every witness in Qingshi town. Now, seeing him again, the awe in their hearts had not yet subsided. The ever-present, naturally emanating aura of divine energy now enveloping him in a halo of sanctity undoubtedly elevated that reverence to new heights. Moreover, it solidified his status as a celestial being in a more tangible, more everyday manner. The crowd's reaction was swift and unanimous. Like Moses parting the sea, the crowd on the street before Lin Feng instantly parted to either side, clearing a wide passage. All the clamor subsided, replaced by stifled gasps and reverent whispers. People bowed their heads, averting their gaze, afraid to look directly at the figure bathed in divine aura, fearing their mundane eyes might offend the celestial presence. Several timid souls even fell to their knees by the roadside, foreheads pressed against the cold pavement. Lin Feng remained outwardly composed, maintaining his detached serenity as he strode confidently onto the street. His peripheral vision keenly registered the reactions of the surrounding crowd, and he felt quite satisfied with the awe-inspiring effect this aura of divinity had produced. However, the moment he diverted his attention to check the system panel in his mind, a wave of intense disappointment instantly washed away the pride that had just begun to rise. Ding! Shock plus awe from random passers-by. Coolness factor plus 15. Ding! Extreme reverence from the vegetable vendor. Coolness factor plus 32. Ding! Fervent adoration from the pedantic scholar. Cool factor plus 66. Ding! From style points plus 8. The text on the system panel flashed like a scrolling ticker, but the numbers that popped up were mostly pitiful single digits or barely double digits. Occasionally, a score in the tens would appear, considered a big payout. The scrolling updates looked lively, but the cumulative growth was as slow as a stream nearly drying up in the dry season. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, his face twitching imperceptibly. These guys have definitely developed resistance. Yesterday's true form of the martial god was too intense, it raised their threshold, didn't it? Now, seeing something like divine aura, a sustained effect, they're still shocked and scared, but the intensity and novelty just aren't cutting it anymore. The prestige points they're doling out are so stingy, it's like they're feeding beggars. Would it kill them to contribute more prestige points? They have zero awareness of sustainable development. He instinctively glanced at Xiao Qingyue, trailing half a step behind him. TSK, my chief disciple is still the best. High loyalty, max emotional value, and consistently delivers rich, satisfying cool factor. Lin Feng's heart swelled with emotion, his satisfaction with Xiao Qingyue skyrocketing. Indeed, one high-quality core fan is worth 100. Those casual passers-by out there are too low-grade, they're a pain to harvest. This stark contrast made Lin Feng acutely aware he must expand into new markets and find fresh fields of scallions. Walking through the quiet, reverent streets, Lin Feng immersed most of his attention into the system interface in his mind. The staggering balance of over 480,000 prestige points still glowed with an alluring radiance. Since the old chives of Qingshi town offered little profit for now, he had to invest this precious seed money wisely, investing in the future, exchanging it for production resources that could generate greater swagger benefits and leverage more prestige points. He scanned the system panel for keywords: elixirs, cultivation techniques, talismans, materials, rare artifacts, even tech site creations, a bizarre and dazzling array. He patiently scanned through row after row of listings with lightning-fast mental speed. Divine weapons? Nothing particularly tempting for now. One-time ultimate moves? Like true form of the martial god? Expensive, useless after use, not suitable for non-emergencies or major show-off occasions. Pass. Miscellaneous pills and oddities? Either their effects were unclear or he had no immediate use for them. Just as Lin Feng was growing weary from the endless browsing, his gaze suddenly froze on an item listed under the clothing category. Item name: Phantom-shaped celestial robe. Exchange price, 300,000 style points. Free transformation active. The wearer can instantly alter the appearance of their robes through thought alone. Whether it be an ancient Taoist robe, imposing armor, flowing martial attire, luxurious brocade garments, coarse hemp clothing, or even exotic foreign attire, all can be transformed at will in an instant, without a trace of mundane energy. Holy! Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the words shape-shifting at will. An indescribable thrill shot through his entire body like an electric current. The frustration from the passerby's stinginess vanished into thin air. A brilliant, epic-level idea for showing off exploded in his mind. Imagine this. Under the gaze of countless spectators, facing a formidable foe, tension thick as rope. You stand there in plain blue robes, hands behind your back, an air of lazy indifference about you, seemingly unconcerned with the storm brewing. Just as his opponent's momentum surged to its peak and launched a devastating strike. Poof! The strength of an ant dares to shake the heavens? With a faint, indifferent snort, his mind flickered. Swish! No earth-shattering roar, no lengthy transformation sequence. In the blink of an eye, as if time itself had skipped a frame, the plain blue robe rippled like water, instantly reshaping and solidifying. The next instant, a formidable suit of armor extremely stylish in design, with sharp, fierce lines and a cold, dark gold glow had already covered his entire body. The armor plates were menacing, their edges as sharp as blades. Beast heads adorned his shoulders, dragon patterns encircled his waist, and his helmet covered his face, revealing only two cold, contemptuous glints that looked down on all living things. The original languid aura was instantly replaced by an overbearing, razor-sharp, invincible presence. Like a primordial beast awakening from slumber, it opened its eyes. Combined with the ever-present aura of divine energy swirling around him. The sight. The contrast. The sheer awesomeness. Just imagining it made Lin Feng's blood boil. This was like taking the coolest armored transformation scenes from movies in his past life and bringing them to life in the most natural, badass way imaginable. And without a trace of special effects, just a genuine costume change. The visual impact would absolutely shatter any audience's shock threshold in an instant. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Lin Feng was so excited he nearly lost his cool composure. Spending 300,000 for countless show-off moments? Switching personas anytime, anywhere, seamlessly transitioning between all kinds of show-off scenarios. This is the sustainable path to becoming the ultimate show-off king. Way more cost-effective than those one-time ultimate moves. He glanced at the system panel again. Cool factor value, 482,675. Exchanging for this phantom-shifting celestial robe required a full 300,000 points. It nearly drained most of his savings. Saying it didn't hurt was a lie. Investment. This is all for greater future returns. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a surge of boldness filling his heart. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. With this phantom-shaped celestial robe and the enveloping immortal aura, I'll be a walking, self-perpetuating show-off machine. Worried about recouping this 300k? I could even make 3 million. His eyes flashed with excitement and determination, as if he could already see countless points of swagger surging toward him like a raging river. This batch of suckers in Qingshi town wasn't up to par? No problem. With his new gear, he could venture into broader horizons and harvest even more plump, juicy suckers. System. Lin Feng issued the command with unwavering resolve through his thoughts. Lock target. Exchange. Chapter 25. Experience the transformation. Ding. Phantom form robe exchange successful. Host, do you wish to equip? The cold system prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind, snapping him out of his endless fantasies of future show-off moments. Equip? Now. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. His gaze instinctively swept over the crowd lining the street, holding their breath and bowing their heads, then glanced at his own flowing cloud robe decently made, but certainly lacking any ethereal aura. If I equip it now, will this phantom-shaped celestial robe suddenly appear, causing my old clothes to perform a heavenly maiden scattering flowers or golden cicada shedding its shell right here? Shedding like a snake right on the spot? The image was too vivid to contemplate. A barely perceptible twitch flicked across Lin Feng's lips. If that happened, the carefully cultivated image of a celestial being, transcending the mundane he'd worked so hard to project, would instantly collapse into that of a perverted performance artist streaking down the street. Forget increasing his cool factor, it would plummet into negative territory. Wouldn't those 300,000 credits go down the drain? Just as Lin Feng agonized over selecting do not equip, the system's voice chimed in. Host, there is no need for concern. System-produced items are guaranteed to be premium quality, featuring perfect integration. Upon equipping, the phantom-shaped celestial garment will transform into an invisible energy state, seamlessly covering and replacing the appearance of your current clothing. You will experience no physical changes whatsoever. Perfect fusion? Why didn't you say so sooner? A weight lifted from Lin Feng's heart. What are we waiting for? Equip. Now. Immediately. Equipment command confirmed. Phantom-shaped celestial garment merging. Integration successful. The moment the system prompt faded, Lin Feng felt an incredibly faint chill lighter than a feather's touch brush over him, vanishing in an instant. He looked down at himself. The flowing cloud robe remained unchanged, its texture, pattern, even the inconspicuous wear at the cuff stayed exactly the same. That's it? Lin Feng was a bit dazed, instinctively shrugging his shoulders. The feel and weight were completely unchanged. System, are you sure the gear's equipped? Don't tell me you're trying to pull a fast one on me with a subpar item for 300,000 credits? Host may now initiate the inaugural telepathic outfit change experience. Alright, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Lin Feng's eyes swept intently over the crowd lining the street, still holding their breath in awe. His mind began to race. Those old suckers just contributed some meager prestige points perfect for testing the waters. Anyway, I'm already a living deity in their eyes. Changing my outfit, that should fall within the reasonable scope of divine arts, right? Maybe I can even stimulate their threshold, which has been raised too high by the true form of the martial god, and squeeze out some fresh profits. Thoughts turned to action. Lin Feng's mind instantly locked onto his mental image of celestial grace rejecting flashy colors. He chose the style most fitting for a low-key luxury with depth persona, a seemingly plain blue robe, yet its fabric subtly shimmered with cloud brocade-like patterns. Wide sleeves and flowing lines gave an air of graceful movement with every step. A jade belt of matching hues cinched his waist, adorned with a flawless, warm-toned ancient ring-shaped jade pendant. His hair was casually gathered with an antique wooden hairpin, strands naturally cascading over his temples. The overall aura emphasized the essence of returning to simplicity and following nature's way. This is it. Transform. Lin Feng murmured inwardly. Suddenly, the hem of Lin Feng's flowing cloud robe seemed to be stained by an invisible drop of ink, rich with the essence of the Tao. The hue was not pure black, but a profound, restrained azure like the distant mountain contours of early spring, carrying an indescribable vitality and ancient charm. This azure hue spread outward at a visible pace, expanding with exquisite grace and effortless naturalness. Wherever it touched, the original fabric texture melted away like ice and snow, replaced by a new material more delicate, more supple, and seemingly infused with the fluidity of drifting clouds and mist. The azure hue itself was not uniform as it spread, shades deepened and lightened, interweaving like the subtle gradations in a watercolor painting. Under shifting light, it faintly revealed an inherent, warm luster reminiscent of the finest jade and subtle patterns like those in cloud brocade. The transformation extended beyond mere color and texture. The wide cuffs silently extended and fell, their lines becoming more fluid and expressive, as if gathering the gentle breezes of heaven and earth. The waistline, once slightly taut, seemed re-tailored by an invisible hand, becoming loose and comfortable. A shimmering, same-hued jade sash materialized from thin air, solidifying perfectly around the waist. A circular ancient jade ornament was silently inlaid upon it, emitting a soft, warm glow. Even the hairpin underwent a quiet transformation. The ordinary hairpin seemed to dissolve into the river of time, replaced by one of simple, ancient design, bearing natural wood grain. A few strands that had been slightly disheveled were now perfectly combed, falling naturally over the temples, adding a touch of carefree abandon. The entire process unfolded like the most skilled painter wielding brush and ink, or like time itself gently accelerating its flow over a person. It was not achieved in one swift stroke, but through a gradual transformation clearly visible to the naked eye, yet imbued with the subtle artistry of nature itself. From a faint tinge of blue at the hem of his robe, it spread until his entire body was draped in a flowing azure garment. All this unfolded within a mere breath or two. No blinding light, no warping of space, only a seamless, innate flow of Taoist grace, as if Lin Feng had always been meant to wear this attire. As the one closest to Lin Feng, sharing his very breath, Xiao Qingyue followed half a step behind her master, her heart brimming with reverence and childlike devotion. Her eyes lowered, she dared only to follow the master's towering, pine-like figure, shrouded in divine aura, with respectful peripheral vision. Suddenly, she keenly sensed the celestial aura surrounding her master, which had flowed steadily until now flicker with an almost imperceptible fluctuation. It was like an invisible pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, sending out a barely discernible ripple. Instinctively, she lifted her eyelashes slightly. The moment she looked up, her breath caught in her throat. Xiao Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened to their absolute limit. She forgot to breathe, every sense utterly captivated by the unbelievable sight before her. Sir, this is... Xiao Qingyue's heart pounded like a drum, threatening to leap from her throat. Her small mouth opened slightly without her realizing it, yet no sound emerged. A colossal, earth-shattering shock washed over her consciousness like a tsunami. Yesterday's towering true form of the martial god had radiated overwhelming might, yet it felt more like a display of raw power. But this scene before her eyes, this silent, effortless reforging of the immortal robe, this was clearly mastery over the very laws of heaven and earth. Sir, your methods are truly beyond comprehension, far surpassing my wildest imagination. The crowds lining both sides of the street also noticed this spectacle. Whoa! Heavens, heavens! I saw it! I saw it! The immortal's robes, they grew on their own. It's not changing. It's transforming. Like water flowing over it, it just changes. That fabric. That radiance. That jade sash. Holy moly. Ding. Deep soul shaking all plus faith elevation from Xiao Qingyue. Prestige plus 18,888. Ding. Faith elevating shockwave from the pedantic scholar. Style points plus 1,288. Ding. Worldview collapse from the tofu pudding vendor. Coolness factor plus 366. Ding. From vegetable farmer A, progressive cognitive collapse. Style points plus 199. Ding. From loafer B's complete stupefaction. Coolness factor plus 155. Ding. Plus 121. Chapter 26, Redeeming the Great Eagle. Lin Feng stared at the cascading notifications flooding his system panel, his heart swelling with immense delight. Just one divine garment reshaping operation had sent his prestige value skyrocketing from a paltry 180,000 to over 200,000. Finally out of single digits. He nearly shed tears of joy. Recalling how those people had previously contributed a few points or tens of points at a time, and now seeing hundreds or even thousands pouring in effortlessly, the efficiency had increased by dozens of times. Not bad, not bad. This bunch of old suckers finally got the hint they know they need to splurge to worship the gods. They do have potential after all. But after the initial joy, a practical problem immediately surfaced. Wait to Sanzhou City? On foot? Lin Feng's heart sank. Sanzhou City was at least 100 kilometers away. Even as a 5th-rank martial artist, running there would leave him half dead with exhaustion, taking hours at the very least. But the real problem was this just didn't feel right. In Xiao Qingyue's eyes, he was a master. Yet here he was, turning around and huffing and puffing his way there on foot? The contrast was too stark. What if he kicked up dust, gasped for breath, and drenched his newly changed low-key luxury with substance blue robe and sweat? The image was too vivid to contemplate. Lin Feng instantly pictured the hint of confusion that might flicker in Xiao Qingyue's clear eyes. Sir, why not ride the clouds? Or fly on a sword? Absolutely not. Lin Feng jolted awake, his consciousness diving into the system interface. System. Quick. Search for flying items. Flying swords, flying boats, flying carpets, anything. Just get me something that doesn't require legs. He deliberately avoided the word magic artifact, dreading the price tag that might come with a string of zeros large enough to give him a heart attack. This system catalogs an exhaustive array of items. Provided the host possesses sufficient prestige points, any object may be exchanged. The system's cold response carried its usual air of extravagance. The interface refreshed, instantly listing dozens of items sorted from lowest to highest price. Lin Feng scanned the panel, noticing only the first item was available for exchange. The rest displayed question marks, clearly indicating they were locked. Common Eagle, 200,000 style points. Capable of maintaining telepathic communication with the host and exhibiting 100% loyalty. Lin Feng. He felt his hopeful expression crack instantly. Ordinary Great Eagle? The name was so plain it broke his heart. Does this thing even fit my current back-to-basics immortal persona? Couldn't you at least give me a white crane? At least those come with a built-in ethereal aura filter. He pictured himself in flowing blue robes, perched atop a drab, possibly balding eagle. The image wasn't just lacking in ethereal charm, it screamed mountain bandit on inspection. Wait, a white crane, probably can't carry 2 people? Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Qingyue trailing behind him, eyes brimming with admiration, and resignedly extinguished his last shred of hope for a crane. Fine. An eagle it is. Better than walking on foot. Just as he redeemed the plain and unadorned eagle and prepared to summon it, a flash of inspiration struck his mind like lightning. System. Lin Feng's voice trembled with desperation. Special effects. Can the ones I bought earlier be applied to this eagle? The system seemed to freeze for a split second at this unexpected request before responding. Yes. Lin Feng's heart surged with wild joy. Special effects? Why worry about it being ordinary? He felt hoped on. It's just an eagle. With a special effects battlesuit, it'll be badass, cool, and mind-blowing. With effects, even a chicken can become a phoenix. Oh wait, a divine eagle. Lin Feng immediately searched for special effects, his target clear. He went straight for the most extravagant, dazzling, and eye-blinding option. Finally, his gaze locked onto a special effect worth a whopping 100,000 style points. Rainbow Blow Aura Dynamic Version, 100,000 style points. Causes the target creature to continuously emit a flowing rainbow glow. This is the one. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and watched as his hard-earned 200,000 plus swagger points instantly shrank to a pitiful few thousand. His heart bled. But recalling the ironclad rule of high investment for high returns, he forced himself to suppress the pain. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. Without splurging on style points, I'll never intimidate Xiao Qingyue and this bunch of suckers. Without hesitation, Lin Feng initiated the exchange. System, apply the special effects to the Great Eagle. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the light sphere representing the ordinary eagle on the system panel slowly approached and merged with the light sphere representing the rainbow-hued glowing halo special effect. Moments later, a dazzling orb emerged 100 times more brilliant than before, its interior seeming to contain flowing rainbows. The time has come. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, gazing intently at the empty street ahead. His eyes held a profound depth, as if communicating with some unseen presence. Simultaneously, he silently commanded, "System, extract rainbow glow sculpture." The instant Lin Feng raised his right hand, adopting that profoundly mysterious posture. Quick, look, divine being. The old tofu pudding vendor was the first to notice the anomaly. The spoon in his hand clattered into the tofu vat, splashing a cloud of milky bean curd all over his face, yet he remained utterly oblivious. His trembling finger pointed toward Lin Feng, eyes bulging so wide they seemed ready to pop from their sockets. Whoa! The pedantic scholar sucked in a sharp breath. The immortal is about to wield his supreme divine arts again? The crowd's commotion spread like ripples from a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, expanding rapidly. Panic spread like a plague. Heavens! What is that light? So colorful. So beautiful, but also so terrifying. Could it be that the divine being finds us too noisy and is about to unleash divine punishment? I told you we shouldn't have gotten so close to watch the spectacle. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Mother! I want to go home. Run! Several timid loafers and vegetable farmers felt their legs go weak, instinctively trying to retreat. But the crowd was packed like sardines, leaving them no choice but to huddle together like quails, shivering and futilely trying to curl into balls. Just as panic gripped the crowd, fear threatening to overwhelm curiosity. The ever-expanding, dazzling rainbow light in the open space before Lin Feng suddenly reached its peak brightness. It was as if a miniature sun had been born in the center of the street, bathing the entire cobblestone path, the mottled buildings lining both sides, and every terrified or stunned face in a flowing, dreamlike halo of iridescent light. The light was not blinding, but rather exceptionally soft, carrying an indescribable warmth and sacredness. Within the halo, countless fine, dust-like particles of colored light slowly rose and dispersed, like the finest stardust, breathtakingly beautiful. Screech! A clear, high-pitched, metallic-toned shriek erupted from the center of the multicolored light cluster, piercing the heavens like a trumpet blast. The sound was so majestic, so piercing, that it instantly silenced all noise and panic. Immediately, the multicolored light began to converge inward like a receding tide, coalescing into a single point. Chapter 27, Journey to Tsangzhou City. Where the light faded, a colossal, awe-inspiring figure materialized before everyone's eyes. The streets fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of countless heavy, stifled breaths remained. What was that? Its form was colossal, towering even above the mightiest stallion. It stood steadfast upon the blue stone slabs. Covering its entire body were not ordinary feathers as one might imagine, but flowing, multicolored rays of light. Each feather seemed carved from the purest multicolored crystal, radiant and luminous. Thud! The old tofu pudding vendor finally succumbed to the dual assault on his senses and spirit. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Clasping his hands together, he bowed deeply toward the magnificent creature, his voice breaking with emotion. Divine Eagle. The seven-colored divine eagle has descended. A miracle. A miracle. How could this old man, wada? He was so overcome with emotion he couldn't form coherent words, completely forgetting that the real subject of his reverence was Lin Feng standing beside him. Holy moly, exclaimed a loafer who'd been about to flee moments before. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow his fist, drool dripping unchecked. This eagle, no, this divine bird, is just goddamn gorgeous. How much gold dust, ugh. How much cosmic energy must it have absorbed to grow like this? His limited vocabulary utterly failed to capture the awe before him, reduced to the simplest beautiful and the most down-to-earth to express his astonishment. Farmer A, however, descended into logical chaos. Divine bird, then, does it poop? And what comes out, would it be multicolored crystal beads? Hearing this blasphemous blasphemy, those nearby quickly covered his mouth in fright. Sir, to command such a divine bird. Xiao Qingyue's face was etched with awe. Her reverence for Lin Feng instantly soared to new, unattainable heights. Ding! Deep soul shaking off from Xiao Qingyue plus reverence for the unknown divine bird. Prestige plus 28,888. Ding! Cognitive disruption shock from the tofu pudding vendor. Prestige plus 1888. Ding! Shock and fervent devotion from the pedantic scholar. Coolness factor plus 2,666. Ding! From vegetable farmer A, absurd associations worldview collapsing. Coolness factor plus 888. Ding! Pure visual shock and bewilderment from loafer B. Coolness factor plus 666. Ding! From bystander A, collective petrification and faith recharge. Coolness factor plus 1,555. Ding! Plus 999. Lin Feng's system panel was flooded once more. The prestige value number jumped wildly, instantly breaking through the 300,000 mark and continuing to rise at an astonishing rate. Feeling the almost tangible adoration in Xiao Qingyue's gaze behind him and the thunderous reverence echoing from the crowd lining the streets, he knew the moment had arrived. Lin Feng stood with hands behind his back, his blue robe fluttering in an invisible breeze. Addressing the majestic multicolored light carving, he spoke softly yet clearly, his voice carrying to every ear, "Little carving, escort me to Cangzhou." It lowered its dazzling form slightly, its massive wings folding gracefully at its sides like a staircase laid out for a sovereign. Lin Feng remained composed, stepping aboard as casually as one would mount an ordinary carriage. With a fluid, effortless flick of his blue robe's hem, he stepped onto the creature's broad back, a canvas of flowing, shimmering light, his movements radiating an indescribable grace. After securing his footing, he turned and extended a hand toward Xiao Qingyue, who remained frozen in stunned awe. A gentle smile touched his lips. "Qingyue, come aboard." Xiao Qingyue snapped out of her daze. She gazed at the hand before her, slender and defined, as if embodying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, then looked down at the fantastical divine bird beneath her feet. Her heart pounded wildly, threatening to burst from her chest. She drew a deep breath, struggling to quell the turmoil within, and with a reverence bordering on pilgrimage, she carefully and respectfully placed her hand into Lin Feng's palm. His touch was cool to the touch, yet carried a strange, reassuring power. Lin Feng gave a gentle tug, and Xiao Qingyue settled onto the eagle's back as lightly as a feather, positioning herself half a step behind him. The soft, delicate touch where her hand met his sent a faint ripple through Lin Feng's mind, but he steadied himself immediately, maintaining his dignified composure. "Hold on tight," Lin Feng murmured softly. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, he commanded the eagle, rise. Caw! The multicolored dazzling light eagle let out a piercing cry, like a battle horn sounding. Its enormous wings, formed from condensed multicolored auroras, suddenly spread wide. Whoosh! As if two colossal rainbows had blossomed instantly upon the narrow street. The flowing radiance illuminated every upturned face, while particles of light poured down like a torrential rain, landing upon people's heads and bodies, bringing waves of faint, soothing warmth. A powerful yet remarkably gentle breeze radiated outward from the divine eagle, billowing the robes of the crowd without a hint of force. Instead, it felt like being caressed by a tender celestial breeze. Under the mesmerized, awestruck, and reverent gazes of all present, the magnificent, multicolored light sculpture lightly pushed off the ground with its 4 claws. Its massive form rose into the air with astonishing lightness and grace. There was no violent tremor, no clumsy flapping, only a fluid grace so perfect it seemed as though soaring through the heavens was its very destiny. Rainbow-hued streams of light danced joyfully around its form, trailing behind it a long, dazzling rainbow-colored ribbon that seemed to transform the entire street into a rainbow bridge leading to a fairyland. The divine eagle soared higher and higher, its speed increasing with each passing moment, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. A deathly silence hung over the street for over a dozen breaths. Thud! 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 Like toppled dominoes, the crowd snapped out of their stupor and knelt en masse like a surging tide. They prostrated themselves in reverence toward the direction the divine eagle had vanished. Bow to the divine immortal. Bow to the sacred eagle. The old tofu pudding vendor shouted himself hoarse. A miracle. To witness a true immortal descend to the mortal realm and a divine bird appear in this world, my life is complete. The pedantic scholar wept uncontrollably, pounding the ground in ecstasy. Holy moly, it really flew away, carrying 2 people, like it was nothing. Loafer B muttered to himself, feeling his worldview shatter into dust, only to be forcibly reassembled by the multicolored radiance into an even more absurd shape. The multicolored crystal bead, it didn't fall. Farmeray persisted in searching the ground, earning a sharp glare from those nearby. This scene was deeply etched into the soul of every witness present, becoming an indelible miracle in their lives, one destined to be recounted countless times, embellished with exaggeration, and passed down to future generations. At that moment, Lin Feng sat atop the dazzlingly colored light-carved beast, his mind racing with thoughts. Awesome. So awesome. This view. This speed. This badassery. What's 300,000 badass points? I gotta earn 3 million. 30 million. Bro, you rock. These effects are solid as hell. I'll buy you a chicken leg later. Chapter 28, The Newbies Got It. The multicolored divine eagle tore through the sky like a dazzling meteor, covering thousands of miles in an instant. The earth below receded rapidly, mountains and rivers blurring into patches of color. Within mere breaths, a majestic silhouette emerged at the horizon's edge. This was no comparison to the rustic town of Qingshi. Sanzhou City lay sprawled across the fertile plains like a colossal steel beast, its massive form sprawling across the vast expanse. Its towering, massive walls were constructed from enormous dark blue stone blocks, their mottled surfaces bearing witness to the vicissitudes of time and countless sieges. Along the ramparts, arrow loopholes stood in rows, and soldiers clad in uniform leather armor could be glimpsed patrolling, their armor reflecting a cold, hard gleam in the sunlight. It was midday, the peak hour for entering the city. The massive city gates stood wide open, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. A winding queue snaked through the entrance, teeming with people packed tightly together. Ox carts and donkey carts creaked under heavy loads, porters laden with mountain goods sweated profusely, merchants and adventurers rode ordinary horses or mules, while common folk with families and bundles of belongings all crowded this narrow passageway leading to prosperity. Lin Feng sat atop the carved back, surveying the scene from a bird's eye view. The queuing crowd below looked to him like a bustling, orderly colony of ants, diligently crawling toward the entrance of their nest. Queuing just to enter the city? Lin Feng muttered inwardly, slightly annoyed. Fly straight in? No, that's too arrogant. It doesn't fit my reclusive master persona, low-key, luxurious, and profound. What if I scared the little kids, or the city's crossbowmen mistook me for an unidentified flying object and shot me down? That would be a disaster. My cool factor would shatter into pieces. He immediately dismissed this flashy yet high-risk plan. Brother Eagle, let's keep it low-key. Land on that open space by the city gate. Lin Feng silently communicated with the multicolored eagle. Caw! His call was answered by a piercing, unmistakable cry that split the heavens. The sound thundered like a bolt from the blue, instantly drowning out all the clamor at the city gate. Countless heads snapped upward in unison, as if pulled by invisible strings, their expressions frozen in disbelief and shock. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A colossal divine bird, several times more majestic than the mightiest warhorse, its entire form shimmering with multicolored radiance as if carved from countless frozen rainbow crystals, descended from the heavens with an elegance defying the laws of physics. Dead silence. A silence more complete and vast than that in Qingshi town instantly enveloped the entire gate area. Whoa! Holy heaven! A god has descended? Holy crap! Is that a phoenix? Wait, phoenixes are red. This must be the multicolored phoenix's cousin? A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Ding! From Style Points plus 1888. Ding! From Cool Factor plus 1666. Ding! From Cool Factor plus 2888. Lin Feng's system panel erupted once more. The numbers surged upward like wild horses breaking free from their reins. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the million mark. Lin Feng felt his heart dancing along with those numbers. Awesome. So awesome. Big city. New map. Fresh newbies. This yield. This quality. Qingshi town really was just a beginner's village. He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, maintaining a serene, enlightened master expression. His green robe fluttered lightly as he moved with deliberate grace, exuding an air of this mount is merely an ordinary mode of transportation. He was the first to leap gracefully from the broad, dazzling back of the multicolored light carving. His landing was silent, leaving not a speck of dust disturbed. After landing, he did not immediately enter the town. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd still frozen in collective shock. His gaze seemed to regard them as a group of naive children, tinged with a hint of, benevolence? Or perhaps the satisfaction of seeing a crop thriving before harvest? Xiao Qingyue followed closely behind, her movements light as feathers. At that moment, the crowd parted like the Red Sea before Moses. Spontaneously and with profound reverence, they surged back to either side, instantly clearing an exceptionally wide passage at the city gate. Every gaze fixed on Lin Feng brimmed with fervor, curiosity, and profound dread. Even the city guards forgot their duties, instinctively straightening their backs with eyes screaming, "Go ahead, boss." Lin Feng laughed inwardly, "Ah, see that? That's class. That's presence. The newbies are catching on fast." His expression remained serene as ever. He gave a slight nod in acknowledgement of their respect, then lifted his foot to enter the city. Xiao Qingyue followed close behind, feeling as though she walked with the wind. But just as Lin Feng was about to step inside the city gates, whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing whistles, like tearing through the air, shot toward the center of Zhangzhou City. Their speed was so great that ordinary people could only see two blurred after images. Before the sound had even faded, the figures were already upon them. Boom! A colossal, crushing pressure terrifying as a collapsing mountain crashed down upon the city gate without restraint. This pressure far surpassed any martial artist's aura Xiao Qingyue had ever sensed before. It felt as though the air itself had solidified into viscous mercury, so oppressive it made breathing difficult. Two figures stood like iron towers within the city gates. The one in front was none other than the ruler of Zhangzhou City, the Ninth-Grade Grandmaster Lei Badian. Behind him stood the steward, Lei Zhong, whose own aura surged with unrestrained power. His cultivation at the peak of the 8th rank radiated outward, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Lin Feng and the multicolored light carving behind him. His expression was solemn. Lei Potion's gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Ha! A startled exclamation rolled from Lei Potion's throat. His eyes scanned Lin Feng repeatedly. The result left him nearly convinced he'd lost his mind from rushing out of bed too hastily. Ordinary. Too ordinary. The young man in the green robe before him looked every inch a 5th-grade ant. His bones, muscles, and skin showed no signs of having been tempered by profound martial arts training. How could this be? How could someone capable of commanding such a magnificent and extraordinary 7-colored divine bird possibly only possess 5th-rank cultivation? Lei Potion's mind went blank for a moment, then a surge of rage at being toyed with shot straight up to his crown. He felt like a complete fool. Earlier, deep within the manor, sensing the arrival of the seven-colored divine eagle, he had assumed it belonged to some reclusive, peerless powerhouse. That's why he'd rushed out to greet it without even changing his clothes, terrified of showing disrespect. And what did he find? He burst out only to discover that the so-called great power was nothing more than a greenhorn with a mere 5th-rank cultivation? The disparity was staggering. So immense that this renowned 9th-rank Grandmaster, who commanded respect across the land, felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and absurdity. His gaze abruptly shifted to the dazzling multicolored light sculpture behind Lin Feng. Chapter 29, Brother Tongzi, Save Me. That colossal form, the flowing multicolored radiance that seemed to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, the majestic demeanor that looked down on the world with every glance. All of it perfectly matched the characteristics of the legendary top-tier spirit birds, even divine beasts. Lei Potion's heart beat wildly against his will. His 9th-rank Grandmaster's spiritual power surged to its peak, scanning the colossal statue like the most precise instrument, analyzing every feather, every bone, and even the flowing light itself. The texture of these feathers seems too ordinary? They lack the spiritual resonance one would expect from a powerful demon beast? Now, it's bones and sinews. While strong, they remain within the realm of ordinary raptors, far from reaching the level of a demon beast. Wait, this iridescent glow. Hiss. How peculiar. It seems like pure light and shadow merely clinging to its surface? Not the divine radiance emanating from within, the very essence of life? Lei Potion's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. His gaze shifted rapidly from initial shock and solemnity to utter astonishment, finally settling on an expression of absurd disbelief that screamed, "I took off my pants for this?" That seven-colored dazzling light sculpture, worshipped by countless ordinary folk, was nothing more than an eagle, one with glossy feathers and exceptionally robust build, but fundamentally, utterly ordinary. Damn it, more of this god-playing nonsense. Lei Potion forced down the urge to smash both man and bird into mincemeat with a single palm strike. He took a deep breath, his face dark as a pot bottom, his eyes like poison blades, fixed intently on Lin Feng. He'd see just who this audacious brat was, daring to pull off such a blatant deception. Boy! Lei Potion's voice scraped like two pieces of raw iron grinding together, dripping with undisguised contempt and an icy chill. Each word hammered into the listener's heart like a small chisel. Who are you? Where do you live? Which backwater mountain valley did your master come from? How did you manage to cultivate such an extraordinary and magnificent mount? He deliberately emphasized the words extraordinary steed, his sarcasm dripping thick. Lin Feng was already panicking inside. When Lei Potion and Lei Zhong appeared as if teleported moments ago, that terrifying pressure, solid as a mountain, had crashed down upon him. It nearly crushed this 5th-grade novice flat on the spot. His internal organs felt as if gripped by an invisible giant's hand, while cold sweat instantly soaked through his inner robe, sending a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the illusory form celestial robe concealed the sweat, preventing him from giving himself away. He felt like a tiny grasshopper targeted by a primordial beast, ready to be crushed at any moment. Lin Feng was panicking inside, but on the surface, he relied on his years of bluffing to maintain his composure. He forced himself to stand steady, not even flinching an eyebrow. Only the hands clenched behind his back betrayed his inner turmoil, his fingers digging so deep his nails nearly pierced his flesh. As Lei Potion's explosive interrogation rang out, thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind. Name? Address? This old geezer wants to check my household registration? Not a chance. What if he follows the trail and discovers I'm actually an unemployed poser? That'd be a real laugh. He forced himself to remain calm, even striding to mimic the gaze of a peerless master from his past life skit performances, that look of one surveying ants from above. Speaking with a hint of deliberate detachment, he replied, "I am but a wanderer of the world, passing through this place and pausing briefly." My name? Not worth mentioning. His tone seemed to say, "You dare ask my name? You're not worthy." The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Xiao Qingyue tugged lightly at his sleeve beside him. Her voice, tinged with unmistakable tension and worry, buzzed like a mosquito in his ear. "Sir, this is Lei Potion, the city lord of Tsangzhou. A 9th-rank Grandmaster. His might strikes fear across the land. Behind him stands Lei Zhong, the chief steward of the city lord's manor, at the peak of 8th-rank cultivation. You must be extremely careful." Her voice trembled, clearly intimidated by Lei Potion's imposing presence. 9th-grade Grandmaster? 8th-grade peak? A thunderous clang echoed in Lin Feng's mind, as if a massive bell had struck his skull. Holy crap! Just out of the newbie village and I run into a max-level boss with elite minions blocking my door? A wave of overwhelming panic instantly engulfed him. Though he had some confidence in his Grandmaster level 9 trial pass, the enemy was a genuine level 9. And there was an 8th-tier peak ally right beside him. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Even a hero can't withstand a mob attack. What if my trial card can't beat him or only manages a draw? Then my cover would be blown. Being exposed equals social death. Social death equals getting beaten into mincemeat? Lin Feng felt his bladder tighten. His mind screamed frantically, Tongzi. Tong father. My ancestors. Save me. Hurry up and unlock the next realm. I need a higher tier trial card. One that can punch this old geezer straight into the Earth's core. The system's cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Warning, prerequisites for unlocking subsequent realms not met. Prerequisite for unlocking, the host's cultivation must reach the peak perfection state of a 9th-rank Grandmaster. Current host cultivation, 5th grade initial stage. Condition assessment, not met. Lin Feng nearly blacked out upon hearing this. What the hell? This is how it works? Then I'm dead meat? The highest tier experience card is only 9th grade, and my opponent is also 9th grade, plus he's got an 8th grade peak minion. How am I supposed to win? The system seemed to sense Lin Feng's intense will to survive and, unusually, added. Host, there's no need for excessive pessimism. This system's cultivation experience card guarantees quality fair to all, young and old. Within the same tier, core metrics such as cultivation purity, power control, and recovery rate granted by the experience card reach the theoretical maximum for that realm. Layman's terms, if the host uses the Grandmaster experience card, their true combat power will crush 99% of ordinary Grandmasters of the same rank, making them unrivaled among peers. Lin Feng's heart shot halfway back up from the depths of despair. Really? Unrivaled at my tier? Does that mean I can beat these two? Ding. Theoretically possible. Win rate assessment, 99.87%. Ha! Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Lin Feng's heart surged with wild joy, feeling his spine stiffen threefold. However, the system's next statement poured ice water over his head. Important notice, theoretical win rate, actual win rate. Host currently possesses critical weaknesses. Weakness 1, lack of combat techniques. Possessing the colossal power of a peak 9th rank cultivator, yet lacking effective methods to wield it. Like carrying 10,000 tons of explosives but only knowing how to light a match to throw it, inefficient and prone to self-inflicted harm. Weakness 2, zero combat experience. All past battle records are against weak opponents. Against peers or near peers with extensive battle experience, combat awareness, adaptability, and technique analysis skills approach zero. Weakness 3, psychological resilience remains unproven. Whether the host can maintain composure and perform effectively under genuine life or death pressure is questionable. Comprehensive assessment, the host currently faces an extremely high risk of failure when using the trial card against the target. Extremely high risk of failure? Lin Feng's heart sank again. Brother Tongzi, don't mess with me. Think of a solution fast. Host, do not panic. Solution generated. Recommendation, immediately exchange for at least one top-tier cultivation technique compatible with the 9th rank Grandmaster realm, along with its corresponding martial skill. System function, this system catalogs countless cultivation techniques and martial arts from myriad realms. All can be instantly comprehended and used to advance cultivation realms via prestige points. Hearing this, Lin Feng clutched at it like a lifeline. Right. He'd just made a killing at the city gates by harvesting a wave of newcomers to the map. He quickly scanned the system panel with his mind. Current style points, 5,287,666. Over 5 million points. I'm rich. I'm rich. 5 million. Enough to arm myself to the teeth. Lin Feng instantly felt invigorated, his panic replaced by tycoon-like ambition. System. Now. Immediately. Search for the strongest cultivation techniques and martial arts. The absolute top tier. The kind that can obliterate heaven, earth, and air. Style points are no object. Ding. Command confirmed. Searching for top-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts for the host. Chapter 30, Maxed Out Style Points. The exchange between Lin Feng's mind and the system seemed to last an eternity, yet in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Lei Potion's venomous glare and scornful interrogation still rang in his ears. The air felt frozen solid, suffocatingly oppressive. Xiao Qinyue was so tense she nearly fainted. The martial artists watching from afar fell utterly silent, holding their breath in fear. It felt as though the city lord's rage alone could incinerate mountains and boil seas. In that suffocatingly silent moment, Lin Feng's clenched fist behind his back suddenly relaxed. An indescribable surge of heroic spirit instantly swept away the last shred of fear in his heart. With 5 million prestige points in hand, the world was his. His heart roared, "System! Stop searching. Give me the most expensive. The most pretentious, no, the most prestige-boosting cultivation techniques and martial arts. The kind that dazzles the eyes the moment I appear, making even 9th rank Grandmasters question their existence." Ding. Optimizing match based on host's currently unlocked items. Matching successful. Technique category. The true scripture of 10,000 transformations converging to one fragment body tempering chapter, a fragment of one of the supreme Tao scriptures of the multiverse. It refines all laws and derives primordial essence. When mastered, a single thought can create or destroy, impervious to all laws. Exchange plus instant comprehension to the peak perfection tier of the 9th grade, 3 million prestige points. Martial Arts category. Finger of Annihilation, one finger shatters all arts. Imbued with annihilating might, supremely domineering, with visual effects at maximum intensity. Exchange plus instant mastery to great perfection requires prestige points, 2 million. Confirm exchange and mastery? Confirm. Lin Feng hesitated not a moment. 5 million? Small change. Preserving life and prestige reigns supreme. Prestige points can be regained, but once your prestige is gone, you're truly finished. Ding. Deducting 5 million prestige points. Comprehending the 10,000 transformations returned to one sutra. Mastering the finger of ruin. Hum. An indescribable torrent surged instantly into Lin Feng's mind and every fiber of his being. This wasn't mere knowledge infusion, it felt like a century of arduous cultivation, imprinting profound truths and the essence of power deep into his soul and every inch of flesh. The overwhelming flood of information and power nearly froze his thoughts, yet under the system's might, he instantly mastered it flawlessly. Outwardly, Lin Feng underwent a cataclysmic transformation. He remained standing in the same spot, his posture scarcely altered, yet his entire presence underwent a qualitative leap. If before he had resembled a piece of worthless jade, now he shone like a gem refined in the crucible of heaven and earth, radiating peerless brilliance. Yet this was merely the beginning. Lin Feng's thoughts raced like lightning as he swiftly searched for the true form of the martial god effect. Exchange. Activate. All in one fluid motion. Though this effect dealt no actual damage, it was more than enough to intimidate. Next came the Ninth-Grade Grandmaster experience card, which he activated immediately. A suit of armor instantly materialized in his mind. Phantom form celestial garment, transform into the most dashing, most imposing, most high-caliber primordial limitless martial god battle armor. Just as the gale energy from the 10,000 transformations returned to one sutra and the annihilating power of the ruined finger began to fuse within Lin Feng's body, the boundless power of the peak 9th grade surged like a dormant volcano about to erupt. The entire world suddenly lost its color. Boom crack. The world seemed muted, then instantly shattered by a blinding flash. Behind Lin Feng, a colossal, sky-piercing, earth-shaking phantom of the martial god's true form suddenly materialized, towering dozens of zhang high. Heavens! A celestial being descended? The onlookers gasped in horror. Their legs buckled, and they fell to their knees with a thud, forgetting even the steamed buns they held to the ground. Yet this was merely the appetizer. Almost simultaneously with the solidification of the martial god's true form, the seemingly ordinary illusory heavenly robe on Lin Feng's body suddenly erupted with blinding light. Hum clang clang clang. A majestic, sacred, surround sound like clanging of metal erupted from nowhere. It felt as if an unseen celestial blacksmith was using the heavens and earth as an anvil, the laws of the universe as a hammer, forging divine armor right before their eyes. The light condensed and took shape at a visible speed. Gradually, frame by frame, a set of armor materialized upon Lin Feng's body. The helmet took shape first, resembling a roaring dragon's head. Its fierce horns pierced the sky, flanked by streamlined cheek guards. At its brow, a gem as deep and dark as a black hole spun eerily. Next came shoulder plates as massive as mountains, layered armor plates like dragon scales, their edges razor-sharp and gleaming with a cold, icy light. Upon each shoulder, a miniature divine beast roared toward the heavens, a visual effect that nonetheless radiated overwhelming might. The main body of the chest armor glowed a deep, dark gold, engraved with intricate, mystical patterns that flowed like living creatures. The arm and leg armor featured sleek yet powerful lines, with flexible chainmail covering the joints. Gauntlets and combat boots provided tight, protective coverage. Finally, a massive wheel of light, composed of pure energy and resembling a burning star, slowly rotated behind him. From its edges hung strands of luminous ribbons, like the flowing cloak of a deity, rustling in the windless air. The entire process was steeped in ritualistic grandeur, reminiscent of a lavishly produced gradient animation from some major studio in a past life. The coppery flush on Lei Boshan's face instantly drained away, leaving only a deathly pallor. Is this even human? Lei Padian felt his tongue knot. The heart of this ninth-rank grandmaster pounded like a war drum, threatening to leap from his throat. Moments ago, he'd dismissed the colossal statue as a hollow shell. Now he realized he was the true fool. Was this some damn charade? This was clearly a true god descending from the heavens. It made the knees of this esteemed ninth-rank grandmaster tremble, compelling him to prostrate himself in worship. Behind him, Lei Zhong fared even worse. His peak 8th rank cultivation felt like a tiny rowboat tossed in a storm under this overwhelming pressure. His face was as white as paper, beads of sweat cascading down like a waterfall, soaking through his expensive steward's robe. His legs shook violently, as if powered by electric motors. Clinging desperately to the hem of Lei Potion's robe, his voice trembling with near sobs, he hissed in a whisper only the two could hear, Lord City Master. This is too dangerous. We gotta get out of here. This is definitely some super reclusive old monster fishing for trouble. He felt a chill in his pants, unsure if it was cold sweat or something else. Xiao Qingyue stood slightly behind Lin Feng, her small mouth forming an adorable O wide enough to fit a pigeon egg. Her eyes, like two shimmering autumn pools, now seemed transformed into the most dazzling stars. They sparkled with countless tiny stars of admiration, awe, and intoxication, nearly overflowing. Mr. Her voice trembled with excitement as she pressed her hands tightly over her heart, feeling it pound so hard it might burst from her chest. So handsome. Too handsome. Handsome enough to pierce the heavens. Handsome enough to shatter the void. Her face burned hot, and she knew without looking that it was as red as a ripe apple. The Lord of Sanjo City? The Ninth-Grade Grandmaster? In her eyes, they had all faded into a blurry backdrop. The figure before her, bathed in divine light and clad in battle armor that dominated the universe, was the only deity in her heart. That imposing armor, that aura that looked down on the world, that faintly visible profile hidden beneath the cold visor. Xiao Qingyue felt as if she might faint from sheer happiness, her mind screaming in ecstasy, "Ah! How can you look this stunning in armor, sir? I want to bear your children." A whole litter of glowing little monkeys. She even instinctively wiped her lips, afraid she might drool in her excitement. The onlookers in the distance collectively froze, jaws dropping to the ground. The scene descended into utter chaos. My titanium alloy eyes. They're going blind. Going blind. Mom! Come see the god. A living one. A god in golden armor. A young martial artist screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking. I told you this elder was no ordinary man. Look at that divine radiance. Look at the Tao patterns on that armor. They embody the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Who just called him a charlatan? Step forward. Let the elder beat you to death. Someone who had been cowed into silence by the thunderous aura now stood ramrod straight, spittle flying as he spoke, as if Lin Feng were his own father. A miracle. A divine miracle has descended upon Sangzhou. Quickly record it. Sketch it. This moment will surely be etched into the annals of history. An elderly man resembling a storyteller tremblingly pulled out charcoal and a small notebook, his hand shaking so violently the lines he drew resembled crawling earthworms. Whoa! That armor, that look. If I could just replicate a set, no, even just the helmet, wouldn't I be unstoppable with the ladies? A spoiled young noble drooled, his eyes burning as he stared at Lin Feng's battle armor, already imagining himself wearing it and basking in glory. Master. An unparalleled master. Compared to him, the city lord is nothing. Chapter 31, I've conquered the great capital, and this is what you show me? Lei Padian collapsed to his knees with a thud, his knees smashing the floor tiles until they cracked. His entire body went limp as if his bones had been pulled out, prostrating himself with his forehead pressed firmly against the cold brick surface. Spare me, venerable master. Spare me. Lei Zhong beside him reacted faster, slamming himself to the ground almost simultaneously. His posture was so textbook it could serve as a demonstration model for how to kneel and beg for mercy correctly. His forehead thudded against the floor as he chanted, "Spare me, senior." This lowly one failed to recognize Mount Tai. I deserve 1,000 deaths. I am nothing but worthless mud. Please lift your noble foot, don't soil your divine boots. His posture practically begged to lick the ground clean on the spot to prove his sincerity. Beneath the dazzling, all-encompassing martial god mask, Lin Feng's face twitched subtly. Damn it, I unleashed my ultimate move, and this is what I get? Where the hell was that earlier? Where's the aura you had just now? So this is all you've got, you, the mighty lord of Sangzhou City, a ninth-rank grandmaster? You chicken out at the first sight? You surrendered without even landing a single basic attack? Lin Feng raged inwardly. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Lei Padian was terrified out of his wits, feeling the chill in his crotch rapidly spreading into a wet patch. It's over, it's over. This elder's silence is scarier than that world-shattering special effect. He's brewing an ultimate move to reduce me to ashes. Senior. Just spare my worthless life. Lei Padian wailed even more pitifully, snot and tears smearing his face beyond recognition. I, Lei Padian, swear to heaven. From this day forward, I shall be your most loyal traitor. I'll serve you day and night, work like a beast of burden. If you tell me to go east, I won't even glance west. If you tell me to catch chickens, I won't chase dogs. Take whatever treasures you want from Sangzhou City's treasury. Drink my jade-infused immortal brew, my prized collection of 30 years to your heart's content. I even have several beautiful concubines in my mansion. Desperate to save his life, he was spouting nonsense, ready to offer up his entire lineage if it meant survival. He regretted not being able to demonstrate his loyalty by smashing a boulder with his chest right then and there. As Lin Feng listened to this shameless declaration of loyalty, the frown beneath his faceplate actually relaxed. The slight frustration he'd felt at wasting his ultimate move was swiftly replaced by a shrewd calculation. Killing someone? Simple. A finger's work. He calculated coolly, like the shrewdest merchant weighing the ROI of every point of prestige value. But this Lei Padian is, after all, Sangzhou City's local kingpin, the officially recognized top dog. Crushing him to death in public might feel satisfying, but then what? Besides a sea of censored pixels and potentially endless official manhunts, what tangible benefit would it bring me? But what if I take this ninth-rank watchdog? Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Have him fawn over me, leading me right into Sangzhou City. Picture the scene. The city lord acting like a lapdog clearing the way ahead, bowing and scraping, constantly saying please, honored senior. The entire populace would be gobsmacked. Think of the shockwaves. The awe. The soul shouting, holy, what kind of big shot is this guy that even the city lord bows down to him? Wouldn't my prestige skyrocket like a rocket blasting off? This isn't sustainable exploitation. Spit. It's the broad avenue of sustainable swagger development. His consciousness glanced at the system panel. Sure enough, the scene of that earth-shattering miracle, combined with the city lord's humiliating kneel, had already replenished his prestige account. It had steadily climbed back to the 5 million mark. Secured. Lin Feng felt his confidence surge. With grain in hand, the heart knows no fear. A 9th grade experience card costs just 1 million. I've got 5 million now. Plus, I've mastered the 10,000 transformations return to 1 sutra and the annihilation finger. If it comes to a fight, taking down a common 9th grade like you, Leipodian, gives me a 99% win rate. I'm not afraid of you. Taking you as my dog is a surefire win. As this thought crossed his mind, the figure cloaked in Lin Feng's dazzling battle armor radiated an aura of even greater unfathomable depth. Looming above them, he swept his gaze cold and indifferent, as if appraising whether an item was worth recycling over the two men trembling like leaves on the ground through the fierce dragon-headed visor. The silent pressure made Leipodian and Lei Zhong feel as if their spines were freezing solid. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into an eternity. Finally, a voice like the scrape of gold against iron, resonant with metallic reverberation and imbued with supreme authority, emerged slowly from beneath the mask. Spare your lives? Those 4 words sent Lei Potion's heart leaping into his throat, as if suffocation were imminent. He closed his eyes in despair, awaiting his final judgment. Lin Feng deliberately paused for a moment, savoring the intoxicating thrill of absolute control, before continuing in a slow, condescending tone. Serve as my beast of burden? Oof. That depends on whether this beast is worthy enough to catch the sovereign's eye. Hearing Lin Feng's icy, metallic clanging question worthy of this sovereign's notice, Leipodian felt not despair, but rather like a drowning man clutching at a straw. No. It was grabbing onto a golden opportunity. I am. Absolutely. He snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented desperation to survive. Elder. I, Leipodian, swear by my martial heart. From this day forward, my life along with the entire city of Tsangzhou is yours to carve, no, yours to command as your most loyal watchdog. His words came in rapid succession, as if he feared speaking too slowly would allow Lin Feng to change his mind. To prove his lapdog worth, he even whipped his head around and glared viciously at Lei Zhong, who was still sifting rice husks nearby. It's all your fault, you worthless dog. Blind as a bat. You dared to offend our esteemed senior. Leipodian roared, unleashing a furious palm strike of a 9th-rank grandmaster. Wrapped in a torrent of violent gale energy, it slammed viciously into Lei Zhong's unprepared face. Smack! The sound rang out crisply, like a firecracker bursting on New Year's Eve. Lei Zhong spun like a whirling top, rotating 720 degrees on the spot. Several bloodied teeth mixed with saliva traced elegant arcs through the air before plopping onto a freshly dropped flatbread belonging to a distant onlooker. Thud! Lei Zhong crashed to the ground. Half his face visibly swelled like a steamed bun, stars dancing before his eyes, his ears filled with a deafening buzz. Ah! Whoa! Lei Zhong's scream was cut short by excruciating pain and dizziness. Curled up on the ground, he could only emit incoherent whimpers. His gaze toward Leipodian was filled with disbelief, terror, and grievance. Lord City Master, if you wanted to prove your loyalty, why did you have to use me as your sacrificial lamb? I'm innocent. Beneath his visor, Lin Feng's lips twisted into a maniacal grin, barely suppressing a laugh. Damn! This old codger's a talent. That seamless, natural transition from scapegoating his comrade to pledging loyalty with a blood oath, he deserves 10 Oscars. Chapter 32, Lei Potion's Life Creed. The minute passed swiftly, and the terrifying aura surrounding Lin Feng receded like a tide. The special effects of the martial god's true form behind him gradually faded away. Beside him, Leipodian, who had maintained the standard prostration posture throughout, finally dared to release the stale air trapped in his lungs. He exhaled cautiously, bit by bit. Huff, puff, huff, puff. The sound was faint, like that of an asthma sufferer who had just finished a marathon, yet it carried an immense sense of relief at having survived a catastrophe. He knew his life was spared for now. Though kneeling to beg for mercy had been utterly shameful for the lord of Tsangzhou City, it was as if the words cowardly and afraid of death were carved into his forehead. But Leipodian understood clearly, what use was that worthless title of city lord if he lost his life? Leipodian, a seasoned veteran who'd navigated the martial world for decades, knew what had kept him alive all this time. It was simple: play it safe and grow stealthily. His life creed was simple: when facing the weak, strike hard and never hold back when it's time to flex. When facing the strong, crawl like the wind. Preserving life comes first, never be stubborn. This world is treacherous and unpredictable. Without real strength, keep your mouth shut. Who knows what ancient monster lurks in some hidden corner, feigning weakness to devour the strong. When it's time to back down, back down. Running when the wind blows hard isn't shameful. Face? What's that worth by the pound? Is your life more important? At that moment, Lin Feng sensed his 9th-rank Grandmaster experience card was expiring. His heart remained as steady as an old dog's, not a trace of panic. Why? Because he clearly saw Lei Potion's expression, one that practically screamed "I'm a coward" across his face. That look of a bird startled by a bowstring. If Lin Feng so much as cleared his throat now, Lei Potion would probably perform a combo of crouching in defense with hands overhead followed by prostrating himself on the ground right on the spot. But hey, safety first when navigating the world. Lin Feng understood the essence of the steady approach. Better safe than sorry. What if Lei Potion was an Oscar-winning actor? What if he suddenly snapped? To eliminate that 1 in a billion chance, Lin Feng decisively opened the system panel. With a flick of his thoughts, he deftly exchanged a 9th-grade Grandmaster experience card in the Cultivation Experience Zone. He glanced at his staggering balance of over 5 million prestige points. Spending a million leaves over 4 million, a mere drop in the bucket. No big deal. Besides, the onlookers kept feeding him prestige points slower than before, but at least it was a steady stream. As the new experience card settled quietly on the system panel, Lin Feng felt an intangible sense of security wash over him once more, straightening his posture even further. He focused his mind once more, communicating with the phantom-shaped celestial robe. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the dazzling armor on his body gradually faded away. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to the handsome young man clad in an ordinary blue robe. At that moment, Xiao Qingyue watched Lin Feng revert to his upright, blue-robed appearance, and a faint pang of disappointment welled up within her. Ah, that dazzling golden armor, it was truly so handsome. Her mind instantly began replaying the image of Lin Feng clad in the divine armor, his figure as majestic as a war god descending upon the world. That towering figure, those eyes that seemed to look down on the world, that air of power capable of shattering the heavens and earth with every gesture. It perfectly matched every fantasy she'd ever had as a young girl about a peerless hero and her dream husband. He was 10,000 times more handsome than any illustration in a picture book. At this moment, even Lin Feng's now ordinary handsome profile was automatically filtered through 10 layers of beauty enhancement in her eyes. No matter how she looked at him, he was pleasing to the eye, utterly captivating. The passion in her eyes could drown a dragon. If gazes could burn, Lin Feng would be roasted to a crisp by now. How sharp was Lin Feng? He instantly sensed that scorching gaze. He turned his head slightly, meeting Xiao Qingyue's eyes brimming with affection, shimmering with emotion. Whoa! See that? Damn, I'm irresistible. A wave of immense satisfaction and pride flooded his heart, like sipping ice-cold plum juice on the hottest day of summer, pure bliss. Tisk, turns out being too handsome is a burden too. This overwhelming charm is exhausting. He sighed inwardly, yet his face remained impassive and enigmatic, even deliberately and exaggeratedly furrowing his brow slightly. The aura of a master must be maintained. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyue realized she'd overstepped and quickly composed herself, shedding her starstruck demeanor. She was now his disciple, after all. How could she harbor improper thoughts toward her master? His frown was clearly a warning. The realization made Xiao Qingyue's cheeks flush crimson, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Noticing her shift in demeanor, Lin Feng cleared his throat and spoke in a tone laced with just the right amount of languid indifference. I feel rather weary. The voice was soft, yet it carried clearly through the silent room. The words tired struck Lei Potion's ears like heavenly music. Here it comes. My chance. Time to shine. Lei Potion jolted awake, energized as if injected with adrenaline. He scrambled to his feet with a swift, fluid motion, as if he'd practiced it 1,000 times. He scurried over to Lin Feng's side, leaning forward slightly with his hands respectfully clasped in front of him. Good heavens! Senior, you've gone to such trouble. For such a minor matter, you've expended so much effort, it's truly an immense offense to Zhangzhou City. He spun abruptly toward the city gates, his back straightening into the authoritative posture of a city lord issuing commands. His voice shot up an octave, booming like thunder. What are you all standing around for? Are you blind? Didn't you hear the senior said he's tired? Open the city gates. Open the central gate. If a single hair on the senior's head is harmed, this city lord will flay you alive. The roar ended, and his expression shifted instantly. He plastered on a smile even more obsequious than before, gesturing please, go ahead to Lin Feng. His posture was 10 times more polished than the most professional eunuch guide in the imperial palace. Please, honored guest. Please. Step this way. Zhangzhou City is honored by your presence. Hosting you is a blessing I, Lei Potion, have earned through 8 lifetimes, no. 80 lifetimes of merit. Rest assured, once inside the city, consider it your own home. Whatever you need, just give the word. As he led the way, he shot glaring looks at the dazed city guards and onlookers, silently conveying the threat, get out of my way, you idiots. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, thoroughly satisfied with Lei Potion's sycophantic performance. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his blue robe fluttering slightly, he slowly entered Zhangzhou City under Lei Potion's almost servile guidance. Passers-by parted to make way, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng with palpable reverence. It was rare for ordinary folk like them to catch sight of a 9th-rank Grandmaster. But now, not only did they witness one, they saw a ninth-ranked grandmaster acting as someone's lackey. This dramatic scene would be etched deep into the hearts of every onlooker. Chapter 33, 10 million prestige points. Under normal circumstances, the central gate symbolizing Sangzhou City's highest honor opened only once every few decades, reserved for the emperor's personal visit or a city-wide crisis. Today, for a seemingly ordinary young man in a blue robe, it swung wide open. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his blue robe fluttering slightly as he walked with deliberate ease. His face bore that same expression of utter nonchalance, as if nothing could disturb his midday nap, not even the sky falling. Beside him, a figure bustled about with exaggerated movements and frantic pace. Lei Padian, lord of Sangzhou City, had completely abandoned the last shred of dignity and decorum befitting his city's ruler. Like a piece of iron sheet drawn to a powerful magnet, he clung firmly within 3 paces of Lin Feng. His usually imposing square face, stern enough to silence a child's nighttime cries, was now plastered with a fawning smile. As the group advanced deeper into the city center, this spectacle was witnessed by the growing crowd lining both sides of the street. Whoa! Gasps echoed in rapid succession. Holy moly! Is that really our Lord Lei? An old vegetable vendor carrying a bamboo pole nearly dropped his jaw to the ground, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Last month I saw him riding a fine steed on patrol, radiating such authority I could feel the killing intent 3 blocks away. How can he be bowing and scraping before this youngster? He's more enthusiastic than my dog Wonkai seeing a bone. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't you value your life? A merchant in a silk robe, who seemed somewhat worldly, quickly hushed him, though his face was equally etched with disbelief and awe. For Lord Lei to grovel like this. This young gentleman in green robes must be a true dragon from the imperial capital, right? Could he be some prince or duke on an incognito tour? But even if he were a prince, Lord Lei wouldn't stoop this low. If he bends any further, his waist might snap in two. Look! Look! The Lord Mayor is gesturing to lead the way. Good heavens, this is more attentive than serving his own father. TSK, did you see the look in the city lord's eyes? They practically glowed when he looked at that gentleman. It's over. The sky over Sangzhou City is about to change. Speculation, gasps, and gossip bubbled like boiling water among the crowds lining both sides of the street. Countless eyes filled with utter shock, curiosity, and scrutiny focused like spotlights on Lin Feng and the city lord beside him, who was being overly attentive. Lin Feng appeared as steady as a rock on the surface, but inside, he was already beaming with joy. His gaze appeared fixed straight ahead, yet his peripheral vision precisely captured every expression on the passers-by's faces, that bewildered look as if their worldview had been completely reshaped. Here it comes. This is the feeling. Lin Feng laughed wildly inside, his thoughts already slipping quietly into the system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Cultivation Realm, 5th grade peak. Techniques, 10,000 transformations return to 1 sutra entry level, annihilation finger entry level. Equipment, phantom-shaped celestial robe. Cool factor 9, 876, 543 points. The numbers above kept climbing. Holy crap! It's almost hitting 10 million. Lin Feng felt like howling to the heavens 3 times. I'm rich. I'm rich this time. He fought to contain his excitement, striving to maintain the composure of a sage, yet an almost imperceptible smile still curled the corners of his mouth. Indeed, not killing that old bastard was the wisest decision of my life. Lin Feng gazed at the prestige value on his interface, poised to break 8 digits, his heart filled with mixed emotions. As Lin Feng was lost in the prestige points on his system panel, the group had already traversed most of Sangzhou City's busiest streets, arriving at a solemn and dignified area. High walls enclosed a deep courtyard, its vermilion lacquered gates flanked by 2 imposing stone lions. Above the entrance hung a plaque of golden thread nanhwa wood, bearing 3 characters written in sweeping, dragon and phoenix-like calligraphy that radiated an iron-blooded aura: City Lord's Mansion. Lei Padian, pumped up like a jackrabbit, sprinted to the front and bellowed at the guards in their fine armor, who stood frozen in awe at the sight before them. Are you all blind? Open the gates now. Welcome our esteemed guest. Prepare the finest tide listening courtyard for this city lord immediately. Incense, purified water, spiritual fruits, pastries. The slightest delay, and I'll flay your hides to make drumheads. His tone shifted instantly as he bowed to Lin Feng with a forced smile. Please, honored guest. My humble abode is far from grand. I apologize for the inconvenience. Treat it as your own home. Any need, just say the word. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, thoroughly satisfied with Lei Potion's service attitude, which embodied the licking dog spirit taken to its extreme. Guided by Lei Padian, he strolled leisurely through the gates of the city lord's mansion. Tingtao Garden truly lived up to its reputation. Its location was secluded, its decor refined. Pushing open the carved wooden window revealed the faint murmur of water in the distance. Every piece of furniture in the room was exquisite. Rosewood tables and chairs gleamed with a warm luster. The display cabinet held several antiques that looked incredibly valuable. Even the air was filled with a faint, refreshing orchid fragrance. Please rest, senior. Should you require anything, a single call will summon me at once. Lei Padian personally inspected the tea and pastries, nodding and bowing repeatedly before retreating with a cautious step, glancing back 3 times as he carefully closed the door. The soft click of the door closing seemed to flip a switch. Lin Feng, who moments ago had maintained an air of detached composure, instantly revealed his true nature. "Oh whoa!" He let out a low, stifled growl before lunging like a starved tiger toward the thickly padded rosewood bed in the room's center. He rolled excitedly twice on the mattress, burying his face in the soft quilt and laughing silently for a moment. Sitting up abruptly, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. 10 million. A full 10 million prestige points. And still counting. He opened the system panel again. Sure enough, his prestige points had reached 10,123,456. The number continued to climb slowly, clearly fueled by the ongoing buzz within the city and the shockwaves spreading through the city lord's household, providing a steady stream of fuel. 8th rank is locked in now. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart before plunging his consciousness back into the system. The Cultivation Experience Zone option glowed brightly. Permanent Cultivation Realm Exchange. 6th rank, 1 million prestige points. Note, crosses the threshold into true mastery, transforms internal energy into liquid form, achieving a qualitative leap in power. 7th rank, 2 million prestige points. Note, condenses liquid into protective aura, forming initial body guarding chi impervious to blades and spears. Grade 8, 5 million prestige points. Note, refined protective aura, unleashed at will, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Grade 9 Grandmaster, 10 million prestige points. Note, the pinnacle of martial arts, touching the power of heaven and earth. One man can match a million masters. Gazing at the dazzling string of zeros trailing the 9th rank Grandmaster title, Lin Feng licked his lips, his eyes burning with desire. 10 million. That's 10 times more expensive than the trial card. Greedy bastards. Absolutely greedy bastards. He grumbled under his breath, but deep down he knew better. Could permanent ownership possibly compare to a trial pass? A trial pass was renting a car, the permanent version was buying the car outright. Though pricey, it was worth every penny. But no worries. Lin Feng declared with unbridled confidence. Bro's got the cash now. First, I'll break through to 8th grade and solidify my foundation. Then I'll save up another 10 million to unlock 9th grade Grandmaster. When that happens, I'll step onto the battlefield in my true form, one punch, one kid down. Chapter 34, 8th rank cultivation. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Lin Feng had elevated his cultivation to the 8th grade. After the cultivation boost, his coolness points should have been over 2 million, but due to constant contributions from people in the city, his coolness points had soared back to 5 million. However, by now, the contributions from those individuals had dwindled significantly. His prestige points were rising slowly, and reaching 6 million in the short term seemed impossible. Ah! Lin Feng sighed softly, rising from his bed and walking to the window. Guess I'll just have to keep pretending to be cool, he murmured to himself, as if lamenting an unavoidable task. 5 million points. That's still half the distance to the 10 million threshold for a 9th rank Grandmaster. Although the 8th rank realm was already considered a peak mastery, not having reached 9th rank Grandmaster still left him with a slight sense of insecurity. After all, reaching 9th rank meant being able to exchange for an experience card for the next realm. That would be the real trump card. His gaze returned to the Cultivation Exchange Zone on the system panel. The options beyond the 9th rank remained shrouded in a thick gray haze, obscuring every word. The next realm, what could it possibly be? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Born into the martial arts lineage of the Lin family, though only a collateral descendant, he had been immersed in martial traditions since childhood and had heard many secrets and ancient legends. The 9th grade of martial arts represents the pinnacle of mortal achievement, capable of splitting mountains and rivers, standing against 10,000 foes. But legend says, beyond the 9th grade lies transcendence, the path to immortality, the immortal realm. It said that beyond the perilous, isolated beast mountains that severed Ninth-Grade Kingdom from the outside world, or even on the other side, lies a land where the immortal way flourishes. These legends were widely circulated throughout Ninth-Grade Kingdom, known to almost every man, woman, and child. This also explains why, when he previously displayed miraculous feats through the system's special effects, the other party mistook him for an immortal descended from the heavens. Could it be that beyond the mist of the system exchange zone lies the immortal realm? Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. Looks like I'll have to ask that old codger Lei Padian about this. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he made his decision. As the Lord of Sanzhou City, Lei Padian held a high official position and was a genuine 9th rank Grandmaster. The information he possessed and the circles he moved in were far beyond what Lin Feng, a former collateral descendant of a noble family, could ever hope to access. Especially regarding imperial movements and higher-level secrets, Lei Padian was undoubtedly an invaluable intelligence source. More crucially, he needed to verify Xiao Qingyue's suspicions. Was it truly the imperial family that had annihilated the Lin and Xiao clans? Lin Feng firmly believed in Xiao Qingyue's theory. After all, who else in the entire Ninth-Grade Kingdom could silently wipe out multiple martial arts clans, each backed by a 9th rank Grandmaster and possessing deep-rooted foundations, except for the royal family? They controlled the most formidable power and wielded the highest authority. The royal family, why would they sever their own arm? This was the greatest question gnawing at Lin Feng's heart. While the clans possessed their own rebellious streak, they were also crucial pillars and sources of strength for the imperial dynasty's rule. Such a large-scale, bloody purge must conceal earth-shattering secrets and irresistible reasons. With his mind made up, Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He smoothed his robes, ensuring his demeanor as a venerable master remained impeccable, before strolling out of Tingtao Courtyard toward the reception hall at the heart of the city lord's mansion. The reception hall of the city lord's mansion was spacious and imposing. Redwood beams and pillars, carved doors and windows, thick velvet carpets covering the floor, and a large ink painting depicting vast mountain ranges hung on the wall behind the main seat, exuding a dignified and solemn official atmosphere. Lin Feng settled comfortably into a master's chair beside the main seat, where an attentive maid promptly served him a steaming cup of premium spiritual tea. "Go fetch Lord Lei," Lin Feng instructed calmly, lifting his teacup and gently stirring the floating leaves with the lid. "Yes, senior." The attendant dared not delay, bowing deeply in response before hurrying out. Within moments, hurried yet deliberately quiet footsteps echoed outside the door. "Senior. Your humble servant, Lei Padian, awaits your instructions." The voice preceded the man. Immediately after, Lei Potion's face, plastered with a humble smile, appeared at the doorway. He practically ran inside, his pace swift yet carefully controlled to avoid appearing rushed. Tiny beads of sweat glistened on his forehead not from exertion, but pure nervousness. As a ninth-rank grandmaster, traversing from his quarters to this reception hall at full speed would take but an instant. Yet now, he preferred to run rather than risk the slightest hint of showing off his power before his senior. That would be a grave offense. He strode to a spot about 3 paces before Lin Feng, bowing deeply to the ground, his posture extremely humble. "Elder, you summon this junior. What urgent matter requires my presence? Command me, and I shall plunge into boiling water or walk through fire without hesitation." His tone and demeanor were 10 times more attentive than if he were serving his own father. Lin Feng set down his teacup, his gaze resting calmly upon Lei Badian. Though seemingly indifferent, that look carried a weight that made Lei Badian involuntarily straighten his back and hold his breath. "Young Lei," Lin Feng spoke, his voice low yet clear enough to reach Lei Potion's ears. "No need to be nervous. Sit down." "Thank you, senior." Lei Badian cautiously sat down halfway on a chair at the lower end of the room, leaning forward slightly, his posture one of attentive listening. Lin Feng cut straight to the chase, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible chill. "Do you know that recently, within the borders of Nanfeng Kingdom, several martial arts clans including the Lin and Xiao families were wiped out overnight? By what force?" "Whoa!" Lei Boshan's body jerked violently at the words, as if struck by an invisible electric current. The fawning smile on his face froze instantly, then vanished entirely, replaced by a mixture of utter shock, deep dread, and an indescribable sense of apprehension. His pupils contracted to pinpricks. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning white from the pressure, trembling slightly. A chill rose uncontrollably from his tailbone, shooting straight to the crown of his head, instantly soaking a small patch of his back with cold sweat. The air seemed to freeze solid. Only the faint sounds of their breathing filled the reception room, along with the occasional chirping of birds outside the window, which now sounded unnervingly sharp. Thunderstorms surged within Lei Boshan's heart. He's here. He's here for this. These past 3 days, he hadn't been idle. He had activated his intelligence network, carefully probing for information about Lin Feng and the female disciple by his side. While details about Lin Feng himself remained shrouded in mystery, Xiao Qingyue's status as the sole surviving heir of the Xiao family's main branch was not difficult to verify. Combining Lin Feng's terrifying strength with the Xiao family's blood feud, it was only natural that he would ask this question. He bowed his head, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead and trickling down his temples. The immense psychological pressure nearly suffocated him. Speak? Or remain silent? To speak would mean betraying the royal family, revealing earth-shattering secrets. If word leaked out, Lei Padian and his entire clan would surely be left with no place to bury their dead. But if he didn't? How would this unfathomable senior react? Outside the city that day, merely the aura the other had released had made him feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, his very soul nearly frozen solid. He had no doubt that if the man wished to kill him, it would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. As time ticked by, Lei Potion's mind raced in terror. Ultimately, the terror of Lin Feng's unfathomable power and the reverence for the Aureole of Immortals completely overwhelmed the threat from the imperial lineage. Chapter 35, The Hidden Truth Behind the Annihilation of the Noble Households. He jerked his head up, his eyes burning with desperate resolve and profound supplication. His voice was dry and raspy, as if forced from the depths of his throat. Elder. This matter is no trivial affair. This junior does indeed know something. He swallowed hard before continuing. The annihilation, it was the royal family's doing. Oh? The imperial family? Lin Feng's voice betrayed no emotion. He had long suspected as much and was hardly surprised. Explain, Lin Feng pressed. Why would the esteemed royal family commit such an act of extermination? Do they not fear the martial world turning against them, their foundations shaken? Lei Badian dared not withhold anything. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to lay bare the truth as he knew it. Esteemed senior, please understand. The root of this matter traces back to roughly half a year ago. A mix of recollection and dread flickered in Lei Potion's eyes. Half a year ago, an earth-shattering event occurred within the imperial family. That legendary imperial ancestor, long believed to have passed away, suddenly returned. The patriarch returned? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, senior. It was that figure said to be the great-grandfather of our current emperor of Ninth-Grade Kingdom, an unparalleled powerhouse who had already reached the peak of the 9th rank a century ago. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, his voice dropping even lower. Shortly after the patriarch's return, the imperial court issued a secret edict to all provinces and prefectures nationwide under the pretext of selecting talented individuals to serve the nation. It demanded that every province secretly gather all the most outstanding young disciples from martial arts clans within their jurisdiction, along with young martial artists not from clans but possessing exceptional talent and strength reaching a certain threshold. They were all to be sent to the capital to participate in a so-called martial arts championship. On the surface, it was a competition to select elites. But that's precisely where the eeriness lies. A look of lingering fear crossed Lei Boshan's face. From preparation to execution, this tournament was shrouded in extreme secrecy. It was held in the deepest, most heavily guarded part of the imperial city, the forbidden martial arts hall, guarded personally by imperial priests. Outsiders couldn't catch a single glimpse. We provincial officials were only responsible for delivering the participants to the designated location in the capital. After that, all contact was completely severed. Then what? Lin Feng's voice remained calm, yet the unspoken pressure made Lei Boshan's forehead break out in more beads of sweat. Then the nightmare began. Lei Boshan's voice trembled slightly. About a month later, the tournament concluded. The outcome was utterly earth-shattering. He swallowed hard, struggling to continue. The young people who were sent away, the vast majority, never returned. Whether they were elite offspring from noble families or talented commoners, they all vanished without a trace. Vanished into thin air? A cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Yes. Only a handful were released. Lei Badian paused, his eyes flickering with indescribable terror and confusion. But these survivors, their states were utterly bizarre. They became silent and withdrawn, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had been stolen. They were utterly secretive about what happened during the tournament, reacting with terror and incoherent rambling when questioned. Moreover, based on covert observations, the martial foundations of those released seemed to have suffered some kind of irreversible damage. Their cultivation stagnated or even regressed, they were completely ruined. At the time, the entire upper echelons of Ninth-Grade Kingdom were shaken. Rumors spread like wildfire. Lei Badian continued, the most widely circulated theory was, the royal family feared the martial arts power of the common people had grown too strong, especially among the great clans and noble families. With their deep foundations and a constant stream of talented young generations, they posed a threat to imperial rule if left unchecked. So, under the guise of the championship tournament, they executed a root and branch elimination strategy. They swept away all the geniuses who might grow up to threaten the royal family in the future. The clans suffered even worse. Lei Boshan's voice brimmed with sorrow and a tinge of shared dread. Shortly after news spread that nearly all their young elites had been wiped out, the bloody purge began. The imperial family mobilized their most mysterious force, the Bloodshed Tower, launching thunderous, simultaneous assaults on several of the most profound martial clans. The methods were utterly brutal. Not a soul was spared. It said that even the ancestral patriarchs of families guarded by 9th rank ancestors, even they, did not survive. Overnight, martial arts clans with centuries of heritage were reduced to ashes. As the ruler of a city, though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, the fragments of information reaching him through official channels and secret intelligence networks were enough to paint a hellish picture. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated that this conspiracy targeted not just the clans, but young martial artists across the entire nation. Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his voice low. You said non-clan young martial artists were also killed. Then, what about the imperial court? Lei Badian stiffened, astonished by Lin Feng's sharpness. He nodded forcefully, his face contorted with profound fear and rage. You see it all, senior. Yes. Beyond martial prodigies, that period saw a bloody purge sweep through the imperial court. Several veteran ministers commanding large armies or holding high moral standing, along with officials of considerable local prestige, were all branded with fabricated charges of colluding with rebels and plotting treason, their families exterminated. The brutality of the methods and the sheer scale of the persecution were utterly horrifying. You're junior back then, I walked on eggshells, unable to sleep at night. Terrified that the executioner's blade might fall upon me any day. He recalled those days of constant fear, still trembling at the memory. Then, why did the imperial court spare provincial governors and city lords like you? Lin Feng's gaze was piercing, as if trying to see straight into Lei Boshan's soul. I've racked my brain over it and still can't fathom it. Lei Padian gave a bitter smile, tinged with both relief and lingering fear. Perhaps it's because my strength is too meager to pose a significant threat to the imperial family? Even he found this conjecture absurd after all, he was a ninth-rank grandmaster yet it seemed the only plausible explanation. Silence once again settled over the reception hall. Even the scent of sandalwood seemed to grow heavier. After a long pause, Lei Padian seemed to make a decision. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a desperate resolve. His voice was lowered to a near whisper. Senior. I have another theory. One that might touch upon the very core of this entire affair. Lin Feng's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade. Speak. Lei Padian took a deep breath. All of this, the source of all this, likely points to that suddenly returned imperial ancestor. He paused. Through extremely secretive channels and at great cost, this junior has managed to uncover a rumor. It is said that the ancestor returned from the direction of the Fiend Beast Mountains. The Fierce Beast Mountains? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly blazed with an unprecedented intensity. Yes. The Fiendish Beast Mountains. That legendary impassable wasteland even for ninth-rank grandmasters. Lei Potion's voice carried awe. Reports say the imperial ancestor not only successfully crossed the Fiendish Beast Mountains, but on the other side, gained an unimaginable, great opportunity. He licked his parched lips. He may have broken through the shackles of ninth-rank martial cultivation. Entered that legendary realm beyond ninth rank, that realm. Beyond the ninth rank? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lei Padian nodded emphatically. Yes, senior. Beyond the ninth rank. A realm that utterly transcends mortal understanding of martial arts. Within the imperial clan, it is called Transcendence. Or rather, the realm of earthly immortals. Chapter 36, The Chow Family Arrives. After hearing the entire story, Lin Feng felt as if an entire mountain range of ferocious beasts had been crammed into his chest. The weight was crushing, leaving him gasping for breath. Oomph. Outwardly, he maintained his enigmatic, impassive sage demeanor, but inwardly, he raged, this isn't how the script was written, director. What happened to dominating the newbie village as a ninth rank? What about coasting through with just a little swagger? This is hell mode right off the bat? His original plan was simple, with the ninth-rank Grandmaster trial pass, he'd be a walking nuclear warhead in Nanfeng Kingdom. Walk in, strut out, and watch the prestige points roll in. Once he saved up enough, he'd redeem it for a permanent ninth rank card or even higher. Then he'd ascend to the pinnacle of life, marry, cough, well, you know the standard formula for an invincible, overpowered male lead in a feel-good story. But what happened? After pulling off two major stunts, that old bastard Lei Padian dropped a thunderbolt on him. Imperial ancestor. Suspected to be above ninth grade. Transcendent. A terrestrial immortal. These words felt like ice picks, stabbing straight into Lin Feng's newly inflated ego. What the hell is this nonsense? Lin Feng raged inwardly. Did I pretend to be a high-level cultivator just to develop quietly? He needed to show off to grow stronger. That meant he couldn't hide, he had to be loud, he had to stir things up. But the louder the commotion, the more likely it was to catch the royal family's attention. Especially that ancient ancestor rumored to be a terrestrial immortal. In others' eyes, he was now an unfathomable, potentially supernatural figure. What was this? This was a direct collision of personas. Rivals in the same field. What if that ancient ancestor felt his supernatural persona challenged? A single thought sweeping over, When did Nanfeng Kingdom sprout another suspected supernatural youngster? Come over for a chat. The scene was too terrifying for Lin Feng to contemplate. His paper-thin ninth-grade trial pass would likely be as flimsy as toilet paper before a genuine powerhouse pierced through it a single thrust. Pretending to be a sage only to be exposed? That would be hilarious. He'd spiral straight into the heavens on the spot, saving them the trouble of scattering his ashes. Prestige points. I must acquire massive prestige points immediately to break through ninth grade. Lin Feng roared inwardly. And save enough to exchange for a trial card above ninth grade. Time. I need time. And an opportunity to rapidly harvest a huge wave of prestige points. Pretending to be a master felt great at first, but pretending to be a master all the time, now it felt like he was headed straight for the crematorium. Lin Feng now understood firsthand what it meant to pay the price for pretending to be cool. Report. A city guard, his voice tinged with 3 parts nervousness and 7 parts reverence, cautiously approached the reception hall entrance. He performed a standard deep bow toward Lei Padian, Your Excellency, the city lord. Miss Chow Manling, the eldest daughter of the Chow family from the capital, has arrived in our Sangzhou city. The guard's voice wasn't loud, but it rang out distinctly in the silent reception hall. Lei Padian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Chow Manling of the Chow family? Why would she leave the capital to come to this backwater of Sangzhou city? Inspecting the people's conditions or experiencing life here? His words betrayed his confusion, yet his body remained utterly still, not even shifting from his seat. Who was he kidding? The man before him was rumored to be a powerhouse capable of going toe-to-toe with the imperial ancestors themselves. The Chow family of the capital? Though a trusted royal clan wielding immense power, in Lei Boshan's current understanding, they paled in comparison to this senior like fireflies beside the sun. Clinging to this golden opportunity was the only way to go. The Chow family's heiress? What was she, anyway? He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an insignificant fly. Alright, this city lord has heard you. Have someone keep an eye on their movements. Just make sure they don't cause any trouble in the city. Beyond that, pay them no mind. Lei Padian deemed his arrangement perfectly reasonable, maintaining his dignity as city lord while fully expressing respect for the senior. He even stole a glance at Lin Feng. Seeing the elder still seated like a mountain, his breath steady, showing no reaction whatsoever to the mention of the Chow family, he felt even more reassured. See, the elder truly doesn't hold the Chow family in any regard. My move was spot on. Oomph. Lei Padian. After all these years, you've grown ever more arrogant as the city lord of Zhangzhou. Dare you not even show your face when someone from my Chow family comes calling? A cold snort, thick with scorn and contempt, echoed through the air. The composure on Lei Boshan's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of sheer terror. He whipped his head toward the doorway, where a middle-aged man stood silently, clad in luxurious brocade robes. His face was stern, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. When had he arrived? As a renowned Ninth-Grade Grandmaster, Lei Padian had completely failed to sense the man's presence beforehand. Cold sweat instantly drenched Lei Boshan's back. What did this mean? It meant the man's strength absolutely crushed his own. At least late 9th grade. Or even, peak? His gaze instinctively darted toward Lin Feng seated at the head of the table. Lin Feng remained as steady as a mountain. Not even lifting an eyelid, his fingers lightly brushed the rim of his teacup. It was as if the figure standing at the door wasn't a terrifying late 9th rank powerhouse, but merely an insignificant wisp of air. His expression, his posture, radiated a calm assurance that everything was under control. Lei Boshan's heart instantly dropped back into his chest. The senior's reaction, he's got this. The senior must have noticed long ago. He just didn't deign to acknowledge it. His own panic just now must have looked pretty pathetic in the senior's eyes, right? But in reality? Lin Feng's inner monologue. Who the hell is that? When did they arrive? Do they walk on air? Scared the crap out of me. Is Lei Padian even competent? A 9th rank grandmaster can't even guard his own door? His outward composure was pure muscle memory, propped up by his mysterious master persona. Lei Padian took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed his hands toward the middle-aged man at the door. His voice strained to remain calm, even forcing a hint of familiarity. Ah. I wondered who it could be. It's brother George. It's been years, and you look even more distinguished than before. My apologies for not greeting you properly at the door. Truly, I was attending to an extremely distinguished guest and couldn't spare the time. I hope brother George will forgive me. He emphasized the words extremely distinguished with deliberate emphasis, his eyes darting repeatedly toward Lin Feng. The implication was practically overflowing. See? This one. Not someone to mess with. Don't start anything. The middle-aged man at the door was none other than George Chow, the current rising star of the Chow family and Chow Manling's older brother. His face was dark enough to drip water. Outside the door moments ago, he had clearly heard Lei Boshan's words, monitor the situation, but pay no heed. Ignore them? When the Chow family stamped their feet in the capital, the entire southern Wind Kingdom trembled. When had they sunk so low that a remote provincial city lord could treat them with such contempt? Moreover, George had seen Lei Boshan's subtle gestures and meaningful glances perfectly clearly. That young man seated at the head? A mere 8th rank official. What was that old fox Lei Padian playing at? Thinking he could use some greenhorn as a shield? George gave a cold laugh, its chill making the entire reception hall feel several degrees colder. Forbearance? Lei Padian, spare me the nonsense. I didn't come here today to reminisce. Chapter 37, Confronting George. His piercing gaze swept over Lin Feng like a knife, brimming with undisguised scrutiny and contempt, before fixing firmly on Lei Padian again. I ask you, have you seen a man and a woman riding an unusually massive, multicolored, dazzling light carving appear in Zhangzhou City? He had tracked them all the way here, the clues leading unequivocally to Zhangzhou City. To George, the rumors of divine powers and summoning wind and rain he'd heard along the way were nothing but ignorant flattery from the common folk and the other party's tricks to play at being supernatural. A man who dared bully his own nephew, could he truly be a divine being? Ridiculous. What had the Chow family not seen? He would track this man down and make him pay for offending the Chow clan. Upon hearing this description, Lei Boshan's heart skipped a beat and his scalp instantly tingled. This description, wasn't it referring to the elder before him and the disciple beside him? His gaze drifted uncontrollably back to Lin Feng, seated at the head of the table, filled with questioning and a hint of what should we do, boss? Lin Feng. Inwardly ranting, why are you looking at me? Is the answer written on my face? But, a golden eagle? A man and a woman? This plot development feels strangely familiar? Lin Feng remained outwardly as steady as an old dog, his lips even curling into a hint of the playful, unfathomable amusement. George followed Lei Potion's gaze and refocused his attention on Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's expression unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before him, bordering on watching a show, an inexplicable rage flared up inside George. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. He stepped forward, and the terrifying pressure of a late-stage 9th-rank powerhouse spread like a tangible force, making the air in the entire reception hall feel frozen. His gaze locked onto Lin Feng as he spoke, each word cold as ice. Boy, Lei Potion, looking at you, you must be that insolent upstart who, in Qingshi town, relied on petty tricks to humiliate my Qiao family's bloodline, right? Boom! An invisible pressure crashed down upon Lin Feng like a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave. The scent of sandalwood in the reception hall was completely replaced by a grim, murderous tension and the smell of gunpowder. Lei Potion's face drained white. His mind screamed, George, you brute. If you're going to court death, don't drag me down with you. He looked at Lin Feng in terror, fearing that if the elder grew displeased, he might wipe out this brute of the Qiao family along with the entire city lord's residence. George's overwhelming late-stage 9th-rank pressure, like a mountain collapse and tsunami, surged toward Lin Feng, carrying a cold, murderous intent. The air seemed to solidify into heavy lead. An ordinary 8th-grade martial artist caught within it would likely have their bones shatter and their mind collapse. Even a peak 8th-grade practitioner would be drenched in cold sweat, struggling to breathe. Yet Lin Feng sat motionless in the seat of honor. That terrifying pressure, enough to make even Lei Potion tremble in fear, fell upon him like a stone sinking into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. He didn't even wrinkle his brow. The reason was simple: the 8th-rank cultivation exchanged through the system represented the most perfect state achievable within that realm, its foundational strength far exceeding imagination. Moreover, he had just expended a full 3 million prestige points to exchange for the fragment of the true scripture of 10,000 transformations returning to 1. Though incomplete, this cultivation technique's profound concept had already faintly touched the primordial essence of heaven and earth, endowing Lin Feng with an indescribable momentum. This momentum was sufficient to block, dissolve, or even ignore such pure energy pressure. Lin Feng felt a flutter in his heart as an indescribable thrill quietly rose within him. Since his transmigration, he had either crushed lower-tier opponents with his 9th-rank Grandmaster trial card or intimidated them with his master status. He had never truly engaged in a full-fledged battle against a powerhouse whose cultivation realm surpassed his own. This George was the perfect whetstone. Perfect. I'll use you to test the depths of the 10,000 transformations returned to 1 true scripture. Lin Feng growled inwardly, a glint of eager anticipation flashing deep in his eyes. He neither lashed out in fury nor uttered a word of defense. He merely, slowly lifted his eyelids. Those eyes, once as still as ancient wells and as deep as abysses, now seemed ignited by an invisible flame. No earth-shattering aura erupted, no gale force energy surged. What rose abruptly was an indescribable presence. If George's pressure was a raging tsunami, threatening to crush and flatten everything in its path, then what Lin Feng radiated now was an immovable ancient reef, a sacred mountain supporting heaven and earth. That formless gaze, precise and utterly unadorned, pinned itself directly onto the very core of the storm of pressure George unleashed its very eye. Hum. An extremely faint hum, yet one that seemed to resonate directly within the depths of George and Lei Potion's souls. George's terrifying pressure, once solid enough to crush steel, collided with an invisible yet indestructible wall of resistance 3 feet before Lin Feng. The raging torrent of energy was forcibly cleaved in two, splitting into chaotic currents that whistled past either side of Lin Feng. They made the curtain behind him flutter wildly, yet failed to disturb even the hem of his robe. What? George's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. The scorn and fury frozen on his face gave way to utter disbelief and horror. He felt the full force of his pressure surge collide with boundless emptiness, his power instantly dissolved and swallowed, without so much as a flicker of resistance. This was beyond the capability of an 8th-rank martial artist. Even a typical early or mid-stage 9th-rank practitioner could never so effortlessly neutralize the pressure of a late-stage 9th rank. Lei Potion's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he roared inwardly, "Holy! Did you see that? That's the senior's power. Complete disregard. Utter, naked disregard. That idiot George's pressure isn't even a gentle breeze to the senior. The senior didn't even get up. Just a glance. Just one glance. The senior is already this formidable with merely an 8th-grade cultivation." He knew full well Lin Feng was far beyond the 8th rank. After all, he'd experienced it firsthand outside the city that aura was 100 times more powerful than what he witnessed now. His earlier terror instantly transformed into unparalleled excitement and relief. His resolve to cling to this powerful figure was stronger than ever. Lin Feng felt the 10,000 transformations return to 1 true scripture quietly circulating within him. The surging pressure was being mysteriously dispersed by the technique. This technique was truly miraculous. He slowly set down the teacup he'd been fingering, his movements elegant and composed, as if he'd merely brushed away an insignificant speck of dust. His gaze met George's startled and uncertain eyes with calm composure. A faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted at the corner of his mouth, a smile so subtle it sent a bone-chilling chill through George. The Qiao family? Lin Feng spoke, his voice low yet clear enough to pierce the lingering energy turbulence in the reception hall. Are they that formidable? You. George's head spun with humiliating fury at the words. Not only had the man effortlessly diffused his intimidating aura, but his words had also reduced the prestigious Chow family to utter worthlessness. When had the Chow family ever endured such contempt? How dare you? George roared, his rage completely drowning out the lingering trace of suspicion in his rational mind. What did it matter if he possessed some strange ability? A mere 8th rank cultivator couldn't possibly turn the world upside down. He must be using some bizarre artifact. His right hand shot upward, fingers curling into a claw as a blinding dark gold light instantly coalesced around it. Within the glow, the ominous cry of a fierce eagle echoed faintly. The air compressed violently, crackling under the unbearable strain. Eagle shatters the heavens. George's form shot forward like lightning, carrying a terrifying momentum that seemed to tear through everything, striking directly at Lin Feng seated at the main position. Before the claw even reached, the unmatched, piercing wind pressure alone forced several cracks into the tabletop before Lin Feng. This claw strike channeled George's profound, late-stage 9th-rank martial energy, infused with the martial will honed through decades of arduous cultivation the eagle's sharpness and dominance. He was confident that even if his opponent possessed some protective treasure, this claw strike alone would be enough to tear both the man and his treasure to shreds. Facing this claw strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, radiating overwhelming ferocity, Lin Feng's eyes showed not a trace of fear. Instead, they blazed with even fiercer fighting spirit. Bring it on! He roared inwardly, instantly accelerating the circulation of the 10,000 transformations returned to one true scripture. Under the command of this profound technique, the Gale energy within his body underwent a strange transformation. It became more condensed and substantial, yet carried a hint of the void that embraced all things. He chose neither to meet the blow head-on nor to evade it. Just as George's claw glinting with dark gold ferocity and tearing through the air was about to touch his face, Lin Feng moved. Chapter 38, Xiaomanling. His movement was blindingly fast, yet it carried an oddly deliberate slowness. His right hand shot up, index and middle fingers pressed together, delivering a light tap. No earth-shattering roar. No dazzling burst of light. Only a faint, nearly invisible spatial ripple spread silently along the trajectory of his fingertip. The center of that ripple aligned precisely with the most concentrated, most ferocious tip of George Eagle Claw's power. SSSSHHH. A soft sound, like a hot knife slicing through solidified butter. George's eagle shatters the heavens, delivered with absolute certainty, collided with that minuscule ripple. In that instant, it felt like crashing into an invisible swamp, or sinking into a quagmire of spacetime. The raging dark gold aura and the martial will to tear everything apart, condensed upon his claws, were visibly sucked into that tiny ripple at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sensation was like striking a void with full force, or having every ounce of his power instantly swallowed and dissolved by an invisible black hole. George felt his arm grow heavy as an overwhelming, inexplicable suction pulled at him, causing the force he'd gathered to dissipate by more than half in an instant. An indescribable sense of emptiness and dissolution surged back, assaulting his mind and causing his chi and blood to churn violently. How is this possible? George was utterly horrified. He had never encountered such a bizarre technique. This was absolutely not the kind of power an 8th-grade martial artist should possess. In that split second when his old strength faded and new power hadn't yet risen, his mind reeling, Lin Feng's sword finger, tracing an arc, gently tapped forward. Its tip emitted no light, yet it seemed to contain the very essence of truth that pierced through all laws, striking with pinpoint accuracy the inner side of George's wrist. Put! A dull thud echoed. George was struck as if by lightning. A force of utter annihilation, condensed to its absolute limit, pierced through the weak point in his protective aura like an invisible steel needle, driving deep into his meridians. Gah! George grunted, his face instantly turning deathly pale as an uncontrollable wave of excruciating pain shot from his wrist up his entire arm. His claw stance shattered completely. His entire body was violently shoved by an invisible force, causing him to stagger backward, stumbling 3 heavy steps. Each step left a deep footprint in the hard ground, cracks spreading like spider webs. His right arm hung limply at his side, the excruciating pain piercing his bones. For a moment, he couldn't muster even a shred of strength. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the entire reception hall. The incense had long since extinguished, the air thick with the acrid smell of clashing energies and the violent aura emanating from George. Lei Potion's jaw dropped, his eyes fixed on the young figure still seated at the head of the table. With a mere flick of his finger, he had effortlessly repelled George, a late-stage 9th-rank powerhouse. His mind went blank, a single thought echoing wildly, Fingerdip repels a formidable foe. Truly, Fingerdip repels a formidable foe. Senior. Senior is unfathomable. Unfathomable. George looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Clutching his right wrist, now throbbing with excruciating pain and numbness, he stared at Lin Feng in utter terror. His eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and a hint of bewilderment. What had just happened? That eerie deflecting force, that finger strike precise to the millimeter, striking directly at the flaw. This was absolutely not an 8th-grade cultivation. Even an ordinary peak ninth-grade cultivator might not be able to perform such effortless feats. His prideful late-stage ninth-rank cultivation seemed utterly insignificant before this opponent. The other hadn't even left his chair. Who are you? George's voice trembled, a quiver he hadn't even noticed himself, his earlier arrogance completely vanishing. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his finger, as though he had merely flicked away an annoying insect. He picked up the teacup that had miraculously survived the chaos beside him, gently blowing away non-existent foam on its surface. His movements flowed like water, exuding an indescribable sense of ease and grace. His eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze resting calmly upon the disheveled George. That look was like a deity from the heavens surveying an ant that had strayed into a temple. Why should I explain my actions to the likes of you? Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice, each word carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Just then, Lei Padian interjected, George, this elder is a peerless powerhouse. Know your place and return to the capital. He had no desire to escalate the situation. If the imperial family pursued the matter, consequences far beyond his capacity as city lord would follow. After all, killing George would be tantamount to slapping the royal family in the face. There would be no room for compromise then. While the elder's formidable power might shield him from the royal family's wrath, Lei Padian was merely at the early stage of the ninth rank. If the royal family pursued the matter, he would be the first target. At that very moment. What arrogance! Transcendent? With you? A cool, melodious voice, tinged with haughty superiority and absolute authority, echoed from outside the reception hall. The voice was not loud, yet it cut through the heavy air with crystal clarity, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Accompanied by the delicate jingle of jade ornaments, a graceful figure appeared at the doorway. She wore a moon-white palace gown, meticulously tailored, its hem embroidered with intricate cloud patterns that shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, clearly made of exceptional fabric. Tall and slender, she wore a veil over her face. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, radiating an innate nobility and an aloof indifference that seemed to look down upon all. Her gaze first swept over George, pale-faced with his right arm hanging limply. Her willow brows furrowed imperceptibly before two icy beams of scrutiny shot directly toward Lin Feng, who remained composedly sipping tea at the main seat. The examination carried undisguised contempt. Brother, the woman's crimson lips parted, her voice icy, it seems you've been momentarily careless, falling for this charlatan's tricks? An 8th-rank cultivator dares to claim transcendence? What a colossal joke. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Manling, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family of the capital. She stepped into the hall with measured grace, each stride precise and elegant as if meticulously calibrated. Behind her, two elderly women with deep, steady breaths and piercing gazes followed silently, like shadows clearly possessing peak 9th rank cultivation. Lei Padian sucked in a sharp breath, his scalp prickling with dread. The Qiao family was pulling out all the stops, they were going to make a scene that would shake the heavens. George saw his sister arrive, a complex flicker crossing his eyes as he whispered, Manling, be careful. This man is unnerving. Xiao Manling, however, didn't even glance at her brother. Her gaze locked onto Lin Feng with tangible intensity. Her chin lifted slightly as she spoke in a tone of judgment. I care not what vile means you used to injure my son in Qingshi town, nor how you manipulated Lord Lei. Now, I give you two choices. First, kneel, kowtow, strip yourself of your cultivation, and follow me back to the Qiao family to face punishment. Second, a cold, cruel curve touched her lips, this lady will personally crush you and your phantom summoning tricks into dust. The reception hall instantly froze over, the air thick with murderous intent. The aura of the two 9th rank matrons had already locked onto Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng slowly set down his teacup. The base met the tabletop with a crisp clack. He lifted his gaze to meet the haughty young miss of the Qiao family. For the first time, his eyes revealed a distinct amusement. Oh? Lin Feng's voice carried an oddly rhythmic cadence, breaking the suffocating silence. Crush this seat? He leaned forward slightly, an invisible pressure seeming to spread silently with his movement. The playful smile at the corner of his mouth. With you, and these two old quails you brought along? Chapter 39, Old Cucumbers Painted Green. Hearing the woman's imperious words, Lin Feng finally pieced together the entire story. So that spoiled brat from Qingshi town was actually the son of this young and beautiful woman before him? He inwardly scoffed, holy crap. Judging by her figure and voice, I'd have sworn she was a girl in her early 20s and her son is already over 20? Her preservation was beyond absurd. The fantasy world truly defied logic. But then again, it made sense. Powerful old monsters pretending to be young wasn't exactly unheard of. To Xiao Manling's left, a wrinkled old crone with skin like dried orange peel and a menacing glare spoke in a voice as harsh as sandpaper scraping against deadwood. Boy, arrogance demands proof. A mere 8th rank cultivator, lucky enough to land a few blows, and you think you can turn the world upside down? You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the vastness above. To her right, another aged woman, hunched yet radiating a heavier, more oppressive aura, chimed in coldly, humph. The so-called geniuses we old women have seen all ended up as dust. You won't be any different. The The two stood like tombstones radiating the heavy aura of twilight, their peak 9th rank pressure bearing down like invisible mountains, slowly crushing Lin Feng seated at the main position. Lin Feng didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He merely ran his fingertips lightly over the smooth rim of his teacup. His posture seemed to be either admiring a rare treasure or disdainfully wiping away dust from the cup. A barely perceptible curve touched the corner of his mouth, not a smile, but a contempt and boredom that ran deep to the bone. TSK, peak 9th rank? Sounds pretty intimidating, but it's just two old quails about to be buried, putting on a show here? Their lines reek of coffin lids. He inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly remained calm and composed, his gaze carrying an air of natural superiority. Noisy. Before this sovereign, you ants have no right to speak. At that moment, Xiao Manling was utterly enraged by Lin Feng's blatant contempt, especially his word noisy, a naked trampling of her Qiao family's authority. Her eyebrows shot upward, her chest heaving violently. Her moon-white court robe seemed ready to burst into flames from her fury as she shrieked, "You foolhardy creature! You dare to be defiant even as death approaches!" Lin Feng finally lifted his head, his gaze settling for the first time with a hint of genuine interest upon Xiao Manling's face, shrouded beneath her veil. Then, speaking slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough to drown out Xiao Manling's shouts, he said, "I'm merely curious, Madam Xiao. What sort of secret art could possibly make a nearly 50-year-old dried-up old cucumber look like a fresh, tender young girl? Your art of preserving youth must come at a hefty price, wouldn't you say?" You. Lin Feng's phrase, "an old cucumber painted green," is struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, like a steel needle dipped in poison, piercing with deadly precision into Xiao Manling's most sensitive, most untouchable sore spot. Boom! A surge of energy far more violent and icy than George's erupted from Xiao Manling like a volcanic explosion. Her moon-white court robes fluttered without wind, their intricate cloud patterns seeming to come alive. The remaining furniture and porcelain in the reception hall instantly crumbled to dust under this terrifying force. The solid floor cracked inch by inch around her, spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly, even reaching Lei Potion's feet. The early 9th-rank city lord recoiled in terror, his face as white as paper. Xiao Manling's eyes, once sharp and haughty, were now utterly consumed by crimson fury and bone-deep venom. Her veil fluttered violently, as if it might be scorched through by the erupting rage at any moment. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Lin Feng, her voice shrill and distorted with fury, like the wail of a night owl. "Kill him. Tear him limb from limb. Grind his bones to dust. I want his soul scattered to the winds, condemned to eternal torment." Her last shred of reason snapped completely. Capturing him alive for interrogation? Bringing him back to the Qiao family to face punishment? All such thoughts were now cast far into the heavens. Lin Feng's viciously cruel taunt had ignited the rage smoldering within her for years, the fear of aging and the twisted obsession with youth. Now, she had only one thought, to make this vile insect before her vanish in the most agonizing, complete manner possible. "As you command, young mistress. He who insults the young mistress shall die." The two peak 9th rank old women sprang into action the instant Xiao Manling screamed. Their seemingly decrepit, hunched bodies now erupted with ghostly speed. Like two black bolts streaking across the ground, one on each side, they tore through the air, charging straight at Lin Feng seated at the main table. Their speed was so blindingly fast that Lei Padian could only see two blurred after images. Their coordination was seamless, clearly honed through countless drills. The old crone on the left, with her wind-dried tangerine peel face, formed her fingers into a claw. Her fingertips were wrapped in viscous, ink-like black gale energy, thick with the stench of death, as she lunged straight for Lin Feng's throat. It was the Qiao family's secret poisonous claw technique, the underworld withered bone claw. Where the claw wind passed, the air emitted a hissing, corrosive sound, as if even vitality itself was being stripped away. The older woman on the right, whose aura was even more profound, unleashed both palms simultaneously. The palm winds were silent yet heavy as collapsing mountains. Her palm force was condensed to its absolute limit, sealing off any space for Lin Feng to dodge left or right. This was her signature technique, the 1,000-ton mountain sealing palm. Before the palm force even struck, the invisible pressure already made the rosewood chair beneath Lin Feng groan under the strain, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. The combined fury of two peak 9th rank powerhouses unleashed a force far surpassing George's earlier eagle shatters the heavens by several fold. A furious web of destructive chi instantly enveloped Lin Feng. The air in the entire reception hall seemed sucked out, leaving only a suffocating aura of death. Facing this lethal encirclement capable of instantly crippling or even killing an ordinary peak 9th rank cultivator, Lin Feng remained seated, utterly unmoved. He didn't even pause the fingers caressing his teacup. TSK, getting flustered, huh? Hit a nerve. Watching this old cucumber lose his composure was quite a spectacle. While inwardly ranting wildly, he directly activated his 9th rank trial card. He knew that even if he could withstand an 8th grade attack, he'd be left in a sorry state. Joking aside, he was regarded as extraordinary in others' eyes. How could he possibly be outmatched? Just as the ghostly claws were about to clamp down on his throat and the crushing palm strike bore down on him at the critical moment. Buzz! An indescribable, boundless power as if originating from the depths of his very soul instantly surged through every fiber of Lin Feng's being. His original 8th rank aura surged upward like a rocket. A pressure more colossal, more refined, and more tyrannical than that of the two old women combined erupted from him like a primordial beast awakening from slumber, radiating outward with Lin Feng at its epicenter. What? Impossible. The ferocity and murderous intent frozen on the two old women's faces instantly solidified, replaced by utter terror. They felt an overwhelming, irresistible force materialize out of thin air, like an invisible tidal wave crashing violently into the techniques they had unleashed with all their might. Boom! Boom! Two thunderous booms, deep and resonant like drumbeats, exploded almost simultaneously. Chapter 40, Vanquishing the Enemy in the Blink of an Eye. Lin Feng remained seated, motionless. Yet, at the very instant the skeletal claw was about to seize his throat, he bent his left fingers and flicked casually toward the claw's palm, where deathly blackness swirled. Clink! A crisp sound like metal striking stone. The withered bone claw weapon forged from the old woman's lifetime of cultivation, powerful enough to pierce steel, collided as though struck by a meteor spinning at warp speed. A force sharp, condensed, and carrying an aura of devastating sharpness surged back up her fingertips and arms like a whirlwind, crushing everything in its path. Snap! Pop! The withered old woman's emaciated arm twisted and deformed at a visible speed, a dense crackling of bones snapping like popping beans. She let out a wretched scream as all color drained from her withered face. A torrent of black blood, mixed with fragments of her internal organs, spurted forth. Her entire body flew backward like a violently flung away by an irresistible force. She crashed heavily to the ground, her body twisted beyond recognition, clearly dead as a doornail. At the same moment, facing the overwhelming mountain-crushing palm strike from the right, Lin Feng held his teacup steady in his right hand while his left hand flickered. Instantly, the force of annihilation erupted. Poof! Granny Mountain's ceiling felt an apocalyptic energy bearing down on her. Before she could react, her entire being was shattered into oblivion by the force of annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was annihilated. Two renowned 9th-rank peak guest elders of the Chao clan, acting in concert, couldn't even last a single exchange before Lin Feng. The entire reception hall fell into a deathly silence, once more, even more complete and suffocating than when George had retreated earlier. Sandalwood ashes swirled in the violent air currents, spiraling down in a whirl. The air thickened with the scent of blood, scorched flesh, dust, and fear that seeped into the very marrow. Lei Potion's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a goose egg, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out, his body stiff as stone. At that moment, he felt profound relief for his actions outside the city walls. Thankfully he had knelt early, otherwise it would have been him crushed to dust. After all, both of them were at the peak of the 9th rank. Yet even so, they had been instantly killed in front of their senior. If it were me, the senior would only need to blow a breath and I'd be gone. The satisfaction and cruelty on George's face had long vanished, replaced by endless horror and bewilderment. Clutching his right arm, numb with excruciating pain, he felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave, his entire body frozen. Superhuman. He truly is superhuman. We're courting death? Just moments ago, Xiao Manling had been consumed by raging fury and hysterics. Now, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her from head to toe, leaving her instantly numb to the bone. The veil covering her face had been torn away and blown off by the invisible force of Lin Feng's overwhelming pressure the instant he unleashed it, revealing the distorted, wrinkled face beneath, crisscrossed with fine crow's feet. The illusion of youth she had painstakingly maintained for decades was utterly shattered before Lin Feng's overwhelming power, just like that veil. A fear born from the depths of her soul coiled around her heart like a cold, venomous snake, nearly suffocating her. Her previous arrogance, tyranny, and murderous intent all vanished into thin air, leaving only boundless chill and regret. Lin Feng slowly raised the teacup to his lips and took a gentle sip. The faint sound of swallowing echoed distinctly in the deathly silent reception hall. Setting the cup down, his detached voice reached every ear. The warm-up is over. Now, it's time for me to crush you all? The playful curve of his lips, in Xiao Manling's eyes, now resembled the grim smile of death itself. Xiao Manling's slender frame trembled violently, her face drained of color as if she'd heard the tolling of doom's bell. Her strongest asset, in his eyes, was merely a warm-up? Lin Feng rose slowly to his feet. As he moved, the overwhelming pressure of a peak 9th-rank cultivator not only failed to recede but surged forth like a primordial beast awakening, spreading even more unrestrainedly. He took a step forward. Thud! The ground trembled beneath his foot. Beyond the heavens lie greater heavens, beyond men stand greater men. This world is not ruled solely by your Chao family. The moment the words fell, Lin Feng moved. He employed no flashy techniques, merely pointing his fingers like a sword, extending a single finger toward Xiao Manling across the void. No light shone from his fingertip, no ripples formed, only the ultimate essence of destruction emanated from it. Shhhhh. An intangible, formless force like a sword chi pierced with pinpoint accuracy toward Xiao Manling's Dantian Chihai. No! Xiao Manling screamed in despair, feeling the terrifying force that could shatter her entire lifetime of cultivation. Put! A faint pop, like a bubble bursting. Xiao Manling's body convulsed violently, as if all her bones had been ripped out, collapsing limply to the ground. Her well-maintained face instantly lost all radiance, turning ashen and haggard, as if she had aged 20 years overnight. The surging gale energy within her body gushed out like floodwaters bursting through a dam, wildly dissipating until it vanished without a trace. Lin Feng's single finger strike had completely crippled her cultivation. My cultivation! My cultivation! Xiao Manling lay sprawled on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching, inhumanly shrill scream. Her hands clawed futilely at her abdomen, her expression that of a raving madwoman. Having her cultivation destroyed was 100 times more agonizing than death itself. It wasn't merely the loss of power, it was the very foundation sustaining her youth. Lin Feng withdrew his finger as if he had done nothing more than a trivial matter. Standing with hands behind his back, the palpable pressure of his peak 9th rank cultivation enveloped the entire scene. His gaze swept over the cowering George, his voice cold and detached, yet carrying the weight of final judgment. Go back and tell the Chow family I remember what happened today. Should there be a next time? Lin Feng paused, and a killing intent colder and more terrifying than before spread like a tangible force, causing the temperature in the entire reception hall to plummet. I shall not hesitate to personally travel to the capital and tear down the lintel of your Chow family's gate. The final word fell like a heavy hammer striking George's heart. Tear down the Chow family's doorframe? This was a blatant declaration of war. Yet at this moment, not a shred of defiance stirred within him, only boundless chill. Get out! Lin Feng's command rang out like thunder. George struggled to lift Xiao Manling, who lay limp on the floor, her mind clouded, muttering only, my cultivation. Like a beaten dog, he dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze again, let alone linger. Stumbling and staggering, he fled the deathly silent reception hall of the city lord's mansion. He had arrived with an air of arrogance and invincibility. They departed as if mourning a death, cowering like dogs. Only after they vanished completely from sight did the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the reception hall slowly recede like a tide. Thud! Lei Padian could no longer hold himself up. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold floor, gasping for breath. Cold sweat had already soaked through the back of his robe. He surveyed the reception hall, now a chaotic mess as if ravaged by a hurricane. Then he looked at the young figure standing there, hands behind his back, clothes immaculate, as if he'd merely taken a stroll. His eyes held nothing but unparalleled reverence and fervor. Elder! Your divine might is peerless. This junior. Lei Padian stammered incoherently, struggling to rise and bow. Chapter 41, The Wretched Lu Meng. Lin Feng letting the two go wasn't out of mercy. Killing them on the spot would be like swatting two mosquitoes too quiet, not worth the effort. Better to send them back to the capital as free human megaphones, broadcasting his glorious achievements. Wasn't that more effective than paying for ads? Wouldn't his prestige skyrocket later? What a pity, what a pity. Those two peak 9th rank old women were dispatched too swiftly, and within the city lord's mansion at that barely any spectators to cheer them on. His prestige points gained were pitifully meager. Lin Feng grumbled inwardly, what a blunder. If I'd known they'd come looking for trouble, I should have staked out the vegetable market entrance with my teacup. That scene, that crowd, wouldn't my prestige have skyrocketed? George dragged the half-dead Xiao Manling out, sparks flying and lightning crackling, finally bursting through the city lord's mansion gates in utter disarray. The stable hands outside, tasked with tending the horses, saw their masters, one as pale as goldpaper, arms limp as noodles, the other with disheveled hair, looking like a madwoman aged 20 years overnight, so terrified they nearly performed an impromptu ascension to heaven on the spot. Second, young master. Young miss? The servant's voice trembled like autumn leaves in the wind. What are you staring at? Keep gawking and I'll gouge out your eyeballs to use as stepping stones. George bellowed, his voice a hollow threat. Hurry up and help the young miss into the carriage. Back to Qingshi town. The servant dared not delay, fumbling frantically to shove Xiao Manling into the carriage. George scrambled up himself, hands and feet scrambling to climb aboard. The moment his butt touched the seat, he bellowed, go. Hurry. Get out of this godforsaken place. Never come back. The wheels rolled, carrying a tragic sense of fleeing for one's life, as the carriage sped away toward Qingshi town. Inside the carriage, George clutched his right arm, numb with excruciating pain. Glancing at his sister beside him, who seemed to have transformed overnight from the flower of the Chow family into a withered branch, a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Lin Feng's cold face and those words, you've brought shame upon the Chow family, echoed like a haunting refrain, looping endlessly in his mind. Shivering, he fumbled a small porcelain vial from his robe, poured out a healing pill, and shoved it into his mouth. He swallowed it like a candy, trying to calm his racing heart and frayed nerves. Supernatural. He really is supernatural. George's eyes went wide as he muttered to himself. Xiao Manling seemed jolted by his voice, snapping her head up. Her clouded eyes flared with final madness. Kill him. Second brother. Go tell father. Mobilize every resource of the family. Summon the patriarch from seclusion. Kill him. Tear him limb from limb. Extract his soul and refine his spirit. My face. My cultivation. She clawed hysterically at her wrinkled cheeks, oblivious to the blood drawn by her nails. George recoiled in terror, nearly sliding off his seat. His mind raced with frantic thoughts. My own sister. You're in this state and still spouting threats? If we can just survive this and get back to father to warn him, at least he'll have time to brace himself. Let's not make him drop dead on the spot, even if it means the ancestral grave spewing green smoke. Kill him? He could blow us both to bits with a single breath. All he wanted now was to get back to Qingshi town and then rush straight back to the capital. Staying in this hellhole another second felt like a disrespect to life itself. Qingshi town, Lu Manor. Lu Mang lounged contentedly in his rocking chair as a concubine peeled grapes beside him. He reckoned that with the Qiao family's experts on the case, that charlatan kid would be cold as a corpse by now. He even drafted 7 or 8 versions of the celebratory banner reading, celebrating the execution of Lin Feng and the vindication of Master Lu Mang. Suddenly, the steward scrambled in, nearly falling over himself, his voice cracking. Master. Trouble. Second Master Qiao and his wife, they're back. Back? Lu Mang shot upright, his face instantly plastered with a fawning grin as he rubbed his hands together. Wonderful news. They must be returning in triumph. Quickly. Quickly. Follow me out to greet them. Where are the firecrackers? Light them now. Get the drum and gong troop ready. Make it lively. Make it grand. He eagerly straightened his clothes, preparing to welcome the victorious army. But when he burst through the doorway, beaming with anticipation, and saw who was stepping down from the carriage, his smile froze, shattered, and then fell to the ground with a wet crack, smashing into pieces. George's face was as pale as paper, one arm dangling limply like a piece of dried seaweed. And the legendary Lady Qiao Manling, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Lu Mang rubbed his eyes hard, then pinched his thigh. Ouch. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Who was this disheveled, ragged old woman before him? Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, her eyes unfocused, and she kept muttering, my cultivation, gone. The lady? Some might even believe she was the matriarch of the Qiao family. A chill shot up Lu Mang's spine like an arrow, freezing him solid in place as if struck by a petrification spell. The drum and gong troop he'd brought along froze too, holding their drumsticks and swona horns, unsure whether to play or not. The scene grew unbearably awkward. Lu Mang. George called out weakly, his voice raspy as a broken bellows. That single word snapped Lu Mang back to his senses. He jolted upright, the stiff smile on his face instantly morphing into an exaggerated display of shock, grief, and concern, his emotional range stretched to its absolute limit. Madam! Brother Qiao! Good heavens! What on earth has happened to you two? Lu Mang lunged forward, hesitating to offer support. George stared at Lu Mang's face plastered with fake concern, then glanced at the flustered drum and gong troop holding their instruments behind him. A surge of rage shot straight to his temples. This idiot! If he hadn't exaggerated his accusations, why would my sister and I have traveled all this way to hit this brick wall? Now look at this mess, my arms ruined, my sister's cultivation lost and her beauty withered away, 2 peak 9th rank guest cultivators vanished without a trace. All thanks to that bastard. Lu Mang. George ground the words out between clenched teeth, his voice hoarse yet dripping with venomous hatred. His sole remaining left hand shot upward like lightning. Smack! A resounding slap smacked across Lu Mang's greasy, puffy face. The force spun Lu Mang nearly halfway around, scattering his meticulously styled hairbun. Strands clung limply to his instantly swollen cheek. His ears rang, stars danced before his eyes, and he even tasted a faint metallic sweetness in his mouth. Ow! Xiao! Xiao urge! What are you? Lu Mang clutched his face, stunned. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. His carefully rehearsed look of deep concern shattered into pieces, replaced by genuine terror. It's all your fault. You stupid pig. George's eyes bulged, his remaining left hand trembling as it pointed at Lu Mang, spittle nearly flying onto his face. If it weren't for your exaggerations and alarmist nonsense, my Qiao family wouldn't be in this mess. What playing with supernatural forces? What manipulating at will? You ruined my sister's cultivation. You cost my Qiao family 2 esteemed guests. You caused me. George stared at his limp, dangling right arm, overcome with grief and rage. His body shook so violently he couldn't utter another word. Chapter 42, The Dragon Who Can Bend. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng had become the undisputed star of this remote border town. He had grown utterly enamored with the wholesome activity of street training. Of course, the main reward was the sheer prestige it brought. Each morning, he appeared punctually on the streets, posture erect, stride composed, a faint, enigmatic curve playing at the corners of his mouth as if surveying his own backyard. The effect was remarkable. Look! It's Senior Lin Feng. The old man selling candied hawthorn on the street was so excited his hands shook, scattering the candied hawthorn all over the ground without a second thought to picking it up. Whoa, a god! A living god! A burly man carrying a sack of rice hurriedly dropped his load and bowed his head in reverence. The sack toppled over, spilling white rice everywhere, but he remained oblivious. Mommy, the immortal brother is so handsome. The little girl with pigtails pointed at Lin Feng, her voice sweet and childish. Her mother's face turned ashen. She clamped her hand over her daughter's mouth, her voice trembling. Be careful what you say, child. That is a venerable elder. You must address him as elder. Wherever he passed, crowds parted like the Red Sea, automatically clearing a wide path. A web of reverent gazes intertwined, whispers of admiration flowing like a river. The system panel flashed with notifications non-stop. After one lap, the hall was substantial. This wasn't just window shopping, it was a walking ATM for cool points. Lin Feng basked in the pleasure of his nth lap of withdrawal, pondering whether to have braised pork knuckle at Zhang's in the east or Lee's jade soup in the west for lunch. Suddenly, the crowd ahead stirred. A figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string, or a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a thud, it landed with lightning speed and pinpoint accuracy right in the middle of Lin Feng's path, prostrating itself completely. Dust swirled faintly. The figure raised his head, revealing a face with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, handsome, yet now etched with fanatical fervor and utter resolve. He wore a brand new, obviously hastily stitched seeking the way robe, it seems crooked and uneven. Across his chest, two enormous, glittering characters were embroidered in gold thread, seeking a master. He drew a deep breath, anchoring his chi in his lower abdomen, and bellowed at a volume that shook the entire street, his voice hoarse with exertion. Senior. I am Long Outyen, a junior disciple. I beg you to show mercy and take me as your disciple. Lin Feng halted in his tracks. Staring at the young man before him whose posture was so textbook perfect it could serve as a template for a faceplant performance art piece, and the gleaming, seeking master characters on his chest, the enigmatic curve of his lips twitched subtly. This name. Long Outyen? It just screamed pretentious. The air around them instantly froze. The street, bustling moments ago, now fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened, breaths held, gazes darting back and forth between Lin Feng and the Long Outyen sprawled on the ground. Lin Feng looked down at Long Outyen. His cultivation was a pitiful first grade, and he was wearing a crooked apprentice robe. Lin Feng inwardly recoiled. Taking on a disciple? Trouble. Carrying around a first-rank deadweight would severely disrupt his leisurely life of boosting his prestige and enjoying his pork knuckles. Standing with hands behind his back, his gaze was cold, even tinged with disdain. Long Outyen? Quite a grand name. Pity I don't take disciples. Step aside. Don't block my path. With that, he lifted his foot to step around this human roadblock. Senior. Seeing Lin Feng about to leave, Long Outyen panicked instantly. He lunged forward with the speed unbecoming of a first-rank martial artist, grabbing hold of Lin Feng's calf. Thud. Clinging desperately, his entire body pressed against Lin Feng's boots as he pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation. Elder. You can't leave. I beg you. Take me as your disciple. I know my cultivation is low, my talent is poor, I can't even beat a dog. But I have perseverance. I'll fetch your tea and water. I'll massage your shoulders and back. I'll warm your bed. No, warming your feet is fine too. Senior. Have mercy. Look upon my sincere heart, the sun and moon bear witness. As he wailed, he rubbed his face vigorously against Lin Feng's spotless boots, trying to leave traces of his sincerity. Lin Feng. His temples throbbed violently. This kid, he's got some nerve. How shameless. He tried to pull his leg away, only to find the kid clinging like an octopus and surprisingly strong at that. Let go. Lin Feng's voice dropped slightly, tinged with authority. Long Outyen shuddered, but tightened his grip even more. Eyes shut, he wailed louder. No. If you won't take me as your disciple, then I'll just grow onto your leg. Senior. Just think of me as a talking leg accessory you picked up. I eat little, work hard, and I can tell jokes. The surrounding villagers were utterly dumbfounded. The scene was surreal, a profoundly mysterious elder capable of obliterating a ninth-rank peak cultivator with a flick of his finger, with a first-rank youth clinging to his leg, wailing to be his leg ornament. The shock value was beyond belief, even more absurd than witnessing immortals battling. Spectators nearby witnessed the scene. Holy! This dragon-defying heavenly being, truly a god among men. His leg clinging is so refreshingly unconventional, so righteous, so sky-piercing. That thick skin, even the peak ninth rank's withered bone claws couldn't scratch it. Lin Feng's forehead veins twitched slightly. He desperately wanted to kick this guy into the moat to snap him out of it. But the relentless flood of coolness points on the system panel all came from Long Outyen. Though the kid was annoying, he was a veritable high-quality swagger generator. Moreover, this persistent, resilient clinginess seemed somewhat interesting. He took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and decided to grant this sticky nuisance a dignified exit, while also indulging his own twisted sense of humor. Enough! Lin Feng snapped. The voice wasn't loud, but it made Long Outyen's eardrums buzz, and his wailing stopped abruptly. Lin Feng looked down at Long Outyen, who still clung desperately to his calf. Tears and snot still streaked his face, yet his eyes burned with hope. A wicked smile curled the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Long Outyen, is it? You keep saying you're utterly devoted, willing to be my slave or servant? Lin Feng asked slowly. Yes. Absolutely true. Whatever you command, senior. Long Outyan nodded like a bobblehead. Very well. Lin Feng nodded, gesturing toward the steaming, fragrant pile of cow dung at the street corner. See that essence of heaven and earth? Go sit beside it. With a zen-like smile plucking a flower on your face, praise it for the duration of a stick of incense with your utmost passion and loudest voice. Remember, be sincere. Let it feel the resonance of your soul. If you can do this, I might consider taking you on as, a registered janitor. Boom! The crowd erupted again. Here we go. The elders' trials were always so otherworldly. Long Outyan's face instantly turned greener than before as his stomach churned violently. He stared at the pile of cow dung as if witnessing his worst nightmare. But, he glanced down at the leg he clung to, then looked up at Lin Feng's unwavering gaze. A wave of tragic resolve surged through him. For the sake of becoming a disciple. For the sake of the Tao. I, Long Outyan, will fight to the end. His eyes flashed with the resolute light of the wind howls coldly over the Yishui River, as he slowly released Lin Feng's leg and rose shakily to his feet. Senior. His voice trembled, yet his gaze was unwavering. I'll go. Chapter 43, Lin Feng's suspicion. Long Outyan staggered to his feet, as if clinging to that thigh had drained every ounce of strength from his body. Now he was nothing but an empty shell, a mere vessel heading toward the execution ground. His gaze swept past the immaculate hem of Lin Feng's robe, past countless eyes filled with pity, scorn, or sheer schadenfreude, finally locking onto the pile of targets at the street corner. It was a pile of freshly deposited, steaming, plump, and glossy cow dung. In the slightly chilly morning air, it stubbornly exuded its own unique, life-filled fragrance, defiantly proclaiming its presence to the entire world. Faint wisps of white vapor rose like Mother Earth's deep sigh, and sunlight filtering through this thin veil of ethereal mist even cast an eerie, slightly oily golden rim around it. Whoosh! The entire street fell silent, as if muted, save for the intermittent gasps of astonishment. Every pair of eyes, as if guided by invisible threads, fixated on the sorrowful figure slowly advancing toward the altar. TSK, he really went? Damn, this dragon defying heaven, he's a real badass. He's willing to lose all dignity just to become a disciple? That pile of junk, just looking at it makes me want to puke for 3 days, and he's going to praise it? Hey, what do you think his first words will be? The fragrant gifts of the earth? The bets are open. Bet on whether he can last half an incense stick. Bet on whether he'll vomit on the spot. Odds are 10 to 1. I'm betting he won't last 10 breaths. With this stench, even a god would wrinkle his nose. Some felt pity, but most were caught up in the spectacle's excitement and unabashed mockery. Some pinched their noses, exaggerating gagging motions. Others covered their mouths, shoulders heaving with suppressed laughter. Still others stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss a single moment of the spectacle. This was a once-in-a-century performance art. A disciple praising cow dung? This was even more absurd than the tales spun by storytellers in teahouses. Long Outyan moved step by step, his feet dragging heavily. His legs felt as if filled with lead, while his stomach seemed to harbor a nest of crazed rabbits, frantically thumping and colliding. The increasingly pungent, overwhelmingly aggressive stench invaded his nostrils, piercing straight to the crown of his head. It made his vision darken in waves, stars dancing before his eyes. He struggled to maintain the zen-like expression his senior had demanded, but his mouth twitched, his features contorted, and the forced smile he managed was 100 times uglier than crying. He looked exactly like a despairing meme. After 10 years of constipation, I finally found an outlet, only to discover it was welded shut. Finally, he came to a halt beside that pile of essence of heaven and earth. Close enough to see the veins in the grass blades, to feel the warm, damp air carrying the last embers of life wash over him. He took a deep breath. This was absolutely a catastrophic mistake. An overpowering, almost tangible fragrance instantly flooded his senses, assaulting his brain and nearly knocking him out on the spot. His body lurched violently. His face turned from green to white, then white to blue. His throat convulsed several times as he forced back the sour liquid rising to his throat. The cost was a sudden burst of physiological tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. Slowly, with a ritualistic solemnity bordering on martyrdom, he prepared to kneel. That brand new, poorly stitched seeker's robe was about to make intimate contact with this sacred soil. Lin Feng folded his arms, watching this farce with keen interest. He'd only intended to devise an absurdly difficult method, one guaranteed to deter 99.999% of normal people, to make this arrogant leg accessory back down. Yet the kid actually went through with it. And with such tragic grandeur. He even persisted despite nearly being sent packing on the spot by that smell. For the first time, the icy lake of Lin Feng's heart frozen for millennia to maintain his mystique rippled with an almost imperceptible wave called surprise because of this oddball. The habitual, enigmatic curve at the corner of his mouth lifted imperceptibly by a millimeter. This kid, he's got something going for him. The little voice in Lin Feng's mind stroked its chin and murmured, thick-skinned enough to withstand a peak ninth-grade attack. That kind of determination to sacrifice everything for a goal is rare. Could it be, he's not just a simple hothead? A thread of doubt crept into Lin Feng's mind. Something's fishy here. Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind. A lowly first-grade nobody? Where'd he get the nerve to pester an elder like me? The confidence to think I'd take notice? Unless someone's pulling his strings? Or he's got something else going on? Playing the wolf in sheep's clothing? No, his cultivation is genuinely trash. His innate talent is utterly mediocre, he'd choke on a tiger. That leaves only one possibility. He must be in colossal trouble. So dire that he believes only by clinging to my golden thigh does he stand a chance of survival or redemption. And this trouble likely makes him fear not death itself, but the impossibility of becoming my disciple. The moment this thought struck, Lin Feng suddenly saw the dragon-slaying hero before him, who just stared at cow dung with death-defying resolve shrouded in the aura of a tragic melodrama protagonist. Scenes of shattered families, blood feuds, and world-shaking secrets flashed through his mind like a soap opera montage. As Long Outyan truly prepared to sit down, Lin Feng finally decided he'd had enough fun. Continuing would make the scene far too colorful, seriously ruining his upcoming appetite. Wait. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it struck like thunder. Long Outyan's body jerked violently. Frozen in an awkward half-squat with his butt sticking out, he whipped his head around. His face was a mix of bewilderment after narrowly escaping disaster and a hint of incredulous hope. Elder? Lin Feng slowly paced forward, his boots clicking crisply on the blue stone slabs. Each step felt like a stomp on Long Outyan's heart. He halted before Long Outyan, surveying him from above. The previous indifference and disdain in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a piercing, penetrating gaze that seemed intent on stripping away every layer of Long Outyan's pretense. Long Outyan? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice carrying an icy tone that brooked no argument. Who exactly are you? Where do you come from? Why would you degrade yourself like this, clinging relentlessly, insisting on becoming my disciple? He paused, his tone suddenly thickening as an invisible, heart-stopping pressure spread like a cold tide. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, causing even the onlookers gathered along the street to instinctively shrink their necks, feeling their breathing grow difficult. Lin Feng's voice echoed clearly through the silent street. Throughout my life, I have despised nothing more than those who think themselves clever, who hide their heads while showing their tails, who harbor ulterior motives. His gaze pierced like a cold, sharp blade, striking straight into Long Outyan's eyes. Is your first-grade cultivation genuine? How much of this sincere heart can be trusted? If you do not explain yourself clearly today, if you do not reveal a truth convincing enough. A cruel, dangerous sneer curled Lin Feng's lips. Raising a hand, his fingertips wrapped in a faint yet chilling aura, he pointed distantly at the pile of cow dung still radiating life's brilliance. Then I shall have you dwell here, sharing meals and lodging with this essence of heaven and earth, day and night. Chapter 44, Long Outyan's True Identity. Long Outyan was struck as if by lightning, his entire body instantly petrified. His handsome face, already pale and ashen from disgust, now drained of all color, turning deathly white. His pupils shrank to pinpricks from sheer terror. His body shook violently, beyond his control, like the last leaf trembling in the autumn wind. Thud! The immense terror and pressure instantly shattered Long Outyan's willpower. He could no longer stand. His legs buckled, and this time he didn't stumble forward, he collapsed directly to his knees before Lin Feng, his body shaking like a sieve. Spare me, senior. Spare me, I beg you. Long Outyan's voice cracked with tears, trembling with utter despair. I'll tell you everything. I'll reveal every detail. I swear I won't hold back a single thing. He raised his head, his face a mess of snot and tears. Gone was the handsome man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes from before. All that remained was a pitiful wretch, utterly terrified. Staring into Lin Feng's cold, merciless eyes, he knew the man meant no jest. The terror rising from the depths of his soul finally crushed all pretense and hope. Drawing a deep breath, his voice thick with nasal congestion and sobs, he mustered every ounce of strength to begin the halting tale that had hurled him from the heavens into hell. Esteemed senior, this junior's true name is Long Chen. The moment the name left his lips, it was as if all his strength had been drained. His eyes instantly dimmed, filled with endless humiliation and sorrow. Half a year ago, this junior's identity was still the Crown Prince of Ninth-Grade Kingdom. Whoa! This time, the collective gasp swept through the entire street like a tsunami. Crown Prince? This guy clinging to the elder's leg, wailing and nearly praising cow dung, he was once the Crown Prince? Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering revelation, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, yet his expression remained utterly unruffled. He merely gestured for the man to continue. This identity was somewhat unexpected. Drowning in profound grief and terror, Long Outyan continued in a hoarse voice. Half a year ago, my great-uncle, Long Zhanya, suddenly, without warning, returned to the imperial palace. At the mention of that name, his eyes burned with searing hatred and bone-deep terror. He accused my father, the emperor, of incompetent governance, of neglecting state affairs, of betraying our ancestors' legacy. Then, right there in the Golden Throne Hall, before the entire court, with a single palm strike. Just one strike. He struck my father, struck him, utterly obliterated his body and soul, leaving not a single bone behind. Long Chen's voice suddenly rose, filled with a blood-soaked, tearful accusation. His body convulsed violently from the extreme agony and rage. Ah! Several stifled gasps rose from the crowd. This was the ultimate palace secret. Regicide. And committed before the entire court. Father. Father. He didn't even leave a last word. Tears streamed down Long Chen's face, mingling with snot, leaving him utterly disheveled. Yet no one mocked him now, only profound shock and a hint of sympathy filled the air. And that Long Zhanya stripped me of my crown prince title, destroyed the cultivation I'd painstakingly built over years, threw me into the imperial dungeon, treated me like a pig or a dog. Long Chen's voice trailed off, thick with humiliation. He installed his own descendant as the new emperor. I was rescued from the heavenly prison only by the last few loyal guards my mother left behind, who sacrificed their lives. Chased relentlessly along the way, like a stray dog. I fled to this remote Sangzhou city. His voice dripped with exhaustion and despair. My cultivation shattered, penniless, my hatred runs as deep as the sea, yet I have no way to serve my country, not even a glimpse of my enemy's back. I cling to life by a thread of unyielding fury, burning with the desire for vengeance. He snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, a mad fire burning within them. Until days ago. I heard of you, senior. You crushed a peak 9th rank cultivator in the blink of an eye. In that moment. The light radiating from you. To me. It was the only glimmer of dawn piercing this endless darkness. I saw hope. I saw the possibility of vengeance. He rambled incoherently in his agitation. You are the only one who can stand against that ancient monster, Long Zhanya. You are the only one who can help me. I must hold on to you. Cling to you. Even if it means becoming your ox, your horse, your dog. Even if it means becoming that leg accessory. I accept it. As long as you take me in. Give me a chance. A chance to grow stronger. A chance to avenge myself. The long street fell deathly silent. Only Long Chen's hoarse, desperate, blood-tear-soaked accusations echoed through the air, each word like a sledgehammer striking the hearts of the onlookers. Crown prince, regicide, dethronement, manhunt. These earth-shattering secrets, usually only heard in storytellers' tales at teahouses, now poured from the mouth of a fallen youth, carrying a suffocating sense of reality and bloodshed. The earlier mockery, jesting, and gawking stares froze solid. In their place came stunned disbelief, profound sympathy, and a faint sense of shared sorrow for the fate of ants crushed beneath the feet of powerful figures. The playful, icy smile that had lingered on Lin Feng's face vanished without a trace. He remained arms crossed, but his gaze had grown profoundly sharp, like a frozen pond reflecting the shattered youth before him. He listened quietly, not interrupting. The intangible pressure radiating from him hadn't completely dissipated, but it no longer targeted Long Chen deliberately. Instead, it formed a barrier, shielding him from the outside clamor. By the end of his plea, Long Chen was practically crawling on the ground, screaming with every ounce of strength left in him. His forehead slammed against the cold, blue stone slab with a dull thud. I beg you, senior, give me a chance. A chance to avenge my wrongs. For this life and this world, Long Chen vows to serve you as ox or horse, to lay down his life without hesitation. All he asks is to walk the path of vengeance. He no longer called himself Long Outyen. That name, tinged with adolescent arrogance and pretense, had been utterly torn apart by the bloody reality of the moment. He was Long Chen, a desperate fugitive bearing a blood feud, stripped of everything, clinging to life by a thread. Lin Feng remained silent. This silence was more suffocating than the earlier pressure. Long Chen's heart sank to the depths, despair washing over him like a cold tide. He gambled his last shred of dignity and hope, bearing his most shameful scars raw and bleeding. If even this failed to move this mysterious and powerful elder. Just as Long Chen felt himself on the verge of collapse under the crushing weight of this despairing silence, Lin Feng finally spoke. Long Zhanya. Lin Feng's deep voice cut through the stillness, tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. To obliterate the ruler of Nanfeng with a single strike, to shatter the crown prince's cultivation. Such ruthlessness, such utter ruthlessness. What realm does he stand in? He had heard Lei Padian speak of this man before, but never imagined such secrets lay hidden within the tale. Long Chen jerked his head up, blood and tears mingling on his face. The searing hatred in his eyes seemed almost tangible. He's in the transcendent realm. His voice trembled as he uttered those words, a power capable of making the entire Nanfeng kingdom cower in fear. Transcendent realm. Lin Feng murmured softly, his gaze flickering as if weighing something. Chapter 45, The Tale of Divine Affinity. Lin Feng's remaining balance. 10 million prestige points. It seemed like a lot, but it was only enough to reach the 9th grade. He was still a step away from transcendence. That final step might require adding another 0? To handle this old codger reliably, he'd probably need to swap for an experience card. This budget was seriously overrun. Ah well. Judging by how this plotline is wrapping up, this old codger is bound to face off against me sooner or later. What's this called? It's called Wandering the Martial World, bound to get cut. Wait, no, it's fate. Truly wondrous. More than the cost of a fight, Lin Feng was now fixated on the motive. His gaze swept calmly over Long Chen as his thoughts raced. Long Zhanya was, after all, an extraordinary being. Instead of enjoying a life of bliss in some secluded paradise, he'd returned to snatch the throne from his own great-nephew and launch a massive purge? This move reeked of something sinister. Had he gone mad from his cultivation, becoming psychologically twisted? Where there's smoke, there's fire. This old man must be hiding some unsavory dealings. Deciding this was no place for deep conversation, he said indifferently, "Rise." Long Chen froze, almost unable to believe his ears. Seeing no response, Lin Feng's tone remained unruffled. "Must I personally entrust you with this?" "No, no, no. This junior was rude. I'll rise at once." Long Chen jolted upright, immense joy surging through him. He scrambled to stand but, weakened by prolonged kneeling and the turmoil within, his legs buckled, causing him to stagger. Lin Feng made no move, merely glancing at him. Suddenly, a gentle force caught him, steadying his form. Awe and reverence surged within him. The elder's cultivation was truly unfathomable. "Follow me." Lin Feng turned, walking with hands behind his back. His sleeves fluttered slightly, radiating an air of profound dignity. The crowd silently parted, bowing their heads in respectful silence. Suppressing his excitement and physical weakness, Long Chen followed closely behind with utmost reverence, step by step. His cautious demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier self. The crowd along the long street watched the two figures recede into the distance, their hearts churning with emotion. What they had witnessed today would linger in their memories for a long time to come. The skies over Sangzhou City were about to change. Within the quiet chamber of the city lord's residence, Lin Feng sat calmly at the head of the room, a steaming cup of tea by his side, its fragrance soothing and invigorating. His posture was relaxed, yet he exuded an aura of authority that made others hesitate to meet his gaze. Long Chen stood respectfully below, hands clasped at his sides. Though still disheveled, a faint glimmer had returned to his eyes, a light that held the settled depths of sorrow and hatred. Lin Feng did not sip his tea. His gaze fixed on Long Chen as he spoke calmly. "Long Chen. Your humble servant is present." Long Chen responded immediately, his posture growing even more respectful. "Your grievances, this one is aware." Lin Feng's tone was calm and unruffled. "In this matter, there may be a way forward." At these words, Long Chen's eyes instantly flashed with disbelieving elation. His body trembled with excitement, nearly causing him to kneel once more. "Steady your mind." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried a soothing power. "A man's place in this world is where his knees are golden, his resolve must be harder than gold." "Yes. Yes. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." Long Chen forced himself to resist the urge to kneel, his voice choked with emotion. However, Lin Feng's tone shifted subtly, his gaze piercing like a torch, seemingly able to see through one's heart. Long Zhanya's actions defy human ethics and appeared deliberately aimed at severing the roots of the southern wind's martial destiny. The reasons behind it are far more complex than mere power struggles. Do you know what he truly seeks? Surely it couldn't be advanced menopausal syndrome? If so, the symptoms were rather intense. The excitement faded from Long Chen's face, replaced by intense resentment and a hint of realization. He drew a deep breath and answered without hesitation, reporting to the senior. "That old villain's perverse actions are all for monopolizing the divine opportunity." "Divine destiny?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. "Explain in detail." "Oh? Divine opportunity? I know this script well. Looks like a new chapter is about to unfold?" "Yes." Long Chen nodded emphatically, his words growing much clearer. About half a year ago, that old villain Long Zhanya obtained a top-secret piece of information from somewhere. It was said that beyond the endless fiendish beast mountains lay a transcendent, immortal sect. Soon, this sect would dispatch envoys to traverse perilous terrain and arrive in Ninth-Grade. They would publicly select disciples possessing celestial destiny to be initiated into the immortal realm. "A celestial sect's recruitment should be a great blessing for the nation," Lin Feng remarked flatly. "As the sovereign, your father ought to welcome this opportunity to broaden avenues for talent. Why did it instead bring about utter ruin? Shouldn't the standard procedure be nationwide celebrations and open auditions? Why did it turn into an assassination-elimination system?" Long Chen's face darkened with grief and indignation. "This is precisely the fundamental disagreement between my father, the emperor, and that old villain. My father saw this as a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for Ninth-Grade Kingdom, a blessing for our people. He advocated for fairness and openness, mobilizing the nation's resources to support talented youth in the selection process, hoping to enhance our nation's fortune. Indeed, to hold the welfare of the realm in one's heart is the way of a true ruler." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "This old man is decent, he genuinely wants what's best for everyone when good things arise. But that old villain." Long Chen gritted his teeth, his hatred boiling over. "His heart is narrow and utterly vicious. He vehemently opposes it, claiming divine favor is supreme. How could it be shared with commoners? If commoners or even other noble offspring obtain divine favor, once they rise to power, they might harbor disloyal ambitions, shaking the very foundations of the imperial house. He arrogantly declared that the immortal path must, and could only, be monopolized by his direct lineage. Only then could power be eternally secured. Quite the clever scheme, Lin Feng chuckled softly, his meaning unclear. Good heavens, monopolizing educational resources starting from childhood. No, trampling over the corpses of rivals. This old fox is a ruthless character, heartless, brutal, and thick-skinned. He's cut out for scheming. Precisely. Longchen cried out in anguish. My father, the emperor, sternly rejected such a selfish act that would ruin the nation's fortune. Seeing his scheme thwarted, that old villain tore off his mask and launched his regicide and usurpation. After the regicide, he swiftly seized control, stripped me of my cultivation, and imprisoned me in the celestial dungeon. Immediately, he began executing that vicious plan. He had already spent a fortune acquiring a secret artifact capable of detecting celestial affinity. Then, under the royal banner, he issued widespread invitations to heroes, organizing a so-called martial arts championship. Lured by immense rewards, young martial artists with even the slightest potential from across the nation and neighboring regions were all gathered in the capital city. Longchen's voice brimmed with sorrow and fury. That tournament was nothing but a colossal deception. A massacre targeting the future of martial arts in our nation. Every young participant was secretly tested for immortal affinity using that artifact under various pretexts. Once deemed to possess divine affinity, regardless of their background or innate talent, they swiftly met with accidents, fatal sparring mishaps, or mysterious disappearances, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Within mere months, countless prodigies of our nation were wiped out. The outside world only heard of the tournament's brutality, unaware that this was all a poisonous scheme by that old villain to eliminate rivals and secure divine destiny for his bloodline alone. Longchen raised his head, his eyes streaming blood tears for the countless wronged souls. Though imprisoned, loyal men risked their lives to deliver this message. The new emperor he installed is his great-grandson, a weakling. But the old villain cares not. He believes possessing the divine blessing alone will make him the sole one chosen by the immortal envoys. My escape was only possible because of the loyal guards my mother left behind. They exploited the chaos in the capital caused by the Grand Assembly and the Purge, sacrificing their lives. I was hunted relentlessly all the way until I finally fled to this place. Within the quiet chamber, only Longchen's slightly labored breathing remained. Lin Feng slowly lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip with movements as smooth and natural as flowing water. Moments later, he set the cup down, his gaze clear as he looked at Longchen. I see. Monopolizing divine favor to solidify imperial power, well, that's quite thoughtful. Lin Feng's tone was flat, devoid of judgment. What a well-intentioned scheme, it's practically a suicide plot. Doesn't this old fool fear divine retribution? But, the immortal envoy is coming soon? It seems this pond is getting murkier by the day. He rose to his feet, his sleeves brushing lightly against the air. I am aware of your circumstances, Lin Feng said, his gaze fixed on Longchen with an appraising intensity. Though your innate potential is ruined, your malevolence runs too deep, and your thoughts are too chaotic, you bear no semblance of one fit for cultivation. Longchen's heart tightened. Yet Lin Feng continued, however, beneath the heavenly Tao, there always remains a sliver of hope. Considering the blood vengeance you bear and your pitiable circumstances, this one shall grant you a chance at transformation. Longchen was overcome with joy, his voice trembling with emotion. Senior. You. Calm yourself. Lin Feng raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, cutting him off. Whether you seize this opportunity depends entirely on you. For now, you must quiet your mind and dispel all distractions. First, he had to stabilize this kid's state. Otherwise, forget revenge, it'd be a miracle if he didn't lose his mind. Besides, that immortal envoy selection? Sounds like the perfect place to boost my prestige. Longchen immediately bowed deeply. Yes. This junior will heed your guidance. I shall devote myself to quiet cultivation and not betray your kindness. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof to the distant horizon. Divine selection, heh. This Ninth-Grade kingdom grows more intriguing by the day. It seemed the time had come to carefully strategize how to gracefully reap more benefits from this grand spectacle. His tone remained detached and serene, as if merely stating an insignificant trifle. Chapter 46, Beyond Ninth Rank Lies Qi Cultivation? Longchen was led away by the city lord's servants to be settled in. The moment the door to the quiet room closed, the expression of detached, world-weary serenity on Lin Feng's face instantly crumbled, making him look exactly like an office drone who just finished a grueling meeting of pretending to be important. Phew, finally got rid of that kid. He slumped ungracefully into his chair, massaging temples that weren't even sore. Too much information. My CPU nearly overheated. Regicide, usurpation, elimination plans, monopolizing divine connections. That old dragon, Long Zhanya, sure plays dirty. He's practically a fantasy version of a cutthroat competitor, the ruthless, merciless kind who leaves no survivors. His thoughts quickly shifted from the Long family's dramatic saga to a more pressing matter. The immortal envoy selection. Sounds like a grand carnival where he'll make a grand public appearance and wildly harvest prestige points. Lin Feng's eyes began to sparkle, as if he could see countless little prestige fairies with wings beckoning him. If I don't jump into this frenzy, I'd be betraying the system that sent me to this world. Yet amidst his excitement, a sense of urgency welled up. My opponent is a legit transcendent being. I'm just a bloody 8th grade mortal, how am I supposed to fight this? Charge in headfirst? He muttered to himself, even though I put on a convincing act earlier, almost fooled myself. If it comes down to a real fight, that guy could probably make me perform a 360-degree death spin into the afterlife with just one finger. No way, no way. This feels way too unsafe. I need to level up. With that thought, Lin Feng attempted a sudden leap but failed to rise, the chair being far too comfortable. He shifted his posture and summoned the system interface with renewed vigor. His gaze locked directly onto the cultivation exchange zone. 9th grade cultivation realm, exchange. He silently commanded, feeling a mix of the boldness of clearing the cart's main items and a faint prayer of please don't let it hurt too much. Ding! 1 million prestige points consumed. Exchange for 9th grade grand perfection realm successful. The notification barely faded when, before Lin Feng could even wince at the sudden vanishing string of zeros, an indescribable torrent of frenzied energy erupted from his dantian like a primordial flood bursting through a dam. Lin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This sensation was completely different from before. The previous sensation had been like the system giving him a gentle warm water massage. This new one felt like shoving a 10,000-year-old, perpetually enraged Godzilla into his extraordinary meridians and forcing it to dance the square dance. That torrent of energy violently surged through every inch of his meridians, tearing them apart only to reassemble them, crushing them only to condense them anew. Agonizing pain surged in waves like tidal floods. Lin Feng felt as though his bones were being gnawed by a billion ants, or tossed into the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord Lao, repeatedly forged and tempered. Damn you, system, couldn't you at least give a friendly warning like mild discomfort may occur during breakthrough? This isn't slight discomfort, it's a free VIP tour of the 18 levels of hell. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking through the back of his shirt. It's over, it's over. I pushed my luck too far, and now karma's come back to bite me. Am I really going to be the first transmigrator to die from the agony of breaking through a realm? What a tacky way to go. He gripped the chair arms so tightly his knuckles turned white, his body trembling uncontrollably. Inside him, it felt like a world war was raging. Energy surged chaotically, the roaring sound amplified endlessly in his eardrums. Hang on. Think of all that swagger points I haven't cashed in yet. Think of that old bastard Long Zhenya's ugly mug. Think of the immortal messenger girl, well, maybe not that one. Anyway. Can't pass out. Passing out would be a huge loss. 10 million points. Through sheer willpower and his burning desire to cultivate, he somehow endured this torturous ordeal. After an unknown duration, the raging energy finally subsided, transforming into a gentle yet colossal force. Like a tamed river, it flowed steadily through his body, circulating endlessly, perpetually rejuvenating. The excruciating pain faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. Lin Feng exhaled a long, white-misted breath, slumping against the chair back as if pulled from water, utterly drained. Yet his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. I survived. Feeling the power within him, vastly surpassing anything before, he clenched his fist lightly. The air seemed to crackle between his fingers. Is this the power of the 9th grade? Feels like I could take out 10 past versions of myself with a single punch. Damn, this money, this prestige was worth every penny. Though the process felt like surviving a tribulation. After a brief rest, Lin Feng, having regained his strength, immediately reopened the system interface. His gaze burned as he fixed it on the cultivation exchange zone. Sure enough, the previously grayed out area beyond 9th grade now glowed brightly, revealing a brand new realm designation. Let me see, what's above 9th grade? Chi cultivation stage? First to 9th tier? Lin Feng blinked, paused for 2 seconds, then slapped his thigh hard. Holy crap. So that's how it is. Chi cultivation stage? This is ing cultivation. It all clicked into place. All his previous doubts were instantly resolved. No wonder that Long Zhenya didn't stay in the divine land. He rushed back to seize the throne and launched a purge. That old bastard is definitely a cultivator. Probably at the Chi cultivation stage, just not sure which tier of Chi cultivator he is. No wonder when he showed off those special effects, people immediately called him an immortal. Turns out their ancestors might have actually seen cultivators. Generations passed down the stories, mistaking Chi cultivation and foundation establishment for divine powers. Cultural gaps are deadly, but fine, at least I won't have to explain it all myself. Unraveling this major mystery of the world's background left Lin Feng feeling considerably more at ease. But immediately afterward, his attention turned to the most pressing concern: price. He deftly navigated to the Cultivation Experience Card Exchange section and located the Chi Cultivation tier. Chi Cultivation Stage 1 Experience Card 1 minute, 10 million prestige points. Chi Cultivation Stage 2 Experience Card 1 minute, 20 million prestige points. Qigong Stage 3 Experience Card 1 minute, 30 million prestige points. Chi Cultivation Stage 9 Experience Card 1 minute, 90 million prestige points. Lin Feng carefully counted the zeros at the end, then let out a long, long sigh of relief, his entire body relaxing. Thank goodness. System Daddy still loves me. He patted his chest, looking like he'd just escaped a disaster. That scared the crap out of me. I almost thought it'd follow the old pattern where higher tier trial cards increase exponentially 10 million for tier 1, 20 million for tier 2. And tier 4 starting at 100 million straight away. If that happened, I'd be screwed. Might as well find a block of tofu to smash my head against or go beg that old fart Long Zhanya to take me on as his foot washing maid. This pricing, though still painfully expensive, at least follows a linear progression. With some effort, there's still hope. He stroked his chin, calculating. 10 million for tier 1 corresponds to what Long Chen just mentioned, superior meaning the lowest tier of cultivators. That old bastard Long Zhanya probably isn't low tier himself, he wouldn't dare act so arrogant otherwise. Conservative estimate, he's gotta be at least tier 2 or 3, right? Not necessarily. Just in case, let's get a 4th tier trial card. That's a 40 million credit worth experience card for 1 minute. At that thought, he winced inwardly. Damn, this final push is ridiculously expensive. They really should add another zero. A fight costing tens of millions? Who can afford that? Even the landlord's family doesn't have that kind of spare cash. But Lin Feng's eyes darted around as his shrewd merchant mindset kicked back into gear. High risk, high reward. Slaying Long Zhanya under the spotlight. If I play my cards right and pull off something spectacular there, this trial card might recoup its cost in one fell swoop, maybe even turn a profit. With his thoughts clarified, Lin Feng felt his future brighten. He stood up, flexing his body freshly tortured yet rejuvenated, and felt the immense power of his newly attained ninth-grade grand perfection. A smile curved his lips. Cultivation. Who would have thought I, Lin Feng, would reach this day? Transitioning from martial arts master to cultivation powerhouse, this sudden shift in style suits me just fine. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and gazed at the night view of Sangzhou City, his heart swelling with excitement. Old Dragon Zhanya, playing such dirty tricks just to monopolize the immortal opportunity? Too bad. You calculated everything, but you never saw this system-powered cheat about to enter the stage. Chapter 47, The Wrath of Long Zhanya. In teahouses and taverns, storytellers could be found everywhere, their words flying thick and fast. One such storyteller slammed his gavel, vividly recounting how Long Zhanya had murdered his emperor and usurped the throne, monopolizing the divine opportunity. At the most dramatic moments, he would accompany his tale with exaggerated gestures and expressions, drawing gasps from the audience below the stage. Then, with a murderous glint in his eyes, Long Zhanya's sword flashed coldly. A plump storyteller gestured dramatically. The late emperor's blood splattered his dragon robe. He didn't even spare the 3-year-old crown prince. The audience gasped in horror, and one elderly woman dropped the melon seeds she was holding in fright. What's even more despicable, the storyteller whispered mysteriously, lowering his voice, to monopolize the divine opportunity, this traitor planned a purge to eliminate all of us with cultivation potential. The audience erupted in an uproar. How despicable. He's cutting off our path to cultivation. So that's it. That Long Zhanya is truly despicable. The audience below the stage wore expressions of righteous indignation, as if they themselves possessed the potential for cultivation. The portly storyteller abruptly shifted his tone, banging his gavel once more as his voice soared, drowning out the clamor. Yet heaven's justice shines bright, how could righteous spirit be absent? In the darkest hour, heroes shall emerge. The tea house patrons instantly perked up. Do you know, everyone? The storyteller scanned the crowd, his eyes gleaming. In Sangzhou City, a celestial being has recently emerged. Truly, he is as graceful and handsome as a fallen immortal. Moreover, his cultivation is unfathomably deep, and his righteousness unmatched. Now, on that day, the storyteller demonstrated a graceful sword gesture. This immortal descended like a celestial being. With a single strike, just one strike, he slew 2 peak 9th rank warriors of the Chao clan. The audience below the stage listened spellbound, gasping in awe at intervals. This immortal not only possessed profound cultivation, but also a heart of great righteousness, the storyteller exclaimed, spittle flying. Seeing Long Zhanya commit atrocities, monopolizing divine opportunities and cutting off the cultivation paths of countless youths in our Nanfeng kingdom, he resolutely stepped forward, vowing to fight for us mortals, to seize that sliver of divine chance. Bravo! The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Many faces flushed crimson with excitement, as if they too glimpsed hope for ascending to immortality. A scholar-like youth slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, what noble virtue! This is the true bearing of an immortal, utterly incomparable to that old villain Long Zhanya. An elderly man beside him stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. If this is true, it is indeed a blessing for our Nanfeng kingdom. Having lived this long, I finally see a glimmer of hope. What's even more remarkable, the storyteller whispered, as if sharing a great secret, is that this immortal is said to possess a rare treasure. He teaches without discrimination, never withholding guidance from those with karmic affinity. As long as one possesses a pure heart, even a lowly street vendor or common laborer might gain a glimpse of the great way. These words were like cold water splashed into boiling oil, sending the tea house into an uproar. Every pair of eyes shone with excitement and longing, as if the immortal might appear at the door any moment to enlighten them onto the path of immortality. Truly a divine being. To receive even a hint of his guidance would make dying worthwhile. With such an immortal in Sangzhou City, let's see if that Long Zhanya dares to be so arrogant. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat leisurely in a private booth on the tea house's second floor. He cracked sunflower seeds while listening to the storyteller below. His system's notification chimes chimed incessantly as his prestige points steadily climbed, a grin stretching from ear to ear. TSK, that kid Longchen is quite the talent, finding storytellers who are one more skilled than the next at spinning tales, oh no, at telling tales. He counted the numbers dancing in his system with delight. At this rate, that 4th tier experience card is just around the corner. Deep within the imperial palace of the capital, Long Zhanya sat cross-legged in his jade-paved cultivation chamber, a halo of spiritual energy swirling around him. He had just completed a full cycle of cultivation when sudden, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Your Imperial Majesty. Trouble. A major crisis has erupted. A young man clad in dragon robes practically tumbled through the doorway. This youth in the dragon robe was none other than the current emperor of Nanfeng Kingdom, Long Xian. Long Zhanya's brow furrowed. The chaotic surge of spiritual energy around him nearly caused him to lose control. Suppressing the surging blood, he roared, "What's the panic? How many times have I told you? No interruptions during cultivation. If you can't give a proper explanation, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball." Long Xian fell to his knees with a thud, presenting a stack of documents with both hands. Your Imperial Majesty, please calm your anger. It's Sangzhou City, someone is spreading rumors, slandering you. Long Zhanya snatched the papers and scanned them, his expression darkening by the second. The storyteller's tall tales had been meticulously recorded claims of regicide and usurpation, purge plans, monopolizing divine connections, even the preposterous rumor that he needed 17 concubines taking turns patting his back to fall asleep at night. Damn it! Long Zhanya slammed his fist on the floor, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the white jade tiles. Which scoundrel with no conscience left concocted this? When did I ever need 17 concubines patting my back? 5 at most. Long Xian cringed. Your Imperial Majesty, that's not the point. Right. Long Zhanya snapped, his anger flaring. The point is our plan has been exposed. After all, his actions were meant to solidify imperial authority. Once these rumors spread, even if the Long family managed to hold onto the throne, future generations would surely spit on them. Have you identified who spread these rumors? Long Zhanya asked, regaining his composure. Yes, it was that good-for-nothing Long Chen. Word is he found a patron, the very man who injured George. Long Chen? That brat's still alive? Long Zhanya froze, then sneered coldly, well. Feeling cocky now, biting the hand that feeds him. And that mysterious figure, didn't that good-for-nothing from the Chao family claim he was also an extraordinary being? He had heard there was a fellow practitioner in Sangzhou City and had harbored some hope of forming an alliance. But now it seemed the other party was dead set on making enemies with him. This is outrageous. Long Zhanya roared, his documents instantly reduced to dust in his hands. That little bastard Long Chen. And this cultivator who crawled out of some godforsaken corner. What infuriated him most was the rumor calling him sharp-nosed and monkey cheat. Meanwhile, the other was described as graceful and handsome, like an immortal descended to the mortal world. This was pure personal attack. Long Zhanya abruptly rose, pacing furiously back and forth across the cultivation chamber. White jade floor tiles cracked beneath his feet inch by inch. Fine. A disgraced, useless prince like a stray dog and a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. How dare they slander this old man and disrupt my grand scheme? He halted, cold fury blazing in his eyes as he fixed them on Long Xian. Since they know, there's no need for further pretense. We'll start with Sangzhou City. Let the world see the fate of those who dare defy me. Pointy-nosed monkey cheat? Oomph. When I catch you, I'll make you understand what it truly means to be unrecognizable. Chapter 48, Projecting a Battle to Show Off My Skills? Thanks to the storyteller's relentless promotion over the past few days, Lin Feng's fame had skyrocketed like a rocket. Not only was he known to every man, woman, and child in Sangzhou City, but legends of a snow-white-clad, peerlessly righteous fallen immortal emerging from Sangzhou were circulating as the talk of the town during leisure hours in surrounding prefectures. Lin Feng's system notifications hadn't stopped for days, constantly flooding his screen. His prestige points balance soared relentlessly, poised to break through the 50 million mark. That day, Lin Feng lounged contentedly on a plush couch in the city lord's mansion, legs crossed, munching on melon seeds while taking stock of his gains. The virtual screen popped up at his command, the golden numbers blindingly bright, a full 50 million prestige points. I'm rich. Lin Feng shot up like a spring, rubbing his hands together with a wicked grin. A Qi Cultivation Stage 5 trial pass priced at exactly 50 million? This damn thing was practically made for me. Redeem it. With the thought, the system prompted a confirmation, confirm spending 50 million style points to exchange for the Qigong Stage 5 1-minute trial card? Lin Feng selected the exchange without hesitation. After confirmation, a card shimmering with purple gold light landed in his inventory. Lin Feng instantly felt his confidence surge, his posture straightening noticeably. Long Zhanya. No matter how high your cultivation soars, can it possibly surpass Qi cultivation stage 5? Haha, just wait until I grind you into the ground this time. But after the initial excitement faded, Lin Feng rubbed his chin in worry. He had the power now, but how could he maximize this fight to recoup his investment? After all, 50 million prestige points was no small sum. If he didn't earn it back from this fight, wouldn't that be a massive loss? Just imagine two supernatural beings clashing. How terrifying would that be? Sword chi slicing through 30,000 li, a single punch shattering half a mountain. Spectators wouldn't even have time to watch, they'd barely have time to run for cover. By then, only a few fearless martial arts masters might dare sneak a peek from 10 miles away. But how much prestige could such a small audience generate? A few 100,000 at most? That would leave him broke to the bone. Lin Feng paced his room, his hair nearly torn out as worry consumed him. No. The entire nation must witness my glory. But how? Live broadcast? No satellites. 1,000-mile image transmission array? I don't even know how to cast that. Just as he tugged at his hair in deep thought, familiar voices drifted in from outside the room. Long Chen and Xiao Qingyue. Long Chen sounded deeply troubled. Qingyue, do you think the master really intends to confront the imperial ancestor? Though I despise that old villain, his cultivation is truly unfathomable. Xiao Qingyue's voice remained clear and crisp, brimming with unwavering confidence. Don't worry. What kind of man is the master? He's a true immortal descended from the heavens. No matter how formidable Long Zhanye is, could he possibly surpass an immortal? If anything, I'm worried we won't have the privilege of witnessing this battle with our own eyes. Long Chen sighed. A battle of this caliber? How could mere mortals like us hope to watch it up close? The aftershocks alone could reduce us to dust. Hey! Xiao Qingyue's tone suddenly rose, tinged with excitement. We can't get close, but we can ask the master to project the battle. With his divine abilities, he must have a way. Then we'll find a safe spot and clearly see how the master beats that old villain to a pulp. Inside the house, Lin Feng slapped his thigh hard, his eyes lighting up instantly. Projection? Right. Why didn't I think of that? He spun excitedly in place, rubbing his hands together with excitement. System. Quick. Search for Battle Projection Services. The system interface instantly switched, displaying a dazzling array of service listings. Single user Divine Consciousness Projection Experience Voucher transmits designated combat scenes in real time to a single user's mind for immersive, pain-free, and safe experience. Price, 10,000 prestige points per person. Regional Real-Time Panoramic Projection 10-Mile Radius Edition generates a visible light screen covering a designated area. High-definition visuals with multi-angle switching support. Price, 1 million prestige points. Area Real-Time Panoramic Projection 100-Mile Radius Edition, expanded coverage with upgraded Blu-ray quality. Price, 10 million prestige points. National Supreme VIP Ultra HD Giant Screen Projection, covers the entire nation with 4K resolution. Price, 100 million prestige points. Lin Feng stared at the endless zeros, feeling his heart wrench with each digit. Damn it! They're robbing people. He clutched his chest, heartbroken. 1 million for 10-mile coverage? 10 million for 100 miles? 100 million for nationwide streaming? System, come out. Let's talk about life. Which crooked merchants set these prices? He calculated, I only have 50 million. After buying the experience card, it'll be wiped clean. I can't even afford the 100-mile projection. Let alone nationwide coverage. Sigh, forget it. 100-mile range is barely enough, right? Lin Feng stared at the heart-wrenching figures on the light screen, his mind in turmoil. Within a 100-mile radius, cities and towns were densely populated. Rough estimates suggested hundreds of thousands of people at minimum. If executed properly, allowing these hundreds of thousands to witness this earth-shaking battle firsthand, even if each contributed just a few dozen to 100 prestige points, the combined total would be a substantial income. Recouping costs, or even turning a small profit, wasn't impossible. But that required 10 million prestige points to activate the 100-mile projection in the first place. And right now, his balance was already zero. That old bastard Long Zhanye better not show up too soon. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his fingers tapping the table absently as his mind raced. Before old Deng knocks on my door, I have to find a way to raise another 10 million prestige points. Time is the most critical factor now. If I can't raise it, then this 50 million will truly be a total loss, a complete disaster. The mere thought of that possibility sent a sharp pang through his chest. It wasn't just the loss of prestige points, it was a devastating blow to his meticulously crafted plan. Just as he was drowning in deep anxiety over recouping his funds, a few soft knocks sounded at the door, interrupting his thoughts. No need to guess, it must be Long Chen and Xiao Qingyue. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing his face to relax and his voice to sound as steady as possible. Come in. The door opened, and Xiao Qingyue glided in, followed closely by Long Chen. Both wore expressions of anticipation mixed with unease. Xiao Qingyue couldn't contain herself and spoke first, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Sir, when you engage in that earth-shaking battle with the traitor Long Zhanya, might we be permitted to witness it from the sidelines? We know your prowess is unmatched. We only ask for a small corner from which to witness your thunderous methods, your supreme glory in punishing the wicked and eliminating evil. Her voice brimmed with reverence for Lin Feng. Though Long Chen remained silent, his eyes betrayed the same yearning. Such an epic battle was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for anyone. Even merely sensing its grandeur and might from afar could bring lifelong benefits. Lin Feng met their earnest gazes, his heart filled with conflict. Didn't he want to broadcast the entire event live, letting everyone witness his divine might? This was the core plan for boosting his prestige points. But the funding gap loomed like an insurmountable chasm before him. The 100 Li projection remained nothing more than a mirage. Until the funds were secured, any promise was nothing but an empty check. He paused for a moment, his expression shifting to a perfectly measured mix of gravity and deep thought before he spoke slowly. This matter is of great importance. The battlefield situation changes in the blink of an eye. I need to personally verify just how far Long Zhanya's cultivation has truly progressed. The residual energy ripples generated during his combat are far from ordinary. To ensure absolute safety, the matter of observing the battle, allow me to deliberate further. We shall discuss it then. His tone carried a cautious consideration for others, neither outright refusal, leaving a glimmer of hope, nor any explicit assurance, preserving ample room for maneuver. Hearing this, the anticipation in their eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by palpable disappointment. Yet seeing the solemn expression on Lin Feng's face, they understood he was concerned for their safety. Though disappointed, their respect for him deepened, and they dared not press further. Yes, master, your foresight is impeccable. We were presumptuous, Long Chen said, clasping his hands in respect. Master, be wary of that old villain's schemes. Xiao Qingyue added, her voice brimming with concern. With that, the two bowed respectfully and quietly withdrew from the room, closing the door softly behind them. Chapter 49, Visitors from the Capital. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Feng's prestige points account had painstakingly climbed back above 10 million. Though sporadic inflows continued afterward, they were like grasshoppers after autumn, barely able to hop a few times, sparse and pitifully small. Clearly, without continuous, awe-inspiring displays of grandstanding, the public's enthusiasm burned out like spent firewood, gradually fading to mere residual warmth. The awe, admiration, and reverence whipped up by the storytellers eventually subsided into the mundane rhythms of daily life. Sigh, this batch of followers just doesn't have the staying power. Lin Feng stared at the slowly ticking numbers in his account, frustrated. I'll have to dish out another powerful dose. Fortunately, the 10 million prestige points required to redeem the regional real-time panoramic projection 100-mile radius edition had finally been scraped together. Not only that, but he even had a few million left over. Lin Feng stared at the balance, his eyes gleaming with determination. All in. I must go all in. Use the rest to buy the flashiest, coolest, most dazzling special effects money can buy. Golden Light Mantra, Taoist Chanting, Earth Rising Golden Lotus, Sword Chi River. Anything that adds prestige and boosts my swagger, I want it all. I want that supreme VIP visual feast where every punch comes with $1 million budget burning special effects. As he frantically added special effects packs to his cart, he secretly rejoiced that old fool Long Zhanya had surprisingly kept his cool and hadn't come knocking yet, granting him this precious window to save up. Yet amidst his relief, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Feng's mind. He had instructed the storytellers to curse Long Zhanya's ancestors until their graves smoked, spewing every conceivable insult and degradation. How could he tolerate this? Any ordinary old man would have grabbed a hoe and come after him long ago. Something's fishy here. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. This old bastard must be brewing something catastrophic. Like, practicing some dark art? Or bringing in reinforcements? He can't possibly be sewing his own wedding gown at home, preparing to come over in style and admit defeat, can he? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Long Zhanya's uncharacteristic calmness now carried an oppressive sense of impending storm clouds gathering. One afternoon, as Lin Feng was sorting through special effects while keeping a wary eye on the old fox for any sudden moves, Lei Potion's familiar, rough voice tinged with urgency suddenly echoed outside the room. Senior! Senior! The royal family's men are here. The sound reverberated through the door, making the window frames buzz. At the news, a flash of excitement flickered across Lin Feng's eyes like a lightning bolt. After waiting so long, the fat lamb, the main event, had finally made a move. He suppressed the urge to rush out immediately, maintaining the detached composure of a reclusive sage. Through the door, he replied in a languid tone that sounded as if he'd just awakened yet saw through everything. Understood. His voice was steady, utterly unruffled. But inside, he was already jumping for joy. Here it comes. He's finally here. My 50 million, no, 60-something million in prestige points including special effects investment, whether it's a win or a loss, a huge payoff or a massive loss, it all hinges on this moment. Long Zhanya, you better not let me down. Better be tough enough to take a beating so my special effects pay off. After adjusting his collar to ensure his aura of prestige remained intact, Lin Feng slowly pushed open the door. Lei Padian stood anxiously outside the door. Seeing Lin Feng emerge, he hurriedly added, "Senior, it's a bit strange. The royal family only sent 2 elderly men who look like civil officials. Their cultivation seems ordinary. But I fear this is just a front. There might be hidden experts lurking in the shadows. Please be extremely cautious." Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. This was somewhat unexpected. According to the script, shouldn't that old codger Long Zhanya be so enraged he flies off the handle, either soaring through the skies on his sword or riding some exotic beast, streaking toward Sangzhou City with sparks flying and thunder roaring, bellowing, "You shameless brat, come and face your doom." Why send 2 old sidekicks instead? This defied the basic behavioral logic of an ultimate villain after being humiliated. Has that old fool actually trained himself into a ninja turtle? Does he now spit on such empty titles? Lin Feng muttered inwardly. If that were the case, he'd have to give the old man more credit, though it likely meant the opponent would be even harder to deal with. Lead the way. This lord shall meet those 2 envoys. Lin Feng swept his sleeve aside, his tone as casual as if heading to the backyard to admire a flower. He intended to see what stale tea Dragon Zhanyi was brewing in his gourd. The atmosphere in the city lord's reception hall was thick enough to cut with a knife. 2 elderly men clad in the standard official robes of Nanfeng Kingdom, their heads crowned with black silk caps, stood trembling in the center of the hall like 2 rain-soaked quails. They dared not sit, their foreheads glistening with a fine layer of cold sweat that seemed impossible to wipe away. The slightly plumper Magistrate Wang whispered in a voice only audible to his colleague, his voice trembling, "Magistrate. Magistrate Li, what do you think? What sort of temper does this immortal have? I've heard that sages are often eccentric. What if he takes offense, finds us an eyesore, and with a wave of his hand, reduces us to dust? What then?" The tall, thin official addressed as lordly, though his own legs were shaking so badly his kneecaps trembled beneath his robes, forced himself to remain composed. Stroking his sparse beard, he replied in an equally quivering whisper, "Lord Wang, please calm yourself. According to the ancient customs of our southern Wind Kingdom, and indeed all neighboring states, even in times of war, envoys are never harmed. We come bearing an imperial decree, representing the royal dignity. Surely he must observe some decorum? Custom?" Lord Wang's face twisted in anguish, his voice thick with tears. "Lord Li, you're being foolish. This mission is to threaten them. Consider our mission. How could this be the work of ordinary envoys? The dragon ancestor has thrown us into the fire pit, sent us to stir up a hornet's nest." His fear grew with every word, his body nearly collapsing. "This is a true immortal who commands the winds and rains, plucks stars from the moon. And we expect to threaten him with mortal lives to make him bow? This is like an old man eating arsenic. We've clearly had enough of living. When an immortal grows angry, 100,000 corpses lie in his wake. Would he care about 2 decrepit old men like us? In the blink of an eye, we'd be reduced to dust." The more they thought about it, the bleaker the future seemed. They could almost see themselves reduced to subatomic particles by a single beam of divine light. Overcome by despair, their old legs trembled like autumn leaves in the wind, barely able to support their weight. Just then, steady footsteps echoed outside the hall. Like startled birds, they jolted upright. Without a moment's hesitation, they both fell to their knees with a thud, foreheads pressed against the cold floor. Their voices trembled with unmasked terror as they cried out in unison. "We humbly welcome the divine presence of the immortal. May your immortal life be everlasting, and your blessings boundless." Chapter 50, Long Zhanya's Conspiracy. As Lin Feng stepped over the threshold, this was the scene that greeted him. 2 high-ranking imperial officials prostrated themselves flat on the ground, their backsides raised toward him, showing reverence as if they were in the presence of the Jade Emperor himself. His footsteps faltered slightly, astonishment deepening within him. What was this tactic? First courtesy, then force? Sugar-coated bullets? Or had Long Zhanya truly backed down, sending these 2 to kowtow and beg for mercy? His expression remained impassive as he strolled to the main seat, swept his robe aside, and sat down. His movements flowed like water, radiating an air of condescending superiority. His gaze swept indifferently over the 2 men trembling like sieves on the floor. His voice was calm yet carried an invisible weight of authority. "Rise and speak." Those 3 simple words felt like a pardon to the 2 old ministers, yet also like a death sentence. They shakily helped each other to their feet, hands clasped at their sides as they bowed low, eyes fixed intently on the tips of their own boots, not daring to raise their gaze to meet Lin Feng's. "You two," he continued, "instead of serving your Emperor Taizu in the capital, you've traveled thousands of miles to Zhangzhou. What business brings you here?" Lin Feng lifted the fragrant tea just served by a maid beside him, blew gently on it, and spoke with a casual tone, as if inquiring about the weather. Yet to the 2 envoys, these words struck like thunderclaps. Both men stiffened simultaneously, cold sweat pouring down their faces even more profusely. Their purpose here was not merely unfriendly, it was like shining a lantern in a latrine, deliberately seeking trouble. The root of the matter lay in Lin Feng's overwhelming publicity campaign. Storytellers had been foaming at the mouth, elevating Lin Feng to godlike status. In doing so, they had unwittingly gathered a legion of fervent followers scattered across the southern Wind Kingdom. These devotees chanted daily about the limitless divine power of the immortal sovereign, and some had even begun questioning the legitimacy of the dragon royal family. This thoroughly enraged Long Zhanya, secluded deep within the imperial palace. In a fit of rage, the old monster mobilized the army and imperial guards, launching a nationwide crackdown on Lin Feng's followers under the charge of inciting rebellion and plotting treason. Within days, over 1 million people were thrown into prisons, filling them to overflowing. Long Zhanya sent them with a single purpose, to deliver this message to Lin Feng, along with his exact words: "You shameless brat. If you don't want your 1,000,000 followers to die because of you, then come to the capital alone to face your punishment. Otherwise, I'll kill 10,000 a day until this cowardly turtle crawls out." This was no plea for surrender, it was a blatant, crude threat and provocation. Before the two envoys departed, Long Zhanya added with a sinister grin, "Make sure your tone is arrogant and your attitude haughty. Provoke him into a rage so he comes running to his death. Rest assured, he prides himself on being an immortal and values his reputation. He likely won't kill you two messengers. If he dares lay a finger on you, oomph, this old man will avenge you." At the time, the two cursed inwardly, "Revenge? Revenge my ass. He's already turned to dust. What good would revenge do?" This was clearly using our lives as bait to lure that colossal whale capable of overturning the heavens. Now, facing Lin Feng's seemingly casual inquiry, the letter in their arms, that handwritten challenge from Long Zhanya, brimming with insulting words, felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing their hearts and lungs. Speak up, or not. If they spoke, this immortal before them would likely unleash thunderous wrath, reducing them both to ashes on the spot. Refuse, and they'd fail their mission. Upon returning, the ruthless Long Zhanya would spare neither them nor their families. Either way, death awaited them. Lord Wang and Lord Li were ashen-faced, their lips trembling and teeth chattering. For a long moment, they couldn't utter a single word, gripped by overwhelming terror. Lin Feng watched the two men below the stage, their expressions suggesting they were about to wet themselves in terror, and his suspicions deepened. These two didn't look like they'd come to deliver a challenge at all. They seemed more like lambs led to the slaughter. He set down his teacup, his voice deepening slightly, tinged with an unquestionable authority. "I have asked a question. Why do you not answer? Could it be that what you bring is something too shameful to utter?" An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire reception hall. The two old ministers could no longer hold themselves up. With a thud, they fell to their knees once more, this time truly paralyzed by fear. Minister Li, being slightly older and marginally more resilient, threw his head to the floor and cried out, his voice trembling, Your Divine Majesty, please calm your anger. It is not that this humble official refuses to speak, but it is a matter commanded by the dragon ancestor himself. It is utterly absurd, and this humble official finds it impossible to utter." "Oh?" Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop, each soft knock sounding like a blow to their hearts. "Speak freely. I'm quite curious to hear what new challenge that ancient ancestor, hiding away in the capital, has set for you." His tone carried a hint of amusement, like a cat toying with a mouse. Minister Li steeled his resolve, closed his eyes, and stammered, The dragon ancestor, he has captured millions of commoners who worship immortals, imprisoned them in celestial dungeons across the land. He ordered this humble servant to deliver a message." At the most critical moment, his words faltered. Magistrate Li simply lacked the courage to repeat the terrifying phrase, "Slaughter 10,000 each day." Seeing this, Magistrate Wang, fearing Lin Feng's impatience, abruptly cowed out and blurted out, "The founder said he requests the immortal you to go to the capital, otherwise. He still dared not finish. Lin Feng's gaze grew steadily colder. Though he craved prestige and acted with a certain unrestrained flair, he still had his limits. Using the lives of 1,000,000 innocent people as leverage had touched his sore spot. After all, these very people were the very source of his prestige points. A faint, icy killing intent radiated outward, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. The two envoys instantly felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave, terrified out of their wits. Lin Feng's voice turned bone-chilling as he demanded, word by word, "Otherwise, what?" Lord Wang, trembling and weeping, cried out shrilly, utterly consumed by fear, "Then the dragon ancestor will slaughter 10,000 believers each day. Until you, immortal, go there. Immortal, spare our lives. The dragon ancestor forced us into this. We were merely messengers. Spare us." With that, both men collapsed to the floor, limp as puddles of mud, consumed by the despair of awaiting death. A deathly silence fell over the hall. You could hear a pin drop. Only the suppressed sobs of fear from the two old ministers could be heard. Lin Feng fell silent. He leaned back slowly into his chair, his fingers tapping the armrest absent-mindedly. Long Zhanya's move was indeed ruthless, vicious, and utterly shameless. This was clearly a calculated scheme. Forcing Lin Feng to go to the capital, and forcing him to follow the script laid out by his adversary. The capital was bound to be a den of tigers and dragons, a trap meticulously laid out, waiting for him to walk right into it. Refusal meant 1,000,000 followers dying for his sake. Setting aside moral conscience, the moment this leaked, his unparalleled righteousness persona would shatter instantly. His prestige would plummet, and he'd likely be branded a cowardly, hypocritical, heartless scoundrel. How could he possibly survive in Ninth-Grade Kingdom after that? It would be a double loss, a defeat so catastrophic it would set him back to square one. Moments later, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. Yet that smile held not a shred of warmth, only icy scorn and towering confidence. Poof. Ha! Well done, Long Zhanya. Well done, the Grand Ancestor. Truly, the older you get, the more impressive you become resorting to such despicable tactics. He rose to his feet, pacing over to the two envoys and gazing down at them from above. Go back and tell Long Zhanya. His voice was not loud, yet it reached both ears with unmistakable clarity, carrying an air of unquestionable resolve and a commanding presence that seemed to look down upon the world. His challenge, this lord accepts it. Tell him to clean his neck, prepare his coffin, and wait obediently in the capital. Tell him this, if even a single hair on the heads of those million commoners is harmed. Lin Feng paused, his eyes blazing with icy fury. Though his aura hadn't fully erupted, a soul-shaking pressure flickered around him like a primordial beast suddenly opening its eyes. I shall slaughter every last member of his Long imperial clan, tear down his ancestral temple, desecrate his family graves, and ensure that Long Zhanya shall never find peace in the afterlife. As the words fell, the reception hall fell deathly silent. The two envoys were utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly up at Lin Feng as if beholding a deity descended to earth, wielding the power of life and death. Fear lingered, but more than that was a bewilderment born of utter awe before supreme majesty. Get out! Lin Feng swept his sleeve aside, turning his back on them without another glance. Convey my words back to your master, word for word. The two envoys, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away from the reception hall, practically crawling on all fours. Their speed was so swift it seemed they feared Lin Feng might change his mind. Watching their disheveled figures vanish, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Damn it! I pulled off the act perfectly, and my cool factor is off the charts. But the capital is definitely a massive, super-sized pitfall. He clutched his chest, feeling the pain of over 60 million prestige points throbbing within him. Forget about a national broadcast, no money for that. The 100-mile projection must be activated. Special effects must be maxed out. Long Zhanya, you old scheming bastard, you better deliver big time. Make sure this investment pays off with interest. Chapter 51, Heading to Kyoto. Lin Feng had spoken with such absolute certainty, his domineering aura leaving no room for compromise, precisely to cement his persona into the ground. It absolutely couldn't collapse. Cultivate reputation before cultivating cultivation. Maintaining an aura of superiority requires careful cultivation. He understood this principle. If he showed even a hint of hesitation or retreat now, or displayed indifference toward the lives of those million followers, once word spread, Long Zhanya would undoubtedly have it broadcast far and wide. And the persona he'd painstakingly built would crumble to dust. Then, forget about reaping prestige points. The entire nation of Nanfeng would likely condemn him as a cowardly, hypocritical, cold-blooded fraud. All the investments made thus far would truly go down the drain. High risk demands even higher reward. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with sharp determination. We must utterly discredit Long Zhanya and the royal family, nailing them to history's pillar of shame. And I shall be the righteous light that shatters the darkness and speaks for the people. His thoughts crystallized, and he spoke calmly. Lei Padian. Lei Pa bowed respectfully. What are your orders, senior? Lin Feng swept his sleeve dramatically, adopting an air of profound mystery and compassionate concern. Long Zhanya has committed heinous crimes. To force my compliance, he has brazenly seized a million innocent civilians as hostages. His actions deserve execution, his heart must be destroyed. Lei Potion's face darkened with fury upon hearing this. That old villain is truly vicious. Lin Feng's tone remained steady, radiating the composure of a sage. Act immediately. Mobilize all available forces. Contact the storytellers and spread the word. Expose the imperial court's despicable actions in their entirety. He paused, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. Let more people know of Long Zhanya's brutality and disregard for human life. This will allow them to prepare in advance. His actions, of course, were meant to showcase his fearless spirit, knowing full well the dangers ahead, yet charging toward them anyway, all in the name of saving the masses. This would solidify his persona and boost his prestige. Yes, senior. Watching Lei Padian depart with renewed vigor, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This move was solid. Once public opinion fermented, with the entire nation condemning Long Zhanya while sympathizing with and idolizing him as the tragic hero who dared to venture into danger alone. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. His prestige would likely surge like a galaxy pouring down. Just thinking about it gave him a little thrill. With the media campaign secured, Lin Feng wasted no time. The capital was a den of dragons and tigers, but he had to venture in. His heart remained as steady as an old dog's. After all, he was a man with trump cards up his sleeve. The 5th-tier Qi Cultivation Trial card. Lin Feng's mind swept over the faintly golden card on the system panel, and his heart settled considerably. Though it's painfully expensive, it'll be worth every penny when it counts. That old fart Long Zhanya might be good at holding back and biding his time, but at best, he's just scraping the surface of chi cultivation. There's no way he's reached the 5th stage. Lin Feng possessed this level of confidence. The reason was simple: if he were truly some 5th-tier chi cultivation powerhouse, he'd have long since sought seclusion to pursue immortality. Who the hell would still be wallowing in a mundane dynasty playing power games, fretting that someone else obtaining a divine opportunity might threaten their rule? That's ridiculous. It's clearly a sign of insecurity. Old man, your narrow-mindedness limits your imagination, Lin Feng said, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Prepare to depart. With a flick of his mind, he summoned his mount through telepathy. Screech! Moments later, a piercing, cloud-piercing cry of an eagle echoed from the distant sky, growing louder as it approached at breakneck speed. A rainbow-hued streak of light sliced through the sky, like a rainbow spanning the heavens. Trailing a dazzling light trail, it dove down in an incredibly flashy and swift manner, landing steadily on the open ground outside the courtyard. It was none other than that magnificent, extraordinary rainbow glow eagle. Bathed in sunlight, every feather of the dazzling eagle shimmered with rainbow-like brilliance, radiant and otherworldly. Head held high, chest puffed out, its piercing gaze radiated a primal, otherworldly aura. Countless people inside and outside the manor stopped in their tracks, gazing upward in awe, their gasps filling the air. This spectacle also provided Lin Feng with a significant boost in his cool factor. Gazing at this sky-shatteringly magnificent eagle, Lin Feng felt a complex mix of emotions. When he'd exchanged for it, he'd been so focused on its coolness and speed that he hadn't realized this thing was a one-time release irrecoverable. He had tried negotiating with the system, hoping to temporarily recall it after all, leaving it out constantly risked it getting ambushed. But the system's response was cold and unyielding. Host currently lacks beast taming space. Cannot store living creatures. The beast taming space was a mere 1 cubic meter. Costing 100 million points to exchange, and it couldn't even hold the giant eagle. Lin Feng abandoned the idea without a second thought. 100 million? And it can't even hold it? What good is it then? Forget it, forget it. Poverty is my original sin. Lin Feng composed himself and summoned Xiao Qingyue and Long Chen to accompany him. After all, they were both eager to witness his battle with Long Zhanya. And they provided the most consistent and enduring prestige points. Such prime targets deserved to be brought along for the experience. This time, he prepared plenty of props to show off. With that, he leapt gracefully onto the back of the dazzling light sculpture. He then beckoned the others to join him. Xiao Qingyue, clad in pure white robes, radiated an otherworldly elegance. This was her second ride, and she appeared remarkably composed. With a light tap of her toes, she gracefully settled behind Lin Feng. For Long Chen, however, this was his first time encountering the divine bird up close. Overwhelmed with excitement, his face flushed crimson, and he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. He climbed up cautiously, settling behind Xiao Qingyue. His hands gripped the smooth, warm feathers beneath him tightly, a mix of nervousness and excitement coursing through him. Hold on tight, Lin Feng instructed calmly. With a thought, the multicolored light-carved bird let out a piercing cry that echoed into the clouds. Its massive wings flapped violently, stirring a whirlwind of cool air. Its iridescent body soared upward, instantly piercing the heavens. Whoa! Long Chen couldn't help but gasp. After the intense sensation of weightlessness came an unprecedentedly expansive view. Mountains and plains raced backward beneath their feet, rivers winding like ribbons, cities shrinking to the size of beans. A howling gale was blocked by an invisible shield, making for an exceptionally smooth ride. This sensation of soaring through the heavens and overlooking all creation instantly ignited the fervor and yearning within Long Chen's heart. This was the power of immortals. He gazed forward at Lin Feng's silhouette, standing with hands behind his back, robes billowing in the wind. Admiration nearly overflowed from his eyes. Though Xiao Qingyue appeared relatively composed, gazing at the minuscule scenery below and experiencing this transcendent speed, her beautiful eyes also sparkled with wonder. Every time she accompanied her master, she experienced fresh awe. While Lin Feng appeared utterly nonchalant and supremely cool on the surface, his mind was racing with calculations. The straight-line distance from the capital to Zhangzhou City exceeds 1,000 li. This giant eagle is said to travel thousands of li a day. We should reach it in roughly a day. A rainbow-hued streak sliced through the sky, carrying the three of them as they sped toward the capital. Chapter 52, The Immortal Slaying Array. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial palace of the capital city, 1,000 miles away, Long Zhanya stood with hands behind his back before the core of a vast formation that had just been completed. The formation covered half the floor of the secret chamber, composed of countless intricate, twisted dark red runes. These runes were not etched into the ground but seemed to possess life, slowly flowing and undulating half a foot above the surface, emitting heart-stopping energy fluctuations. At the array's center, a sphere of condensed light, as red as blood jade, pulsed rhythmically. Each contraction and expansion caused the surrounding void to warp slightly, releasing a sharp, tangible aura of slaughter. Long Xian, the current emperor, now followed Long Zhanya like a reverent apprentice, keeping pace step by step, not daring to breathe a word. He gazed upon the unimaginably fantastical spectacle before him, his eyes filled with awe and shock. The perilous aura within the dazzling radiance made his very soul tremble, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of security and reverence. Great Ancestor Emperor, Long Xian's voice trembled with unchecked excitement and flattery. This formation utterly defies the laws of heaven and earth. Such divine wonder, such boundless energy your grandson has never heard of, never witnessed such a thing. With this formation of the Great Ancestor, no matter how extraordinary one's abilities, they shall come but never leave. A faint, self-satisfied smile spread across Long Zhanya's gaunt face, his cloudy eyes flashing with arrogance and cruelty. The arrayed discs and flags of this slaughter immortal formation were his most prized possessions, treasures he had risked his life to obtain by sheer luck from an ancient cultivator's ruins on the other side of the Fiend Beast Mountains. They were his greatest reliance. Once fully activated, the array would unleash a murderous aura piercing the heavens. It could automatically devour the spiritual energy and vitality of those trapped within, and even conjure ghostly bloodblades for unmatched offensive power. According to the fragmentary array diagram, even cultivators an entire tier above him would meet a gruesome end if caught unwittingly within, shattered into dust and their souls scattered in an instant, unless protected by a special artifact. This was the true source of his audacity, the confidence that allowed him to set such an open trap, compelling his opponent to walk into certain death. Though he was currently only at the second stage of chi cultivation, he had secretly tested this array and found it easily capable of trapping and killing a cultivator at the third stage. On the path of cultivation, the gap between each stage was like a chasm. Especially the leap from the third to the fourth stage of chi cultivation, it was the critical bottleneck between early and mid-stage, where one's strength underwent a qualitative leap. He absolutely refused to believe that in the spirit energy depleted Southern Wind Kingdom, a cultivator above the mid-stage of chi cultivation could suddenly appear out of thin air. Oomph. Ignorant brat. Relying on a mere stroke of luck, you dare to arrogantly claim supremacy, stir up public sentiment, and undermine the very foundation of our Long clan's nation. Long Zhanya's voice was hoarse, laced with icy murderous intent. That he meets his end beneath this old man's immortal slaying array, his soul and spirit utterly annihilated, condemned to eternal torment, well, that's the blessing he's earned through countless lifetimes of cultivation. The contempt in his tone was palpable, as if he already saw Lin Feng's desperate wails within the array. Of course, deep down, he wasn't entirely overconfident. The cultivation world was rife with bizarre and unpredictable methods. Having ventured into the world himself in his youth, he understood the importance of caution. Luring the opponent to the capital, his own turf, where he could rely on the grand array and potentially summon imperial forces for a coordinated ambush, was far more prudent than venturing into the Tsangzhou city the enemy had established. If the enemy possessed any bizarre techniques for mutual destruction, the capital at least offered more room for maneuver and countermeasures. It must be said that in their shared contempt for the other, he and Lin Feng were surprisingly aligned. But in terms of being a cunning old fox, Long Zhanya clearly had the deeper understanding. After all, years of experience and brushes with death had taught him that even a lion must give its all when hunting a rabbit. Stories of unexpected downfalls in the most unlikely places were far from rare in the cultivation world. Let's go. Long Zhanya suppressed the smugness on his face, reverting to his usual impassive, gloomy expression. The time is nearly right. We should head to the training grounds to meet our immortal's fervent followers. A cruel curve touched his lips. I've made it clear, for every day he fails to appear, 10,000 shall die. With the sun setting over the western mountains, it seems he intends to hide like a turtle. Then we shall execute 10,000 first, to show the world what becomes of those who defy the Dragon Imperial clan and worship demonic heresies. Upon hearing this, Long Xian showed not a trace of reluctance or pity on his face, only absolute obedience and a hint of excitement. Yes, Emperor Taizu. Those ignorant commoners willingly wallow in depravity, worshipping a demonic heretic, they deserve death. This will serve as a perfect warning to the realm, letting all know who truly rules the Southern Wind Kingdom. In his mind, he was the supreme emperor, and all subjects should revere and submit to him. Yet now these people worship some so-called immortal who had appeared out of nowhere. This was the greatest provocation and betrayal of his imperial authority. They all deserved death. Soon, accompanied by a retinue of fierce imperial guards, the two arrived at the vast martial training grounds outside the palace. The once strict military drill ground now held no trace of its former grim atmosphere. Instead, it was filled with a suffocating despair and bitter resentment. Torches blazed around the perimeter, while clouds of armored soldiers stood guard, their blades and spears gleaming coldly, sealing off the entire area. Within the enclosure, a dense mass of commoners captured from all corners of the realm crowded the space. Their clothes were ragged, their faces gaunt with hunger, their eyes filled with terror, rage, and profound helplessness. Most of these people were fervent followers born from Lin Feng's propaganda offensive. Their unwavering faith in Lin Feng stemmed partly from being captivated by his fantastical tales, but more fundamentally from their utter disillusionment with the imperial family. The conspiracy behind the martial arts championship had long been exposed. Many here had seen their sons, nephews, brothers, and friends, once brilliant youths full of dreams, turned into sacrificial offerings for the royal family's cultivation of dark arts. This blood feud and widespread resentment were the fertile ground for the rapid expansion of Lin Feng's followers. At the very front of the training grounds, upon that open patch of land, faint crimson runes flickered in and out of view. The air itself seemed to grow colder. This was the deadly formation laid by Long Zhanya, the slaying immortal's array. It resembled a primordial beast lying in wait, its bloodthirsty maw gaping wide, ready to devour any prey that dared to walk into its trap. The appearance of Long Zhanya and his group immediately sent shockwaves through the crowd. Long Zhanya, you old demon! May you die a miserable death. Dog Emperor! Your Long clan has lost all humanity and will surely face divine retribution. The immortal sovereign will come to save us. He will slaughter every last one of you demonic fiends. A torrent of curses, invectives, and wails erupted like a tidal wave, coalescing into a deafening roar that pounded the eardrums of every imperial subject present. The despairing fury of hundreds of thousands was enough to chill the blood of anyone whose resolve was not ironclad. Long Zhanya's face darkened so profoundly it seemed water could drip from it. These lowly commoners, mere ants in his eyes, dared to rage so defiantly even as death approached. He stomped forward, unleashing a torrent of chi cultivation pressure mixed with intense killing intent. Though it couldn't completely engulf the million-strong crowd, the sudden chill and suffocating pressure silenced the front ranks, draining the color from their faces. Shut up! Long Zhanya's voice, as icy as the depths of hell, carried far on the wings of his inner energy, drowning out the clamor. You fools, ignorant of your own mortality. Facing death, you still pin your hopes on that cowardly, hiding brat? Chapter 53, Lin Feng's Arrival. Long Zhanya's gaze swept coldly over the faces below, some filled with rage, others with fear, and still others with despair, his voice dripping with scorn. Look at the sky. The sun has set. Where is your so-called immortal? If he truly possesses divine abilities, if he truly cares about the lives of you ants, why hasn't he shown himself yet? I've said it before, for every day he fails to come, I'll kill 10,000. It seems he's scared, cowering like a turtle in Sangzhou, watching you die for his sake. Do you really believe in such a cowardly fraud? His words were like poisoned needles, piercing precisely into the most vulnerable parts of many hearts. Yes, the sun had already set. The immortal, would he truly come? This was a den of dragons and tigers, the imperial capital itself. Was it worth an immortal taking such immense risk to save us common folk? Whispers of doubt, wavering faith, and even despair began to ripple through the crowd. Some bowed their heads, bodies trembling slightly as their faith began to crumble. They did not fear death, but they dreaded the possibility that the very existence they had placed their faith in, their beacon of hope, might ultimately prove to be nothing but an illusion. Of course, there were those whose faith remained unshaken. Though pale-faced, they held their heads high, blaring at Long Zhanya atop the platform and shouting back with all their might. Bull! The immortal will come. He's preparing. He must be preparing an earth-shattering great spell to wipe out all of you demons at once. You old scoundrel! Don't think you can deceive us. The curses continued, yet they seemed to carry less conviction than before, tinged with a hint of unease and confusion. Long Zhanya watched the shifting emotions below with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. Destroying a man's faith was often more satisfying and effective than killing him outright. Raising his hand like a judge wielding the power of life and death, his voice was cold and merciless. The hour has come. It seems your immortal has abandoned you. In that case, let the execution begin. Today, we shall execute 10,000. We'll start with those stubborn souls at the front who still dare to defy us. His words, spoken with a lightness that belied their weight, rang out like the tolling of a funeral bell, signaling the opening of the curtain on a bloody massacre. The armored soldiers behind him roared their agreement. The shrill clang of blades drawn from sheaths filled the air, and a thick, palpable aura of murderous intent instantly engulfed the entire training ground. Desperate wails, furious curses, terrified screams. A cacophony of sounds wove together, transforming the vast training ground into the prelude to a living hell. Just as Long Zhanya's hand rose high, poised to strike down and issue the slaughter command at the critical moment. Screech! A piercing, shrill cry, clear and resonant, split the sky like thunder from the heavens, abruptly shattering the suffocating, blood-red twilight hanging over the capital. Everyone, desperate commoners, cold-hearted soldiers, and even the triumphant Long Zhanya was startled by this sudden cry, lifting their heads in unison to gaze skyward. In the western sky, the setting sun blazed like molten blood, dyeing the vast expanse of clouds and mist in a magnificent yet tragic crimson. Against this backdrop of dazzling sunset hues, a far more brilliant, multicolored streak of light tore through the sky at a speed surpassing the swiftest wind. As the light drew nearer, its form grew clearer, revealing a magnificent, colossal eagle-like creature whose wings shimmered with rainbow light. Its wings spread wide, each beat sending ripples of multicolored halos outward, as if draped in a rainbow itself. It was a sight of extraordinary wonder and supreme majesty. What is that? Someone gasped in the training grounds. Light. 7-colored divine light. It's an eagle. A colossal divine eagle. Rainbow, shimmering light. A bound old man murmured, his cloudy eyes suddenly blazing with disbelieving ecstasy. He struggled violently, roaring with all his might, it's the rainbow-hued glorious eagle. The mount of the immortal of Sangzhou. An immortal. An immortal has come to save us. That roar exploded across the training grounds like ice water thrown into boiling oil. An immortal. It really is an immortal. The immortal hasn't abandoned us. He's here. He's truly here. Woo woo woo. We're saved. We're saved. In an instant, deafening cheers erupted from the crowd of hundreds of thousands. Countless people, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, supported each other to get a better view. The despair and terror that had hung heavy in the air were torn apart by this sudden ray of hope from the heavens, transforming into ecstatic joy at surviving the catastrophe and near frenzied adoration for the figure above. Hope blazed like wildfire, burning fiercely in every eye. Upon the high platform, Long Zhanya's grim, determined face froze instantly. He snapped his head up, his cloudy eyes blazing with intensity as they locked onto the ever-approaching multicolored giant eagle and the figure in blue robes standing with hands behind its back, its sleeves billowing in the wind. Powerful divine scents spread out like invisible tentacles, sweeping precisely over Lin Feng's body. The next moment, the stiffness on Long Zhanya's face turned to utter bewilderment. Then, a wave of profound absurdity and contempt surged through him, compelling him to burst into a loud, raucous laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was hoarse and grating, brimming with undisguised scorn and contempt, drowning out the cheers below. Who might this divine being be, riding such a flashy feathered beast, daring to meddle in this old man's affairs? Long Zhanya stifled his laughter, gazing down at the slowly descending Lin Feng with the contemptuous eyes reserved for a mere clown. So it's you worthless thing, worshipped as some so-called immortal by this bunch of ignorant fools? A mere ninth-rank martial artist. A common mortal who hasn't even touched the threshold of chi cultivation. His voice rose sharply, tinged with the arrogance and coldness unique to cultivators. And with that, you dare to be so presumptuous as to call yourself an immortal? Utterly ridiculous. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity laughable. Pathetic. He instantly saw through Lin Feng's true nature. No spiritual energy flowed within him, only the martial chi of a warrior. As for that magnificent-looking eagle, it was nothing but a hollow shell. Beyond flying a bit faster and sporting prettier feathers, it possessed not a shred of demonic energy, nothing more than an ordinary bird. Seeing through it all, the last shred of caution vanished from Long Zhanya's heart, replaced by utter contempt and the fury of being toyed with. Was this worth treating as a formidable enemy, even deploying his ultimate Lucian formation? It was the ultimate insult. Upon the eagle's back, Lin Feng stood clad in a blue robe. Bathed in the iridescent glow, he resembled a deity descended from the heavens. The evening breeze caressed his hair and the hem of his robe, adding an air of ethereal grace. His expression remained impassive as he calmly surveyed the frenzied Long Zhanya below, as though observing a clown seeking attention. Chapter 54, Full Effects Activated. Lin Feng's thoughts flickered, issuing a silent command, System, activate the 100-mile projection at full power. Max out all redeemed special effects. In an instant, centered on the imperial capital, within a 100-mile radius, whether bustling market streets, quiet alleys, or distant villages, everyone who looked up witnessed a miracle they would never forget. The azure sky transformed into a colossal water mirror, reflecting every detail within the imperial training grounds with crystal clarity. Even the tear-streaked faces and ecstatic expressions of the crowd were perfectly visible. The absolute focal point of this grand projection was the figure clad in blue, standing proudly atop the seven-colored divine eagle. At that very moment, a radiant glow erupted around Lin Feng. 100 zhang tall, faint yet supremely majestic golden dharma form suddenly materialized behind him. The face within the phantom was indistinct, yet it carried an ancient, primordial aura. Countless strands of auspicious, colorful rays of light swirled around it, as if a deity descended from beyond the heavens, indifferently surveying the masses below. Then, using telepathy, he commanded the giant eagle to fly to safety while he himself remained steadfastly suspended in midair. This was possible because he was a ninth-rank martial artist, capable of briefly suspending himself in midair. The multicolored light eagle let out a piercing cry, as if possessed by spirit, carrying the ecstatic Xiao Qingyue and Long Chen. It streaked toward a distant platform like a streak of light, landing smoothly. Lin Feng himself stepped forward. This step did not land on solid ground, but floated lightly in the air. Strangely, where his foot landed, the void seemed to transform into a clear water surface, rippling out gentle golden circles. Moreover, a massive golden lotus platform, formed purely from condensed light with intricate and exquisite petals, instantly blossomed beneath his feet, supporting his form as it gently expanded outward. Each step created ripples, each step gave birth to a lotus. Thus, he descended step by step from the heavens above, along an invisible staircase, toward the ravaged training ground below. His stride was as leisurely as a stroll through a garden, yet as majestic as a deity surveying the heavens. The colossal, ethereal form behind him moved in tandem, solemn and majestic, matching his every step and delivering an unparalleled visual and spiritual impact. Lotus blooms with every step. It truly is lotus blooms with every step. Within the capital city, an elderly Confucian scholar, well versed in the classics, knelt with a thud, trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Ancient texts record that only sages of flawless virtue, favored by heaven's way, can stir celestial phenomena with each step lotus blooming beneath their feet. This is the true descent of a sage. A divine being. A living deity. More people went wild, prostrating themselves in worship toward the projection in the sky. All previous doubts vanished in that instant, transformed into the most fervent, purest faith. Within 100 li, all bowed their heads, hearts trembling. On the high platform of the training ground, the scorn and contempt on Long Zhanya's face had vanished, replaced by deep astonishment and a hint of barely perceptible panic. Impossible, he roared inwardly. There's no spiritual energy fluctuation. How on earth did they pull off this charade? Could it be some kind of unseen treasure? The moment the word treasure crossed his mind, the shock in Long Zhanya's eyes swiftly gave way to greed. An illusion capable of such vast scale without relying on spiritual energy? This was undoubtedly a peerless treasure far beyond his comprehension. If he could seize it. Greed instantly overwhelmed his reason, even dulling the faint apprehension he felt toward that eerie divine form and the lotus blossoming with each step. Pretentious nonsense. Long Zhanya forced down his unease, bellowing harshly to shatter the unsettling atmosphere. Be it demonic arts or rare treasures, all are illusions before the true magic of immortals. Today, this frog in a well shall witness the true might of a celestial being. Before the words faded, black-green spiritual energy erupted violently around Long Zhanya. His robes fluttered without wind, rustling fiercely. His hands rapidly formed intricate seals as obscure incantations poured from his lips. Instantly, the air before him violently warped. 7 or 8 sword beams, flickering with a sickly green glow and formed entirely from pure toxic spiritual energy, materialized out of thin air. Each poison blade measured about 3 feet long, entirely emerald green. Their tips emitted a nauseating, foul stench, and the surrounding air sizzled as it corroded. Poisonous slaughter sword rays. Go! Long Zhanya let out a savage laugh and jabbed his fingers forward with a sharp point. Whoosh! 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 Piercing whistles rent the air as 7 or 8 venomous sword beams, like bloodthirsty wolves sniffing blood, streaked toward Lin Feng from all directions. Trailing sickly green trails of light, they shot toward him as he descended slowly through the sky. Wherever the sword beams passed, even the light seemed to dim, filled with a venomous and deathly stillness. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd below, every spectator holding their breath in tense anticipation for Lin Feng. Though they couldn't grasp the intricacies, those sickly green sword lights clearly signaled nothing good. Yet, facing this vicious attack capable of instantly reducing any peak 9th rank martial artist to a pile of pus and blood, Lin Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged. Just as the sword beam was about to strike, he activated his Qi Cultivation Stage 5 experience card. A terrifying surge of boundless spiritual energy, vast as the ocean, erupted from the depths of his dantian, coursing through every meridian in his body. It was a sensation of power he had never experienced before, as if with every movement, he could overturn seas and overturn mountains, pluck stars from the sky and seize the moon. He casually raised his right hand and gently swept his sleeve forward. The motion was graceful and effortless, as if brushing dust from his garments. Yet beneath the seemingly effortless gesture, a tangible, pale gold torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, visible to the naked eye. This energy was supremely fierce and yang, pure and colossal, carrying an overpowering, domineering will. The 7 or 8 venomous, deadly sword beams, faced with this torrent of pure spiritual energy, proved as fragile as glass against a heavy hammer. They couldn't withstand even a moment, shattering and vanishing in an instant with a series of soft pops, dissolving into wisps of smoke. Yet the pale golden torrent of spiritual energy showed no sign of slowing. Like a crashing wave, it surged downward toward the horrified and pale-faced Long Zhanya. What? The savage grin and greed on Long Zhanya's face froze instantly, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Boundless terror and disbelief washed over him like icy water, plunging him into a frozen abyss. This aura, mid-stage Qi cultivation. How is this possible? He couldn't comprehend how the internal energy that had been at the 9th rank of martial cultivation just moments ago could now erupt with such pure and terrifying spiritual pressure. This completely defied the common sense of the cultivation world. But the overwhelming, mountain-moving threat of death bearing down on him was undeniable. In a desperate rush, Long Zhanya roared, unleashing every ounce of his second-layer Qi cultivation spiritual power without reserve. Layers upon layers of green protective spiritual light erupted before him. Boom! A torrent of pale golden spiritual energy slammed violently against the protective aura. After only a moment's stalemate, the seemingly solid protective barrier shattered like paper. Long Zhanya felt an irresistible force slam into his chest. Put! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a crashing violently onto the stone ground dozens of zheng away. The impact tore a spider-web cracked pit into the hard surface. Dust billowed everywhere. At the bottom of the pit, Long Zhanya lay in agony. Countless bones were shattered, his internal organs felt displaced, and excruciating pain pierced his very being. But he had no time to tend to his injuries. Only boundless terror filled his heart. How could he be this strong? That was merely a casual release of spiritual energy. Not even a proper spell. Chapter 55, Long Zhanya's demise. Long Zhanya finally understood, killing him was as easy as turning over one's hand for the opponent. That earlier strike hadn't even been at full power. Escape! He had to flee immediately. Only by reaching the boundaries of the immortal slaying array could he possibly seize a sliver of hope by harnessing its power. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Summoning a last breath of spirit energy, Long Zhanya ignored the searing pain throughout his body. He leapt violently from the pit, transforming into a frantic green streak of light. He charged desperately toward the area ahead of the training ground where crimson runes flickered. That place held his last hope. Trying to escape now? Too late. Lin Feng's indifferent voice echoed down from above. His own heart raced with urgency. Every second drained from the trial card meant one less second. Possessing vast spiritual energy yet lacking corresponding spells, he could only resort to brute force. His form flickered as spiritual energy erupted around him, propelling him forward at lightning speed in pursuit of Long Zhanya. Simultaneously, he raised his hand once more. The colossal spiritual energy within him surged forth like a floodgate opening, coalescing into a pale golden pillar of light larger and denser than before. Like a spear of divine retribution, it crashed down upon the fleeing Long Zhanya. No! Long Zhanya felt the terrifying, all-consuming energy descending upon him, letting out a desperate, unwilling roar. He couldn't comprehend how, as fellow chi cultivation stage practitioners, the gap between them could be so absurdly vast. Did this man only know how to forcefully smash with spiritual power in combat? This was nothing short of an insult to the path of cultivation. Alas, his confusion would forever remain unanswered. Boom! A pale golden pillar of light engulfed Long Zhanya's figure with pinpoint accuracy, crashing violently into the earth. The earth shook violently. Dust and smoke shot skyward. A furious shockwave of spiritual energy spread outward like a tsunami, forcing countless people to shut their eyes. As the dust slowly settled, only a bottomless, colossal crater remained where they had stood, its edges melted by terrifying heat into glassy crystals. As for Long Zhanya, not a trace of his remains was left behind. His soul had been utterly obliterated, leaving not even a speck of residue. With his demise, the crimson immortal slaying array in the distance, which had relied on his spiritual energy to sustain itself, flashed rapidly several times. It emitted an overburdened hum before shattering with a crackling sound, disintegrating into a sky filled with sparkling points of light and vanishing completely. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the entire training ground. All eyes stared in stunned silence at the enormous crater, watching the figure in green robes slowly descend from the sky. The divine light surrounding him gradually faded, and the miraculous phenomenon of lotus blossoms appearing beneath each step vanished along with it. The next second. Long live the immortal. He won. The immortal won. The old demon is dead. Woo-hoo! We're saved! Long live the immortal! A deafening roar of ecstatic cheers erupted like a mountain collapsing and a sea surging, piercing the heavens. The immense joy of surviving the catastrophe and the overwhelming adoration for Lin Feng burned and exploded wildly within every heart. Countless people embraced each other in tears, kneeling to pay homage. Within the 100-li projection, countless commoners who had witnessed the battle through the celestial screen now cheered in unison, their voices shaking the wilderness. Countless women's eyes sparkled with admiration and infatuation. Xiao Qingyue's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her fair face flushed crimson. Long Qin trembled violently, staring at the direction where Long Zhanya vanished. The blood feud and humiliation pent up within him for so long finally found release. He abruptly knelt to the ground, banging his head heavily toward Lin Feng's direction, choking back sobs until he could utter no words. The officials and soldiers who had once sworn allegiance to Long Zhanya and Long Xian were now pale as ghosts, their souls shattered. Without knowing who led the way, they collapsed to their knees in a clattering heap, banging their heads on the ground like garlic being pounded. They cried out in supplication, "Spirit, spare our lives! Spirit, spare our lives! We surrender! We pledge allegiance to you as our master." Lin Feng landed lightly, his breathing steady. The trial card's duration had ended precisely. His show of power had succeeded. His gaze swept indifferently over the officials and soldiers kneeling across the floor, but he did not linger on them. Instead, he turned to Long Chen, who was rushing over excitedly. "Long Chen," Lin Feng spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an authority that brooked no argument. "The affairs hereafter shall be handled by you. Execute those who deserve death, release those who deserve freedom. Restore order to the court, pacify the people. Can you accomplish this?" Long Chen suppressed his excitement, drew a deep breath, straightened his spine, and bowed with utmost reverence. "Rest assured, sir. Long Chen shall not betray your trust. I will restore a bright and just realm to Nanfeng Kingdom." Among the kneeling officials, some quick-witted souls immediately echoed his words. "The nation cannot remain without a ruler for a single day. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the rightful heir. We humbly beseech your Highness to ascend the throne immediately and take charge of the state affairs. Please ascend the throne, your Highness. We pledge our loyalty to the new sovereign." The swift reversal of allegiance was astonishing. Soon, guards dragged forward the former emperor, Long Xian, his face ashen, who had tried to hide. He collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Long Chen stared at this usurper and murderer of his own kin. His eyes held not a shred of pity, only icy murderous intent. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Drag him away and behead him publicly. Let this appease the spirits of our late emperor and the soldiers who died unjustly." With this settled, Long Chen swiftly took charge of the chaotic situation. He dispatched men to release imprisoned civilians, soothe the populace, and inventory the palace, all with the decisive air of a new sovereign. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Xiao Qingyue were escorted by palace attendants to the deepest, most opulent and tranquil chambers of the palace to rest. Deep within the palace, in a specially prepared quiet chamber, the lingering scent of sandalwood incense blocked out the clamor of the outside world. Lin Feng sat cross-legged upon a jade couch, eyes tightly shut. Yet, he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward, forming an exaggerated arc that nearly stretched to his ears. His mind was utterly absorbed in the system interface within his thoughts. The number representing his prestige value surged and soared at an unprecedented speed, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins or a flood bursting through a dam utterly unstoppable. Prestige value, 216,578,941, 217,003,552, 218,440,001. In mere moments, it had already shattered the 200 million mark. Though the growth rate had slowed slightly, it continued its relentless ascent, each jump adding tens or even hundreds of thousands to the tally. I'm rich. I'm rich. This is insane. A massive windfall. Lin Feng's heart screamed and roared, his excitement nearly making him dance with joy. He could already envision countless rare treasures, divine martial arts manuals, and supreme artifacts beckoning to him. Indeed, revealing divine power in public is the ultimate way to harvest prestige points. Long Zhanya, my brother, though you're old and shady, your assist this time was pure self-sacrifice. You've moved the top 10 figures of Nanfeng Kingdom. He thought to himself that this boost to his prestige points would likely last for quite some time. After all, he had taken down the royal patriarch. The impact was nothing short of monumental. But the real payoff was gaining recognition. Soon, just showing his face would earn him another wave of prestige points. Chapter 56, Strength Enhancement, Breaking Through to Qi Cultivation Stage 1. Lin Feng focused his attention on how to spend this fortune. With prestige points in hand, the top priority was naturally to enhance his absolute strength. This was the foundation for securing his standing, maintaining his swagger, for earning the world's enduring respect. His consciousness zeroed in on the permanent version exchange zone of the cultivation experience area. His gaze swept across the options, and Lin Feng couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Qigong Stage 1, 100 million prestige points. Qigong Stage 2, 200 million prestige points. Qigong Stage 3, 300 million prestige points. Qigong Stage 9, 900 million prestige points. Note, must be exchanged sequentially by tier. Whoa! System, you're extortionist. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The nouveau riche euphoria sparked by the 200 million fortune was instantly doused with cold water. This pricing was outright robbery. He currently had just over 200 million, enough to redeem the first stage of Qi cultivation, but after doing so, he'd be left with only a little over 100 million. No, I can't rush into exchanging for cultivation. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, recalling the awkwardness he'd faced when dealing with Long Zhanya earlier. Having cultivation without the corresponding techniques and spells is like having a mountain of gold but not knowing how to spend it. Fighting would just be relying on random punches, or wildly unleashing spiritual energy. It's too wasteful, and the power would likely be weaker than a proper low-tier spell. Techniques were the foundation, the very basis for channeling spiritual energy and casting spells. Without one, even with 5th-tier Qi cultivation, he couldn't unleash its true potential. First, get a cultivation technique. He immediately searched the cultivation technique section for the 10,000 transformations returned to one true scripture. Last time he'd exchanged for the body tempering chapter, which he guessed corresponded to ranks 1 through 9 of the fivefold path. He had already mastered this cultivation technique completely. It suited him perfectly. If he could exchange for its subsequent volumes, he wouldn't need to seek out other cultivation techniques. After all, the system rated this cultivation technique extremely highly, calling it a supreme technique of cosmic primordial chaos. As the light screen flickered, the list refreshed. The 10,000 transformations returned to one true scripture, Qi cultivation chapter, appeared prominently on the list. There really is a sequel. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. This saves me the trouble and risk of switching cultivation techniques. Price check, 10 million prestige points. The price is fair enough. Lin Feng nodded, but his gaze drifted downward to the next line of fine print. Mastery Transmission Qi Cultivation Chapter, achieving complete mastery to perfection, 100 million prestige points. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I knew it. You crooked merchant of a system, always waiting here for me. Exchanging for a cultivation technique only gives you a book. To instantly master it and reach the highest level of comprehension? That costs extra. And it's not just a little extra. But Lin Feng merely muttered his complaint before making his decision without hesitation. Exchange. I wanted all the cultivation technique and the transmission. Instant mastery, skipping countless tedious hours and time. This money was well spent. Time is style points. Ding. 100 million prestige points consumed. Successfully exchanged for the 10,000 transformations returned to one true scripture, Qi cultivation chapter. Ding. 100 million prestige points consumed. Successful transmission of cultivation technique initiation completed. The moment the system notification sounded, Lin Feng felt an immense, profound, and obscure torrent of information surge violently into his mind. Knowledge on how to draw qi into the body, how to circulate it through the microcosmic orbit, how to open and stabilize the Dantian Qihai, how to refine spiritual energy to greater purity, and how to preliminarily wield spiritual energy to perform various wondrous feats. Countless secrets and pivotal techniques of the qi cultivation stage, like innate instincts, were deeply imprinted upon his soul, understood with perfect clarity. This sensation was extraordinary, as if he had already devoted decades to mastering this cultivation technique, grasping every detail with perfect clarity and seamless integration. His spiritual realm seemed to elevate accordingly, shifting his perspective on himself and the world in subtle yet profound ways. Awesome! This feeling of cheating is truly addictive. Lin Feng felt boundless enthusiasm surge within him as he absorbed the vast ocean of knowledge flooding his mind. The foundation was now solid. Next came the true enhancement of his power. System: exchange for permanent qi cultivation stage 1 cultivation. Lin Feng hesitated no longer, silently commanding. Ding! 100 million swagger points consumed. Permanent qi cultivation stage 1 cultivation successfully exchanged. Boom! It felt like the heavens were splitting apart. An overwhelming surge of energy, purer and more immense than anything he'd ever felt, erupted from the deepest core of his dantian. This was no longer the powerful yet somewhat detached sensation of the previous trial card. It was genuine, wholly his own, a force he commanded as easily as moving his own limbs. The energy swiftly transformed into pale golden spiritual power, like a docile yet mighty torrent. It flowed autonomously along the profound pathways outlined in the qi cultivation chapter of the 10,000 transformations, returned to one true scripture, washing through his meridians, nourishing his physical body, and ultimately converging in his dantian to form a slowly rotating vortex. Though still small and rudimentary, this vortex was incredibly dense, brimming with vitality and untapped potential. The sparse spiritual energy within the surrounding heavens and earth began to be drawn toward him. Thread by thread, it penetrated the barriers of the quiet chamber, converging upon him and gradually merging into his body. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A faint golden divine light flashed within his pupils, making them appear even more profound. He raised his hand lightly, and with a flicker of thought, a strand of condensed pale golden spiritual energy coiled around his fingertips like an obedient spirit. It shifted shape at his command, emitting a gentle yet undeniably potent energy fluctuation. This sensation was entirely different from when he had relied on the experience card before. Back then, the power was potent, yet it felt like a borrowed tool, always carrying a sense of unfamiliarity and distance. Now, this spiritual energy felt like an extension of his own body, utterly familiar, controlled by his very heart. It seemed that a single thought could unleash its myriad wonders. Is this the true power of cultivation that truly belongs to me? Lin Feng felt the entirely different energy circulating within him, a profound sense of stability and joy welling up in his heart. With a light flick of his finger, a strand of spiritual energy shot out, silently piercing the wall opposite him and leaving behind an imperceptibly fine yet profoundly deep hole. Control and precision both are vastly superior to before, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Moreover, with the 10,000 transformations returned to one true scripture, I've finally embarked on the true path of cultivation. From now on, I need only steadily exchange for cultivation levels and spells. He glanced at the system interface again. His prestige points still numbered in the tens of millions. With the remaining prestige points, I should first look for some practical low-tier spells or exchange them for some survival gadgets. After all, cultivation is the foundation, while spells are merely the means to wield it. There's no need for anything too profound just yet. Just as he prepared to continue browsing the shop, faint footsteps sounded outside the meditation chamber, followed by Xiao Qingyue's clear, concerned voice. Sir, are you alright? Prince Long Chen has arranged a banquet to celebrate your victory. Would you care to? Hearing this, Lin Feng reined in the spiritual energy swirling around him, his face resuming that effortlessly serene, otherworldly demeanor. The first step toward enhancing his strength had been taken. It was time to venture out and see the world again and incidentally, consolidate this hard-won victory and fervent devotion. He smiled faintly and rose to his feet. Understood. I'll be right there. Chapter 57, Long Zhenya's Storage Ring. Lin Feng pushed open the door to the quiet chamber. The palace maids and eunuchs standing guard outside immediately bowed deeply, their eyes filled with reverence. He gave a slight nod and, surrounded by his entourage, made his way toward the palace's main hall. Lamps illuminated the entire route, their glows transforming the white marble corridors into a scene of daylight. A faint trace of blood still lingered in the air, a stark reminder of the earth-shattering events that had unfolded that very day. Yet more prominent was a palpable restlessness and unease, the agitation of transition, of renewal. Entering the grand main hall, the scene before them was even more striking. The hall was already bustling with clinking cups and plates, filled to capacity with civil and military officials, representatives of prominent families, and renowned martial artists from the capital. Yet, the moment Lin Feng's figure appeared at the hall's entrance, it was as if an invisible hand had pressed mute. Every sound vanished instantly. Every pair of eyes turned toward him in unison, movements frozen, expressions fixed. The next second, without exception, every person in the hall, whether high-ranking ministers or self-important martial artists, swiftly rose from their seats. They turned toward the doorway, bowing deeply with heads lowered, their posture reaching the utmost humility. "Hail the immortal!" The unified chorus, brimming with reverence and excitement, echoed throughout the hall. Long Chen had already risen from the dragon throne. He swiftly descended the imperial steps to greet Lin Feng, his face bearing undisguised gratitude and reverence as he bowed in turn. "Master, you have arrived." Lin Feng's expression remained impassive, seemingly accustomed to this scene of universal submission. He merely gave a light before strolling toward the main seat reserved for him within the hall, a position even more centrally placed and thus more exalted than Long Chen's dragon throne. After taking his seat, his gaze swept the room indifferently. Only then did the crowd rise cautiously, as if granted a reprieve. Yet no one dared to speak loudly again, even their breathing grew quieter. Occasional glances toward Lin Feng carried an intense, almost feverish intensity. The banquet continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. Clearly, no one's thoughts lingered on the music, dance, or delicacies. After 3 rounds of wine, Long Chen dismissed the dancers and musicians, and the hall fell silent once more. He rose, raised his wine cup, and addressed Lin Feng with clear, respectful tones. "Sir, had you not intervened today to slay the traitor Long Zhanye and rescue 1,000,000 commoners from the flames of disaster, our Nanfeng kingdom would have plunged into eternal darkness. Such profound grace is witnessed by heaven and earth. I, on behalf of Nanfeng kingdom, offer you this cup. Whatever command you give, every subject of Nanfeng shall obey without question." With that, he drained his cup in one gulp, his posture humble and submissive. The officials followed suit, raising their cups in unison to the immortal. Lin Feng lifted the jade cup before him, made a slight gesture, and took only a small sip. His movements were casual yet naturally exuded the bearing of a sage. It was but a trifling gesture, scarcely worth mentioning. His tone was calm, as if he had merely performed an insignificant act. Long Chen set down his cup, his expression growing more serious as he began reporting the follow-up matters to Lin Feng. "Sir, as per your instructions, I have handled the initial follow-up matters." Long Chen's voice was calm yet carried the iron resolve of a new ruler. "The remnants of the previous dynasty, Long Zhanye's traitorous henchmen, the Bloodshed Tower, and the Chao family, all have been thoroughly investigated. The ringleaders have been executed, and their followers are currently being purged." He spoke with understated calm, yet everyone in the hall could imagine the bloody purge that had swept through the capital in just a few short hours. The succession of imperial power had always been accompanied by iron and blood. With the formidable presence of Lin Feng overseeing matters, Long Chen's actions proceeded with lightning speed and encountered no resistance whatsoever. Any lingering dissent that might have existed had long since evaporated in the face of overwhelming force and popular will. Within the court, after reorganization, the ministers now stand united. "All officials are willing to work together to assist me in governing the realm and bringing peace to the people," Long Chen continued. The officials in the hall nodded in unison, expressing their loyalty. They understood all too well the formidable presence standing behind this new emperor. Loyalty to Long Chen was, in a sense, loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened quietly, occasionally nodding, offering little comment. These mundane power struggles held little significance for him now. His focus lay elsewhere, on cultivating his own power and amassing more prestige points. Long Chen clearly understood this as well. After reporting these mundane matters, he paused briefly before continuing. "Sir, there is one more matter I must report to you." "Oh? What is it?" Lin Feng looked up. Long Chen carefully retrieved an ancient-looking black ring from his robe. This was discovered while clearing out that old robe Long Zhanye's secret chamber. Lin Feng took the black ring. The instant his fingertips touched it, a faint yet distinct surge of divine sense transmitted to him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he thought to himself, "Whoa? This old bastard had some serious stash. He even had a storage ring, standard equipment for someone like him?" The divine consciousness restrictions on this ring had become extremely weak due to Long Zhanye's soul being scattered to the winds, like a candle flickering in the wind. For Lin Feng, breaking it was practically effortless. With a slight shift in his thoughts, a strand of divine sense far purer and more refined than Long Zhanye's probed into the ring's interior. A space roughly 1 cubic meter in size appeared within his perception. Inside, various items were piled haphazardly. These must be the legendary spirit stones. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement as he gazed upon several crystals shimmering with a faint blue glow, each containing pure spiritual energy. He knew full well these were the hard currency of the cultivation world, not only usable for trade, but also for absorbing their spiritual energy to cultivate. Several jade slips containing recorded information caught his attention. When he probed them with his divine sense, he discovered they held spells, poisonous sword blades, fireball technique, ice arrow technique. "Wow, this is like hitting the jackpot, bro," Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling a thrill akin to looting after defeating a monster. Looks like this old codger had some stash after decades of scavenging. His divine sense swept across the corner, suddenly pausing on a letter. Made of ordinary material, it was folded with meticulous neatness. Compared to the other items, this letter seemed out of place. With a flick of his thoughts, the letter materialized in his hand. He unfolded the paper and scanned it quickly, a genuine look of surprise spreading across his face. The letter revealed that Long Zhanya was actually an outer disciple of the Qingmu sect. He had received word that multiple sects would be coming to Nanfeng Kingdom to recruit disciples, including their own Qingmu sect. That was why he had returned to Nanfeng Kingdom ahead of time to eliminate anyone with potential cultivation talent. After all, to solidify imperial power, he could not allow commoners to rise above him. His own aptitude was mediocre, and with his advancing age, his prospects for advancement were slim. If even a few cultivators with potential were recruited, their cultivation would inevitably surpass his. At that point, the imperial throne of Nanfeng Kingdom would change hands. Damn! Lin Feng closed the letter, his thoughts racing. No wonder that old bastard acted this way. Lin Feng finally grasped the full picture, though what surprised him was that Long Zhanya was actually a disciple of that sect. He tucked the letter away, his expression returning to calm, though a hint of calculation lingered deep in his eyes. Chapter 58, Exchanging Spells. The banquet concluded, and the officials withdrew with a mix of complex emotions and excitement. Lin Feng also returned to his secluded study deep within the palace. Dismissing his attendants, he sat alone beneath the lamp, once more spreading the stack of letters retrieved from Long Zhanya's storage ring across the desk. The flickering candlelight illuminated his serene, unruffled face, save for the glimmer of contemplation deep within his eyes. These letters were clearly not written by a single person, but most corresponded with an outer disciple of the Qingmu sect named Zhao Hu. Piecing together these fragmented clues, a rough outline of the cultivation world beyond the mountain range gradually took shape in Lin Feng's mind. Qingmu sect. Lin Feng's fingertips tapped a letter detailing the sect's hierarchy. The Supreme Elder is actually at the core formation stage? The sect master and the other elders are also at the foundation establishment stage. Their strength is considerably stronger than I had anticipated. According to the letter, the Aoki sect maintains a strict hierarchical system among its disciples, outer sect disciples, primarily low-level chi cultivators who perform menial tasks and practice foundational cultivation techniques, akin to the labor force at the bottom of the sect. Long Zhanya belonged to this category, specifically among the lowest ranked and marginalized due to his mediocre aptitude. Inner sect disciples must reach mid-stage chi cultivation, forming the backbone of the sect. They gain access to superior resources and advanced cultivation techniques. Direct disciples must reach the high stage of chi cultivation and be personally selected by a foundation establishment stage elder to become a direct disciple. They hold an exceptional status and are the future core of the sect. Only after reaching the 9th layer of chi cultivation may one attempt foundation establishment. Success in foundation establishment marks the true beginning of the immortal path, greatly extending one's lifespan. Lin Feng murmured to himself, a flicker of longing passing through his eyes before being swiftly replaced by reason. The path must be walked step by step. The envoy sent to recruit disciples in the Southern Wind Kingdom was no great figure, merely an outer sect steward of the Greenwood sect, his cultivation at the peak of chi cultivation. The letter mentioned that other sects like the Medicine King Valley, Lotus Palace, Heinglian sect, and Huangshe sect had likely sent figures of similar caliber, with cultivation levels mostly ranging from late chi cultivation to its peak. Peak chi cultivation. That's enough to walk around like a king in the mortal world, Lin Feng scoffed. No wonder that old codger Long Zhanya could lord it over everyone back then. At the second layer of chi cultivation, he was practically unbeatable in this realm. What concerned Lin Feng most, however, ultimately explained why such a blessing as the descent of immortal envoys had befallen the mortal realm. It turned out that the regions where these 5 major sects were based had recently erupted into sustained conflict with a demonic sect known as the Black Slaughter sect. The casualties among their lower-tier disciples were devastating, especially among outer sect disciples and menial servants, who had practically become expendable. With manpower suddenly stretched thin, the sects had no choice but to turn their gaze toward the mortal realm, a place they regarded as a wasteland and a spiritual energy desert. They sought to recruit large numbers of promising young talents from here to replenish their lower ranks and cope with the friction with the demonic sect. Oomph, I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Lin Feng sneered, flinging the letter onto the table. They're not here to seek out divine seedlings, they're here to recruit cannon fodder miners. And forced conscription at that. This utterly shattered the romantic notions of divine destiny held by everyone in the hall and by himself. Behind the so-called descent of the immortal envoy lay the stark, even brutal, survival laws of the cultivation world. The risks were stark, sects were no sanctuaries, competition was brutal, and the threat of demonic sects loomed large. Joining them meant a high chance of becoming cannon fodder. Yet the opportunities were equally immense. Only by entering the broader realm of cultivation could one obtain higher-level cultivation techniques, spells, and resources, thereby accelerating one's growth. This was precisely Long Zhanya's concern. While cultivation carried risks, those risks were inseparable from opportunity. He dared not gamble. Should any individual rise to power, the Southern Wind Kingdom would inevitably face a change of dynasty. Lin Feng, naturally, had no intention of joining a sect. After all, he possessed a system. Cultivation techniques? The 10,000 transformations returned to one true scripture pointed directly to the Tao. How could it compare to the techniques those sects hoarded like precious brooms? Spells? Divine abilities? Elixirs? Treasures? The system contained everything imaginable, dazzling in its variety. There was only one prerequisite: sufficient prestige points. Resources? Plateaus? Mentors? Non-existent. For Lin Feng, the only bottleneck was his aura points. And the fastest way to gain prestige points? Showing off in public, pulling off an earth-shattering grand gesture. Why fight tooth and nail for opportunities when harvesting easy prey is far more comfortable and efficient? He leaned back contentedly, his thoughts sinking into the system interface. Sect recruitment? That's for workers. I was born to be the boss. When his gaze fell upon the rapidly fluctuating numbers in the bottom right corner of the system interface, his heart skipped a beat despite his mental preparation. In just a few short hours, the adoration, awe, and legend spreading across the land had brought him a massive influx of wealth, effortlessly breaking through the 150 million mark, and the growth momentum remained impressive. Sure enough, saving the world is the ultimate selling point. This investment was a total win. Lin Feng smacked his lips in satisfaction. With the system at his disposal, those so-called immortal sects were nothing more than slightly larger experience dungeons in his eyes. But his gaze sharpened. Dungeons will need to be cleared eventually, but before that, I need to unlock my skill slots. Leveling up without skills means you'll still get slaughtered by monsters outside the newbie village. His battle with Long Zhanya had served as a stark reminder. Possessing the colossal spiritual power of a 5th-tier chi cultivation practitioner yet charging about like a wild bull was nothing but wasteful and utterly beneath him. When masters clash, style matters. Only with spell effects blazing at full power could he truly harvest that emotional energy. System, open the spell exchange list. The mental command triggered an instant shift in his consciousness's interface. A cascading waterfall of spell icons, each shimmering with vibrant hues, flooded the screen, dazzling the eyes. Low-tier spell Fireball, exchange 1 million prestige points. Mastery to perfection requires 10 million. Low-tier spell Ice Arrow, redeem for 1 million style points. Mastery to perfection requires 10 million. Low-tier spell Light Body Technique, redeem 2 million prestige points. Mastery to perfection requires 20 million. Low-tier spell Golden Light Shield, redeem for 5 million prestige points. Attaining minor mastery requires 50 million. Lin Feng's gaze swept swiftly across the list as calculations raced through his mind. Attack, defense, mobility, control. I need them all. High cost effectiveness must look cool, and the special effects have to be epic. Soon, he made his choice. System, exchange for Fireball, Ice Arrow, Light Body Technique, and Golden Light Shield. Master all to perfection. Ding. Total consumption, 90 million coolness points. Confirm? Confirm. Splurging 90 million. Lin Feng didn't even blink. Investing in oneself always yields the highest return. In an instant, a torrent of information and insights flooded his mind like a divine revelation. How to precisely manipulate fire elemental energy, compressing, shaping, and igniting it within his palm to forge a searing, explosive fireball. How to draw moisture from the air, freeze it instantly, and shape it into sharp, icy arrows that could be launched at will with a mere thought. How to skillfully attach wind attribute spiritual energy to his feet and even his entire body, making him light as a feather and swift as a ghost. And how to condense metallic spiritual energy, forming an indestructible, golden glowing shield upon his body. The secrets of casting spells, the pathways of spiritual energy, and the nuances of precise control all instantly coalesced into understanding. It felt as though he had practiced these techniques 1,000 times over, becoming second nature to his body. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting burst of radiant light seeming to flash within his pupils. He raised his right hand, his thoughts flickering. Puff! A fist-sized, orange-red, fiery orb abruptly materialized out of thin air, hovering a foot above his palm, burning steadily. He then proceeded to test several other spells one after another. Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Though merely the most basic spells, they provided a rudimentary balance of offense, defense, mobility, and control. At last, he began to resemble a proper cultivator, rather than a brute who could only swing wild fists. I'll save the remaining prestige points for breaking through to the second stage of chi cultivation. He glanced at the system interface. Once those immortal envoys arrive, I might just reap a massive harvest. Chapter 59, Envoys Arrive. Time slipped by like a white horse passing through a crack, and before he knew it, over a month had passed. Inside the imperial palace of the capital, Lin Feng yawned boredom, his legs crossed as he idly propped one foot over the other. Yet his consciousness remained immersed in the system interface, watching the growth curve of his prestige points income gradually flatten from steep to gentle, nearly becoming a straight line. He couldn't help but curl his lips in disappointment. Sigh, the hype's faded. These suckers have such short memories. Just over a month, and their worship of me is already slacking off? Can't they just keep up that immortal is so awesome enthusiasm every single day? Despite his complaints, his lips curled into a wild grin as he stared at the prestige points on the system panel. Over 600 million. Sweet. This overnight fortune, no, this month-long fortune felt more invigorating than downing a bucket of ice-cold soda on the hottest day of summer. With money comes spending. Spending makes you stronger. Being stronger lets you show off even more. Showing off more earns you even more money. A perfect perpetual motion loop. System. Go all in for me. Exchange for the permanent version of Chi Cultivation Stage 2 and Stage 3. Ding. Consume 200 million swagger points to exchange for permanent Chi Cultivation Stage 2 cultivation. Ding. 300 million swagger points spent to exchange for permanent Chi Cultivation Stage 3 cultivation. Boom. Hum. Two colossal yet supremely refined and docile surges of energy instantly flooded Lin Feng's limbs and bones, washing through his meridians before converging in his dantian. Within his dantian, the faint golden vortex originally no larger than a fist began to expand, solidify, and spin at a visible pace. Its volume expanded several times over, and the spiritual energy stirred by its rotation grew increasingly colossal, emitting stronger energy fluctuations. Third stage of Chi cultivation. Achieved. The entire process unfolded as naturally as water flowing down a channel, without the slightest hint of a bottleneck. Chi cultivation stage 3. Feels, meh. Lin Feng sensed the surging power within him, shrugging with a touch of self-deprecation. Mainly, the system's service was too seamless, he felt no tangible sense of breakthrough or achievement. He flexed his wrist, realizing that even a casual strike now possessed spiritual power intensity and total volume far surpassing his previous 5th stage of Chi cultivation experience with the trial card. Back then, it was like drifting without roots. Now, it was solid, genuine cultivation manipulated at will, as natural as moving his own limbs. Still got over 150 million left. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Gotta keep some cash on hand. If those immortal envoys show up and something unexpected happens, I can always swap for a high-tier trial card and teach them a lesson. A Chi Cultivation Stage 9 trial card is only 90 million, a bargain, fair to all, young and old alike. Just then, Xiao Qingyue's urgent voice rang out from outside the door. Master. Over the horizon, several flying ships have appeared. They're heading straight for the capital. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat at the words, damn it? They're here already? This fast? Without giving me any warning? He knew full well that the representatives from those sects had arrived. Though inwardly startled, he maintained a calm exterior as he replied, this one is already aware. He spoke as if he'd known all along. Truth be told, he knew nothing about it. He was merely maintaining his air of superiority. Sure enough, Xiao Qingyue outside the door murmured in awe, Master, your powers are truly boundless. You can see thousands of miles away without even leaving your seat. Lin Feng inwardly gloated, this girl is so easy to fool. He smoothed his robe, his face bearing the detached expression that said, all things under heaven are within my grasp, and pushed open the door. Let's go. See which fellow cultivator has honored us with a visit. His tone was casual, as if he were merely heading to the village entrance for some light entertainment. Xiao Qingyue hurriedly followed behind him with reverence, her eyes brimming with admiration. The two arrived atop the highest watchtower of the imperial palace. Longchen had been pacing there like a caged animal, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The moment he spotted Lin Feng, he looked upon him as a savior, nearly throwing himself at his feet. Master! You finally arrived. Look at the horizon. That ship is actually flying in the sky. What on earth is this? Lin Feng casually glanced at the few small black dots on the horizon, which were still slowly growing larger. He spoke calmly, nothing more than some crude flying artifacts. Not worth mentioning. Longchen was utterly bewildered by Lin Feng's words, stammering, huh? Flying artifacts? Poorly made? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Longchen felt inexplicably reassured. If the master called them junk, then they must be junk. Meanwhile, aboard those utterly inferior flying vessels on the horizon, 5 figures stood leaning against the railings, robes billowing in the wind, exuding an air of undeniable prestige. In the center stood a middle-aged man clad in earth-toned robes, his face kind and features steady. This was Ho Zhong, the steward of the Huangshe sect. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a blue Taoist robe with piercing eyes, Zhang Hong, the steward of the Greenwood sect. On the other side, an elderly man with a beaming smile and a neatly trimmed beard stood at the bow. His robe was embroidered with intricate patterns of medicinal herbs. He was Sun Gong, the steward of the Medicine King Valley. A woman dressed in court attire, with a beautiful face, was the steward of the Lotus Palace, Lu Ruyan. On the outermost vessel stood a burly, bald giant with a physique like a bear. His sleeveless tunic revealed bronze-colored, bulging muscles. This was Manshur, the steward of the Hanglian sect. Oomph. This godforsaken wasteland is so devoid of spiritual energy, you can barely smell it. Staying here another moment feels like my cultivation is regressing. Manshur was the first to lose his temper, his voice booming like muffled thunder. Zhang Hong retorted coldly, if the sect weren't desperately short-handed, who'd willingly come to this forsaken wasteland? Just pick your people and get moving. Elder Sun narrowed his eyes and chuckled, gentlemen, calm your tempers. Backwater villages breed stubborn folk, but they might just hide some promising seeds. We might even find a few with decent physical constitutions perfect for testing potions back at the sect. Lu Ruyan's crimson lips parted, her voice as cold as ice, a waste of time. Finding even a marginally talented individual among these mortals is practically impossible. Ha! At that moment, Ho Zhong, who had remained silent, suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. This place feels off somehow. Hutu, what's amiss? Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow. Though the five hailed from different sects, they were familiar with one another and addressed each other as fellow cultivators. Ho Chang's expression grew more solemn. Sense carefully. Do you detect lingering spiritual energy fluctuations below? It feels like traces left behind by a fierce battle between cultivators not long ago. The other four froze upon hearing this, then simultaneously released their divine senses to probe the area. Moments later, Zhang Hong's expression changed first. Indeed there is. Moreover, the attributes of this lingering spiritual energy, one strand carries a decaying, vegetal aura that bears a striking resemblance to our Qingmu sect's withered wood technique. Though practiced in a distorted, deviant manner, the foundational principles are undeniable. Chapter 60, The Five Great Sects Probe. Elder Sun stroked his beard, his small eyes flashing with sharpness. How interesting. In this remote backwater, cultivators are actually fighting amongst themselves? It seems this Ninth-Grade kingdom isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. Manchur bellowed impatiently, who cares who's fighting who? Since there are cultivators here, drag them out for questioning. Save us from searching like headless flies. As they spoke, 5 flying vessels swayed lazily into position directly above the imperial palace of the capital. Their immense shadows cast a crushing sense of oppression. Just as they prepared to land the vessels and storm the palace for answers, a calm voice drifted up from the city walls below. Since you are honored guests from afar, why not announce your arrival first? To barge into another's residence without permission, is this truly the conduct befitting the esteemed immortal sects? The voice was not loud, yet it strangely overpowered the hum of the airship's engines and the howling wind, reaching the ears of the 5 stewards with uncanny precision. All 5 paused, looking toward the source of the voice. Upon the city gate below, a young man clad in blue robes stood with hands behind his back. His sleeves fluttered gently in the breeze as he looked up at them. His features were handsome, his expression serene, yet his eyes seemed to hold an ocean of stars, unfathomably deep. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him clearly indicated only the 3rd stage of chi cultivation. Yet, inexplicably, under his calm gaze, each of them felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. It was a peculiar sensation, as if they had been casually glanced at by some higher-level existence. Ha! Elder Sun narrowed his small eyes further. This kid, interesting. Chi cultivation stage 3, yet he remains so composed under our pressure? Playing tricks. Zhang Hong snorted coldly, suppressing the odd sensation in his heart. He spoke first, his voice carrying the detached, superior tone characteristic of cultivators. Youngster below, we are stewards of the Qingmu sect of Mirror Continent. Who are you? We sensed traces of a battle here earlier. One of the spiritual energies involved has deep ties to our Qingmu sect. Do you know anything about this? He completely ignored Lin Feng's question about etiquette, instead adopting an interrogative tone in an attempt to seize the initiative. Lin Feng maintained his usual calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the condescension in the other's words. Instead of answering Zhang Hong's question directly, he let his gaze sweep indifferently over the 5 flying vessels, nodding slightly as if confirming something. Only then did he speak slowly. I see. The Greenwood sect, Yellowstone sect, Medicine King Valley, Lotus Palace, and Hanglian sect. 5 great sects arriving together is quite a rare sight. He had revealed the origins of everyone present in one fell swoop. Of course, this was because Long Zhanya's letter had mentioned these sects. The expressions of the 5 stewards shifted again, exchanging surprised glances. That a mere 3rd-tier chi cultivation cultivator from a remote region could identify every sect with such precision was rather suspicious. How do you know our sects? Lu Ruyan of Lotus Palace asked coldly, a faint glint of chill flashing in her beautiful eyes. Lin Feng's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, as if this were a trivial matter. All phenomena in the world leave traces. The emblems of your sects on your boats, though weathered by time, have not been erased. The explanation seemed reasonable enough, yet it made the 5 elders' faces flush slightly. They had been so preoccupied with scrutinizing others that they'd forgotten their own flying vessels bore distinct markings. Zhang Hong snorted coldly, forcing the conversation back on track. Stop beating around the bush. Answer my question. Where is that person whose cultivation resembles our Qingmu sect's techniques? Have you harmed them? His tone grew increasingly sharp, carrying an implicit threat of retribution. Standing behind Lin Feng, Long Chen, and Xiao Qingyue listened with hearts pounding, sweating bullets for him. These were genuine envoys of the immortal sect. Yet, faced with Zhang Hong's near interrogation, Lin Feng merely shook his head lightly, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Why the urgency, fellow cultivator? The old friend is gone, and grudges have faded. Clinging to the past serves no purpose in cultivation. His words were veiled and ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying, yet they seemed to offer subtle guidance. Zhang Hong was momentarily stumped, his expression darkening. You. He, elder son of the Medicine King Valley suddenly chuckled, stepping in to smooth things over. Friend Zhang Hong, please calm yourself. This, young friend speaks with some wisdom. Since the person is no longer here, pressing further questions is indeed pointless. However, his tone shifted as his small eyes darted around, studying Lin Feng intently. Observing you, young friend, you possess a cultivation at the third stage of qi refining despite your youth. This is truly remarkable in such a spirit energy depleted region. Even more remarkable is your solid foundation and pure spiritual energy. May I ask where you received your training? This was the crucial question. A young cultivator suddenly appearing in this wilderness, could there be some hidden lineage behind him that they were unaware of? At that moment, even Manshur and Lu Ruyan pricked up their ears, while Ho Zhong's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Lin Feng. Lin Feng had long prepared his response. Hearing the question, he merely smiled calmly, raised a finger to point at the sky, then at the earth, and finally at his own chest. He spoke slowly. Heaven is my canopy, earth my furnace, heart my sanctuary. Learning from nature, why seek a specific lineage? His words were profound and mysterious, instantly elevating his aura to the highest level. The five stewards froze once more. It sounded like some profound insight into the Tao, yet also, like he hadn't answered anything at all? Elder Sun's smile froze momentarily. Zhang Hong frowned deeply, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes. Manshur scratched his bald head, clearly not understanding. Only Ho Zhong's eyes flickered with deep contemplation, his gaze toward Lin Feng growing even more solemn. How masterfully inspired by nature. Ho Zhong spoke suddenly, his voice steady and deep. Young friend, your profound understanding of the Tao is truly admirable. In that case, we shall not press further about personal matters. Our visit to Nanfeng Kingdom is by order of our sect, seeking those with karmic affinity to guide into the immortal gate for cultivation. Would you be willing to undergo our spiritual root assessment? Should your aptitude prove sufficient, you might bypass many formalities and return directly with us to Mirror Continent. At these words, the other four elders instantly grasped his intent. Regardless of this lad's background, let's gauge his worth first. If he's a prodigy, he's certainly worth recruiting. We can uncover the secrets he carries later. But if he's mediocre? All that pretentious nonsense earlier. Poof. In an instant, 5 pairs of eyes refocused on Lin Feng, awaiting his response. The atmosphere atop the city wall grew suddenly tense and charged with anticipation. Lin Feng maintained his usual calm demeanor on the surface. Deep down, however, he felt a hint of unease. After all, these were 5 practitioners at the 9th stage of qi cultivation. He had already redeemed a trial pass for the 9th stage of qi cultivation and stood ready for battle at any moment. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the void. Who would have thought this barren land could yield a heavenly spirit root? Chapter 61, Yi Qingru. The voice drifted faintly, seemingly emanating from all directions yet resonating directly within each person's soul, carrying an innate sense of authority and transcendence. Who's there? The stewards of the 5 great immortal sects paled, lifting their heads in unison to scan their surroundings. Their divine senses swept frantically like a tidal wave across every inch of space, only to discover to their horror that they couldn't pinpoint the source of the voice. Hiding your head while showing your tail. Get your ass out here. Manshur of Hanglian's sect, the most hot-tempered, roared furiously the moment he sensed the intrusion, his voice rolling like thunder. The next moment, the void before them rippled like water, and a graceful figure materialized slowly and unexpectedly. She wore a simple, moon-white palace gown, its hem swaying without wind, tracing breathtaking curves. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, yet her eyes held a condescending gaze that seemed to look down upon all living things, indifferent to everything. In her eyes, whether commoners or cultivators below, they were no different from ants or weeds. After her appearance, she didn't even bother to glance at the 5 stewards or the roaring barbarian stone. Her gaze remained fixed the entire time on the figure behind Lin Feng Xiaoqinghua, who had unconsciously clutched the hem of his robe in nervousness, her face slightly pale. Her gaze brimmed with unabashed admiration and delight, like a master appraiser suddenly discovering a flawless seashore by jade among a pile of worthless stones. Xiaoqinghua felt utterly uncomfortable under that gaze, as if every fiber of her being had been laid bare. She quickly retreated further behind Lin Feng, lowering her head, unable to meet the woman's eyes. Amidst the scene, only Lin Feng remained as steadfast as a pine tree, his expression serene and unruffled. Slowly, he lifted his eyes and met the gaze of the stunningly beautiful woman without a flicker of fear. Their gazes locked mid-air. Her gaze was as deep and vast as a starry sea. Lin Feng's gaze, however, was clear and serene. This silent standoff lasted several breaths before the palace-attired woman was the first to avert her gaze slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, along with an unnatural awkwardness born from being stared at by a low-tier cultivator. She seemed to feel that such a staring contest with a mere qi cultivation junior was beneath her dignity. At that moment, Manshur, standing nearby, noticed the woman's gender and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. So it's just a little wench. Noisy. The woman's crimson lips parted, uttering two icy words. Before the others could react, Mansur's face contorted with utter terror, his pupils dilating instantly. Boom! A dull thud. Mansur's towering, iron-like frame shattered without warning, exploding like a watermelon crushed by an invisible force. He turned into a cloud of blood mist, unable to utter even a scream. The thick stench of blood instantly filled the air. Silence. Dead silence. The remaining 4 immortal sect stewards, including the usually composed Hojong, were utterly petrified. Their faces turned as white as paper, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. A physical cultivator at the peak of the 9th layer of chi cultivation, just gone? With just a single thought? A core formation expert. Hojong's teeth chattered, his voice hoarse and dry, filled with boundless terror. He had once sensed the aura of his own supreme elder from afar, and compared to this woman before him, it seemed still inferior? Spare us, senior. We juniors were blind and presumptuous to offend you. Please forgive our transgression. Spare us, senior. Zheng Hong, Sun Gong, and Lu Ruyan were so terrified they nearly collapsed to the ground. They immediately bowed low, their voices trembling as they desperately pleaded for mercy, fearing that a moment's delay would lead them to meet the same fate as Manshur. Faced with the absolute threat of death, all pride of being a sect steward vanished without a trace. Yet the palace-attired woman seemed to have merely swatted away a buzzing fly, not even batting an eyelid. Her gaze returned to Xiao Qingyue, standing behind Lin Feng. The icy coldness in her eyes instantly transformed into an indescribable, searing heat. Lin Feng took it all in, his mind already churning with shock. Holy crap! A core formation cultivator. A real-life core formation powerhouse. What kind of luck is this? Running into a big shot in a beginner's village? Outwardly, however, he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, appearing even more composed than before. He knew that the more critical the moment, the more he must hide his fear. If he showed weakness now, the entire image of a formidable expert he'd carefully crafted would collapse instantly. The consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, he keenly sensed that this mysterious female cultivator wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. Her target was crystal clear Xiao Qingyue. The admiration in her eyes was unmistakable. Since she had demands, there was room for negotiation. Just as the cultivator's gaze intensified, poised to speak again, Lin Feng stepped forward imperceptibly, shielding Xiao Qingyue completely behind him. Meeting her gaze now tinged with both scrutiny and displeasure, he bowed his hands with neither humility nor arrogance, his tone calm yet clear as he inquired. I am Lin Feng. Greetings, fellow cultivator. May I ask why you have been staring at my disciple? The moment these words left his lips, all sound ceased. Not only were the 4 trembling stewards stunned, but even the palace-attired woman visibly paused. Daoist friend? A mere 3rd-stage chi cultivation cultivator dared address a suspected core formation stage powerhouse as Daoist friend? Had he lost his mind? Or did he have something to rely on? For the first time, genuine curiosity flickered in the palace lady's eyes, usually as still as an ancient well. She scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, as if trying to see right through him. With your meager cultivation. Her crimson lips parted, her voice still icy yet tinged with amusement. Do you presume to be my equal? She did not erupt immediately, finding the situation rather amusing instead. It was like a fierce tiger encountering a tiny squirrel, not fleeing, but instead rearing up to reason with it. That absurd yet novel sensation diluted her earlier displeasure. Facing the challenge, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled faintly, his tone as composed as ever. The accomplished lead the way knows no hierarchy of age. The depth of one's cultivation is not the sole measure of worthiness. What do you think, fellow cultivator? His words seemed like sophistry, yet they resonated with a certain Taoist elegance, once again elevating his aura of sophistication. The courtly woman's eyes deepened with amusement. She had indeed never encountered such a peculiar young cultivator. Interesting, she murmured softly, her gaze shifting past Lin Feng to the anxious Xiao Qingyue behind him. Her tone softened slightly. I am Yi Qingru. I wish to take this girl as my direct disciple, to lead her away from this mundane realm and into the true cultivation world. You, as her master, do you consent? She did not attempt to seize the girl outright but instead sought Lin Feng's consent. This wasn't out of any particular sense of fairness, but rather because she valued Xiao Qingyue as a promising talent. She didn't want to force the issue and risk leaving a grudge in the girl's heart. Of course, if Lin Feng proved ungrateful, that would be another matter entirely. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Feng. Chapter 62, Playing the Big Shot. Lin Feng's thoughts raced as he instantly weighed the pros and cons. Deep down, he naturally wished for Xiao Qingyue to depart with this core formation powerhouse. This woman was profoundly enigmatic. She had instantly discerned Xiao Qingyue's heavenly spirit root. Her vision and power were clearly extraordinary. For Xiao Qingyue, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. It held far more promise than staying by his side a pseudo-master who relied on a system cheat code and possessed only a superficial understanding of cultivation. Though he possessed the system, allowing him to exchange for cultivation techniques and spells through divine transmission, he remained largely superficial in understanding the critical junctures, insights, and even dangers of the cultivation path. Relying entirely on the system's forced enhancements, how could he truly guide others? To keep such a brilliant talent by his side out of selfish desire would be a true betrayal of her potential. Yet, to agree so readily would make him appear weak and easily manipulated, severely undermining the profound image he had carefully cultivated. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the anxious Xiao Qingyue beside him. His eyes softened, yet his tone carried a detached calm. "Qingyue, the path of the Tao lies in one's true heart. Whether you stay or go is your own choice. Though you address me as master, I shall not bind you with the authority of a teacher. Follow the guidance of your own heart." His words demonstrated the grace of an enlightened mentor while deftly returning the final decision to Xiao Qingyue herself. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingrou's beautiful eyes flashed with a barely perceptible hint of approval. She thought to herself, this young man may be low in cultivation, but he understands reason and respects his disciples' wishes. Unlike certain pedantic fools. Though she still believed Lin Feng was utterly unqualified to be this girl's master, his current demeanor earned him a measure of respect from her. Her gaze softened as she turned to Xiao Qingyue, her voice lowering to a gentle murmur laced with irresistible allure. "Little one, you possess a heavenly spirit root, a gift bestowed by the heavens that comes but once in a millennium. To remain in this mundane land where spiritual energy is depleted is to bury a pearl in the dust, to cast a jewel into darkness. Follow me to the liquid jade immortal pavilion. I shall take you as my direct disciple, imparting supreme immortal arts and granting you boundless resources. One day, you shall condense your essence into a spirit embryo, roam the heavens and earth with boundless freedom, and attain eternal life. Only then will your peerless talent be truly honored." Xiao Qingyue glanced at Lin Feng, then at Yi Qingru, her small face etched with inner turmoil. With her sharp intelligence, how could she fail to recognize Yi Qingrou's formidable power? Yet her trust and reliance on Lin Feng were equally genuine. Her greater fear was that a flat refusal might provoke this unfathomable female cultivator, potentially bringing catastrophic disaster upon her master. Lin Feng keenly caught the flicker of worry in her eyes, inwardly grumbling, "This girl clearly underestimates me. Is she trying to sacrifice herself to protect me?" Although Lin Feng truly lacked the strength, this only fueled his desire to show off. Thus, he made a decision that defied his ancestors. He gently patted Xiao Qingyue's shoulder and whispered softly, "Qingyue, don't worry. Just follow your heart. If you don't wish to leave with her, no one can take you away." At these words, not only did Yi Qingru raise an eyebrow, but the four attendants beside them were utterly terrified, their hearts screaming in panic, "Big brother! Ancestor! That's a core formation powerhouse. A single glance from him could send us all to our graves. You're just a third-tier chi cultivation novice, don't spout such nonsense." The amusement in Yi Qingrou's eyes deepened. "Oh? From your tone, you actually believe you could guide this heavenly spirit route? I'm curious, on what basis?" Her meaning was clear, a subtle jab at Lin Feng. Without the strength, don't mislead the young. Lin Feng naturally understood the implication. He genuinely wanted Xiao Qingyue to achieve greater potential. But before that, he intended to pull off one last show of bravado. Lin Feng smiled faintly, his expression carrying an indescribable confidence and world weariness. "How can you be so certain that I am merely a lowly third-tier chi cultivation practitioner?" Yi Qingrou's expression tightened slightly. She had indeed probed him multiple times with her divine sense. His spiritual energy fluctuations were unmistakably those of a third-stage chi cultivation practitioner, with a fairly solid foundation, but that was all. Yet his demeanor and words carried an inexplicable strangeness. "What do you mean by that?" Her voice grew slightly deeper. "The ways of the world are not always as they appear." Lin Feng's tone remained calm, as if stating the most obvious truth. What the naked eye sees and spiritual sense perceives may not always be real. As a cultivator of such profound attainment, fellow Taoist Yi surely understands the meaning of returning to simplicity and authenticity. He sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Truthfully, my presence among mortals here is not due to insufficient cultivation. Quite the contrary, it is precisely because my cultivation has reached a bottleneck." He raised a finger toward the heavens, his gaze growing distant. "The core formation realm may seem transcendent, but it is but the beginning of the immortal path. Only when the breaks and the infant is born does one truly see the vastness of heaven and earth. I myself have been trapped at the peak of the core formation realm for 60 years, unable to glimpse the gateway to the nascent soul." He spoke with heartfelt sincerity and profound emotion, as if his words held absolute truth. His formidable mental fortitude and Oscar-worthy acting made him appear not like a man in his 20s, but rather an ancient sage who had mastered the art of eternal youth and played the world like a grand chessboard. Thus, I sealed my cultivation, re-entered the mortal world, and immersed myself in the myriad forms of existence. Through experiencing the deepest human emotions, I sought to illuminate my heart and nature, probing the profound truths of the nascent soul path. Lin Feng turned to Yi Qingru, his gaze sincere. "What I now display is merely my attempt to re-examine this path of cultivation through the purest mortal perspective. This third layer chi cultivation is but a cocoon. As for Qingyue, his gaze shifted to Xiao Qingyue, who stood beside them, listening in stunned silence, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of admiration. I merely saw her childlike innocence and decent talent along the way. On a whim, I sought to cultivate a virtuous connection, offering a few casual pointers. I never truly treated her as a disciple. Her path is hers alone to choose. Should she wish to follow you into broader realms, I shall not stand in her way. But if she chooses otherwise... Lin Feng paused briefly here, his gaze returning to Yi Qingru. Though his expression remained impassive, his entire aura suddenly deepened, like an ancient well calm on the surface, yet unfathomably deep. Then no one shall forcibly take her away. Not even you, fellow Taoist Yi. Silence. Dead silence. On the city wall, only the wind wailed. Everyone had frozen solid, their minds completely halted. Core formation, peak stage? Jiazi? On the threshold of nascent soul? Sealing off cultivation? Key terms exploded like thunderclaps in their minds. Especially the four stewards, they understood far better than mere mortals what terms like peak core formation and nascent soul truly signified. These were realms even their sect's venerable ancestors could only look up to. Could it be? Could this young man, who had always appeared harmless and even secretly despised by them, truly be a peerless powerhouse who had been playing with the world? The lazy, amused expression on Yi Qingru's face vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and unshakable doubt. She stared intently at Lin Feng, searching for even the slightest flaw in his demeanor. Spiritual energy fluctuations? Indeed, solidly at the third layer of qi cultivation, but that was precisely the most suspicious part. How could a normal third-layer qi cultivator remain so composed in the face of a core formation cultivator's pressure? How dare he even look her straight in the eye and debate cultivation principles with her? His demeanor and tone? That innate composure radiating from within, that calmness when discussing nascent soul cultivation, that subtle, almost age-old sense of reflection. This was not something a young man could feign. Could it be he was telling the truth? Was he truly a peak core formation powerhouse seeking a breakthrough? In that instant, Yi Qingru's heart was utterly thrown into turmoil. She realized all her previous judgments were crumbling before this seemingly absurd possibility. Gazing into Lin Feng's serene, unruffled eyes, she felt for the first time that she couldn't fathom him. If he truly was at the peak of the core formation stage, then hadn't her words and actions just now deeply offended him? The thought that he might possess the power to crush her with a single flick of his wrist sent a cold sweat breaking out on Yi Qingru's back. The atmosphere in the arena grew eerily tense and charged. All eyes darted back and forth between Lin Feng and Yi Qingru, breaths held in suspense. In truth, Lin Feng was sweating internally too, yet his face remained impenetrably inscrutable. He even took the leisurely time to casually adjust his sleeves. Chapter 63, You believe that? While Lin Feng appeared utterly unfazed, like a reclusive sage, he had already searched the system for a teleportation card worth 100 million prestige points, capable of transporting him 100 li. Should Yi Qingru make any sudden move, he would immediately activate the card and make his escape. As for whether it would affect his cool factor, that wasn't his concern. After all, what good is swagger if you're dead? Worst case, he could just find a new place where no one knew him to show off his coolness later. As for Xiao Qingyue, Lin Feng wasn't the least bit worried. The other party's eyes were filled with admiration, so they naturally wouldn't cause trouble for Xiao Qingyue. This thought calmed Lin Feng further, even prompting him to adopt a haughty demeanor. The gaze he directed at Yi Qingru carried the air of a senior looking down upon a junior. Yi Qingru felt thoroughly uncomfortable under his gaze, and the lingering doubts in her heart were significantly suppressed. She mused inwardly, that bearing, that gaze. Unless he's a true powerhouse, how could he fake it so flawlessly? What qi cultivation scoundrel would dare look at a core formation cultivator like that? He must be tired of living. The more she thought about it, the more convincing it seemed. Her demeanor grew increasingly respectful, tinged with a hint of fearful trepidation. She curtsied gracefully once more. Please forgive this humble maiden for her lack of discernment. My earlier offense was truly unintentional. I humbly ask for your magnanimity, Dao friend. Do not hold it against me. The moment she uttered Taoist friend, the four eavesdropping stewards' knees buckled. They nearly knelt before Lin Feng on the spot. Confirmed. This guy really is a hidden big shot. And we actually dared to probe him with our divine sense? We're still breathing must be our ancestors' blessings. Lin Feng inwardly, holy? They actually bought it? They're calling me senior? This girl seems sharp, how did she fall for it so easily? Do I really have the makings of an Oscar-winning actor? He forced down the smirk threatening to curl his lips, adopting a perfectly measured air of detachment as he gently swept his sleeve. It matters not. Ignorance is no crime. The mortal world tempers the heart, all appearances are illusions. How could there be offense? His aura soared once more. He'd ascended to philosophical heights. Hearing this, Yi Qingru's eyes brimmed with even deeper admiration. She felt he possessed a broad-mindedness and lofty that she had mistakenly judged with petty assumptions. Her tone grew even more sincere. Thank you for your magnanimity, fellow cultivator. Since that is the case, this humble maiden shall not disturb your secluded cultivation any longer. Her voice carried palpable reluctance and regret as her gaze drifted back to Xiao Qingyue. Such promising talent, and she was about to let it slip through her fingers. Lin Feng sensed the timing was right. If he kept up the act, Xiao Qingyue's opportunity would truly slip away. That would be a colossal loss. He cleared his throat lightly and spoke in a tone that conveyed, "I had no intention of saying more, but seeing your sincerity." "Taoist Yi, please wait." Yi Qingru halted immediately, replying respectfully, "What further instructions does fellow Taoist Lin have?" Lin Feng's gaze lingered on Xiao Qingyue before shifting back to Yi Qingru. His voice carried a hint of resignation, as if accepting fate. From your expression just now, I could see you genuinely admire this young girl. Such sincerity is truly rare." He paused, as if gathering resolve. "Truthfully, the cultivation path I practice is not aligned with this girl's spiritual root attributes. Forcing myself upon her as a master might actually hinder her future growth. That is why I have only ever treated her as a nominal disciple, never truly imparting the core teachings. I see that your spiritual root cultivation method aligns perfectly with Qingyue. This is truly her destiny." His words were half truth, half lie. The truth was he genuinely couldn't teach her. The lie was he had no idea what kind of spiritual root Yi Qingru possessed. He was merely guessing. Seeing how highly Yi Qingru regarded Xiao Qingyue, there was clearly some connection between them. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingru's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her mind filled with shock. He saw through my spiritual roots and cultivation foundation at a glance? She was utterly convinced. He hadn't even used his divine sense. This was true discernment. In comparison, her earlier reckless use of divine sense to scan him felt as crude and uncivilized as a savage. The realization made her cheeks flush slightly, and her gaze toward Lin Feng now held a touch more reverence. Lin Feng keenly observed the shift in her expression. Clearly, he had guessed correctly. Her spiritual root cultivation technique was indeed highly compatible with that girl, Xiao Qingyue. Yi Qingru replied respectfully, "My friend has keen insight. I am indeed a fire spirit root practitioner." She was certain he had already discerned her cultivation method's spiritual root, so there was no need to conceal it. Their lineage's cultivation methods were indeed highly compatible with fire spirit roots. Her master possessed one as well. That was why they had shown such great importance upon discovering Xiao Qingyue's fire spirit root. In the cultivation world, single-element spiritual roots were collectively known as heavenly spiritual roots. Celestial spirit roots cultivate at an astonishingly rapid pace, making them exceedingly rare even within the cultivation world. Lin Feng maintained his outward composure as he glanced at Xiao Qingyue. "Qingyue, you possess a pure fire attribute heavenly spirit root, a talent that comes once in a millennium. Your cultivation path is a perfect match for fellow Taoist Ye's techniques. This is your destiny, your greatest fortune." Before Xiao Qingyue could speak, Yi Qingru hurriedly interjected. "My fellow cultivator speaks truly. This is indeed a heaven-sent bond. I vow to treat Qingyue as my own daughter, imparting all my knowledge without reservation. I shall pass down the entirety of the Liquid Jade Immortal Pavilion's Liquid Jade Purifying Fire scripture to her, holding nothing back. Should I break this oath, may my heart demon consume me and sever my path to the Tao." That a core formation cultivator would make such a solemn vow spoke volumes of her sincerity and resolve. The four attendants nearby listened with hearts pounding in their throats, filled with both envy and jealousy. At that moment, all eyes converged on the center of the event, Xiao Qingyue. The young girl's mind was in turmoil. Though she didn't fully grasp the significance of the glass immortal pavilion or the true scripture of the pure fire, Yi Qingru's overwhelming excitement and the astonished, envious gazes of the surrounding immortal envoys made it clear this was an extraordinary opportunity. Moreover, her master had said this was the path most suited to her. But, to leave this familiar place, and venture into a completely unknown world. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Feng's sleeve, her eyes brimming with attachment and reluctance. Lin Feng sensed her unease and sighed softly within. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Xiao Qingyue's hair. The gesture was natural and affectionate, instantly easing some of the sorrow of parting. "Qingyue," his voice was gentle yet powerful, carrying a reassuring conviction, "a fledgling eagle must eventually spread its wings, and a hidden dragon must rise from the depths. Your world shouldn't be confined to this mundane realm. Fellow Taoist Yi truly has your best interests at heart. There lies a sky far more suited for your soaring flight. Follow your heart. You needn't worry about me." He paused, a carefree smile touching his lips. "When the day comes that you've mastered your craft and made a name for yourself in the cultivation world, don't forget to treat your old teacher to a cup of wine." These words not only illuminated his future path but also eased the sorrow of parting, tinged with an elder's playful teasing and hopeful anticipation. Utterly perfect. Xiao Qingyue gazed into Lin Feng's encouraging, warm eyes, and the hesitation in her heart gradually gave way to courage. Chapter 64, Xiao Qingyue becomes a disciple. Xiao Qingyue nodded firmly. Though tears still glistened in her eyes, her gaze had grown resolute. She released the hem of Lin Feng's robe, took 2 steps back, and performed the formal 3-kneel-9 bow ceremony with utmost reverence. "Master, I shall never forget your teachings. Parting today, I know not when I may again receive your guidance. I vow to practice diligently and never betray the opportunity you grant me today." Someday, if I achieve anything, I shall return to visit you." Her voice rang clear, yet carried an unwavering resolve. Lin Feng accepted the ritual with composure. This marked the conclusion of their master-disciple bond and the beginning of a new journey. He offered a gentle hand, "Rise. Go now." Xiao Qingyue rose, then nodded briefly to Longchen beside him in farewell. Longchen hastily returned the bow with clasped hands, his emotions tangled and complex. Finally, Xiao Qingyue approached Yi Qingru and curtsied obediently. Disciple Xiao Qingyue pays respects to her master. Yi Qingru was overjoyed, hastily helping her up with her own hands. The more she looked at her, the more fond she grew, utterly captivated. Good child. Quickly rise. From now on, by my side, you shall never suffer the slightest injustice." Her emotions surged within her, convinced this journey to Ninth-Grade Kingdom had yielded immense rewards. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a crystal-clear jade vial and a jade pendant glowing with a faint flame from her storage bracelet, pressing them into Xiao Qingyue's hands. "This bottle of Yunmai Dan will greatly benefit your cultivation at this stage. This Sunfire Heartguard is a protective artifact I used in my early years. Consider it my welcome gift to you." Presenting both a pill and a magical artifact at once revealed her generosity and the high regard she held for Xiao Qingyue. Yi Qingru then turned to Lin Feng, her tone filled with utmost respect. "Fellow Taoist Lin, I wish to take Qingyue back to our sect immediately to pay respects to the patriarch and formally enroll her in the lineage. What do you think?" Lin Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly. "It is only right. Go now." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Yi Qingru bowed again, then took Xiao Qingyue's hand and said softly, "Qingyue, let's go." Xiao Qingyue turned back one last time, fixing a deep gaze on Lin Feng as if etching his image into her heart. She gave a firm nod. Yi Qingru swept her sleeve, and a gentle fiery light enveloped her and Xiao Qingyue. Their figures blurred instantly, transforming the next moment into a crimson streak that shot skyward. Their speed far surpassed that of the flying vessels, vanishing in an instant at the horizon's edge. Their arrival had been sudden, and their departure was swift. On the city tower, only Lin Feng, Long Chen, and the four frozen stiff immortal sect stewards remained. The atmosphere suddenly grew rather awkward. The four attendants kept their eyes fixed on their noses on their hearts, not daring to breathe. Their minds raced with desperate prayers. Don't see me. Honorable Master, please continue refining your heart in the mortal world. Just pretend we're air." Lin Feng gazed in the direction Yi Qingru had vanished, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Finally rid of her. That act was so over the top, it nearly gave me a heart attack. But the outcome is perfect. Qingyue has found a good home, and I've gained a favor from a core formation cultivator for free. What a steal. He slowly turned around, his gaze once again settling on the four timid attendants. His face resumed its inscrutable expression. "Fellow cultivators," he said calmly, "the matter at hand is settled. What exactly are the terms for recruiting disciples during your visit to Ninth-Grade Kingdom?" The four stewards shuddered violently, nearly collapsing to their knees. Hozhong, acting as their representative, hurried forward, bowing so low his back nearly scraped the ground, his tone dripping with utmost reverence. We report to Senior Lin. We have come to the Southwind Kingdom under orders from our sect to test spiritual roots and select those with destiny to return to our sect for cultivation. There is absolutely no coercion. It is entirely voluntary. Entirely voluntary." He wished he could carve the word voluntary onto his forehead. "Oh? Assessing spiritual roots?" Lin Feng's eyebrows arched slightly, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. "How exactly do you conduct such assessments?" Reporting to Senior, we carry specialized spirit detection discs that can roughly determine whether mortals possess spiritual roots and assess their quality. Ho Zhong hurriedly retrieved a bronze compass the size of a washbasin, engraved with intricate runes, from his storage pouch and presented it with both hands. Lin Feng swept his divine sense over it, thinking silently, "So there are tools like this?" He nodded, his tone casual. "Very well, then proceed according to your rules." Long Chen. "Sir." Long Chen stepped forward immediately. "Assist our fellow cultivators in establishing testing sites throughout the capital. Announce it nationwide. All eligible individuals may come to test their divine affinity. No coercion. Participation is entirely voluntary," Lin Feng instructed. "Yes, Master." Long Chen hastily acknowledged. Hearing this, the four chief stewards felt as if they'd been granted a royal pardon. Their gratitude toward Lin Feng deepened yet again. This venerable elder not only possessed profound cultivation but also such reasonableness, truly a model for our generation. "Thank you for your generosity, Senior." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying no more. He turned and drifted down the city wall, leaving behind a profoundly enigmatic silhouette. Only when his figure vanished entirely at the foot of the stairs did the four on the tower exhale long, relieved breaths. Their backs felt drenched, as if they'd just been pulled from water. They exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes an overwhelming sense of relief and lingering dread. Today's experience had been utterly nerve-wracking. After a long while, Ho Zhong finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaled deeply, and whispered to the other three with a wry smile, "Today truly opened our eyes. Who could have imagined encountering two core formation cultivators in such a remote place? Especially this senior Lin, he's truly unfathomable. Zheng Hon's face remained pale. Hearing this, he nodded with lingering fear, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. Yes, it was incredibly perilous just now. If Senior Lin had shown the slightest displeasure, we might have. He trailed off, but the others understood the implications. Excuse me. Divine envoys? Seeing the divine envoys standing motionless, exchanging glances without a word, Longchen cautiously spoke up. Regarding the spiritual root assessment. Only then did the four snap back to reality, remembering the matter at hand. Facing Longchen, they swiftly resumed the dignified demeanor befitting celestial sect stewards, though now infinitely more courteous than before. Hoa cleared his throat and forced a benevolent smile. Your Majesty need not be so formal. Since Senior Lin has given his instructions, we shall naturally comply. We request you arrange a spacious location and announce to all in the capital who seek divine fortune that tomorrow morning, we shall set up the spirit detection discs for public assessment of spiritual root aptitude. Very well. Very well. I shall see to it immediately. Immediately. Longchen hastily agreed, his heart racing with excitement. This was a divine opportunity. For the Southern Wind Kingdom, it was a colossal stroke of fortune. Unlike Long Zhanya, who was short-sighted and only concerned with consolidating imperial power. He thought if he could transform Ninth-Grade into a realm of immortal cultivation, it would be a splendid achievement. Even if the imperial throne were not held by his Long family, it would not matter. Deep down, he had always harbored a dream of cultivating immortality. Chapter 65, Spiritual Root Testing. News of the public spiritual aptitude assessment spread like wildfire across the capital, then swept across the entire nation at astonishing speed. The entire Ninth-Grade Kingdom was abuzz. The vast plaza before the imperial palace was cleared overnight. Crowds poured in from all directions, densely packed, heads craned in eager anticipation. Parents brought their children, young people carried their dreams, and even white-haired elders came hoping for a chance. The scene was more grand and fervent than any festival. Of course, most were there to catch a glimpse of the legendary immortal. They too had heard of yesterday's events. That immortal who had slain Long Zhanyue and rid the Southern Wind Kingdom of its scourge was truly formidable. Even the immortal sect treated him with utmost respect. Thus, many came partly to test their divine affinity and partly to catch a glimpse of this immortal's presence. The next morning, as the sun rose, in the center of the square, atop a temporary platform, the four chief stewards stood solemnly. Before them, the ancient spirit testing disc hovered in the air, slowly rotating and emitting a faint spiritual glow. Silence. Ho Zhong channeled a thread of spiritual energy, his voice echoing across the square, silencing the roaring crowd. The divine affinity assessment begins now. All individuals aged 10 to 30 may step forward and place their hand upon the spirit testing disc. The disc will discern all whether one possesses spiritual roots and the nature of their aptitude. Remember, no noise, no crowding. Violators will be disqualified. The crowd instantly fell silent. Countless eyes fixed intently on the mystical compass, filled with longing, tension, and reverence. The assessment commenced. A teenager so nervous he was walking with his hands and feet together stepped onto the stage first, trembling as he placed his hand on the cold compass. Moments passed, yet the compass showed no reaction. The stern-faced examiner declared flatly, no spiritual roots. Next. The boy's face drained instantly, and he stumbled off stage, utterly dejected. Next came a girl, but the compass remained silent. No spiritual roots. Next. Dozens followed, yet the spirit-detecting discs remained as lifeless as sleeping objects, not a single speck of light igniting. The crowd below the stage began to stir with restlessness and disappointment. The expressions of the few stewards on the high platform gradually grew flat, even revealing a hint of as expected. In this mundane realm, those with spiritual roots were rarer than 1 in 10,000. They had long grown accustomed to it. Just then, a dark-skinned, unremarkable-looking youth stepped forward. His eyes were clear, yet held a hint of stubbornness. He pressed his rough palm onto the compass. Hum. The spirit-detecting disc trembled slightly. In its center, an extremely faint light flickered, a mixture of earthy yellow and pale green, barely visible. Ha! Ho Zhong perked up slightly. A mixed elemental root, primarily earth and wood attributes. Strength, low grade. Barely qualifies as possessing a spiritual root. Hearing this, the youth's face instantly lit up with immense delight. Though it was the weakest mixed spirit root, at least there was hope. A wave of envious gasps rippled through the crowd below the stage. Elder Sun glanced over, shook his head, and whispered telepathically, talent like this? Admitting him into the sect would be a waste of resources. He'd struggle even as a menial laborer. Hundreds more were tested afterward. Aside from 2 additional cases of equally poor 4-element and 5-element mixed spiritual roots, there were no further discoveries. The 4 stewards' expectations had plummeted to rock bottom. Just as the crowd began to stir with restlessness, convinced their divine destiny was slipping away, a young nobleman dressed in opulent robes and radiating an air of arrogance pushed his way forward, surrounded by a retinue of servants. He cast a haughty glance at the spirit detection disc before casually placing his hand on it. The spirit testing disc vibrated once more. This time, the light it emitted was significantly brighter, displaying 3 distinct colors with the golden glow being the most dazzling. Triple elemental spirit roots. Primarily gold elemental, strength, mid-grade. Ho-Jong's eyes lit up, finally revealing his first smile of the day. Excellent. Excellent. Finally, a decent one. The other 3 stewards also turned their attentive gazes toward him. A mid-grade triple element spirit root was considered a promising prospect for an inner sect disciple even in their sect. Hearing this, the young nobleman grew even more smug, his chin lifting higher as if he could already envision his future flying on swords and dominating the world. Below the stage, gasps echoed continuously, a sea of envious and jealous gazes nearly drowning him. The testing continued, with crowds flowing forward and retreating like a river. Hope flared time and again, only to be swiftly extinguished by the persistent silence of the spirit detection discs. From dawn until the sun hung high in the sky, thousands had been tested, yet those possessing spiritual roots were few and far between. The mere dozens who did qualify all had mixed roots of only 4 or 5 elements. The most promising among them was that arrogant young master from earlier, possessing a mid-grade triple element spiritual root. The atmosphere below the stage shifted from initial fervor to a growing sense of gloom and disappointment. Whispers grew louder, and many began shaking their heads in sighs, convinced that divine favor ultimately belonged only to a select few fortunate souls, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals like themselves. The 4 stewards on the high platform, though long expecting meager returns from this expedition, couldn't help but wear expressions of utter disenchantment at this dismal outcome. Just as the crowd began to stir restlessly, with some even preparing to leave, Lin Feng's figure appeared on the high platform. His posture was straight and tall, clad in a simple blue robe that seemed to embody all the ethereal beauty of heaven and earth. It's immortal Lin. The immortal. The very one who slew the traitor to the nation. He's truly come. After a brief silence, the square erupted in cheers even more fervent and excited than when spiritual roots had been detected earlier. Countless people knelt down in excitement, chanting immortal. Many had come today largely to witness the legendary immortal in person. Lin Feng's appearance instantly propelled the atmosphere to a new climax. The 4 stewards stiffened, instantly dispelling any lingering distractions. With utmost reverence, they bowed deeply toward Lin Feng. We, the juniors, pay our respects to Senior Lin. Their posture was exceedingly humble. Lin Feng gave the 4 stewards a slight nod in return, then fixed his gaze on the floating spirit testing disc. His voice was calm as he spoke. The test is not yet complete. Why is the mood so subdued? His voice was soft yet carried clearly to every ear, carrying an oddly soothing and encouraging quality. Ho-Jong hurriedly replied respectfully, reporting to the senior, nearly 8,000 individuals have been tested thus far. Those possessing spiritual roots number less than 20, and most of their aptitudes are mediocre. Hence, the crowd is somewhat disappointed. Oh? Lin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd below the stage, their faces etched with disappointment, then rested on Long Chen standing respectfully nearby. A faint smile touched his lips. The great Tao has 50 paths, heaven manifests 49, leaving one for man to seek. When it comes to fate and opportunity, who can truly say for certain? His words seemed to carry hidden meaning. Then, turning to Long Chen, he remarked casually, Long Chen, as the ruler of a nation and one of our own, why not give it a try? Perhaps you'll find some unexpected rewards. The words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. Everyone froze in shock, including Long Chen himself. It wasn't that he hadn't considered trying, he simply feared the test might reveal he lacked the necessary aptitude, which would severely undermine his authority. After all, this was in public. If he were to test, it would be after everyone had left, done privately. Of course, Long Chen didn't think the master intended to humiliate him. On the contrary, he felt the master must have discerned something significant by inviting him to take the test. At this thought, a hint of delight flashed across Long Chen's face. Long Chen's guess was spot on. Lin Feng had indeed had a reason for doing this. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had asked the system if there were any treasures capable of discerning others' cultivation levels and innate talents. The system listed numerous magical treasures, but they were all prohibitively expensive. However, the system stated it could detect anyone's cultivation level and spiritual roots. Chapter 66, The Rise and Fall of Fate. He had already used the system to determine Long Chen's spiritual root potential, spending 100,000 prestige points on the information service fee. To him, it was but a drop in the bucket, yet gaining such a divine skill made it more than worth the cost. Of course, not everyone had 100,000 prestige points. The cost was determined by the target's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the greater the prestige points required. To verify the system's accuracy, he had Long Chen step forward for testing. Now, under countless gazes, Long Chen strode steadily toward the floating spirit testing disc. The dignity befitting an emperor intertwined with his yearning for divine opportunity, lending his expression an air of solemnity. He came to a halt before the spirit testing disc, took another deep breath, and slowly raised his arm. With the palm symbolizing the supreme authority of Ninth-Grade Kingdom, he placed it firmly upon the disc's surface. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Hearts raced in everyone's throats as eyes fixed intently on the ancient-looking compass. 1 second. 2 seconds. The spirit testing disc remained silent, showing no reaction. Whispers and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd below the platform. Many faces wore expressions that seemed to say, just as expected. Even the 4 stewards, though maintaining their deference in Lin Feng's presence, couldn't hide the hint of disappointment in their eyes, as if to say, it seems this sovereign has no divine calling. Long Chen's heart sank to the depths, overwhelmed by a crushing sense of loss. Could it be that the master had misjudged this time? Yet, just as his fingertips trembled slightly, on the verge of giving up. Buzz! The spirit detection disc erupted with a hum far clearer and louder than any previous resonance. As if a millennia-old beast had abruptly awakened from slumber. Immediately, 2 distinct beams of light shot skyward. One was a pure golden hue, sharp and unmatched, its edge gleaming with unrestrained brilliance. The other was a vibrant, lush emerald glow, full of life and vitality, like a forest in early spring. The golden and emerald lights intertwined, dancing above the spirit testing disc like 2 playful spirit dragons. Their brilliance and intensity instantly eclipsed all previous test subjects. How is this possible? Hojong was the first to cry out in shock, his eyes bulging like copper bells, nearly pulling out his beard. Dual element spirit roots of gold and wood. Extremely high purity. Complementing each other. This is simply. He was so overcome with excitement he couldn't find the words to describe it. Zhang Hong, Sun Gong, and Lu Ruyan all paled, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Dual element spiritual roots. And with metal and wood complementing each other, the elemental pairing was exceptional. Such talent would be fiercely contested by the supreme elders of the 5 great sects of Mirror Continent. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. An exceptional dual elemental root of gold and wood. Sun Gong clapped his hands in laughter, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. Gold governs destruction, wood governs vitality. This blend of hardness and softness is the perfect foundation for refining alchemical cauldrons and commanding wood elemental puppets. He was already scheming how to win him over. After a moment of utter silence, the crowd below the stage erupted in a thunderous roar of astonishment and ecstatic shouts. Your Majesty! You two possess a divine connection. And dual spiritual roots. Such brilliant radiance. Heaven blesses our Ninth-Grade kingdom. Heaven blesses your Majesty. The cheers were deafening, many commoners even moved to tears, more joyful than when they themselves had discovered their spiritual roots. Long Chen himself was utterly stunned. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Lin Feng with overwhelming emotion. His eyes brimmed with boundless gratitude, reverence, and ecstatic joy. Indeed. The master had foreseen everything all along. Meeting Long Chen's intensely emotional gaze, Lin Feng merely offered a faint smile, as if all this had been within his expectations all along. He said nothing more, merely standing there quietly. His green robe fluttered slightly, yet exuded an air of "my word is truth, all things follow my will" and unfathomable profundity. This silent demeanor carried more impact than any grandiloquent speech, perfectly embodying the essence of aura. Sir! Long Chen's voice choked with emotion. A flood of gratitude and all welled up in his chest, ultimately manifesting as a deep bow gesture that spoke volumes without words. His admiration for Lin Feng had now reached an unparalleled height. The 4 immortal sect stewards finally snapped back to their senses, exchanging glances. Then, Sun Gong rubbed his hands together, his small eyes darting about, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Senior Lin, you see. Lord Long's dual gold and wood spiritual roots are truly well suited to the alchemy practices of our Medicine King Valley. Wouldn't you agree? Before he could finish, Zhang Hong cut him off. Elder son, you are mistaken. Lord Long's golden spirit root embodies relentless drive perfect for our Qingmu sect's sword cultivation lineage. How could he be wasted tinkering with alchemy furnaces? Even the usually aloof Lu Ruyan couldn't help but interject. The Lotus Palace also has compatible methods. As the elders were about to start vying for him in front of Lin Feng in the crowd, Hojong cleared his throat to smooth things over. Ahem. Fellow cultivators, this matter requires careful consideration. Let us not disturb the senior. Lin Feng watched the scene unfold before him, finding it somewhat amusing. His gaze shifted to Long Chen as he spoke calmly, his voice clearly cutting through the commotion. Long Chen. Your disciple is here. Long Chen responded immediately, his posture respectful. The path to immortality has revealed itself, lying at your feet. Follow your heart in your choice. Whichever sect you join, never forget the resolve you held today. Do not betray the people of Ninth-Grade. Lin Feng's words were calm yet powerful, both guidance and admonition. Long Chen's expression grew solemn as he bowed deeply once more. This disciple will remember your teachings, master. A tinge of disappointment flickered in Long Chen's heart. He had believed his talent qualified him to become the master's disciple, yet the master showed no intention of taking him on. Yet this only strengthened his resolve. Perhaps only by growing ever stronger could he earn the master's recognition. Seeing Lin Feng speak, the 4 stewards dared not argue further. They watched Long Chen longingly, each scheming in their minds how to report back and secure this unexpectedly discovered prodigy for their own sect. Though no further astonishing talents emerged after this climactic moment, the subsequent assessments saw everyone's enthusiasm ignited to its fullest. The assessments finally concluded at sunset. The 4 elders each gained dozens of new disciples. Longchen chose to join the Greenwood sect, as his spiritual roots were indeed highly compatible with their teachings. Several days passed swiftly. Having settled his affairs, Longchen prepared to accompany the 4 elders to Mirror State. Hozhong, representing the 4, spoke with utmost sincerity. Senior Lin, encountering you during our journey to Nanfeng Kingdom has been an immense blessing for us. Should you ever find time to visit Jingzhou, please honor us with a visit to our Huangshe sect. Our entire sect will roll out the red carpet for you. And the Qingmu sect as well. The Medicine King Valley awaits your arrival at any time. Lotus Palace also eagerly anticipates your guidance. Facing the 4 disciples' fervent invitations, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, neither accepting nor declining, his expression inscrutable. All things arise and cease in their own time. Farewell, everyone. May your journey be smooth. The 4 dared say no more. After bowing respectfully, they summoned their flying vessels. Accompanied by their newly recruited disciples, they transformed into 4 streaks of light and vanished into the horizon. Chapter 67, Departure from Nanfeng Kingdom. As the streaks of light from the flying vessels vanished completely from the horizon, like ripples from a stone tossed into a lake gradually subsiding, the capital of Nanfeng Kingdom returned to its usual order. Yet something had changed forever. In streets and alleys, tea-houses and taverns, people still buzzed excitedly about the celestial encounter days past, about the unfathomable immortal Lin, about his majesty who possessed dual spiritual roots and was about to embark on the path to immortality. The name Lin Feng was now revered like a deity, enshrined in countless mouths and hearts. Deep within the imperial palace, in a secluded courtyard, Lin Feng dismissed his attendants and sat alone in the chamber. With a slight shift in his thoughts, his consciousness sank into the system. Gazing at the long string of zeros, even with his mental preparation, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a small breath of cold air. Over 10 billion. Indeed, population size reigns supreme. This wave in the southern Wind Kingdom capital has truly squeezed out the maximum value. Lin Feng stroked his chin, feeling quite satisfied. It was like a top-tier celebrity's national concert tour culminating in a sold-out finale at the capital stadium, where ticket sales exploded. It was exhilarating, but Lin Feng remained clear-headed. That 10 billion prestige points might look substantial, but when it came to actual use, it would vanish like water flowing through a sieve. To name just a few, converting it into cultivation resources or divine artifact techniques each was a bottomless pit. Moreover, his fame in Nanfeng Kingdom had reached saturation point. Like a sponge squeezed dry, there was little juice left to extract. Staying here meant his prestige growth would inevitably stall unless he started performing daily street stunts like chest-shattering rock demonstrations or declaring he'd conquer the heavens. It's time to explore new frontiers. Lin Feng's gaze swept toward the horizon, as if piercing through the palace walls to glimpse the rugged, perilous Beast Mountains stretching endlessly beyond and the vast, dazzling realm of true cultivation lying beyond those peaks. The easy targets, fellow cultivators there were all seasoned veterans with profound cultivation. The quality and quantity of prestige points they could offer would far surpass anything this beginner's village of Nanfeng Kingdom could provide. Just imagining calmly showing off in front of a crowd of nascent soul and transformation spirit powerhouses made Lin Feng feel a little excited. Of course, that was assuming he didn't end up getting his ass kicked for trying to act cool. The urgent task at hand was to boost his strength. Pretentiousness without the power to back it up was nothing short of courting death. Without further ado, Lin Feng exchanged for permanent 4th and 5th tier cultivation. Instantly, a purer, denser energy surged from the void into his body. This energy was gentle yet unstoppable, washing over his limbs and bones, widening his delicate meridians, strengthening his internal organs, and finally converging in his Dantian sea of qi, condensing into a cloud of spiritual energy. The process lasted roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance flickered in his gaze as he felt his entire body brimming with power. His senses sharpened dramatically, he could even clearly hear the cautious footsteps and hushed whispers of palace maids far outside the hall. Is this the power of the 5th stage of qi cultivation? It truly surpasses the 3rd stage by more than a notch. Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within him, his heart settling considerably. Though he might still be a lowly nobody in the true cultivation world, at least he now had a bit more confidence to traverse the fierce Beast Mountains, right? After all, even that old codger Long Zhanya had managed to traverse the fiendish Beast Mountains alone. Besides, he still had over 100 million credits to exchange for a 9th tier qi cultivation experience card. He had briefly considered joining the 4 great sects, but Lin Feng dismissed the idea immediately. What a joke! In their eyes, he was a nascent soul stage powerhouse. When a nascent soul cultivator traveled, didn't they all dash through the skies like lightning, or ride magnificent flying treasures and spirit beast mounts capable of traversing 10,000 miles in a day? Now look at himself. Was he supposed to shamelessly say to Ho Zhong and the others, well, I just happen to have an itch in my feet today and feel like walking for exercise. Might I hitch a ride on your flying vessel? Or worse yet, stage a live demonstration of a master's unique mode of transport, the 11 bus route, sprinting on foot? That would surely shatter his persona on the spot. Instead of earning admiration, he'd reap a flood of ridicule. He'd considered riding his multicolored light glowing eagle, but it was just an ordinary giant bird, a sitting duck in the fierce beast mountains. It'd easily attract powerful beasts' attention. Worse still, the journey was long. If they encountered bandits or ferocious beasts along the way, everyone would expect the big shot to step up and save the day. But if he could only hide in the back shouting 666, that would be a disaster. The consequences of trying to show off and getting exposed wouldn't just be being beaten back to his original form, he'd be beaten into his original form. Literally, destroyed body and soul. Therefore, I must rely on myself. Lin Feng resolved. Crossing the fierce beast mountains alone is perilous, but it will better preserve this master's dignified demeanor. Yes, it's decided with such pleasantness. A few days later, Lin Feng simply informed the loyal minister left behind by Long Chen, this one is going on a journey, before departing the capital of Nanfeng Kingdom with a light step. He stirred no one, clad only in a blue robe, alone and unaccompanied, as if merely stepping out for a stroll. Arriving at the edge of the fiendish beast mountains, he gazed upon the primeval forest before him, towering ancient trees, tangled vines, faint miasma in the air, and the distant, muffled roars of beasts. Lin Feng drew a deep breath. He forced himself to adopt a calm demeanor, as if he were strolling through a garden, treating this perilous terrain as his own backyard. In truth, his heart was pounding like crazy. He cautiously exchanged a stack of books from the system store, titles like Monster Compendium and Weakness Analysis, 108 Survival Techniques for Low-Tier Cultivators, and How to Make Your Hidden Cultivation Technique More Convincing, and thus began his Big Shots wilderness survival journey. The fierce beast mountains lived up to their fearsome reputation. Ancient trees towered overhead, shrouding the sky, while beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves, the air carried the mingled scent of decay and new life. Lin Feng, clad in a blue robe, traversed this realm. Rule 37 from the system's survival guide: when traversing the fiendish beast mountains, keep your eyes on all sides, ears alert to every sound, tread lightly, and maintain composure. Keep your composure, my ass. Lin Feng raged inwardly, this hellhole is no place for humans. How did that old fart Long Zhanya get through? Was he just incredibly lucky? He studied the beast mountain range map in his hands, trying to discern directions, only to find the map as abstract as a child's scribbles. He'd found it in Long Zhanya's storage ring, thinking it might be useful, only to discover it was utterly incomprehensible. Just as he hesitated at a fork in the path, debating whether to turn left or right, rustling sounds and voices suddenly came from his front left. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. People? He instantly suppressed his aura, gliding silently like wisps of smoke toward the source. He concealed himself behind a massive ironwood tree and peered out. In a small clearing among the trees, 5 or 6 figures huddled together, seemingly searching for something. They wore uniform attire, resembling the standard clothing of some clan. Their cultivation levels varied widely, with the strongest being a rugged-looking middle-aged man, roughly at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. The others were mostly at the 2nd or 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. Protected in the center was a girl of 16 or 17, her cultivation at only the 1st layer. Yet, her eyes held an innocent, naive charm and a lively spark. Chapter 68, Lu Qingqing. Miss, there's no sign of dew-gathering grass here either, a young disciple said to the girl with respectful yet resigned tone. The girl addressed as Miss pouted, her disappointment evident. How can there be none? Father said this area used to have plenty of it. The middle-aged man at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation frowned deeply, scanning the surroundings warily. Miss, we've ventured too far. If we don't find any soon, we must turn back. This place is treacherous, it's unwise to linger. Just then, the girl's gaze shifted, catching sight of Lin Feng peeking cautiously from behind a tree. Her eyes lit up. There stood Lin Feng, alone, clad in a simple blue robe, carrying nothing but his clothes. His handsome features bore a trace of bewilderment and helplessness, making him seem utterly out of place in this treacherous land. Yet, inexplicably, he exuded an air of a fallen nobleman? Of course, this was merely the girl's perception. In truth, Lin Feng had merely intended to observe the group discreetly. He hadn't expected to be spotted, hence his awkwardness. Kind-hearted by nature, the girl instantly felt sympathy for him. Forgetting about the spiritual herbs, she called out, "Hey! Young master! Are you alone?" Hearing her call, Lin Feng snapped out of his trance and stepped out from behind the tree with composure. His sudden appearance immediately put the middle-aged man and the other clan youths on edge. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with scrutiny and wariness. In the Beast Mountain range, strangers often meant danger. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man demanded in a low, unfriendly tone. "Why are you here alone?" Before Lin Feng could answer, the girl had already scampered over, eyeing him curiously. "It's too dangerous out here alone. There are many powerful beasts in these mountains. Did you get lost? Would you like to travel with us? We're just about to head out." "Miss." The middle-aged man hurriedly intervened, whispering, "His origins are unknown. Better to be cautious." Another young man, who looked somewhat arrogant, sneered, "Judging by his appearance, his cultivation probably isn't that high. He might just be dead weight. Lin Feng took in their reactions without flinching, his expression as still as a deep well. He didn't want to complicate matters, especially after hearing the girl mention they were just about to leave. That piqued his interest. A guide familiar with the terrain could indeed save him much trouble and avoid many dangers. As for their unkind words? Poof. You can't explain ice to a summer insect. He, Lin Feng, a formidable pseudo-jidan expert, would care about the opinions of a few chi cultivation shrimp? He had his pride to maintain. Thus, he ignored the hostile stares, merely nodding slightly to the girl with a calm voice. In that case, I shall impose. Seeing him agree so casually, without a trace of gratitude or trepidation, the young upstart who had spoken insolently grew even more irritated. He snorted, but the middle-aged man silenced him with a stern glance. The man studied Lin Feng intently, as if trying to discern something about him, but ultimately sensed only a vague aura. This was the effect of the technique Lin Feng had exchanged for concealing his cultivation level. It was virtually impossible to discern at the chi cultivation stage. The man suppressed his doubts and said in a deep voice, "Since the young lady has spoken, we shall proceed together. Stay close to us and do not act on your own." The group continued onward, though the atmosphere grew distinctly awkward. Lin Feng was deliberately placed toward the rear of the group, effectively under semi-supervision. The young girl, however, was quite enthusiastic, frequently approaching Lin Feng to strike up conversations. Her name was Lu Qingqing, hailing from a minor cultivation family in Mirror State called Red Leaf Valley. Lin Feng mostly responded with brief, detached replies, maintaining his air of a reclusive master. As they reached a narrow valley, disaster struck suddenly. A foul wind suddenly swept in from the side. Accompanied by a deep, guttural roar, a massive black shadow lunged like lightning toward the outermost member of the group, a third-tier chi cultivation disciple. It was a fanged mountain ogre massive as an ox, with steel needle fur and fangs protruding outward. The malevolent aura it emitted was shockingly at the 7th stage of chi cultivation. Watch out! The middle-aged man paled in terror, hastily summoning a shield artifact to block the attack. But the gap between chi cultivation stage 5 and stage 7 was immense. With a thunderous crash, the shield flashed violently. The man was sent flying backward, his blood surging violently, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The other disciples were utterly terrified, their attacks against the mountain demon feeling like mere tickles. The fanged mountain demon swatted the disciple who had earlier insulted Lin Feng away with a single blow. The disciple crashed into the mountain wall with a blood-curdling scream, his fate unknown. Immediately, the creature's bloodshot eyes locked onto the nearest target, Lu Qingqing, whose face had turned ashen with terror. Miss! The middle-aged man's eyes bulged with fury, but he was too late to intervene. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes in despair. At that critical moment, a flash of green appeared, arriving before its target. As if taking a casual step forward, it positioned itself perfectly between Lu Qingqing and the mountain ape's claws. It was Lin Feng. His expression remained as calm as still water. Facing the terrifying claw strike powerful enough to shatter stone, he formed his fingers into a sword-like point. Spiritual energy surged within him, coalescing at his fingertips. A point of extreme sharpness suddenly flashed, carrying an unmatched, piercing golden aura. SSSSH. A soft sound, like a hot knife slicing through butter. Lin Feng's fingers struck with pinpoint accuracy at the vulnerable spot on the mountain ape's massive claw. The concentrated, razor-sharp metallic energy erupted instantly. Arg! The fanged mountain demon let out an earth-shattering howl of agony. Its massive claw was reduced to a mangled mess of flesh and bone by that single strike. Its colossal body lost balance from the excruciating pain, stumbling and collapsing to the side. Like a ghostly apparition, he followed close behind. His fingers remained sword-like, moving so swiftly they left only after images. With pinpoint accuracy, he delivered a series of strikes to the mountain demon's vital points: eyes, throat, heart. With each strike, a concentrated surge of spiritual energy pierced its body, eroding its very life force. Despite possessing the brute strength and defense of a 7th-tier chi cultivation beast, the sharp-toothed mountain demon was utterly helpless against Lin Feng's pinpoint strikes targeting its weak points. Its wails quickly grew faint, until it finally collapsed with a thud. After a few convulsions, it fell silent. The entire process took no more than 2 or 3 breaths. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd and the lingering scent of blood filled the valley. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the young man standing there, fingers retracted, not a single drop of blood staining his blue robe. He stood there, his expression unchanged, as if he had not just slain a ferocious 7th-tier chi cultivation demon beast, but merely swatted a buzzing fly. The disciple who had earlier spoken insolently to Lin Feng, now struggling to his feet, glanced at the corpse of the mountain demon, then back at Lin Feng. His face flushed crimson, then drained pale, overcome with shame so intense he wished the ground would swallow him whole. The middle-aged man clutched his chest, struggling to walk over. His eyes were filled with shock, lingering fear, and profound gratitude as he looked at Lin Feng. He bowed deeply, his voice dry and respectful. Thank you, senior, for saving us. We were blind and rude earlier. Please forgive our offense." He no longer dared to regard Lin Feng as a peer, or even a junior. That effortless instant kill of a 7th-tier demon beast far exceeded his wildest expectations. The title senior slipped from his lips involuntarily. Only then did Lu Qingqing dare open her eyes. Seeing the fallen beast, then turning to Lin Feng, her wide eyes brimmed with relief and deep admiration. Her face flushed crimson with excitement. Wow! Young Master Lin! You're so amazing! Thank you for saving me! She nearly jumped up with excitement. Her earlier act of kindness had now brought immense reward, filling her with immense pride and satisfaction. Lin Feng gave them a faint glance, his tone calm and unruffled. It was nothing. The more he downplayed it, the more profoundly mysterious he seemed in everyone's eyes. Chapter 69, Red Leaf Valley. Lu Qingqing fluttered over to Lin Feng like a cheerful little bird, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Young Master Lin. That mountain demon was at the 7th stage of chi cultivation. How did you do it? Are your fingers more powerful than magical artifacts? Lin Feng tilted his head slightly, his gaze resting on Lu Qingqing's flushed cheeks. His tone remained as calm as ever, just a trivial trick, nothing worth mentioning. Find the weak spot, and one strike is enough. Trivial trick? Instantly slaying a 7th-tier demon beast. If that was a trivial trick, then their own skills were no better than child's play. This elder truly hid his depth, his modesty bordering on the absurd. Lin Feng was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that demon beast compendium to be quite useful. After all, it detailed the fatal weaknesses of many low-tier demon beasts. Otherwise, he never could have disposed of that mountain ape so effortlessly. His gaze swept over the injured Lu family disciples and the mountain ape's corpse. We shouldn't linger here, he said calmly. The bloodshed will attract other creatures. Lu Feng jolted awake, snapping into action. You're absolutely right, senior. Quick, let's dispose of the body and leave immediately. He directed the still mobile disciples to endure their nausea and collect valuable materials from the mountain ape, such as its tusks, claws, and portions of its fur, while administering healing pills to the critically injured, unconscious disciple. Lu Qingqing followed Lin Feng like a shadow, as if only by staying close could she feel safe. Her little mouth chattered non-stop. Young Master Lin, where are you from? Did you also come to the Fierce Beast Mountains to search for spirit herbs? Where are you headed? Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze drifting toward the valley's exit. To Lu Qingqing's rapid-fire questions, he offered only selective answers, his tone calm and inscrutable, wandering here by fate's design. This vague and profound answer only deepened Lu Qingqing's sense of his extraordinary mystery, her gaze toward Lin Feng growing even more reverent. Soon, Lu Feng and the others finished their preparations. Though each bore wounds, their spirits were far higher than when they arrived, their gazes toward Lin Feng brimming with reverence. Senior, we may proceed, Lu Feng said respectfully. Heading east from here, after roughly another day's journey, we'll exit the outer reaches of this Fierce Beast mountain range and reach the territory of our Red Leaf Valley. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, signaling them to lead the way. This time, Lin Feng no longer occupied the rear of the group. Instead, Lu Feng and the others naturally gathered around him, placing him squarely at the center. Lu Qingqing practically wanted to walk right beside him. The group's pace quickened considerably. With the great master Lin Feng among them, everyone felt far more confident. Though still vigilant, their earlier panic and unease had dissipated. Along the way, they encountered several waves of low-tier demon beasts that dared to cross their path. Without Lin Feng needing to lift a finger, Lu Feng and the others, driven by a mindset of we absolutely cannot embarrass ourselves in front of our senior again, bravely fought them off. Lin Feng was happy to take it easy, only intervening occasionally when Lu Feng and the others seemed to be struggling. A day later, the landscape suddenly opened up before them. The thick miasma and towering ancient trees gradually thinned out, replaced by patches of peculiar forests with crimson leaves. The air grew noticeably fresher, and in the distance, wisps of cooking smoke could even be seen. Young Master Lin, we're out. Red Leaf Valley lies just ahead. Lu Qingqing pointed excitedly toward the front. Lin Feng looked up to see two low yet steep mountain ridges forming a natural gateway. Beyond it, the terrain gradually flattened, revealing glimpses of houses and courtyards. The concentration of spiritual energy here was noticeably thinner than deep within the Fiend Beast Mountains, yet still far richer than in the capital of Nanfeng Kingdom. A makeshift sentry post stood at the valley entrance, manned by several guards clad in attire similar to Lu Feng's. Seeing Lu Feng and his group return in disarray, they first looked tense. But when they spotted Lin Feng in the center of the group, distinguished and immaculately dressed, they all wore puzzled expressions. Young Miss. Captain Feng. What happened? A junior guard commander stepped forward. Lu Feng hurried forward, quickly explaining in hushed tones, emphasizing how Lin Feng had instantly slain the Fangtooth mountain boar to save them all. Upon hearing this, the guard leader's expression abruptly changed. His gaze toward Lin Feng instantly filled with awe and reverence as he bowed deeply. Thank you, senior, for your timely aid. Quickly, please enter the valley. I shall report to the valley master at once. The news flew into the valley as if on wings. When Lin Feng, respectfully guided by Lu Feng, Lu Qingqing, and others, stepped into Red Leaf Valley, he saw a modest settlement of about 100 households. The houses, mostly built of stone and redwood, exuded a rugged, unadorned simplicity. Upon hearing the news, many Lu clan members emerged from their homes, gathering along the roadside. They regarded the unfamiliar young man whom Captain Feng and the young miss revered as if he were a deity with equal parts curiosity and awe. Lin Feng remained perfectly composed, his stride steady and unhurried. He seemed oblivious to the stares around him, walking as if through an empty landscape. This composure only deepened his air of inscrutability. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes, bearing a resemblance to Lu Qingqing and possessing cultivation at the peak of the 7th layer of qi cultivation, hurried forward with several clan elders. This was Lu Yunting, the current head of the Lu family of Red Leaf Valley. Having already been briefed on the details, Lu Yunting now sensed the impenetrable aura emanating from Lin Feng. Seeing his daughter safe and sound yet witnessing the gruesome state of his men, he was overcome with both relief and gratitude. He immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I am Lu Yunting, head of the Lu family. Thank you, senior, for saving my daughter and my clan members. The Lu family will never forget your great kindness. Please, come inside and take a seat." He had no idea of Lin Feng's cultivation level, but from what the guards had said that he had effortlessly taken down a 7th-tier mountain demon, it was clear his cultivation far surpassed his own. Lin Feng gave a faint nod in acknowledgement of the bow, his tone calm yet distanced. "Head of the Lu family, you flatter me." It was merely a matter of timing. Upon entering the Lu family's reception hall, they took their seats according to rank. Lu Yunting personally served spiritual tea with utmost humility. After exchanging pleasantries and reiterating his gratitude, Lu Yunting couldn't help but probe cautiously, "May I inquire where the venerable elder hails from? Should you require any assistance during your visit to Red Leaf Valley, please do not hesitate to command the Lu family." Lin Feng lifted his teacup, gently skimming off the foam with an elegant, effortless motion. Here it comes, the classic deflection moment. His response was already prepared. Setting down the cup, his gaze drifted beyond the hall as if gazing into the infinite distance. His voice carried faintly, "One who dwells in the wild has no fixed abode, traveling only where the heart leads. This journey brought me here, and I happened upon the fierce beast mountains." These words were as good as saying nothing, yet they gave off an air of a sage's actions, profound and unfathomable. Hearing this, Lu Yunting grew even more convinced that Lin Feng was some kind of world-weary, mysterious elder. Daring not to pry further into his origins, he only grew more deferential. "I see. If you, senior, do not find my humble Red Leaf Valley too crude, I beg you to stay a few more days. Let me, Lu, fulfill my duties as host and repay your kindness." Lu Qingqing watched eagerly from the side, nodding vigorously. Lin Feng paused in thought. He did need a place to rest and gather information about the cultivation world in Mirror State. Red Leaf Valley seemed like a good starting point. He gave a slight nod. "Very well, I shall impose for a few days." Lu Yunting and his daughter were overjoyed. That evening, the Lu family hosted a lavish banquet, serving nearly all the finest spiritual delicacies and fine wines the valley had to offer to entertain Lin Feng. During the feast, Lu Yunting and several clan elders served as hosts, speaking with utmost deference. They subtly probed for clues about Lin Feng's cultivation level or lineage, but he skillfully deflected their inquiries with vague responses. After the banquet, Lin Feng was escorted to the finest guest quarters in the valley to rest. Chapter 70, Attending the Auction. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, a gauzy mist enveloped Red Leaf Valley. Lin Feng pushed open the wooden gate of the guest quarters, and a crisp breeze carrying the faint fragrance of plants filled his lungs. He did not rush to move, instead standing with his hands behind his back under the corridor, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the valley's scenery. Early rising members of the Lu clan had already begun their tasks, some tending to the crimson-leaved spiritual plants near the valley entrance, others practicing rudimentary martial arts. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, all young and old, men and women alike halted their tasks. From a distance, they bowed in greeting, their gazes a mix of reverence and curiosity. Lin Feng responded with a slight nod, striding leisurely toward the valley's library. Lu Yunting had long instructed that everything within the valley be made available to Lin Feng. The so-called library was merely a slightly larger stone room, housing few books, most recorded on animal hides or coarse paper. Lin Feng swept his divine sense over the collection and quickly located a scroll documenting geographical oddities. He took down a slightly aged copy of a brief examination of southern regions' customs and scenery, slowly unfolding it. The paper had yellowed, and the ink was somewhat blurred, yet the contents stirred something within him. It turned out that Red Leaf Valley wasn't located in Mirror State, but in a territory called Ling State. The two states bordered each other. Had Lin Feng followed his original route, he would have headed for Jingzhou. However, encountering Lu Qingqing along the way had altered his course, bringing him to Lingzhou instead. Beyond these, there were also Yan Prefecture, Lan Prefecture, Yun Prefecture, Lei Prefecture, and Feng Prefecture. These 7 major states formed the southern region of the continent. As Lin Feng continued reading, the outline of the entire Xangchuan continent gradually came into focus. The continent was vast and boundless, divided into 5 major regions: the Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, Western Domain, Northern Domain, and Central Domain. Among them, the Southern Domain was the region with the thinnest spiritual energy and the weakest cultivation strength. The scroll recorded that cultivators in the southern region who managed to form a core were already considered powerful figures. Ancestors at the nascent soul stage were as rare as phoenix feathers and dragon horns, and most would choose to leave the southern region to seek breakthrough opportunities elsewhere. Damn, so after all that fuss, I'm still stuck in the newbie village? Lin Feng inwardly grumbled. This map is taking forever to open. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Qingrou's sect, the Liquid Jade Immortal Pavilion. He meticulously combed through every record concerning sect factions. From beginning to end, not a single word mentioned the Liquid Jade Immortal Pavilion. So, that woman wasn't from the southern realm after all. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. It seemed the waters of the Tsangshuan continent ran deeper than he'd imagined. The road ahead was still long. As he pondered, respectful footsteps approached outside the door. Elder, are you here? Lu Yunting's voice carried a hint of caution. Lin Feng closed the scroll, his expression regaining its usual composure. Turning, he said, "Good morning, Patriarch Lu." Seeing Lin Feng emerge from the library, Lu Yunting hurriedly bowed his hands. "My apologies for disturbing your peace, senior. I've come to request your assistance with a matter." "Oh? Speak freely." "In 3 days, the 100 Treasures Pavilion will hold a grand auction in Blackrock City, 300 li from here." Lu Yunting explained, the 100 Treasures Pavilion's influence spans all the southern provinces. Their auctions often feature rare and precious items, drawing numerous families and independent cultivators from the surrounding areas. My Lu family has also received an invitation. Might you be interested in joining us to witness the spectacle? Perhaps you might find something of interest there. An auction? Lin Feng's heart stirred. This was classic plot territory in cultivation novels, the perfect stage for showing off, humiliating rivals, snagging bargains, and seizing treasures. A veritable goldmine for boosting one's prestige. His expression remained calm as he paused briefly, as if pondering a trivial matter. Then he spoke slowly, "Since I have nothing better to do, it might be worth seeing." Lu Yunting beamed at the invitation. "It would be an honor for our Lu family to have you accompany us, senior. I'll prepare the carriage immediately. That girl Qingqing has been pestering me to see the world. This is the perfect chance to bring her along." Lin Feng gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. 3 days later, a carriage drawn by 2 spirited blue-scaled horses rolled out of Red Leaf Valley, escorted by a contingent of the Lu family's elite young disciples. Lin Feng shared a carriage with Lu Yunting and Lu Qingqing. The interior was reasonably spacious, lined with soft animal hides. Lu Qingqing was clearly thrilled, frequently lifting the curtain to peek out with curiosity. Yet, mindful not to disturb Lin Feng, she restrained her excitement, sitting upright with her back straight. Still, her lively eyes darted about restlessly. Lu Yunting respectfully explained the situation of Blackrock City and the 100 Treasures Tower from his seat beside her. Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest, but in truth, he was searching for spirit stones within his system. After all, his system could exchange for anything. Surely spirit stones were no exception? An auction required maintaining appearances. How could he manage without sufficient spirit stones? His gaze locked onto the search list. 1 low-grade spirit stone, 100 prestige points. 1 medium-grade spirit stone, 10,000 prestige points. The rest weren't displayed, meaning Lin Feng could currently only exchange for these 2 grades of spirit stones. So cheap? Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected spirit stones to cost just 100 prestige points. With nearly 200 million prestige points in his possession, he could exchange them for 2 million spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones were 100 times more expensive, meaning 1 mid-grade spirit stone equaled 100 low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Lin Feng spent hundreds of thousands of prestige points to exchange for dozens of high-grade spirit stones. He knew that even a powerhouse like Red Leaf Valley might not earn that many spirit stones in a year. His several dozen mid-grade spirit stones were more than sufficient. If he needed more later, he could simply exchange for additional ones. Lin Feng discreetly stowed the spirit stones into his storage ring. 300 li was no great distance for the swift legs of a Qinglin horse. After roughly half a day's journey, the outline of a massive black city loomed on the horizon ahead. The towering city walls were constructed from massive black boulders native to the region, exuding a rugged and sturdy aura. The city gates bustled with a constant flow of carriages and cultivators of all kinds, their energies noticeably more potent and complex than those in Red Leaf Valley. Qi cultivation practitioners were everywhere, and occasionally, one could even sense a powerful aura flash by. The Lu family carriage blended unremarkably into the crowd. After paying the entrance fee, it slowly rolled into the city. The city streets were wide, lined with shops selling everything from pills and magical artifacts to talismans and materials. The air buzzed with voices, and the concentration of spiritual energy was noticeably higher than outside the city walls. Lu Yunting directed the carriage straight toward the most imposing structure at the city's center, the 100 Treasures Tower. The 100 Treasures Tower was a 5-story pagoda-style structure, its eaves soaring and corners upturned, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters. Several guards with condensed auras stood before the entrance, each possessing cultivation at the 5th stage of Qi cultivation. After presenting their invitation, a middle-aged steward approached and escorted the Lu family party to an ordinary private room on the 2nd floor. The private room was modest in size with simple furnishings. It featured a specially crafted glass wall that offered a clear view of the auction hall below, yet prevented any outside observation of the room's interior. The hall was already bustling with people, the air thick with clamor. Cultivators from surrounding clans and independent practitioners gathered together, awaiting the auction's commencement. Lu Qingqing pressed her face against the glass wall, her small face glowing with excitement as she scanned the crowd below. Lu Yunting, looking slightly uneasy, apologized to Lin Feng. "Please forgive us, senior. Our Lu family holds a low standing here, so we could only secure this modest private room." Lin Feng sat down casually and replied indifferently, "It's fine. A quieter spot is better." His gaze swept over the main hall below, then flicked across the clearly more luxurious, array sealed boxes on the opposite side and upstairs. He thought to himself, classic setup. Wonder if any hotheads will come along today to make fools of themselves. Moments later, an elderly man dressed in brocade robes, wearing a smile, and possessing the formidable cultivation of the ninth stage of Qi cultivation ascended the high platform at the center of the hall. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Chapter 71, The Unknown Treasure Map. The ninth-tier Qi cultivation elder cleared his throat, his resonant voice carrying clearly to every corner of the hall. "Welcome, fellow cultivators, to the auction of the 100 Treasures Pavilion's Blackrock City branch. This humble old man is Qian, and I have the honor of presiding over this auction. The rules are surely understood by all. The highest bidder wins, payment in spirit stones. Should any malicious disruptors attempt to interfere, do not blame the 100 Treasures Pavilion for showing no mercy." Without further ado, the auction commenced. A maid carried the first item onto the stage, a long sword gleaming with a cold, sharp light. The low-grade artifact Autumn Water Sword, primarily forged from cold iron by our 100 Treasures Pavilion's master smiths, boasts unmatched sharpness. It contains 3 simple restrictions that can slightly amplify water attribute spirit power. Starting bid, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Minimum increment, 10 spirit stones. Immediately, several bids rang out from the audience below the stage, mostly from mid-stage Qi cultivation cultivators or young members of minor families. Ultimately, the sword was purchased by a middle-aged independent cultivator for 230 spirit stones. The next few items up for auction were mostly magical artifacts, pills, and talismans, neither particularly high nor low in grade, sparking fierce bidding among the crowd below the stage as the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Lu Qingqing watched intently, her small face alight with excitement. She would occasionally gasp softly at a beautiful yet impractical ornament, or gasp in astonishment when a powerful magical artifact was snapped up at a high price. Lu Yunting, however, focused more on elixirs or defensive artifacts that could enhance the family's strength. He occasionally made tentative bids, but they were often quickly drowned out by higher offers, leaving him to shake his head and smile wryly. He would glance apologetically at Lin Feng from time to time, fearing this dull scene might bore his senior. Lin Feng, however, remained serene throughout, leaning back in his chair. His fingertips tapped the armrest absent-mindedly, as if the fierce bidding below had nothing to do with him. In truth, his mind was raging with internal commentary. TSK, this auction really is second-rate. Nothing but run-of-the-mill junk. He just asked the system, turns out it could not only scan others' cultivation levels but also analyze various items, even estimate their value. And the prestige points required were almost negligible, just a few dozen to 100 points could scan an item. Of course, this depended on the item's value. Lower value items naturally required fewer points. Ha! That bottle of Qi condensing pills has so many impurities, and they dare to sell it at this price? The alchemist's craftsmanship is a bit shoddy. Whoa, that defensive artifact shaped like a dressing box is intriguing. Though its spiritual energy flow seems sluggish, it probably couldn't withstand a full power strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over each auction item, but in reality, he had already secretly communicated with the system. System, scan current auction item. Assess true value and potential information. Ding. Scan complete. Inferior artifact, thick earth shield. Crudely crafted with 3 microscopic internal cracks. Estimated to withstand no more than 3 full power attacks from a Qi cultivation 9th tier cultivator before shattering. Appraised value, 80 low-grade spirit stones. Scan cost, 10 prestige points. Ding. Scan complete. First grade pill, restoration essence pill. Quality, below average. Potency loss, approximately 15%. Estimated value, 15 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Scan cost, 10 prestige points. After scanning over a dozen auction items, spending over 100 points of prestige points, the results left Lin Feng deeply disappointed. These items were either flashy but worthless or concealed flaws, offering little value for bargain hunting. The appraisers at the 100 Treasures Pavilion were competent, they didn't even dig their traps very deep. Just as he thought the auction would end uneventfully, a maid approached carrying a tray draped in red cloth. The fabric seemed to block spiritual sense detection. Steward Qian lifted the cloth to reveal a simple, ancient-style jade hairpin. Pale green throughout, its head bore a plain cloud pattern. Its spiritual glow was dim, making it look utterly unremarkable. Next item, an antique jade hairpin. Material unknown, of ancient origin. Our appraiser has determined it contains a faint trace of spiritual energy, yet its structure is solid, making its specific function difficult to discern. It may be an ancient ornament, or perhaps it holds some hidden mystery. All depends on the discernment of our fellow cultivators. Starting bid, 50 low-grade spirit stones. Bids must increase by no less than 5 stones each time. The crowd's reaction grew noticeably cooler upon hearing this. An item that even the 100 Treasures Pavilion couldn't identify was most likely just an ordinary, aged ornament with little practical value to cultivators. Occasionally, a few female cultivators glanced at its simple yet distinctive design with some interest. However, spending 50 spirit stones on an ornament was still too extravagant for most. Lu Qingqing also gave the jade hairpin a few extra glances. Girls naturally had a soft spot for such things, but she knew her family's finances were limited. She merely blinked and remained silent. A brief awkward silence fell over the room. Steward Qian, seemingly anticipating this outcome, maintained his smile as he prepared to declare the item unsold or sell it at a lower price. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind, distinctly different from the scans of ordinary auction items. Ding! Scan complete. Item, Azure Phoenix Spirit Focusing Hairpin. Original grade, 4th grade artifact equivalent to nascent soul stage. Current state, severely damaged, artifact spirit extinguished, core talisman moderately worn, retaining only faint calming effects. Contains hidden map with clues to an unknown cave dwelling. Value incalculable. Scan cost, 1000 coolness points. 4th grade magical artifact. Nascent soul stage. Lin Feng's heart jolted violently, nearly shattering the calm facade he maintained. Though damaged, it actually concealed a treasure map? What a massive find. Outwardly, he remained utterly nonchalant, even lifting his teacup for a sip as if utterly disinterested in the jade hairpin. Below the stage, murmurs began. Steward Qian, if no one wants this, move on to the next item. 50 spirit stones. I'll take it. A voice rang out from a corner of the hall, belonging to a cultivator wearing a conical hat, seemingly hoping for a stroke of luck. Qian the steward was about to bring down the hammer. Lin Feng set down his teacup. His voice was quiet but clear, carried through the sound transmission array in the private box to the stage. 60. The crowd froze, all eyes turning to the unassuming private box on the second floor. Could it be that some sucker was actually raising the bid? The hooded cultivator hesitated, seemingly deeming it unworthy, and remained silent. Money manager Qian was somewhat surprised. He chuckled. The cultivator in private room 7 on the second floor has offered 60 spirit stones. Any higher bids? No one responded. 60 spirit stones going once, 60 spirit stones going twice, 60 spirit stones going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this fellow cultivator. The wooden hammer fell. Lu Yunting and Lu Qingqing both looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lu Qingqing whispered, Senior Lin, do you like this hairpin? She assumed Lin Feng had bought it for his own enjoyment or to give as a gift. Lin Feng replied indifferently, the design is simple and elegant. It caught my eye. Lu Yunting quickly added, what discerning taste, senior. Though he privately felt spending 60 spirit stones on what seemed like a worthless trinket was a bit of a rip-off, how could he presume to question the actions of a senior? Soon, the maid delivered the jade hairpin to the private room. Lin Feng paid the 60 spirit stones, casually picking up the jade hairpin. Its surface felt slightly warm to the touch, and that faint calming effect was indeed genuine. Chapter 72, The Nameless Bead. Without a second glance, Lin Feng stowed it away in his storage ring, as if he'd merely bought some trinket. What a steal! Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. Trading 1,000 prestige points for a map that might lead to an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling? This was a bargain. This minor interlude drew little attention as the auction proceeded. Several more items passed under the hammer before a fiery red blade-shaped artifact was presented. It radiated abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing the inferior artifacts auctioned earlier. Mid-grade artifact, Blazing Flame Blade. Forged from century-old fire copper and flame crystals, it contains 9 restrictions. When swung, it unleashes scorching blade energy, greatly amplifying its power for cultivators of fire attribute techniques. Starting bid, 300 low-grade spirit stones. Minimum increment, 20. The moment this artifact appeared, it caused quite a stir. A mid-grade artifact was a rare treasure in Blackrock City, especially suited for fire attribute cultivators. 320. 350. 400. The bidding soared relentlessly, swiftly surpassing the 500 spirit stone threshold. The main bidders now shifted to family representatives in the second-floor private boxes and several high-level independent cultivators in the main hall. Lu Yunting gazed at the blazing flame blade, a flicker of desire crossing his eyes. As a practitioner specializing in fire-based techniques, wielding this blade would undoubtedly boost his power exponentially. However, the price had already exceeded his expectations. With a final sigh, he remained silent. When the bidding reached 580 spirit stones, the competition slowed. Only 2 voices remained locked in a stalemate. One belonged to a hoarse, aged voice from a private box on the second floor. The other came from a burly, flushed-faced man seated in the front row of the main hall, clearly a wandering cultivator specializing in fire attribute techniques. 600, the burly man shouted through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his temples. The second-floor private room fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing their options, but ultimately made no further bid. Steward Qian was about to announce the result. Suddenly, from a lavish private room on the third floor that had remained silent throughout the bidding, a young, haughty voice rang out, 700 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones higher. The hall erupted in a roar of astonishment. All eyes shot upward toward the third floor, filled with awe and curiosity. Those seated in third-floor boxes were invariably prominent figures from Blackrock City and its surrounding regions. The crimson-faced giant's expression darkened instantly. He opened his mouth, then slumped back into his seat. 700 spirit stones far exceeded his budget. Steward Qian's smile broadened. 700 spirit stones from the honored guest in private room 1 on the third floor. Any higher bids? The room fell silent. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, a calm voice echoed once more from Lin Feng's private room, 800. Whoosh! This time, even those in the second-floor boxes couldn't resist extending their divine sense, eager to see who dared challenge the third-floor bidder. Lu Yunting and Lu Qingqing were startled, nervously glancing at Lin Feng. Lu Yunting urgently whispered, "Senior, that third-floor box belongs to the Blackrock City Lord's residence." Lin Feng seemed oblivious, his expression unchanged. The haughty voice from the third floor now carried a clear edge of displeasure, 900. 1,000. Lin Feng's voice remained utterly flat, as if he were bidding not for 1,000 spirit stones, but for 1,000 ordinary stones. The entire auction hall fell completely silent. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a mid-grade magical artifact? That far exceeded its intrinsic worth. Either this man was insane, or he held the city lord's mansion in utter contempt. After a moment of silence in the third-floor box, the young voice rang out coldly, "Very well. Excellent. You are indeed generous. I shall see if you can carry this blazing flame blade out of Blackrock City." The threat hung heavy in the air, utterly unmasked. Steward Qian frowned but said nothing further. After the required 3 inquiries, he brought down the gavel to seal the deal. When the maid delivered the blazing flame blade to the box, her hands trembled slightly. Lin Feng calmly paid the spirit stones, not even glancing at the fiery blade before stowing it directly into his storage ring. TSK, classic villain line. Lin Feng felt no ripple of emotion, even finding it slightly amusing. Too bad you picked the wrong guy. I might not be the best at fighting, but I've got more spirit stones? System, exchange it for me. Lu Yunting was already drenched in cold sweat as he whispered, "Senior, this. The city lord's mansion is immensely powerful, and their young master, Wang Yuan, is a man who holds grudges. We might." Lin Feng shot him a glance, his tone calm. "It doesn't matter." Those 2 words carried an oddly soothing power, somehow calming Lu Yunting's anxious heart. Indeed, this senior was unfathomably deep. Perhaps he truly held no fear for the city lord's mansion? During the subsequent auction, Lin Feng made 2 more bids. Once, he acquired a rare shadow grass at a price slightly above market value. This herb served as an auxiliary ingredient for refining a specific type of elixir, leading others to assume he needed it for alchemy. The second time, when a jade slip containing fragments of the flowing cloud step technique appeared, he bid 300 spirit stones for it. Though incomplete, the system appraisal noted its concept was profoundly advanced, worthy of study. Each of his bids drew stares from the crowd, especially the icy gaze from the third floor that seemed to pierce through the partition array of the private box. Finally, the auction drew to a close. Steward Qian's expression grew solemn. He clapped his hands, and 2 guards carried a jade box, tightly sealed with runes, onto the dais. "Esteemed fellow cultivators, we now present the grand finale of this auction." Steward Qian carefully opened the jade box. An intense aura of blood-soaked killing intent, accompanied by a staggering surge of energy fluctuations, instantly filled the air, causing many cultivators with lower cultivation bases in the hall to turn pale. Within the box lay a fist-sized, dark red bead, its surface covered in natural patterns. As if alive, the orb pulsed faintly, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge chaotically. "This item." Qian's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill as his gaze swept the room. It was discovered by a fellow cultivator near the outer perimeter of an ancient ruin. As for its precise name and properties, I must confess that our 100 Treasures Pavilion lacks the expertise to fully discern them. He paused, successfully capturing everyone's attention. This bead is neither metal nor wood, possessing a peculiar texture. It can absorb surrounding spiritual energy on its own. More astonishingly, it seems to contain an extremely ancient and obscure energy fluctuation within, sometimes violent, sometimes dead still. Our appraisers have collaborated to examine it, yet none could penetrate its core. We know only that it is no ordinary object. It may hold earth-shattering secrets, be the core component of some ancient artifact, or even be connected to lost ancient traditions. Qian's description was highly provocative, instantly maximizing both mystery and perceived value. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd below the stage. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on the dark red bead, as if trying to see through it. This nameless treasure bead opens bidding at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 500. Manager Qian announced a jaw-droppingly high starting price. Chapter 73, Splurging. The exorbitant price did not deter the crowd. Instead, it ignited the greed and desire within every cultivator present. Even the 100 Treasures Pavilion couldn't fully appraise it? Originating from ancient ruins, harboring unknown energies? This was nothing short of a stroke of luck from the heavens. 3,500, someone immediately bid. 4,000. 5,000. The price soared at an astonishing rate, breaking through the 10,000 spirit stone mark almost instantly. The competition was several times fiercer than any previous auction item. Every private box on the third floor joined the fray, while several wealthy families on the second floor gritted their teeth and followed suit. The cultivators in the main hall had long since become mere spectators, watching enviously as the bigwigs splashed out their fortunes. Lu Yunting watched with sweaty palms and rapid breathing. A battle of this caliber was beyond his wildest imagination. The moment the bead appeared, Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. The aura emanating from it instinctively made him feel uneasy, yet it carried an eerie allure. "System, scan that bead," he silently commanded without hesitation. Ding! Deep scan initiated. Warning! Detecting high-intensity residual soul energy. Warning! Energy attributes lean toward dark, malevolent, and violent. Scan cost 500,000 coolness points. Scan complete. Item, unknown demon bead. Core seals a miniature world containing tens of thousands of fragmented souls. These souls exist in a state of deep slumber, instinctively absorbing spiritual energy to sustain their existence. Extremely dangerous. Risk assessment, highest danger level. Host contact not recommended. Tens of thousands of lingering souls? A tidal wave of shock surged through Lin Feng's heart. This thing was a ticking time bomb. A nuclear level one at that. Yet, in the next instant, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Wait, tens of thousands of residual souls? Could this be the perfect soul for showing off? A wildly audacious plan instantly took shape in his mind. The risks were immense, but the rewards could be beyond imagination. If he could master it, wouldn't he gain an endless stream of coolness points? In the brief moment he pondered, the bidding had already soared to a staggering height. 20,000 spirit stones. From the third floor private box, the voice of Wang Yuan, the young master of the city lord's manor, rang out again. With an air of absolute confidence, he raised the bid from 15,000 straight to 20,000. This price instantly silenced most competitors, filling the room with audible gasps. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many minor clans couldn't scrape together that much even if they sold everything they owned. A moment of silence fell in box 3 on the third floor, followed by a reluctant snort of resignation. They withdrew. The other boxes also fell silent. Wang Yuan burst into triumphant laughter. Ah! Steward Qian, it seems this treasure bead is destined for our city lord's mansion. Steward Qian's face flushed with excitement. 20,000 spirit stones, an astronomical price. He raised the wooden gavel. 20,000 spirit stones, going once. 20,000 spirit stones, going twice. Just as everyone believed this earth-shattering treasure would inevitably fall into the city lord's manor's hands, that unexpectedly calm voice, ghostly and ethereal, drifted once more from the 7th private room on the 2nd floor. 30,000. Those two light words struck like a heavy hammer, slamming hard into everyone's chest. 30,000? The entire 100 Treasures Pavilion fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every face froze in disbelief, staring toward the box. Madness. Absolute madness. Spend 30,000 spirit stones on something whose purpose is unknown. Wang Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. The sound of a teacup shattering violently echoed through the private room, accompanied by his heavy, ragged breathing. 31,000. Wang Yuan's voice trembled with fury. This price exceeded his authority, yet he refused to swallow his pride. 40,000. Lin Feng's voice remained utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating an insignificant figure. Someone below the stage couldn't help but spit out a laugh. From Wang Yuan's side, all sounds ceased. Only the stifled, feral panting of a trapped beast could be heard. 40,000 spirit stones. He couldn't scrape that together even if he sold himself. Steward Qian's hand trembled as his voice shook. 40,000 spirit stones. Bidder in box 7 offers 40,000 spirit stones. Any higher? 40,000 going once. 40,000 going twice. 40,000 going 3 times. The wooden gavel smashed down, its thunderous clang reverberating throughout the hall. Sold. Congratulations to the cultivator in box 7 for securing this ancient treasure. In that moment, no one paid attention to the bead itself. All eyes were fixed on that ordinary box on the 2nd floor. Shock, horror, greed, apprehension, curiosity, a tangled web of emotions. The maid practically scrambled to deliver the sealed jade box into the box, her gaze upon Lin Feng as if he were an unfathomable, utterly mad demon god. Lin Feng remained unflappable. With a wave of his hand, 400 mid-grade spirit stones, radiant with flowing light, piled onto the table. In an instant, the box was filled with a thick, pure spiritual energy so potent it nearly suffocated Lu Yunting and Lu Qingqing. Payments settled, he tucked the jade box away. Lin Feng could distinctly sense the almost tangible hatred and murderous intent radiating from private room 1 on the 3rd floor, along with countless covert probes of divine sense emanating from other private rooms. Excellent. Hatred maxed out. Focus locked. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Next, it was just a matter of who would lose their temper first and come offering themselves as experience fodder. He stood up and addressed the nearly petrified father and daughter with a faint tone, "Our business here is done. Let's go." As the three stepped out of the private room, they once again became the center of attention. Lin Feng couldn't resist glancing at his system panel. Sure enough, the system notifications flooded the screen once more. His prestige points were skyrocketing. Worth noting, the prestige points contributed by this crowd far exceeded those from the common folk of Nanfeng Kingdom. Whereas before it had been climbing by tens at a time, now it was surging by thousands and tens of thousands. Within moments, millions of prestige points were credited to his account. This is the cultivation world for you. The quality of these green onions is clearly in a different league. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As the trio crossed the hall, a woman dressed in the robes of a 100 Treasures Pavilion steward, her face veiled in gauze, glided forward and blocked Lin Feng's path. Her figure was slender and graceful, her eyes clear and sharp. She bowed slightly, her voice melodious and pleasant. "Esteemed guest, please stay." Lin Feng paused slightly, his gaze resting calmly upon her. Feeling his gaze, she explained, "Honored guest, please do not misunderstand. I am Su, steward of the 100 Treasures Pavilion's Blackrock City branch. Witnessing your extraordinary skill in securing such a precious treasure earlier was truly admirable. However," her words trailed off as her gaze swept meaningfully toward the doorway, her voice lowering slightly. "Though Blackrock City falls under our 100 Treasures Pavilion's jurisdiction, it is not entirely peaceful. With such extraordinary treasures in your possession, it's inevitable that they will attract covetous eyes. That individual on the 3rd floor earlier, along with certain other factions within the city, may not allow you to depart unhindered." Lin Feng remained composed, waiting for her to continue. Steward Su was somewhat surprised by Lin Feng's composure. He has a steady temperament, unflappable in crisis, a promising talent. Now, if only we knew his true strength. She could sense that Lin Feng had employed some technique to conceal his cultivation level. Yet even so, she could faintly discern that his cultivation was not high, roughly mid-stage chi cultivation. This was thanks to her cultivation technique, which granted her exceptional sensitivity to spiritual energy. She could discern another's cultivation level through even the faintest trace of spiritual energy. Putting her thoughts aside, she spoke slowly, "Our 100 Treasures Pavilion offers escort services for distinguished guests. We can dispatch elite guards to escort you to your destination, ensuring a safe journey." "Oh?" Lin Feng seemed slightly intrigued. What cultivation level would these guards possess? Chapter 74, Effortless Victory. Steward Su explained, "All are skilled practitioners at the 9th layer of chi cultivation, with extensive combat experience. Common thugs wouldn't dare approach them. The price is also negotiable." 9th tier chi cultivation? Lin Feng repeated the words, his tone flat and unruffled. "Precisely." Su affirmed. "To be frank, within Blackrock City's borders, 9th tier chi cultivation represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. Even the strongest city lord in the city lord's mansion is only at the peak of the 9th layer of chi cultivation. With 100 Treasures Pavilion's guards, it's enough to deter the vast majority of those with ill intent." Her words carried confidence, convinced this represented the strongest assurance she could offer. However, after hearing this, Lin Feng merely shook his head slightly and said indifferently, "It's unnecessary." Sister Su froze, then urgently protested, "Honored guest. Do not be overconfident. That Wang Yuan holds grudges and seeks revenge. He truly does have a 9th tier chi cultivation expert under his command." Lin Feng raised his hand, cutting her off. 9th tier chi cultivation practitioners? To me, they're no different from common foul and worthless dogs. What a joke. He possessed a system capable of exchanging for a 9th tier chi cultivation experience card. Moreover, cultivation experience cards from the system always surpassed practitioners at the same level. Combined with his cultivation techniques, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was unmatched at his tier. Why waste money hiring a 9th tier chi cultivation bodyguard? Elder Su froze in place, her lips parting slightly as she momentarily lost her words. 9th tier chi cultivation, commonplace? What utter arrogance! Su began doubting himself inwardly. Could he have misjudged? Wasn't he actually at mid-stage chi cultivation? Impossible. The faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from him clearly marks him as mid-stage chi cultivation. Just as she was questioning herself, Lin Feng led the Lu family father and daughter straight out the front door of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Only then did Su snap back to reality. Gazing at Lin Feng's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes filled with an indescribably complex expression, ultimately dissolving into a soft sigh. I hope he truly possesses the strength to handle everything. The carriage had been waiting outside the gates. After the three boarded, it slowly departed Black Rock City. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Lu Yunting clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Lu Qingqing, too, had lost the cheerfulness she'd shown on the way there. Her face was pale as she clung tightly to her father, glancing anxiously at Lin Feng, who sat with his eyes closed, resting. Both knew this journey home would be fraught with danger. As dusk fell, the carriage passed through a desolate, remote gorge flanked by towering hills. Suddenly, the blue-scaled horse pulling the carriage let out a terrified whinny, reared up, and came to an abrupt halt. Hee-haw! The driver struggled to regain control, barely preventing the carriage from overturning. Lu Yunting's expression darkened as he abruptly pulled back the curtain. There, standing ghost-like in the center of the road ahead, three figures blocked their path. At the head stood none other than Wang Yuan, the gloomy young master of the city lord's mansion, his expression dark enough to drip with menace. Beside him stood two elders with eyes as sharp as hawks. Two auras of ninth-tier chi cultivation surged forth without restraint, like four invisible mountains crushing down upon the Lu family carriage. The concentrated killing intent seemed to freeze the very air, causing the blue-scaled horses pulling the carriage to tremble violently and whinny pitifully. My friend in the carriage, Wang Yuan's voice was bone-chillingly cold, echoing through the silent gorge with undisguised greed and murderous intent. I gave you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it. Now, hand over that pearl and every spirit stone on your person, then destroy your own cultivation. Perhaps then, I might consider granting you a swift end. His gaze, like that of a venomous snake, locked onto the carriage as if he already saw the terrified, begging figure within. Two elderly men, their chi surging, locked down the carriage on either side. Inside the carriage, Lin Feng remained seated with eyes closed, cultivating his spirit. In truth, his consciousness had already shifted to the system interface, where he directly exchanged for a ninth-tier chi cultivation experience card. A colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Feng's body. Boom! An invisible yet boundless aura erupted violently, centered on the carriage. The savage grin on Wang Yuan's face froze instantly. The surging spiritual pressure from the two elders shattered like foam colliding with bedrock, crumbling into fragments in an instant. The blue-scaled horse pulling the carriage instantly fell silent, collapsing to the ground, trembling violently. Lu Yunting and Lu Qingqing felt the mountainous pressure on their bodies vanish abruptly, as if stepping from bitter winter into warm spring. Stunned, they looked toward Lin Feng, who remained seated with eyes closed. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Within his eyes, it seemed as though entire star systems were inverted, cosmic laws born and extinguished. A detached, majestic aura, one that transcended all living beings, flowed from him naturally. He did not rise, yet his imposing presence pressed down upon Wang Yuan and the other two through the carriage curtain. The two elders bore the brunt first, feeling an indescribable, terrifying pressure slam down upon their souls like a tangible force. Put! Put! Almost simultaneously, their expressions twisted in agony. As if struck in the chest, they violently coughed up mouthfuls of blood, the spiritual energy gathered around them instantly dissipating. Their vitality visibly withered away at a visible pace. Their eyes filled with utter terror as they stumbled backward several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Though Wang Yuan hadn't directly borne the brunt of the pressure, he too found breathing difficult, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. The arrogant, ferocious expression on his face froze completely, replaced by utter disbelief and terror. The air around him seemed to thicken and grow heavy, rendering him unable to move even a finger. You. Wang Yuan's voice cracked and trembled, stripped of its earlier icy menace, leaving only boundless terror. Lin Feng's indifferent voice drifted from inside the carriage, piercing clearly into the ears of the three men like the whisper of death, an ant shaking a tree. How utterly presumptuous. Before he could finish speaking, he flicked his fingers like a sword, making a casual slash toward the outside of the vehicle. A blade of energy condensed to near transparency, a faint green shot forth silently, its speed exceeding the limits of human vision. The two elderly men at the ninth layer of chi cultivation, who had only just regained their footing and were still reeling from the shock, didn't even have time to react. They merely felt a faint chill at their necks. In the next instant, two heads, frozen in shock and terror, flew skyward. Blood gushed like fountains from the gaping cavities where their necks had been severed. The two corpses remained upright for a moment before collapsing with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The thick stench of blood instantly filled the air. Wang Yuan watched helplessly as the two guest elders his clan had hired at great expense, both ninth-tier chi cultivation powerhouses, were slaughtered like chickens, without even a chance to resist. His last psychological defense crumbled completely. He let out a piercing scream, his pants instantly soaked through, a foul stench spreading. He turned to flee, only to find his legs heavy as lead, utterly unresponsive. Lin Feng's finger rose once more, this time aimed squarely at Wang Yuan. No! Don't kill me! I'm the young master of Black Rock City. My father is the city lord. If you kill me, the city lord's mansion will never let you off. Wang Yuan collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he bellowed incoherently. Chapter 75, Refining the 10,000 Souls Pearl. At the same time, several faint fluctuations of divine sense retreated hastily at an even faster pace, vanishing like receding tides. So there really were rats hiding, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. His divine sense had long detected those concealed auras, all cultivators at the 8th or 9th stage of chi cultivation. They likely hoped to reap the benefits of a fight between two rivals. Witnessing him slay two 9th stage cultivators with a flick of his finger had utterly shattered their courage. Lin Feng glanced at his system interface. Ding! Detected intense shock, fear, and awe. Prestige points plus 8,888, plus 10,240, plus 7,655. The system panel's notifications flooded the screen. This scare fee was well earned. Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction, but now was not the time for pursuit. A green sword chi coalesced at his fingertips and shot forth, piercing precisely into Wang Yuan's forehead. Wang Yuan's shrieking pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. The light in his pupils rapidly dimmed and scattered, finally freezing completely, filled with utter terror and unwillingness. His body collapsed limply to the ground, joining the corpses of the two elders. The stench of blood grew thicker within the gorge. Lin Feng pushed open the car door and stepped out slowly. His blue robe fluttered, untouched by dust. His gaze casually swept across both sides of the gorge, but the hidden auras had long since vanished without a trace. Lin Feng made no attempt to pursue them. After all, his experience card was nearly expired. If he chased them out, he'd likely have to purchase another one, a huge loss. He approached the three corpses, methodically removing storage pouches and rings from their waists and hands. With a flick of his wrist, he erased the faint divine consciousness imprints from each item before tucking them away into his sleeves without a second glance. His movements flowed like water, executed with the practiced ease of someone who'd done this 1,000 times over. He then returned to the carriage and instructed the driver, "Continue on our way." The driver snapped out of his daze, scrambling to clear the path. He drove the carriage at full speed, fleeing the chilling canyon as quickly as possible. By the time they reached Red Leaf Valley, the sky was already studded with stars. Lu Qingqing now regarded Lin Feng with awestruck eyes, barely daring to meet his gaze, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Perhaps she was terrified by the manner in which Lin Feng had taken a life. Lin Feng, however, acted as if nothing had happened. After exchanging a few polite words with them and instructing them not to speak of today's events, he headed straight back to his quiet chamber in the guest quarters. Within the quiet room, the protective barriers activated. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to take stock of his gains. The storage equipment of Wang Yuan and the others contained tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, along with various pills, materials, and magical artifacts. While nothing particularly surprising, it still amounted to a considerable windfall. Finally, his gaze settled on the dark red bead he had acquired at the exorbitant price of 40,000 spirit stones. The bead floated silently in his palm, cool to the touch. Within it, countless tiny shadows seemed to writhe, emitting a faint yet palpable pull that tugged at one's mind. System, with my current cultivation level, how can I refine this bead? Calculating. Host's current cultivation level, Chi cultivation stage 5, is insufficient for forced refinement. Conventional refinement requires the spiritual awareness strength of the core formation stage. Searching for alternative solutions. Found sole viable option, blood refining secret art system modified edition. Utilize essence blood as a catalyst, supplemented by system energy to forcibly establish an initial connection, bypassing the spiritual sense strength requirement to achieve preliminary recognition. After initial recognition, refinement can be gradually deepened. Required prestige points for exchange, 100 million points. 100 million points. Lin Feng stared at the number, his eye twitching slightly. What a money-grubbing system. But the thought of the over 37,000 easy targets waiting to be harvested within the pearl made this investment seem incredibly worthwhile. Exchange. He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve. Ding. Exchange successful. Prestige points consumed, 100 million. Remaining prestige points, implanting Blood-Forged Secret Art System Modified Edition. A torrent of complex, esoteric information flooded Lin Feng's consciousness, instantly comprehended and assimilated. Without further hesitation, he forced out a drop of his heart's essence blood and let it fall onto the dark red bead. Simultaneously, his hands formed intricate and bizarre seals as described by the secret technique. The spiritual energy within his body mixed with the strange energy injected by the system, surging into the bead. Hum. The bead began to violently tremble, its surface glowing with an eerie bloodlight that bathed the entire quiet chamber in a crimson glow. The countless dormant shards of souls within seemed disturbed, emitting silent whispers that caused the miniature world to tremble slightly. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he channeled the secret technique with all his might. His essence blood seeped into the orb like a living entity, spreading along some mysterious trajectory and establishing a connection with its core. The process lasted roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Finally, the pearl's tremors gradually subsided, and the bloodlight retreated inward. A peculiar mental connection formed between Lin Feng and the orb. He felt as though he had gained an extra organ, vaguely sensing the gray, lifeless microcosm within the bead and the tens of thousands of dazed, lingering souls trapped within it. Success! Lin Feng exhaled deeply. Though it was only a preliminary recognition, the most crucial step had been taken. A thought struck him, and he bestowed a name upon the bead. Henceforth, you shall be known as the 10,000 Souls bead. After the initial refinement, he gained partial control over it. The most crucial ability was this: his divine sense could now manifest and enter the miniature world within the 10,000 Souls pearl. Moreover, he could carry non-living objects inside, even storing external items within the bead's microcosm, effectively a super storage space. He could also extract souls from within the bead. A gigantic mobile warehouse? One that could even hold living beings? Though the environment inside was a bit lacking, it was still a god-defying skill. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This 100 million points of prestige were well spent. Now came the main event: how to sustainably harvest prestige points from these fragmented souls. Prestige points were generated by emotions like admiration, envy, awe, and shock. Reasoning with a group of disoriented, instinct-driven soul fragments was futile. The only solution was to play up the mystique. System: search for special effects. List the most dazzling, most intimidating, most godlike effect packages available. Price is no object. Lin Feng spoke with unbridled grandeur. Though he just spent 100 million, the profits from the auction and slaying Wang Yuan were substantial. He still had ample prestige points to squander. Recommended combo package: Chaos Unveiled Sovereign of Primordial Chaos Visual Effects Bundle, Words Become Law Fundamental Principle Manifestation Effects, All Kneel in Submission Aura Rendering Effects. Bundle price: 88,888,888 prestige points. Sold. Lin Feng didn't even blink. Ready. He drew a deep breath, condensed his divine sense, and transformed into a phantom figure, plunging into the 10,000 souls orb. The scene before him shifted. A world of murky gray unfolded, no distinction between sky and earth, no sun, moon, or stars, no mountains or rivers. Only endless swirling gray mist filled the void. Tens of thousands of indistinct, multicolored spectral souls drifted aimlessly within the mist like rootless duckweed, emitting waves of despair, deathly stillness, and chaos. Lin Feng's spiritual avatar hovered above the mist. With a thought. Special effects, activate. In an instant, the entire hazy microcosm shook violently. The endless gray mist churned like boiling water, while strands of chaotic energy birthed from the void, intertwining and coiling. A sacred, ethereal chant, as if originating from the primordial chaos, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A colossal divine halo, radiating brilliant light, slowly rose from behind Lin Feng's avatar, illuminating this lifeless world. Within the halo, visions of countless worlds being born and destroyed, and stars revolving, seemed to emerge. His avatar grew towering, majestic, and indistinct. Only those eyes remained, like two eternal stars, coldly surveying the countless bewildered remnant souls below. Chapter 76, Fully Automatic Coolness Factor Harvest. Beneath, tens of thousands of lingering souls trembled violently under this sudden, earth-shattering upheaval and supreme divine might. Chaos erupted within their fragmented consciousnesses: fear, awe, bewilderment, and a primal urge to prostrate themselves. Many weaker remnant souls couldn't withstand the shock, their ethereal forms growing more transparent, as if they might disintegrate at any moment. Lin Feng's voice, amplified by special effects to resonate with the grandeur of cosmic truth, echoed throughout the entire microcosm. I am the sovereign of this realm, master of life, death, and reincarnation. You who have fallen into ruin, remember my name. The devout shall attain transcendence. The rebellious shall plunge into eternal void. The voice thundered like rolling thunder, exploding deep within the consciousness of every shattered soul. Accompanied by a world-shattering spectacle, it violently assaulted their fragile spiritual awareness. Ding! Fragmented souls within the 10,000 souls orb experience extreme fear. Prestige value plus 100. Plus 80. Plus 150. Plus 120. Ding! Fragmented souls within the 10,000 souls orb generate awe. Prestige plus 90. Plus 110. Plus 70. Ding! Fragmented souls within the 10,000 souls orb generate bewildered adoration. Prestige plus 50. Plus 60. Plus 40. The system panel began flooding with notifications again. Though the individual coolness points granted were modest, mostly just double digits, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Moreover, these emotions kept surging forth. Lin Feng maintained his divine demeanor, his majestic Taoist utterances echoing through the silent microcosm. Each maxim was accompanied by visions of churning chaos and radiant divine light, relentlessly washing over the dim spiritual awareness of the tens of thousands of residual souls below. Yet, after the initial peak of terror and reverence, the growth in prestige points gradually slowed. After all, these remnant souls possessed fragmented intellects, their emotions singular and fleeting, rushing in like a tidal wave only to recede just as swiftly. This wouldn't do. They needed to offer some sweetness, some long-term sustenance. Relying solely on intimidation would eventually scare the life out of these souls. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. He immediately searched the system interface for treasures that could solidify the fragmented souls or nourish their spiritual bodies. Soon, the system listed a lengthy inventory ranging from high-end items like the 9 Netherworld Soul Nurturing Lotus and Higanbana Essence to more basic options such as Soul Coalescing Incense and Calm Spirit Wood Powder. The selection was dazzling, with prices naturally varying wildly. Lin Feng's gaze swept swiftly over the list, immediately filtering out those astronomically priced divine items he couldn't afford even if he sold himself. He finally settled on the most cost-effective option. Shards of Een Soul Wood, scraps from Een Soul Wood grown in profoundly Een-dominated lands, containing faint Een energy and soul power. Offers minimal stabilization for low-tier soul bodies. Large quantities ensure sufficiency. Price, 1,000 prestige points per unit. This is it. Plentiful supply guarantees satisfaction, exactly the kind of cheap bulk deal I'm after. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, exchanging for 1 cubic foot right away. Instantly, a pile of grayish-black wood shavings, emitting a faint, chilling aura, materialized beside his divine consciousness avatar. He pinched a small handful, sensing the minuscule fluctuations of soul energy within, and nodded in satisfaction. To a cultivator's divine soul, this stuff was utterly useless. But for the scattered remnant souls below, this minuscule energy might be their lifeline. He cleared his throat, and his resonant voice boomed forth once more, brimming with unquestionable authority and a hint of condescending benevolence. I pity your tormented descent into suffering and your clouded spiritual awareness. I now bestow my grace to help you stabilize your soul sources, awaiting your transcendence. With that, he swept his hand. The mountainous pile of Een Soul Wood shards was instantly swept up by an invisible force, transforming into a dense black dust mist. Like a gentle ash snow, it drifted down in a shower upon the tens of thousands of scattered souls below. This snowfall was an unprecedented spectacle for the shattered souls. The wood dust, infused with faint Een energy and soul power, settled upon their ethereal forms. Instantly, it seeped into them like water droplets into parched sand, absorbed instinctively. Tens of thousands of lingering souls emitted a silent yet distinctly perceptible shiver of comfort to Lin Feng. It was an instinctive delight akin to long-awaited rain after a drought. A grounded sense of stability as their soul bodies received a faint yet vital replenishment, no longer so hollow and fragile. Though each fragment absorbed only an infinitesimal amount, their sheer numbers made it significant. Moreover, this benefit was tangibly perceptible. In an instant, the emotional currents of the sea of remnant souls below underwent a cataclysmic shift. Their aura surged instantly. Far more intense and enduring than the mere intimidation before. Many fragmented souls no longer contented themselves with passive reception, instinctively chasing the drifting wood shavings and dust. Faint ripples of contention even emerged between them, making the entire grey mist world feel considerably more alive. Yes. That's the effect. Roll up. All of you, roll up. Lin Feng laughed wildly inside. As long as they rolled up enough, believed in the sovereign, they would get wood shavings to eat. Seizing the momentum, his voice grew more authoritative, tinged with a hint of enticement. This is the foundational blessing. Devote yourselves to me with sincere faith, abide by my decrees, and contribute your devotion. You shall receive greater rewards, even the solidification of your soul bodies and the restoration of your spiritual radiance. A sudden thought struck Lin Feng. System, can you set up an automated process? Every hour, automatically consume 18,000 points of coolness to exchange for 1 fragment of Een Soul Wood, then deposited into the 10,000 Souls Orb. Automated program successfully configured. Estimated hourly prestige points consumption, 18,000 points. Really? Lin Feng was overjoyed. This way, he wouldn't have to lift a finger and would still have a steady stream of coolness points income. The return on his 100 million investment was faster than he could have imagined. He observed for a moment longer, watching the residual souls below being completely subdued under the carrot and stick approach. Their state had shifted from pure chaotic terror to one of yearning, adoration, and a more tangible reliance and reverence toward him as their master. It was enough. Let them roll on their own for now. With a flick of his thoughts, the towering divine incarnation along with the chaotic celestial phenomena, the 9-colored divine halo, and the resonant echoes of the Tao began to fade into translucent ethereal form. I shall traverse the myriad realms. You, calm your minds, contemplate deeply, abide by the rules, worship with devotion, and await my blessings. Leaving behind those final words, full of grandeur and empty promises, Lin Feng's divine consciousness avatar vanished completely from the microcosm of the 10,000 Souls Orb. With his departure, the earth-shattering spectacle and terrifying pressure receded like a tide. The microcosm reverted to its desolate, mist-shrouded state, yet the air still carried the faint scent of Een Soul Wood shards. Yet, it was utterly different from the stagnant pool it had been before. Tens of thousands of lingering souls still stirred restlessly, many subconsciously chasing and absorbing the minute dust particles lingering in the air. Within the quiet chamber, Lin Feng's physical form slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. A smile he couldn't suppress curved his lips upward. As he felt the steady, continuous rise of his cool factor on the system panel, an immense sense of satisfaction welled up within him. The fully automated, sustainable, and self-optimizing chai plantation was officially operational. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Though his divine consciousness avatar had been busy, his physical body had maintained its cultivation posture the entire time and now required a brief adjustment. Next, I'll gradually deepen my refinement of the 10,000 Souls Pearl and study the map inside that hairpin. Lin Feng retrieved the ancient jade hairpin, which held a clue to what might be an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. Chapter 77, The Azure Yuan Sword Art. Lin Feng's fingertips plucked up the Qingyuan concentration hairpin. The hairpin felt smooth and warm to the touch. Under the soft light of the quiet room, the pale green jade emitted a subtle, restrained radiance. The cloud patterns adorning the hairpin's head were simple and ancient in design, giving no hint of the secret hidden within a secret that could stir the hearts of even nascent soul cultivators. His thoughts stirred as he attempted to probe a thread of spiritual energy into its depths. Yet it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, effortlessly neutralized by the resilient sealing mechanism. With his cultivation at the 5th stage of chi refining, forcibly breaking through a seal set by at least a nascent soul cultivator was nothing short of a pipe dream. System, perform a deep scan of the hidden map imprint within the jade hairpin and attempt to decipher its contents. Lin Feng issued the command calmly. When personal cultivation falls short, the system steps in. That was the correct approach. Ding! Deep scan initiated. Detecting high-intensity divine sense seals and encrypted runes. Decryption requires 5 million prestige points. Proceed? 5 million points? Lin Feng's eyebrow arched slightly. That price was steep, clearly indicating the seal's formidable nature. But he had just acquired a sustainable money tree. Now was the time to spend lavishly. Proceed. Command confirmed. Consuming prestige points, 5 million. Initiating encryption rune decryption, simulating divine consciousness fluctuations to bypass the seal. Analyzing. Instantly, Lin Feng sensed an immense and intricate computational power being mobilized, intangible yet seemingly capable of permeating all things. The jade hairpin in his hand grew faintly warm. The cloud-like patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, slowly shifting and emitting a faint glow. After roughly 10 breaths, the system's alert sounded again. Ding! Analysis complete. Hidden map information successfully extracted. Map location, Southern Realm, border region between Lingzhou and Jingzhou, deep within the Tsangyun Mountains. Specific coordinates transmitted to host's consciousness C. A torrent of information flooded Lin Feng's mind, forming a relatively clear yet vast topographical map. A flickering light marked the central area, surrounded by twisted symbols denoting danger in ancient annotations. Tsangyun Mountains. Late nascent soul stage. Lin Feng murmured, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this was no ordinary place. Late nascent soul cultivators were practically untouchable in the southern realm. The value of their cave-dwelling ruins was beyond imagination. However, the danger level was also immense. With his current cultivation, it might not be enough. Lin Feng weighed his options internally. But with the system at his disposal, a direct assault might not be necessary. Perhaps there were other avenues, like exchanging for specialized tools designed for exploring perilous terrain or breaking through formations? He committed the map's details to memory before his gaze returned to the jade hairpin itself. Beyond concealing the map, the hairpin had once been a magical artifact. Even in its damaged state, it retained a faint, calming effect. He casually pinned the jade hairpin into his topknot. The pale blue jade complemented his green robe perfectly, adding an air of ethereal grace to his appearance. After completing these actions, he refocused his attention on the system interface. The prestige points provided by the 10,000 souls orb continued to rise steadily. Though each fragmented soul contributed little individually, the collective gathering of tens of thousands yielded a substantial net income of millions of points per hour. It's time to advance my cultivation, Lin Feng mused. Prestige alone wasn't enough. True strength was the foundation. He couldn't rely on experience cards to save face forever. He scanned the cultivation exchange section of the system panel. Each cultivation tier increase added 100 million prestige points. Reaching tier 6 would require 600 million. Gazing at that long string of zeros, the boldness Lin Feng had felt moments earlier from the bountiful harvest of his leek garden was instantly dampened. The cost of cultivation keeps skyrocketing the higher you go. His current prestige points, factoring in the recent expenditure from analyzing the jade hairpin and the ongoing income from the 10,000 souls orb, amounted to roughly $1 billion or so. That was enough to exchange for cultivation at the 7th stage of Qi cultivation. System, exchange for a permanent upgrade to Qi cultivation stage 6 cultivation. He decided to take it step by step. Ding! Exchange successful. Prestige points consumed, 600 million. That familiar sensation surged once more. A torrent of pure, colossal energy poured down from the void, swiftly permeating his limbs and bones, flushing his meridians, and expanding his Qi and Dantian. The cloud of spiritual energy within his Dantian visibly swelled, solidified, and grew denser. The process lasted only a moment before concluding smoothly. Lin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the markedly enhanced power within his body. His perception and control over spiritual energy had also become more refined. Continue. Exchange for permanent enhancement to Qi cultivation stage 7. Ding. Exchange successful. Prestige points consumed 700 million. A more potent surge of energy flooded in. This enhancement was far more intense than before, causing a slight throbbing pain in his meridians, but the system energy quickly soothed it away. The spiritual energy within his Qi sea nearly surged to the brim, growing thicker and more viscous. An unceasing torrent of power filled his entire body. 7th stage of Qi cultivation. In such a short time, his cultivation had leaped from the 5th stage to the 7th. Such a rapid advancement, if revealed, would be enough to shock countless cultivators into stupor. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Though it had cost him 13 billion prestige points, this was a genuine, permanent enhancement, a truly extraordinary achievement. With his cultivation complete, he prepared to search for some spells. Previously, he had relied heavily on the sheer power of his cultivation techniques to overwhelm opponents with pressure, lacking truly formidable offensive methods. System: search for spells suitable for my current cultivation level, powerful and sufficiently flashy and stylish when cast. Based on host requirements, the following spells are recommended. Fragment of the Azure Primordial Sword Art upgradable, a foundational sword technique from the ancient Azure Primordial Sword sect. Cultivates Azure Primordial Sword Chi that is unmatched in sharpness and endlessly regenerative. When unleashed, Sword Chi surges in all directions, radiating brilliant azure light with formidable presence. Exchange cost 300 million prestige points. 5 Elements Escape Art Basic covers fundamental escape techniques for the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Suitable for evasion, travel, and reconnaissance. Highly practical, and when mastered, its execution possesses a certain aesthetic appeal. Exchange requirement 200 million style points. Soul-shocking thorns condenses spiritual essence into invisible spikes that pierce an enemy's soul, rendering defense futile. A devastating weapon for overwhelming foes. Cast silently with understated elegance. Exchange requirement 400 million prestige points. Lin Feng glanced at the price, then at his remaining prestige points balance, sighing helplessly. Not enough prestige points again. He had just over 500 million left, barely enough for one spell. He opted for the Qingyuan sword technique after all. Among the 3 spells, only this one sounded truly cool. Instantly, the cultivation methods, energy circulation pathways, and execution techniques of the Qingyuan sword art became crystal clear in his mind, as if he had spent decades mastering them. Though merely a fragment, the Qingyuan sword manual contained profound sword principles that instantly elevated his understanding of the sword path to a new level. He formed his fingers into a sword shape, and the Qingyuan spiritual energy within him flowed naturally. A strand of pale blue, intensely condensed sword energy surged from his fingertips, emitting a faint hum. A sharp aura filled the quiet room, far surpassing the sword energy he had used to kill Wang Yuan and the others earlier. Not bad. Lin Feng dispersed the sword energy, his mood growing increasingly exhilarated. With enhanced strength and expanded techniques, his confidence naturally soared. Chapter 78: Visitors from Blackrock City. Outside the window, the sky was already turning faintly light. Unbeknownst to him, his training in the quiet chamber had consumed the entire night. Pushing open the chamber door, he stepped into the faint morning light, the air crisp and fresh. Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling the heightened perception brought by the 7th stage of Qi cultivation. The world seemed clearer and more vivid. He stepped outside, intending to stretch his legs in the valley and familiarize himself with his newly acquired power. He had barely stepped out of the small courtyard when he spotted Lu Qingqing standing nearby, holding a food box. She looked charming yet hesitant, as if unsure whether to approach. Spotting Lin Feng emerge, she visibly startled, instinctively taking a half step back, her eyes still brimming with reverence. Elder, you're awake?" Lu Qingqing whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I brought you some breakfast." Lin Feng's gaze swept over the food box in her hands before he gave a slight nod. "That's thoughtful." His tone remained calm, yet perhaps due to his enhanced cultivation, his demeanor had grown more reserved and profound. Even standing there casually, he naturally exuded an aura that commanded respect. Lu Qingqing hurriedly placed the food box on the stone table beside him, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. "Please enjoy your meal, senior. This junior will take her leave now." With that, she bowed hastily like a startled fawn and hurried away. Lin Feng stroked his chin. It seemed he'd been a bit too forceful yesterday, frightening the young girl quite badly. But perhaps it was for the best, one less nuisance to deal with. He walked over to the stone table, opened the food box, and found several exquisite spirit grain pastries and a steaming pot of spirit tea inside. He ate a little casually. The taste was pleasant, though the spiritual energy contained within was negligible for his cultivation. After breakfast, he stood with hands behind his back in the courtyard, gazing out at the crimson maple valley bathed in dawnlight. His mind churned with plans for what lay ahead. His cultivation had risen, he'd mastered new spells, the 10,000 souls orb produced steadily, and he possessed the map to the ancient cultivator's cave. It was time to leave Red Leaf Valley and explore broader horizons. Lingzhou or Jingzhou? Perhaps he should first inquire about the specifics of the Tsangyun Mountains. As he pondered, his divine sense stirred, detecting Lu Yunting approaching at a brisk pace. His expression carried a hint of gravity and unease. "Senior." Lu Yunting approached, bowing respectfully with urgency in his voice. "Several individuals have arrived outside the valley claiming to be from the Black Rock City Lord's mansion. They insist on seeing you." Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He gently set down the half-finished cup of spirit tea in his hand, his movements slow and composed. "How many have arrived? What are their cultivation levels?" he inquired in a level tone. Lu Yunting hastily replied, "3 individuals. The leader is the steward of the city lord's residence, surnamed He, with an 8th tier chi cultivation. The other 2 are guards, both appearing to be at the 7th tier. They've been fairly restrained in their manner, only stating they've been sent by the city lord to invite you to the residence for a discussion, but..." He paused, his face darkening with worry. "But Wang Yuan died on our way back. Their arrival now can only mean they come with ill intent. 8th tier chi cultivation plus 2 7th tier practitioners. Such a force would be overwhelming for most minor clans, but in Lin Feng's current eyes, they were no more than worthless trash. It matters not." Lin Feng brushed his sleeves and rose to his feet. "I shall meet them. Lead the way." His composure calmed Lu Yunting, who quickly composed himself and led the way ahead. At the valley entrance, 3 cultivators clad in the attire of Blackrock City's Lord's Manor stood waiting. At the head stood a fair-skinned, beardless middle-aged man with sharp eyes, Mr. He, the steward. Behind him stood 2 burly guards with stern expressions, hands resting lightly on their sword hilts, radiating a faint aura of menace. As Lin Feng approached slowly, accompanied by Lu Yunting, Mr. He's gaze immediately locked onto him, scrutinizing him closely. When he sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Feng, which were only around the 7th stage of chi cultivation, a fleeting hint of doubt and contempt flashed in his eyes. Perhaps because Lin Feng had only recently broken through, traces of chi cultivation stage 7 spiritual energy still lingered around him, allowing Mr. He to discern his cultivation level. Yet, a professional smile spread across Yi Guanji's face as he stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. "You must be fellow Taoist Lin? I am He Lu, steward of the Blackrock City Lord's residence. By the City Lord's command, I have come to invite you to the manor for a discussion." His words were polite, yet his tone carried an unmistakable hint of condescension. He simply couldn't reconcile the ordinary-looking youth before him with the legendary mysterious expert rumored to have effortlessly slain 2 9th-tier elders. Could the intelligence be flawed? Lin Feng's gaze swept over the 3 men, taking in every subtle shift in their expressions without comment. He merely replied indifferently, "Oh? I've never met the Lord of Blackrock City. What might we need to discuss?" He Lu smiled, though the smile seemed somewhat insincere. "My friend, you jest. At the recent 100 Treasures auction, your brilliance shone brightly as you spent lavishly. Upon hearing this, our city lord was deeply impressed and sent me to extend an invitation. He wishes to establish a connection with you. Furthermore..." He paused briefly, his tone tinged with caution. "Our young master left 2 days ago and has not returned. He was last seen in your company. The lord is deeply concerned and hopes to learn of the young master's whereabouts through you." The truth was laid bare. It all circled back to Wang Yuan. Lu Yunting listened nearby, his palms sweating. Lin Feng, however, seemed to find the matter utterly tedious. He gave a faint "oh" and retorted, "Your young master is missing. What does that have to do with me? Could it be that the Blackrock City Lord's residence has adopted the practice of summoning anyone they happen to see for questioning?" He Lu's smile stiffened slightly, his tone turning colder. "Fellow Taoist, let's be frank. The young master last left Blackrock City with you. Now that he's missing, yet you remain here unharmed, both reason and logic demand you provide an explanation to our city lord's residence. Please spare us the difficulty. Return with us to the residence. Once you meet the city lord, everything will be clarified." 2 guards behind him stepped forward in unison, their 7th-layer chi cultivation auras coalescing into a palpable pressure. The previous Lin Feng might have still needed to use an experience card. But now... A faint, ambiguous smile curved Lin Feng's lips. "An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" He Lu, thinking Lin Feng had softened, moderated his tone slightly, though it still carried a threat. "We only ask that you accompany us back to the residence and explain the circumstances of that day. If it truly has nothing to do with you, our city lord is not one to be unreasonable." "What if I refuse?" Lin Feng's tone remained unruffled. He Lu's expression darkened completely. "Then don't blame us for being impolite. The city lord has ordered that you must accompany us back. Move." The last 2 words were directed at the guards behind him. The 2 chi cultivation 7th-layer guards, already poised for action, immediately lunged forward upon hearing the command. One drew his blade, slashing like a streak of lightning toward Lin Feng's legs, aiming to immobilize him. The other flicked his fingers like the wind, striking directly at the vital points on Lin Feng's chest with a technique that was both swift and deadly. Facing their swift and vicious combined assault, Lin Feng didn't even shift his stance. Chapter 79, Slaying Wang Tianba. Lin Feng sighed softly. Why bother? Before the words had fully left his lips, he made no visible move. Only a flash of azure light flickered in his eyes. Hum. A crisp, piercing sword cry erupted suddenly. It did not originate from any weapon, but from the void surrounding Lin Feng. In the next instant, hundreds of pale green, intensely condensed sword energies materialized out of nowhere, like blue lotuses blooming in an instant, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. The slashing blade light and the piercing finger wind collided with these layered, ceaselessly surging azure sword energies. Instantly, a series of sharp clangs and clangs rang out, as if striking a wall of bronze and iron. Not only did they fail to make any headway, but the sharp intent carried by the sword energies sent a numbing shock through their arms, causing them to stagger backward. What? The two guards' faces paled, their eyes filled with disbelief. He Lu's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped, "Sword energy shield? You?" But his cry was abruptly cut short. Because Lin Feng had moved. With a seemingly casual motion, he raised his right hand, fingers drawn like a blade, and made a light slashing gesture forward. A streak of azure sword energy shot from his fingers. Its speed was beyond the visual perception of He Lu and his two companions. Thwack! Thwack! Two faint sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The two Qi Cultivation 7th layer guards who had just regained their footing froze instantly, each with a thin trickle of blood appearing at their throats. The expressions of shock froze on their faces, eyes wide and unblinking, as if they hadn't fully comprehended what had happened before they drew their last breath and collapsed to the ground. Instant kill! Instant kill, once again! This time, however, Lin Feng didn't even need to use his experience card. He relied solely on his own Qi Cultivation Stage 7 cultivation and the might of the newly exchanged Qingyuan sword technique. He Lu was terrified out of his wits, his body turning ice cold. Only now did he become utterly certain the rumors were true. The youth before him possessed terrifying power capable of instantly annihilating a 9th-tier Qi cultivation practitioner. This was no 7th-tier cultivator, he was undoubtedly an old monster concealing his true strength. He spun to flee, only to find himself trapped as if sinking into quicksand. The air around him thickened into a viscous sludge the sword intent domain Lin Feng had casually unleashed. Please, spare me, senior. I was blind and presumptuous. I offended you. Have mercy. He Lu knelt with a thud, banging his head on the ground like a pestle pounding garlic, all trace of his earlier arrogance vanished. Yet, the only response was a streak of azure sword energy. Lin Feng turned to the stunned Lu Yunting and said, "Head of the Lu family, please clean this up. It's an eyesore." Yes, senior. Lu Yunting snapped to attention, his eyes now fixed on Lin Feng with the reverence reserved for a deity. He never imagined Lin Feng was a sword cultivator, the strongest among all cultivators. Lin Feng walked slowly into the valley with his hands behind his back, his blue robe fluttering as if he had merely swatted away a few buzzing flies moments ago. Returning to the small courtyard, the spiritual tea on the stone table was still warm. Lin Feng sat down again but did not sip the tea. His fingertips tapped the tabletop absent-mindedly. He mused inwardly, with his son dead and his men weakened, how could Blackrock City Lord Wang Tianba let this rest? If he simply left, the enemy would be powerless against him and would inevitably turn their wrath upon the Lu family of Red Leaf Valley. Then, the entire Lu family might face annihilation. Though Lin Feng wasn't a saint, the father and daughter of the Lu family had treated him well. Moreover, it was because of him that they had become entangled in this affair. If this matter led to their family's ruin, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Very well. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He might as well see it through to the end and finish the job. He would uproot this trouble in Blackrock City completely before leaving. He couldn't bear the thought of hearing about some tragedy befalling the Lu family and having it gnaw at his conscience. His mind made up, he hesitated no longer. His cultivation had now reached the 7th stage of Qi cultivation, and he possessed the Qingyuan sword manual. Yet his opponent was the ruler of an entire city, having built up his stronghold over many years. His lair was bound to be protected by arrays, and he might even have hidden trump cards. To ensure absolute success, a little assistance was still needed. He directly exchanged for a 9th-tier Qi cultivation trial card. Then, rising without alerting anyone, his figure flickered and vanished from the courtyard. Upon the gate tower of Blackrock City, 2 sentry cultivators leaned against the railings, dozing off. The long swords at their waists hung suspended in midair, swaying gently with each breath. Suddenly, a gust swept through, causing the blue flagstones beneath the gate to emit a faint crackling sound. Both men snapped awake, only to see a flash of green dart past so swift it seemed like an illusion. What was that just now? The slender-faced cultivator on the left rubbed his eyes and nudged his companion. Must be seeing things. Who'd be out in this hellish weather? The round-faced monk yawned, about to lean back against the railings again, when his foot suddenly struck something hard. Looking down, he saw his own fallen sword. The scabbard had been slit open by an unseen blade, its edge gleaming coldly, yet not a sound had been made. The two exchanged a glance, their hair instantly standing on end. They dared not utter another word. That green shadow was none other than Lin Feng. At that moment, he was leisurely strolling through the city streets. Shops lined both sides of the road like fish scales, the clinking of dice echoed from taverns, and apothecary clerks hawked their wares from doorways. Blackrock City seems quite lively, but the city lord's residence is well hidden. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping toward the imposing mansion at the end of the street, its vermilion gates studded with copper nails, guarded by 4 8th-tier Qi cultivation guards. Swords hung at their waists, their eyes sharp as hawks. Inside the city lord's residence, Wang Tianba sat in his study, a map spread before him. His finger tapped heavily on it, his face dark enough to drip water. Still no word from Red Leaf Valley? A trembling servant replied, Lord City Master, the men sent out have yet to return. It seems something has happened. Wang Tianba slammed his fist on the table, sending tea splashing from the cup. Those good-for-nothings from the Lu family. They dare oppose me? They truly don't know when to quit. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud crash echoed from outside the window. A sword chi sliced the window lattice in two, sending splinters flying. Wang Tianba's expression darkened instantly. He leapt to his feet, his long sword sliding from its scabbard at his waist. Pointing it toward the window, he bellowed, Who's playing tricks out there? Show yourself. A green figure drifted through the window and landed in the center of the study. It was Lin Feng. By now, he had activated the Qi Cultivation Stage 9 experience card. Standing with hands behind his back, his green robe fluttering in the breeze, he glanced at Wang Tianba and spoke calmly, Wang Tianba? I've long heard of your reputation. I've come to pay you a visit today. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the city lord's residence? Wang Tianba gripped his blade tightly, the 9th-tier Qi cultivation spiritual energy surging within him. He could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the youth before him, pressure that surpassed his own by several degrees. A hint of apprehension stirred within him. Who I am matters little. What matters is this, I killed your son. I also slaughtered the men you sent to Red Leaf Valley. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, his fingertip tracing a deep sword mark across the tabletop. I intended to spare you, but you insisted on provoking the Lu family. Don't blame me for being impolite now. It was you. Wang Tianba's eyes bulged with fury. He swung his long sword, unleashing a fierce blade aura that slashed toward Lin Feng. Dare to kill my son? You're asking for death. Chapter 80, Special Effects at full throttle again. The blade's aura roared toward him, yet halted abruptly as it neared Lin Feng, halted midair by a layer of pale blue sword energy. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, and the blade energy instantly dissipated. He stepped forward with such speed that Wang Tianba couldn't react in time. You, who are you? 9th-tier Qi cultivation? No, how can you be this strong? Wang Tianba stumbled backward, terror etched on his face. He realized his spiritual power felt as flimsy as paper against this opponent, utterly powerless to resist. Lin Feng offered no reply. His finger became a sword, tracing a light arc toward Wang Tianba as a streak of azure sword energy shot forth. Wang Tianba frantically raised his blade to block. A sharp clang echoed as the sword energy cleaved his long sword in two. The sword energy's momentum unabated, it sliced past his shoulder, leaving a deep gash in the wall. Impossible. My blade is forged from mystical iron, how could it? Wang Tianba stared at the broken sword in his hand, his pupils shrinking sharply as he spun to flee. But as he took his first step, a chill ran down his spine. A blade was already pressed against his throat. Trying to run? Too late, Lin Feng's voice echoed in his ear. At that moment, the study door burst open as a group of cultivators stormed in. Leading them was an 8th-tier Qi cultivation cultivator wielding a long spear, bellowing, Lord City Master, don't panic. We're here to help. Lin Feng glanced at them, a cold smile curling his lips. With a casual wave behind him, several streaks of azure sword energy materialized out of thin air, raining down upon the group like a torrential downpour. Ah! Put! Screams erupted in succession. The invading cultivators didn't even have time to react before sword chi pierced their throats, leaving them twitching on the floor. In the blink of an eye, the study was left with only Wang Tianba and Lin Feng. The floor was covered in blood and corpses, the stench of blood spreading through the air. Terrified out of his wits, Wang Tianba collapsed to his knees with a thud, banging his head on the floor like a pestle pounding garlic. Spare my life, senior. I'll relinquish the city lord's position. I'll give you all the treasures. Please, don't kill me. Treasure? I have no interest in it. Lin Feng shook his head, the sword chi flickering at his fingertips. I simply don't wish to hear news of the Lu family being wiped out in the future. Therefore, I'm afraid you'll have to make do with this. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the sword chi flashed past. Wang Tianba's pupils dilated instantly. A gurgling sound rose from his throat as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The sword chi at Lin Feng's fingertip slowly dissipated, as if it had never been there. After the killing, he did not leave immediately. The city lord's residence had accumulated wealth over many years, and its treasury was undoubtedly rich. Though he wasn't particularly short of spirit stones, the path of cultivation was immensely costly, and resources were always welcome. Moreover, the 10,000 souls orb required constant nourishment. Relying solely on system exchanges was too wasteful of prestige points. In the future, he could use spirit stones to purchase rare treasures that nourished ghostly souls. His divine sense swept across the entire city lord's residence, finally locating several hidden chambers. With a flash, he swiftly approached one chamber. Its heavy black iron door shimmered with intricate runic patterns, clearly guarded by potent defensive enchantments. Lin Feng formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, a blue glow flickering at his fingertips. He forced his way through the barrier. The seemingly impenetrable barrier aura flickered a few times like a punctured bubble before fading away silently. Pushing open the door, a dazzling display of jewels and treasures immediately flooded the senses. Low-grade spirit stones piled up like mountains, numbering at least 200,000 or 300,000 at a glance. Artifacts, pills, and materials of various grades were neatly categorized and displayed. While rare masterpieces were scarce, the sheer quantity was impressive. In the corner sat several locked jade boxes, each containing a few spirit herbs brimming with vitality and several rare forging materials. No need to exchange spirit stones anymore. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng sucked up everything like a whale drinking water, all the spirit stones, valuable pills and materials, and those jade boxes were absorbed into the 10,000 souls pearl. The 10,000 souls pearl's miniature world was spacious enough to serve as a warehouse. He then visited 2 other secret chambers, acquiring numerous jade slips inscribed with cultivation techniques and secret arts, along with some rare treasures. Though of little use to him personally, they would make excellent items to sell or gift. Having thoroughly plundered the city lord's residence, Lin Feng finally strolled back to the front courtyard. By now, the sky had begun to lighten, with the first rays of dawn piercing through the clouds, casting streaks of golden light. A growing crowd of city lord's mansion personnel gathered in the distance, staring at the young man in the green robe with utter terror. No one dared approach, nor did anyone dare flee. Lin Feng felt it necessary to make another impression, to deliver a few more words. His thoughts drifted to the system interface, where he swiftly searched for a few effects that looked sufficiently impressive. Celestial Mandate's resonance enables the host's voice to clearly reach all living beings within a 100-li radius. Cost 500,000 prestige points. 100 Zhang Dharma form manifests a colossal illusory Dharma form behind the host, approximately 100 Zhang tall, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Cost 800,000 prestige points. Golden Lotus Carpet. Countless golden lotus illusions blossom from the ground around the host, creating a sacred atmosphere where every step leaves a lotus imprint. Cost 300,000 prestige points. Enveloped in Taoist radiance, a dense aura of Taoist radiance automatically surrounds the host, inspiring awe and reverence in onlookers. Cost 400,000 prestige points. Activate exchange. Lin Feng commanded without hesitation. Instantly, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. First, countless dazzling golden lotus illusions surged from the ground around Lin Feng, slowly rotating and blooming. They illuminated the area within several zhang of him in a sacred and serene glow, forming a stark contrast to the bloody slaughter moments before. Next, a vague yet colossal, illusory Dharma image soaring 100 zhang tall erupted from the ground behind him. The form's features were indistinct, its exact appearance unknowable. Only a pair of eyes, seemingly containing the sun, moon, and stars, piercing through the cycles of eternity, gazed down indifferently upon all beings. They radiated a resplendent, awe-inspiring divine majesty that sent shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, swirling auroras and mystical runes coiled around Lin Feng's physical form like natural ornaments, their innate Tao essence making him appear as the very embodiment of the cosmic Tao. He spoke slowly, his voice neither loud nor booming, yet every syllable reached the ears of every living soul within Blackrock City. Lord Wang Tianba of Blackrock City, having brought this upon himself, has been executed. His followers who resisted to the last have also been purged. Every soul in the city, whether hiding indoors or lurking in corners, heard these words clearly. All were seized with terror, their faces drained of color as they fell to their knees in unison. The voice paused briefly before continuing. The resources from the treasury have been seized by me as punishment. The remainder is yours to dispose of as you see fit. Order within the city shall be temporarily maintained by the major clans collectively. Should any further repression of the virtuous or perpetration of evil deeds occur, his gaze swept over the trembling cultivators in the distance, they shall meet the same fate as this monument. With that, he drew his fingers like a sword and lightly slashed the massive green stone stele in the courtyard. Standing over 10 feet tall, it bore the 5 characters Lord of Blackrock City carved into its surface. No earth-shattering roar erupted, only a faint hiss. The jade-green sword aura, as thin as a hair, flickered and vanished. In the next instant, under countless horrified gazes, a straight, smooth line appeared down the entire length of the massive stone stele. A gentle breeze swept past, and the steel silently split along the line, the upper half slowly sliding down before crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. The fracture was smooth as a mirror, as if cleaved by a divine weapon. Ding! Detected citywide extreme shock, fear, and awe. Prestige points plus 9,888. Plus 10,555. Plus 11,200. Plus. The system panel's notification text flooded the screen once more. Lin Feng felt his coolness factor soar, his mood growing ever more elated. The special effects were maxed out, the impact utterly spectacular. This coolness factor was money well spent. Chapter 81, Departure and Cultivation Breakthrough. After leaving Blackrock City, Lin Feng returned to the small courtyard in Maple Leaf Valley. Moments later, Lu Yunting and Lu Qingqing hurriedly arrived outside the courtyard, their expressions filled with panic, seeking an audience. Clearly, they too had heard the news from Black Rock City. Senior. Lu Yunting bowed deeply the moment he entered, his voice trembling. Did you go to Black Rock City? MHM. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. I made a trip to Black Rock City and spoke with Lord Wang. He has recognized his mistakes and decided to step down, retiring to reflect on his actions. Henceforth, Black Rock City will be governed collectively by the major clans and will no longer cause trouble for Red Leaf Valley. Lu Yunting and his daughter. Both were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Chatted? Stepped down? Retreated for reflection? That proclamation that echoed throughout the entire city, and that earth-shattering, awe-inspiring phenomenon. Could this possibly be the result of a mere chat? Lu Yunting instantly grasped the truth. Cold sweat drenched his back once more. The gaze he cast upon Lin Feng was no longer one of reverence for a deity, it was the utter awe reserved for a creator god. Thank you, Senior, for ridding my Lu family, for ridding Red Leaf Valley of this great calamity. Lu Yunting's voice choked with emotion as he pulled his daughter forward, ready to kneel and kowtow. Though this entire affair had been stirred up by the elder, his willingness to quell this calamity proved beyond doubt his profound sense of duty. Lin Feng gently swept his sleeve and a soft force lifted them up. It was nothing. No need for such formalities. I should be going now. You're leaving already, Senior? Lu Qingqing lifted her head at his words, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Yes. With matters here settled, I must continue my journey. Lin Feng nodded. Though Lu Yunting felt profound reluctance, he knew a figure of such stature could never be retained by Red Leaf Valley. He hurriedly said, Senior, you have bestowed immense kindness upon my Lu family. I have no way to repay you. These are tokens of our family's gratitude. Please, Senior, accept them. He presented a storage pouch containing several of the most precious spiritual materials the Lu family could offer, along with thousands of spirit stones. Lin Feng glanced at it and shook his head. It's unnecessary. Those things are of no use to me. Keep them for yourselves. Having plundered the city lord's mansion, he was now a true rich dog. How could he possibly covet the Lu family's modest offerings? Lu Yunting felt both deeply moved and profoundly embarrassed. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then retrieved the blazing flame blade and several bottles of pills suitable for chi cultivation stage practitioners from his storage ring. He handed them to Lu Yunting. Our meeting is fate. Keep these little trinkets for self-defense. He had noticed Lu Yunting's intense desire for the blazing flame blade at the last auction, which was why he had bid on it. Seeing this, Lu Yunting waved his hands repeatedly. Senior, this is absolutely unacceptable. This is yours. But Lin Feng gave him no chance to refuse, placing the blazing flame blade directly into his hand. Feeling the powerful fluctuations of fire spirit energy emanating from it, Lu Yunting's eyes instantly reddened. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Lin Feng said no more, merely nodding slightly to the two before turning and striding toward the exit of Red Leaf Valley. The two bowed deeply to Lin Feng's retreating figure, remaining prostrated for a long while. Leaving Red Leaf Valley, they headed south. With his current cultivation at the 7th stage of Qi refining and traveling alone, his pace far surpassed that of his journey here. While traveling, he kept one part of his mind focused on the system interface. The prestige points granted by the 10,000 souls orb continued to rise steadily, adding millions to his tally every hour. Combined with the massive haul from Black Rock City, his prestige reserve now exceeded 2 billion. I need to find a place to break through to the 9th stage of Qi cultivation. That way, I can redeem the Foundation Establishment Cultivation Experience card. He found an unnamed valley of breathtaking natural beauty and rested in a natural stone cave behind a waterfall. He casually cast several simple concealment and warning restrictions at the cave entrance. Though not advanced, they were sufficient to ward off ordinary beasts and low-tier cultivators. Sitting cross-legged on the cave's flat stone surface, Lin Feng first sank his consciousness into the 10,000 souls pearl. The miniature world within the orb remained shrouded in grey mist, yet the tens of thousands of lingering souls seemed slightly more lively than before. Sensing his consciousness descend, they collectively emitted stronger waves of reverence, supplication, and a craving for fragments of Een soul wood. The automated program ran smoothly, steadily churning out prestige points. The chives were thriving. He nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his divine sense. Now, it was time for the main event, strengthening his power. He summoned the system interface, his gaze settling on the cultivation exchange section. Permanent upgrade to Qi Cultivation Stage 8, requires 800 million points of coolness value. Permanent upgrade to Qi Cultivation Stage 9, requires 900 million points of coolness value. Seeing that long string of zeros, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Even with over 20 billion in his possession now, parting with 17 small fortunes at once still stung a bit. Exchange. Permanently upgrade to Qi Cultivation Stage 8, then directly advance to Stage 9. He gritted his teeth and made the exchange in one go, skipping the painful middle ground. Ding! Exchange successful. Prestige points consumed, 1.7 billion. Commencing cultivation infusion. Instantly, two colossal yet supremely pure and gentle streams of energy surged forth from the depths of the void. Like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, they flowed ceaselessly into Lin Feng's body. This surge far exceeded any previous advancement in magnitude. His meridians instantly swelled taut, throbbing with tearing pain, yet under the system's protective energy, they rapidly repaired, expanded, and strengthened. His Dantian Qihai ballooned like an inflated sphere, the originally cloud-like spiritual energy compressed and refined to its limit, beginning its transformation toward a liquid state. As it surged, it roared like a raging river. His bones cracked and popped, growing more crystalline and resilient. His internal organs were repeatedly washed and tempered by the energy, pulsing with vitality. His blood flowed like mercury, carrying a palpable sense of immense power. His spiritual awareness expanded significantly, now capable of perceiving events within a 100-mile radius. The process lasted roughly half an hour. As the last thread of spiritual energy merged into his body, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a piercing brilliance, like stars in the night sky, before quickly subsiding into their usual deep, tranquil state. Ninth tier Qi cultivation. Ha! This feeling, pure bliss. Lin Feng rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. His entire body emitted faint, explosive crackles like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. 17 small goals, money well spent. With his strength enhanced, the main event was next: the Foundation Establishment Experience card. He eagerly opened the Cultivation Experience section of the system panel. Early Foundation Establishment Peak Experience card cost 200 million prestige points. Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage Peak Experience card consumption 500 million prestige points. Late Foundation Establishment Peak Experience card cost 1 billion prestige points. Seeing the prices, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The cost was still acceptable. While the power gap between Foundation Establishment and Qi cultivation was vast, the prestige points increase was nearly tenfold, a remarkably reasonable price. He checked his balance. After advancing to Qi cultivation stage 9, he still had roughly 900 million prestige points remaining. Lin Feng didn't rush to redeem the Foundation Establishment Experience card. He planned to wait until his prestige points reached 10 billion before directly purchasing a late Foundation Establishment Peak Experience card. That way, he would be unrivaled during his Foundation Establishment period.